Chapter 1. Independence Baymaking is a picturesque locale, adorned with white walls, red tiles, and lush greenery interspersed with vibrant flowers. He'll strolled slowly towards the castle, for today marks his coming of age, after which he would bid farewell to this city forever. Heel's lineage is somewhat awkward. His father, Count Paraster, has wed 3 wives, each bearing him a son, with Heel being the middle child. According to the customs of the Kingdom of Solar, upon turning 16, a non-firstborn must claim a portion of the family wealth and depart. The Count's firstborn, Manton, boasts a noble lineage, his mother being a daughter of the Duke of Crowell, who brought with her a substantial dowry. Regrettably, she passed away shortly after Manton's birth due to ill health. With a powerful maternal family backing the firstborn, the Count exercised caution in choosing his second wife, unwilling to limit himself to the small nobility. Thus, he set his sights on Melanie, the daughter of the court's grand sorcerer, Abizdan Fran. Melanie, a beautiful sorceress with fair skin and flowing golden hair reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, captivated the Count's heart. Enchanted by his charm and wealth, the lovely and innocent sorceress soon succumbed to the court's whispers and decided to marry him, only to regret her choice mere years later. The entire Count's castle turned against Melanie, convinced she would harm the firstborn, including her husband, who, after Heel's birth, grew increasingly wary of her. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the world of sorcery holds no trivial female rivalries. Melanie immersed herself in alchemy, relocating with her son to a manor outside the town, severing ties with her husband. Heel would only encounter this so-called father during the annual New Year's banquet until, at the age of 12, tragedy struck that Melanie's alchemical experiment went awry, resulting in a fatal backlash of magic, and she passed away months later, forcing Heel to return to the Count's castle. Count Paraster remained indifferent towards his son, promptly shifting his focus to selecting a third wife. No longer daring to pursue a highborn sorceress after 12 years of ridicule from the nobility, he ultimately chose a baroness daughter known for her exceptional intellect and beauty, who bore him a third son, Edgar, 2 years prior to its last. Life within the castle returned to its familiar rhythm, as the young and charming new wife postponed Manton's coming-of-age ceremony, originally set for 16, to after 20. The majority, unburdened by pressure, seek comfort and pleasure. Only under duress do they strive for improvement. Thus, Manton embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Heel, destined to leave, pondered that if, after 14 years, Manton had yet to become a knight in his 30s, his inheritance would hinge upon whether Edgar could attain knighthood. Of course, should misfortune befall the Count before that, Heel could return to claim the title, for among the next generation, he alone possessed abilities surpassing that of a knight. To avoid complications and enjoy a semblance of peace, Heel refrained from using magic within the castle, allowing others to believe he was merely an apprentice. Manton had attempted to befriend Heel, yet his clumsy efforts were in vain, as Heel displayed an aloof demeanor, awaiting his coming of age to depart, prompting his stepmother to quietly withdraw upon realizing his singular desire to leave. Day after day, Heel occupied himself in the castle study until last night, when he received a communication from his estranged grandfather, who had never contacted him directly before that. He hurried to the manor, where the indifferent sorcerer, sensing Heel's magical potential, bestowed upon him a storage ring. Departing without offering Heel a chance to speak, after calling out for his grandfather in vain, Heel, feeling frustrated, began to tidy up the manor, collecting his mother's belongings. The storage ring was substantial, containing numerous spellbooks. Heel understood that sorcery is a self-taught discipline. After his mother introduced him to the craft, he was meant to engage in diligent study. Fran's actions were not inappropriate. As a grandfather, his affection was encapsulated within the ring, filled with precious materials, a substantial sum of gold, ample enough to furnish a library, and the most crucial component, the building materials for a magical tower, a coveted item unattainable even with wealth. Yet, he lamented inwardly, "Dear grandfather, I am a sorcerer. I know not what bloodline I possess." Indeed, Heel's years of meditation had taken an unexpected turn as he approached the path of a mage, awakening instead as a proud geomancer of the earth and water element. Uncertain whether this was a consequence of traversing time and space, he pondered how, in a past life as a civil engineer, he had now become a water-infused geomancer in this one. His spell list prominently featured turn stone to mud and turn mud to stone, followed by summoning earth, wood, and water elementals. Interspersed were spells like Earth Shield, Tremor, Slow, Natural Growth, Summon Nature's Allies, and Purification. Heel was acutely aware that his bloodline was undoubtedly exceptional. Not everyone awakens with such an extensive repertoire of spells. Furthermore, since his awakening, his physique had grown stronger each day, revealing a latent power within his seemingly frail frame. As a sorcerer, his strength could rival that of a true knight. Upon awakening, he had faintly envisioned a colossal bear roaring skyward, leading him to believe his primary lineage was that of bears, creatures predominantly aligned with earth magic, which necessitates a compatible bloodline for coexistence. Thus, Heel pondered what could intertwine the earth and water element to produce such a lineage. His curiosity regarding his bloodline was insatiable. However, after scouring every book within the castle and manor, he found no answers, just when he thought he might glean insights from a powerful mage. He emerged empty-handed, instructing the manor's steward, Lena, to prepare his belongings and await him at the manor's entrance. Heel, feeling increasingly stifled, walked back to the castle under the morning light. Count Paraster had yet to awaken, leaving only Manton, alongside several illegitimate offspring, straining to train vigorously. Heel ignored them and retreated to his room to organize his affairs. That a few days prior, the steward had hinted at the count's intentions. Heel was presented with two choices: a small fiefdom as a lord within the count's domain, or a baron without land but holding a development permit. Without hesitation, he chose the latter. What folly it would be to remain within the count's domain, where troubles awaited him. Could magic not excite him, or alchemy fail to amuse? Heel had no inclination to embrace such burdens. Within the count's castle, no one was aware that Heel was a sorcerer. Low-ranking mages were not uncommon among the nobility, as the journey to becoming a mage is lengthy and resource-intensive. With his strained relationship with the count, Heel was not regarded with much importance, and he was unlikely to inherit significant wealth upon separation. However, should he be recognized as a sorcerer of noble blood, he would surely be viewed as a breeding stallion, offered to a great noble under the guise of a marital alliance. Heel only wished to escape as far as possible, seeking refuge until he could become a powerful mage. After organizing his room, Heel did not have to wait long before the steward summoned him downstairs, where the count, his wife, and family awaited him for a meal. Descending the staircase, Heel entered a grand dining hall filled with onlookers. Amidst hushed whispers, he endured a breakfast that left a bitter taste in his mouth before following the crowd to the conference hall. The count stood at the forefront, facing Heel amid the gatherings, and with a smile declared, "Dear Heel, my cherished second son, on this momentous occasion of your coming of age, I, Count Paraster, hereby bestow upon you the title of Baron Polanier, as your father. I grant you 20,000 gold coins and permit you to take with you all of your mother's possessions. May you, as Baron Heel Paraster Polanier, bring further glory to the Paraster family." As the count's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the room, the murmurs growing louder as the onlookers processed the revelation. The count's annual income typically ranged between 50 to 60,000 gold coins. While a landless baron might appear elevated in the eyes of commoners, a powerful count could appoint a baron each year, primarily to cultivate relationships with high-ranking knights or nobles through financial means. This year, with no prominent knights in sight, Heel's baronial titles seemed standard. Yet the count had granted his son no land. The wealth Heel received barely equaled the count's earnings over 2 years. Heel understood that the count considered Milani's assets sufficient compensation. Although unafraid of the court's grand sorcerers, he was unwilling to invite trouble. His disdain for this son was evident, a testament to his wife's rejection. As long as Heel remained, no one would forget Milani's tale. He would never allow this son to occupy his lands. Moreover, Heel was a mage and would never settle for being a mere minor lord. The count, underestimating Milani as merely a minor alchemist who had met her demise, believed that even if he left Heel an inheritance, it would only amount to around 100,000 gold coins. Thus, after Milani's passing, he generously allowed Heel to claim her possessions. Before Heel reached adulthood, he had no desire for the count to discover that Milani had been a sorceress with a storage ring. With Manton's influential maternal family, the count could only divide his annual income among his other children. Consequently, for a son he did not favor, he withheld substantial wealth. The 16th birthday celebration that should have preceded the division ceremony was entirely overlooked by the count. Typically, children who separated from their families would receive a generous compensation on their coming-of-age day. Yet Heel received nothing, and today's proceedings merely clarified to all present that they need not extend any favors to Heel in the future. Heel, indifferent to these developments, regarded the suddenly charged atmosphere in the hall with a detached demeanor. From this point onward, the castle would belong to the new Countess and Manton, allowing them to continue their petty conflicts. Hill only took away 20,000 gold coins, while Edgar and his yet-to-be-born brother stood to inherit hundreds of thousands. Upon seeing the sharp glint in Manton's eyes, Hill realized that little Edgar had, from this moment onward, truly become his adversary. Meanwhile, the young and beautiful stepmother's eyes sparkled. It was clear to all that even though Edgar might receive considerable wealth in the future, what she desired was far greater. The castle of Count Paraster was destined to be bustling with activity, providing ample topics for those who were content. Hill wished to disregard these people and matters. He received the baronial document from the steward, expressing his sincere gratitude for the count's title, and turned to leave the castle under the watchful gazes of all present. Chapter 2. Reluctance to become a sorcerer at the castle gates. Hill's devoted servant, Born, awaited him with the carriage. Upon seeing Hill, Born smiled and said, "My lord Baron, everything is packed and ready. Let us depart swiftly." Born's parents had once served alongside Hill's mother. Hill could not leave them in the count's domain. Where discontent with Melanie lingered, he surmised that his grandfather had already become a sorcerer, enough to compel the great knight count to bow in deference. However, Fran preferred to bestow a significant sum rather than appear before the count. A sentiment of disdain and hatred that Hill understood all too well. It was best for Hill to keep his distance from the count and leave no one behind. He climbed into the carriage and softly uttered, "Let us go." The carriage set off briskly. Born's parents, Locke and Lena, along with their 2 children, waited outside the estate. Upon spotting Hill's carriage, they followed along, journeying westward towards the border. The Count of Paraster resided in the interior of the Kingdom of Solar, not far from the royal city, wealthy yet lacking formidable military might. Thus, no one suspected Hill's identity as a sorcerer. However, he harbored some concern about the capital. Yet, before Melanie's passing, she had insisted he seek out his grandfather in the royal city upon reaching adulthood. Hill had initially intended to take a brief look. Yet, Fran unexpectedly appeared the day before his coming of age. Each year, Melanie's alchemical products were sent to the royal city, sold by Fran, who surely knew that Hill possessed ample wealth. This time, however, he arrived quietly, bringing a bounty of resources and the necessary spellbooks for Hill to advance to the rank of Great Mage. Something significant was likely to unfold in the royal city, and Fran believed that Hill's mere presence as a sorcerer could invite trouble. Yet, if Hill was determined to go, he had no objections. Hill understood he must make his own choice, to embrace risk or to accept Fran's protection. Thus, Fran departed without a word, leaving Hill to ponder the future he desired. Hill comprehended that the bloodline of a sorcerer flourished freely until reaching the legendary tier. If worst came to worst, he could refrain from studying spells from other schools. The spell scrolls left by Melanie would suffice for his needs. Regardless of what transpired in the royal city, Fran, as a sorcerer, would likely navigate the situation without difficulty. While Hill risked being ensnared should he linger there, he had no interest in becoming a hostage. It was better to hasten to the borders and venture abroad. The exploration permit in his possession was quite commendable. The exploration permit was a document of agreement recognized by all nations of this continent, witnessed by the God of Justice. All deities acknowledged it, issued solely by the Hall of Justice. Once utilized in the wilderness, it would automatically be archived in the Hall of Justice, impervious to reclamation by any kingdom. This was territory acknowledged by the gods, manifesting on the alchemical map. However, if the land claimed by the Lord exceeded the alchemical map's bounds, it would depend on the Lord's ability to safeguard those territories. Only after prolonged occupation would the alchemical map recognize it as one's domain. Generally, these explored lands often fell prey to the claws of magical beasts. Once the core was shattered, the archived portions would dissipate as well. Many succeeded, and the Kingdom of Solar was thus established. Yet, far more perished. The wilderness was boundless, and in ancient times, even deities could fall within its depths. How much more perilous was it now when the gods could not descend? What Hill appreciated most about this world was the complexity of its pantheon. The gods of various races were the mainstream. There was no unified pantheon, and the wilderness kept all races at a distance. Only the strong could traverse the lands. All races faced foes emerging from the wilderness. Magical beasts and demons from the abyss to humanity's enemies were numerous enough, and their nations lay under the watchful eyes of the deities, confining all conflicts to the lowest echelons. The deities could only attract followers, unable to coerce. Among the strong lay many who were mere believers. Hill revered the deities. After all, throughout human history, they had shielded humanity from being consumed by the wilderness. Yet, as a transmigrant, he could not surrender himself to any deity. It was entirely natural for a sorcerer to be irreligious. No one would find it odd, while mages might harbor some belief in the god of knowledge. Sorcerers evaded the missionaries of all temples. The chaotic lineage of sorcerers meant many only revealed their bloodlines after achieving legendary status, and those who devoted themselves to a deity often met with disaster. So much so that even the gods themselves were left bleeding. The god of justice once had a sorcerer believer with a demonic bloodline. Before achieving legend, his piety had garnered the god of justice's admiration. Yet, upon entering the legendary realm, his bloodline fully manifested, and his life became a quest for loopholes in the god of justice's contract. As a former devout believer, he comprehended the god of justice all too well. The chaos he unleashed during that period left the Church of Justice reluctant to discuss it to this day. Although this legendary sorcerer vanished from humanity, rumors persisted that he had descended into the abyss. Since then, the belief in deities among sorcerers became a matter of personal conviction. One could choose to believe, but deities rarely offered reciprocation. However, nobles eagerly hoped for the emergence of sorcerer bloodlines within their families. Noble titles could only be inherited by those of knight rank or higher if the direct line lost its title. A collateral descendant who became a formal profession could inherit. As for mages, they needed talent, immense willpower, and intelligence. Those who could not even become knights would likely remain mere apprentice mages for life. Thus, a sorcerer awakening to the status of a formal mage was indeed enticing for nobles. The consequence was that many young sorcerers were treated as mere breeding stock before they could fully mature. And female sorcerers fared even worse. This chaotic existence persisted for nearly a century, and high-ranking sorcerers realized they must step forth for their own futures. However, the bloodlines of sorcerers were exceedingly diverse. Even legendary sorcerers capable of organizing associations could not guarantee they would avoid conflict upon meeting. Individual legendary sorcerers could only protect those in their immediate vicinity. Ultimately, it was the sole legendary female sorcerer, Dylandi, who constructed a magical tower in the wilderness to receive all female sorcerers seeking refuge. This small territory garnered the protection of all legendary sorcerers, with nobles well aware that this was the bottom line. The tower survived in the wilderness, evolving over millennia into the present-day kingdom of female sorcerers, Dylandi. Yet, no one cared for the male sorcerers. They either languished in the kingdom of female sorcerers, only to be expelled upon reaching great mage status, or they sought a quiet corner to survive in obscurity. In truth, female sorcerers remained unable to sustain themselves even after attaining great mage status. However, among male sorcerers, some were indifferent to becoming breeding stock, marrying and siring children. Such individuals would never step into the legendary realm and thus went unnoticed. Hill remained oblivious to the reasons behind his reincarnation in this world, but upon his birth, Melanie's tempestuous actions left him astonished as he navigated the adjustment period. The furious sorceress ended the quarrel with the Count through a fiery tempest, taking Hill and the maid's family away from the castle. The sorceress's passion for life seemed to vanish alongside her tumultuous love as she plunged into her alchemical laboratory, spending 1.5 years without stepping outside. Fortunately, Lena remained to care for Hill. His devoted servant, Born, was already 3 years old at that time. Lena devoted all her thoughts to caring for Hill, never having a second child. It was only after Hill returned to the castle that Lena gave birth to a pair of twins, Dean and Shunny. After Hill turned 3, Melanie began teaching him the fundamentals of magic and literacy. That period was truly arduous. Melanie showed little concern for how much he could learn, focusing solely on instruction. Thankfully, having studied civil engineering in his past life, the memories of 2 lifetimes granted him an exceptional memory, allowing him to persevere through the monotony, fully aware of the uncertainty of his fate. For as dreary as it became, Hill remained steadfast. Melanie taught him for only 2 years, and once he grasped the magical runes and mathematics, she returned to her alchemical pursuits, leaving Hill to self-study. Had it not been for his past life memories, he surely would not have endured. During particularly frustrating and exhausting moments, Hill would invite Born to study with him. Born was destined to accompany Hill as his steward, needing to learn numerous skills from his parents while also being dragged into learning the fundamentals of magic by his young master, which proved quite taxing. However, for Born, the servant, even the slightest awakening of magical power could potentially elevate his descendants to the ranks of mages. So he grit his teeth and persevered. Born's determination spurred Hill onward. No one wished to remain at the bottom. His own life was already quite fortunate. Each day, after pushing his limits in meditation, he would read and memorize, then clarify his understanding by teaching Born, meticulously organizing the knowledge of spells from the simplest to the most complex. When Melanie, injured and bedridden, began instructing Hill, she discovered her son possessed remarkable talent, and thus began to invest her enthusiasm in him. That sense of relief from having a promising successor was, in truth, quite heart-wrenching. Fortunately, he had memories from birth, harboring no expectations for these two. Had he been an ordinary child, He would have surely perished under such parents' care. In his previous life, Hill's parents showered him with abundant affection. Milani, being quite young herself at the tender age of 16 when she gave birth to him, was not perceived by Hill as a maternal figure from whom he needed to seek maternal love. Consequently, he exhibited considerable leniency towards her. After all, she was far superior to his countenance of an earl father. Furthermore, as an accomplished alchemist, Milani possessed considerable wealth, and her love for her son manifested predominantly in the lavish gifts of riches, including 4 storage rings bestowed upon Hill a year prior. Bourne awakened his magical powers and became an apprentice mage. Albeit only capable of conjuring small sparks, Hill encouraged him to gradually procure supplies over the course of the year, although he contemplated depending on Fran during their stay in the capital. His habit of meticulous planning as a builder proved invaluable. Now, they merely needed to acquire some local specialties, as everything else had been adequately prepared. The Sorrel authorities had tacitly granted exploration permits to the landless barons of the cadet branches, and no one would refuse such an offer. After all, one might not wish to venture into danger, but their descendants could very well need to. However, there were distinctions among the exploration permits. As a father, the Earl granted Hill the most favorable one. Hill was entitled to a domain the size of an earl's estate. The 4 years spent at the Pellist Castle bore certain advantages, as Hill had diligently perused the castle's extensive library. Within the Earl's private study, numerous ancestral manuscripts were accessible solely to direct descendants. While perusing these manuscripts, Hill had anticipated that the Earl would intervene. Yet even Manton did not appear. If knowledge equated to wealth, it seemed these individuals had long forgotten that truth. As a beneficiary, Hill could only silently amass his fortune. Chapter 3. Seeking a foothold, the first-generation Earl of Pellist was a knight of remarkable ambition, who, while following King Sorrel, aspired to establish a small principality for himself, even preparing several potential locations. Unfortunately, the beast tide erupted that year, abruptly halting the exploration of the Sorrel kingdom, and the defense line lay too far from the places he had prepared. He never became a Sky Knight, and ultimately had to relinquish his dreams. This Earl had always hoped for a Sky Knight to arise among his descendants, thus concealing the locations in his journals for the benefit of his direct lineage. Indeed, the boundary of the Sorrel kingdom gradually expanded over the millennia, yet his descendants boasted scarcely any great knights, were it not for Sorrel's decree that nobles must be knights or above to inherit. Pellist would likely have lost even that status. On the second day after Hill became a sorcerer, he commenced analyzing which of these locations would be suitable for constructing a mage tower. The great knight Pellist had many intriguing ideas, yet his limited strength compelled him to seek out places with strong concealment, which were especially fitting for Hill. Ultimately, Hill chose a valley approximately 15 days' journey from the Sorrel kingdom's border, encompassing the surrounding mountains, which was perfectly sized for an earl's domain. The great knight Pellist deemed this location ideal, albeit somewhat small. After all, Hill harbored no desire to establish a principality. Legend was his true pursuit. Hill meticulously calculated his inventory, as he was on the brink of acquiring his own home. Time slipped by, and soon Bourne rapped lightly on the window. "Baron, it is time to rest and dine." They had arrived at a campsite where Bourne had already set up an alchemical tent. Stepping down from the carriage, Hill stretched his body, and Lena had prepared dinner for him. Before entering the tent to eat, observing the industrious Lena, Hill remarked to Bourne, "On the way, procure a few maids for me. Let Lena teach them well. The housekeeper should not be burdened with menial tasks." Bourne replied with a grin, "Understood. However, Mother is reluctant to purchase servants here. She will consider it if she encounters suitable candidates." Hill shot him a disapproving glance, "Then go assist her. At night, let Lena take the children to sleep in the outer chamber while you rest in the carriage." All right. Bourne sighed. How could I possibly allow Mother to sleep in the carriage? After Hill entered, Bourne approached Lena. "Mother, the Baron has instructed you to buy some servants." Lena shot him a knowing look. "Did you not mention this place was unsuitable?" "Of course I did." Bourne replied, "He is concerned for your well-being. Additionally, he wants you to take Dean and Shani to sleep in the outer chamber." "What do boys know?" Lena firmly stated, "There are scarcely any decent ones left so close to the royal city. We can only buy people when we reach the border, and we shall acquire some fine horses then." "Enough, I understand. I will let Dean and Shani sleep in after the Baron retires." Locke approached. "Why not let them sleep in the carriage with me? Just tend to the horses." Lena retorted, "The Baron does not wish for the children to suffer, no matter how comfortable the carriage. It cannot compare to a bed. The children are sensible and will not make noise. Rest is of utmost importance. We have a long journey ahead." "Indeed," Locke agreed as he went off to feed the horses. Hill smiled as he listened to their conversation. Summoning 2 earth elementals to keep watch before immersing himself in meditation, he entrusted matters to Born, who managed everything splendidly. Hill found solace in his daily meditations. Grateful that he was not the protagonist of any web novel, for he did not desire a life of tumult. A smooth journey and peaceful existence were his aspirations. After a month of travel, they finally arrived at the western border town of Fisher. Lena had diligently trained about 10 young servants she had purchased in the preceding cities, and they were now of some utility. Locke selected 2 larger boys for training, and they kept pace with the caravan, sufficient to manage the horses. Lena resolved to buy a few fine horses in the border town. During these days, Dean and Shani remained in Hill's carriage, where he amused himself by teaching them to read. Each time Born witnessed this, his expression reflected his dismay. Hill felt a wave of joy. It had been ages since he had seen Born with such a countenance. In the Earl's castle, no one harbored fondness for Hill, yet he was, after all, the master. The servants could only direct their resentment towards Born, Hill's close attendant, during the 4 years in the castle. Despite Born's attempts to evade trouble, there were times when he was inevitably caught. They dared not inflict severe harm upon him, yet minor scrapes and bruises were unavoidable, though these experiences tempered Born's will and hastened his maturation. Even awakening a hint of magical ability, Hill remained profoundly saddened. Born, once a cheerful and lively boy, had grown increasingly reticent and cautious. The agony of being unable to protect his childhood companion fueled Hill's desperate yearning for power. Perhaps one of the reasons for his sudden awakening as a sorcerer, they distanced themselves from White Horse City. The small pranks hidden by Born multiplied, and Hill felt elated. They intended to rest for a week in Fisher. Hill retrieved his mage's robe and donned it, for no one would dare offend a mage. Sorrel was a kingdom established on the fringes of wilderness. Territories could only be claimed beyond 20 kilometers from the border. Even Sky Knights, should they encounter misfortune and face multiple beast tides, would have to relinquish their claims. Sorrel was a burgeoning nation, barely a millennium old, with vast potential for development. The lesser nobles of the cadet branches and new knights could still earn merit within the armies guarding the borders, thereby establishing territories and titles. Presently, those venturing beyond the borders to claim land were predominantly younger sons of great nobles like Hill, capable yet unwilling to remain under their elder brother's control. To the south of Sorrel lay the royal motherland of Heifersaldo, while the east boasted a lengthy coastline. To the north lay the formidable wildlands, where several small principalities had already been established outside Sorrel's territories, although the west also encompassed wilderness. Its mountainous and barren nature rendered it unsuitable for nation building, making it an ideal locale for a small sorcerer like Hill, who merely wished to construct a modest domain and conceal himself. The territories established near Sorrel's western borders had scarcely endured. Largely composed of fortifications built within the mountains, the border wall of Sorrel primarily served to prevent beast tides, with few engaging in illicit trades within the town. Merchants would venture forth to deliver goods to noble lands, while simultaneously acquiring furs, horses, and specialties. Bandits favored robbing merchants transporting goods to noble territories. Those merchants and bandits capable of enduring in such regions undoubtedly had powerful patrons behind them, creating a fragile balance. Conversely, few sorcerers dared to provoke trouble. A sorcerer journeying with attendants across the border might seek to establish a mage tower, but more likely, they were escaping someone they had offended, seeking seclusion for a few years. After all, lords were actively inviting mages to settle by offering financial and material support. Valuable treasures could be concealed within rings, making escape feasible. Treachery might fail, but retaliation would invariably target the mastermind behind it. Once a benefactor faced trouble, they would cease their support, for few would risk their lives for minimal gain. Hill settled into the finest inn in town and remained there. Locke took Born to procure horses, while Lena trained the newly acquired servants in the inn. On the final day, she ventured out to purchase enough provisions to fill a carriage. Meanwhile, Hill retrieved 2 alchemical wagons, causing those who had been secretly observing them to abandon their pursuits. Once again, a beleaguered sorcerer seeking seclusion had 2 valuable wagons. The wagons were worth a fortune, but robbing a sorcerer for a few wagons was sheer folly. The western border wall had consumed substantial manpower and resources from the Sorrel kingdom. Constructed from massive stones piled between 2 mountain ranges separated by 500 kilometers, rising to 300 meters in height and 100 meters in width, adorned with protective magical arrays on both sides. From afar, the wall appeared majestic and imposing, yet standing at its base and gazing upon the massive, dark stones shimmering with magical energy, Hill felt a sense of trepidation. This tunnel designated for exiting the town. Upon presenting his noble documents, Hill cast a glance back at the path they had traversed. Returning might be years away. Within 20 kilometers of the border, regular cleanups were conducted, but the uneven roads beyond the town were treacherous. Hill produced an alchemical map and handed it to Bourne, glancing back at the towering wall. The Great Wall is home to 4 border cities, and he deliberately presented the noble writ, although the Count would certainly be aware of his whereabouts. It was imperative for him to inform Fran of his departure and the manner of it. Hill activated the alchemical carriage's magical array, with Bourne leading the way as they set off. Hill had placed a wooden spirit in each of the 4 carriages. Their magical energy was sufficient to activate the floating array. Each carriage was drawn by 2 horses, alternating in exertion. Allowing for swift travel, the wooden spirits could soothe the horses and restore their stamina, while the magical stones within the carriages provided ample power to maintain the defensive array. Hill sat comfortably in the carriage, awaiting any signs of unwarranted aggression. However, to his relief and disappointment, no one dared to attack them until they exited the safety zone to his side. Knowing he was cowardly, yet he truly did not wish to take a life. Bourne was far stronger than he. Ever since he had gained magical powers and ventured out, Hill had noticed a depletion in the supplies of scrolls and potions he provided him. He understood that Bourne must have encountered troubles during his travels, yet he knew that Bourne's silence was indicative of his desire not to deter Hill from his expeditions, so he quietly prepared protective items for him. Giving Bourne 2 of his 4 rings. One of these was filled with scrolls, potions, and alchemical bombs. Hill had read numerous novels in the past, where protagonists, often children raised in the sheltered environment of modern society, could swiftly resort to decisive violence without having endured the harsh realities of life. Such resilience of spirit was truly remarkable. After graduating from university, Hill had spent over a decade working on construction sites, facing countless clients who wished him harm, teetering daily on the brink of fury, yet he had never laid a hand on anyone. He was a product of a modern legal society, and he did not desire to kill. Yet, now he found himself in this terrifying world, where human life sometimes appeared so trivial. Even Melanie, who seemed so innocent in his eyes, could effortlessly incinerate a thief who trespassed into the estate with a mere fireball. The passionate Mama Lena and the composed Rock showed no mercy when punishing errant servants. Chapter 4. My home. Hill had long understood that despite Lena's daily exclamations of "Hill, my adorable one," she believed that his excessive compassion would ultimately lead to his downfall. His decision to instruct his personal servant in magic only served to reinforce the perception of his susceptibility to temptation. Lena, being a beneficiary of this arrangement, could neither speak out against it nor wish to. However, Melanie, observing Hill's behavior, concluded that he would only be able to subsist under Fran's care, showing little concern for his future. Had it not been for the discovery of Hill's formidable soul force and well-developed magical prowess during the final days, Melanie would not have devoted so much time to teaching him that in truth, Hill was indifferent to these matters. While knowledge was undoubtedly precious and deserving of reverence, it need not be hoarded. He had no ambition to mold Bourne into a prodigy, but he hoped for his companion to receive a basic education. Bourne was the one who benefited the most from this chaos. And from that moment on, he was determined to follow Hill. Hill was uncertain when he would take the life of another, yet he fervently wished that day would come as late as possible. The longer he lingered in this world, the more he yearned for his previous life. He fully understood that once he crossed the threshold of taking a life, he would lose all the principles instilled in him by modern society. In his previous life, he had lived into his 30s, perishing alongside his parents in an earthquake. He felt regret but bore no hatred. Hill was uncertain why he was the one to be reborn, but he hoped to remain the cherished son in his parents' eyes, rather than becoming a ruthless killer. During his 4 years at the Paris castle, Hill had maintained a cold demeanor towards others, bolstered by the fierce reputation of his mother. No one dared to provoke him. He had concealed all that he was, and now he was finally ready to leave. Hill's vocation enabled him to survive well, yet he yearned for a life of comfort. He instructed Bourne to take most of the storage rings, acquiring a multitude of supplies. After leaving the safety zone, the threats became the monstrous beasts of the wilderness. However, the wood elementals he summoned exuded a natural aura, causing the wild beasts to overlook Hill and his companions. The wood elementals appeared as small, charming sprites, flitting about the carriage with their delicate wings. In the corners atop each carriage, Hill had placed large pots of lush green philodendrons, allowing the reclusive wooden spirits to hide within their dense leaves. The 4 carriages navigated through the forest, heading straight towards the distant mountains. After 8 days of subsisting on dry rations, Hill reached his destination, an unusual triangular canyon. The entrance was a narrow pathway, flanked by towering stone walls 1,000 meters high. through which a torrent of river water surged forth. It was unfathomable how the legendary knight Paris had conceived of entering alongside the river. The narrow, muddy, rocky path barely accommodated a single carriage, marked only by a few animal paw prints. He'll summon several water elementals, tethering the carriages together with ropes, guiding the horses ahead at a leisurely pace. The water elementals swiftly swam to the front, relaying safe information back to him. Hill walked at the forefront with his staff, while Bourne followed behind with the scrolls, accompanied by the water elementals. After a leisurely trek of approximately 3,000 meters, the stone wall to his left suddenly inclined, parting to reveal a diagonal line at a 30-degree angle that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Ultimately blocked by a transverse mountain range, the valley, dense with forests along the mountains, contrasted sharply with the expansive meadows by the riverbank, where herds of grazing animals leisurely foraged. It was truly a territory well-suited for Hill. He turned back, smiling, and exclaimed, "We've arrived. Let us venture to the heart of the valley to find a suitable place." The carriages sped towards the valley, finally halting beside a small hill. The extensive grassy expanse was bordered by a sheer rock hill soaring 100 meters high. With the river cascading down its cliffside, the riverbank composed entirely of rock, Hill summoned earth elementals, instructing them to dig down to a depth of 100 meters along the rocky hilltop. Transforming the hill into a circular tower, the earth elementals relished in absorbing the excavated rocks to enhance their strength, quickly morphing into towering giants, each standing 10 meters tall. After crafting a 20-meter thick rock cap atop the tower, the 30-meter radius tower was evenly divided into 9 layers by the giants. At the center of the tower, a 5-meter radius shaft extended skyward. Hill constructed a staircase, 1.5 meters wide, ascending through 9 levels, with the earthen stairs solidifying into sturdy stone steps through his transmutation spells. Hill tirelessly reinforced the tower's structure, gradually descending through the hollow shaft to the subterranean level. The earth elementals followed eagerly, and this was one of the reasons Hill felt his lineage resonated with the earth's might. These earth elementals had signed a summoning contract with him when he first called upon them after becoming a sorcerer. Although the wood and water elementals also expressed fondness for him, none exhibited such a familial enthusiasm. Hill had promised them they could remain by his side once the magical tower was established. However, everyone understood that to provide a secure abode for so many earth elementals, Hill would need to reach at least the level of a grand mage, though they aspired to enter the main plane. They were discerning. To encounter someone like Hill, who resonated with the earth, was nothing short of miraculous. The earth elementals believed that even decades of waiting would be worthwhile, never anticipating Hill's remarkable potential. They joyfully excavated the underground level, and beneath the 20-meter thick rock layer, Hill allocated them a vast expanse of land, 60 meters high, ample for their needs to a depth of 100 meters underground. Hill created a 5-meter high hall, standing in the center of the subterranean chamber. Hill activated the pioneering decree, proclaiming loudly, "Great God of justice, I, Hill Paris Polanio, beseech your gaze. Here, I solemnly swear by my soul, I willingly endeavor to cultivate my territory in the wilderness, and shall strive for it throughout my life. Gods above, I shall have no regrets in death." Hill sensed a trace of authoritative scrutiny sweep over him from the heavens, and the pioneering decree began to levitate in his grasp, emanating waves of invisible light. He hastily opened the alchemical map, which illuminated a new location 500 kilometers beyond the borders of the Sorcerer Kingdom, the territory of Baron Polanio. Indeed, Hill's domain encompassed the 3 mountain ranges surrounding the canyon. Allowing him to exhale with relief, this alchemical map, although only able to mark places he had traversed, appeared to be a divine artifact, rendering an exceptionally accurate depiction. Had Hill awakened the tower spirit prior, the map would have likely recorded the Polanio Sorcerer's Tower. Once inscribed, the map would remain unchanged unless he reported to the temple or the gods intervened. Hill hoped that until he ascended to the rank of a mage, no one would discover that he was a sorcerer, at least until he concealed it as a grand mage. Hill inscribed a pentagram magic array beside the stone tablet, arranging the 5 elemental pools, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, at the 5 points. Finally, at the center of the array, he placed the core of the magical tower, a shimmering 16-faced crystal. He dripped a drop of blood from his fingertip, establishing a mental connection with the core. As the floating crystal gradually melded into the ground array, closing his eyes, he channeled all his magical energy into the array, and a radiant beam of light surged forth, reaching hundreds of meters high. The tower spirit awakened, controlling the dispersed magical energy, uniting the entire towering structure with the earth below, transforming it into obsidian. This was perhaps the most resilient and magically conductive stone material in this world. The 30-meter radius. 200-meter-high obsidian magical tower finally provided Hill with the confidence to survive. As he gazed upon the tower's spirit materializing before him, a man with black hair and eyes, exuding an air of solemnity, yet possessing a gentle and compassionate demeanor. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. 16 years had passed, though he had not forgotten his own appearance. The moment the tower spirit was formed, he suddenly found himself reflecting his mother's eyes. He softly addressed the spirit. "You shall be called Lister." "As you command." "My master." Lister replied with a deep bow. Hill sealed this level, ensuring that from henceforth, only Lister could enter. Returning to the first level of the magic tower, Hill took out all the alchemical puppets and handed them over to Lister. Lister absorbed his soul power, acquiring all of his knowledge, and with the ability to command the elements he had contracted, he had already become an excellent builder. Hill felt confident that he could be a good client who wooed tea metal. As dusk approached, Hill instructed Lister to first complete the elevator before creating a living space, and then he leisurely exited the tower. Locke had already released the horse nearby to graze, while Bourne directed several small servants to transport everything from the cart into the mage tower. Hill took Bourne and his family to Lister to record their soul information. As for the small servants, they could only remain on the second floor or below until the farm was established. Hill stood by the water's edge, beginning to summon water elements. Some were willing to sign contracts with those they found pleasing to the eye, choosing to stay in the main plane. After all, the elemental plane had remained unchanged for millennia, and there were always elements eager to explore the outside world. In this regard, warlocks held an advantage, as there were always elements drawn to them. Thriving on their charm point one by one, the water elements responded to the summons, but not all chose to remain. When Hill's magical energy was depleted, he had managed to retain 7 or 8. The water elements frolicked in the river, simultaneously patrolling along its banks. The safety of the waters was assured, and the earth elements would guard the surroundings of the magic tower. Hill's home was now complete. Chapter 5. The arrival of Adrian. Hill decided to sweep through the entire valley the following day, driving away any threatening magical beasts, and then sealing the valley's entrance with stone walls to enclose the entire area. Lister appeared at the tower's entrance and said, "Master, the elevator has been completed. The kitchen and storage on the first floor are also ready. Please place the materials and elemental stones inside. Additionally, please set the alchemical room on the 5th floor, as I need to use it to fabricate some tools." Hill entered, finding Bourne organizing the storage. "My lord, I have already arranged the kitchen. Mother has gone to prepare the meal with some help." Hill hesitated to ask, "Should I just throw everything out?" Bourne chuckled at him. "I will coordinate with Lister on how to place things. The tower spirit will tidy up without requiring my effort." Hill rubbed his nose and discarded the items before heading to the 5th floor. Lister had constructed the elevator as 2 lifts, and Hill happily pressed the button for 5. Although he knew that everything was under Lister's control, he still felt a surge of joy. Exiting the elevator, Lister was already there with several alchemical puppets. The entire floor was divided into 2 sections, one comprising several alchemical laboratories and the other a workshop. Hill took out all the alchemical tools and materials left by his mother and handed them over to Lister for processing. In the end, both science and theology converge on the same principle. Ease and efficiency are the pursuits of those in power. Factories utilizing alchemical puppets as laborers were quite common in the realm of high mages. Both mages and warlocks often led solitary lives. Besides the low-level mages who sought to save costs by hiring numerous inexpensive apprentices, the true grand mages typically only took on a few highly qualified students. In the mage's world, anything that could be solved with money was always the simplest matter. After all, intelligent and capable individuals would never find themselves in dire straits. However, it was also quite normal for grand mages to profit from taking on apprentices before they achieved greatness. Although mages could earn a living, becoming more powerful required substantial financial investment. Hill always felt fortunate. His limited familial ties posed no significant suffering for a transmigrator in this fantasy version of a feudal medieval world. Living so blissfully was already sufficient for his contentment. Hill turned to the top floor to admire the view. This level, according to Hill's vision, featured 3 evenly spaced 10-meter-tall floor-to-ceiling windows. Lister had already adorned the windows with transparent crystals, installing double-layered sliding windows along with spacious bay windows. Standing before the window, Hill gazed at the scenery outside, gradually feeling at peace. From this moment onward, this would be his home. As autumn faded into spring, Hill's magic tower was completed, and his territory began to take shape. The earth elements had smoothed the outer sides of the 3 mountain ranges into sheer cliffs, and 3 city gates had been constructed at the valley entrance. There were over 20 water elements in the river, frolicking back and forth daily, while most wood elements tended to remain in the elven forest. A few, having previously answered Hill's summons, chose to stay behind, transforming the valley's few ancient giant trees into treants. Surrounding the magic tower, a large botanical garden of several thousand square meters was established, where treants and wood elements resided. With the assistance of treants and alchemical puppets, Locke managed to cultivate 2 farms outside the garden. Hundreds of acres of wheat sprouted vibrant green shoots, while Bourne captured some wild chickens and ducks, domesticating a herd of cattle and sheep. The 6 male servants were distributed between the 2 farms. These servants had been specifically selected by Lena for their diligent and obedient nature. With a mage as their master, Hill provided them with spacious stone-built houses and permitted them to seek out female servants for marriage. This arrangement was akin to a dream life for them. As they worked diligently each day, fearing they might be sold off by their master again, of the 6 female servants, 2 particularly dull-witted ones were assigned to the farms for cooking and cleaning, while the remaining 2 served as cooks and maids. Hill entrusted most matters to Lister. Bourne, possessing only average aptitude, had to work diligently to become a mage, thus he embarked on a daily routine of copying spellbooks. Bourne's siblings were entirely different from him, lacking any mage aptitude. Hill had access to knight training methods, which he passed on to Lena. Their futures rested solely in their own hands. If they could not become professionals, they would have to succeed their parents as head servants. During this period, Hill immersed himself in spell cultivation, hardly leaving the magic tower. Now that spring had arrived with flowers blooming anew, Hill believed that Fran must have learned of his whereabouts. He planned to fly directly to the border city to see if anyone had come and to check on any recent happenings regarding Solar. The 500-kilometer distance could be covered in 4 hours using flying spells. Hill found flying to be truly delightful, with an adequate speed, but regrettably, it was too taxing to share. The spatial stability of this world was remarkable. There were no teleportation portals or arrays, and alchemical arrays could only transmit messages at a point-to-point level. To maintain contact, one primarily relied on human messengers. Hill was unaware of the vastness of this world, not even knowing whether it was round or flat. The starry sky was beautiful, yet the brightest stars were merely reflections of the divine realms. The presence of various elements in the atmosphere rendered it impossible for inventions like telegraphs or televisions to exist. Everything had to be resolved through magic and divine power. Ordinary people might spend their entire lives unaware of the world outside, their fates entirely dependent on their lords and deities. Thus, Hill wished to live in seclusion. No modern individual could find peace in a medieval society. In such a fantastical society, ordinary people without power were merely lambs, and those unwilling to breach their moral boundaries or venture into the temples had little choice but to limit their interactions with others. As expected, Fran had sent someone to wait for him. The moment Hill landed, he was called by Fran's disciple, Adrian. Hill felt a surge of joy at seeing him. Uncle Adrian, long time no see. Adrian was the 5th disciple of Fran, previously responsible for delivering items between Milani and Fran. When Milani passed away, Fran had also brought him along to handle the aftermath. The other disciples of Fran had already graduated. Keeping Adrian by his side indicated that Fran would not be taking on more disciples, meaning Adrian would become his successor. Adrian held deep gratitude for his teacher, treating both Milani and Hill with great kindness. He possessed a sharp intellect and a composed demeanor, and he shared a good relationship with Hill. Adrian, being the 2nd son of a noble family, would always impart knowledge to Hill during his visits, bringing along the latest scholarly works from the capital. He had even advised Milani to pay more attention to her children when he noticed her absorbed in alchemy. Unfortunately, his words fell on deaf ears. Had Milani been more compliant, Fran would not have suffered the loss of his heir, leaving the position to Adrian. Milani's attitude towards Adrian was far from amicable. After succumbing to the Earl's allure and abandoning her father's path, Fran had taken Adrian as his closed-door disciple. She was aware that her own weakness had led to this outcome, and Fran's sudden dismissal of the other disciples in favor of Adrian was a clear testament to her folly. Yet, she still viewed Adrian with disdain. Regardless, Adrian dutifully guided Hill, never introducing him to distractions. In any case, he was a decent person. It's been a while, little Hill, Adrian said with a cheerful smile. Take me to see your magic tower. Hill paused momentarily, wondering if there were matters that could only be discussed within the magic tower. Of course, Uncle Adrian. It's not far. Let us hurry then. It's getting late, Adrian exclaimed, grabbing Hill and soaring into the air. Hill was utterly astonished. He could only suppress his curiosity and guide the way. Adrian, now a grand mage, was significantly faster than Hill. They reached Hill's territory in just 2 hours, flying high above. He surveyed the triangular valley with satisfaction. If magical arrays were etched into the sheer cliffs, it might prove more reliable than the border walls. Upon landing next to the forest garden adjacent to the magic tower, Seeing the wood elements flitting about with several wandering treants made Adrian even more delighted. The teacher's magic tower doesn't even have wood elementals. Now you need not worry about your territory being targeted by beast waves. Hill sighed, glancing at Adrian, and quickly ushered him into the tower, heading straight to the top floor. Bon has already prepared dinner and is waiting here. Adrian looked at Hill and remarked, "It seems I am not the only one with a great deal to say." Hill replied slowly, "Let's enjoy our meal first. There are many matters to discuss, but none are urgent." "All right, little Hill, take your time to articulate your thoughts." After finishing dinner, the two moved to Hill's small study, where Bon poured tea for them, observing the atmosphere that suggested a lengthy conversations. Adrian settled comfortably on the sofa with a leisurely smile. "Uncle Adrian, I am a sorcerer." "What?" Adrian nearly jumped up. "Indeed, I possess the bare lineage of earth and water, with a penchant for auxiliary summoning." Adrian was nearly at a loss for words. And after a moment of silence, he said, "There has long been a rumor that the earth bear is fond of druids. The Friend family has always been of human lineage, with no sorcerers emerging. However, it seems your maternal grandfather's family possesses elven blood." Friend hailed from a minor noble background, yet his abilities were remarkably exceptional. He became a grand mage at a young age, wandering to evade trouble. And a romantic encounter with a certain lady resulted in the birth of Milani. That lady left the child with him and departed without a second thought. Left with no choice, Friend returned to Sorcerer to become a court mage. Many believed he would inevitably become a magus, with the potential for legendary status. Court grand mages are obliged to nurture noble mages for the royal family, and Fran had taken in a few disciples arranged for him. Although there were occasional conflicts among these disciples, Fran paid little mind, as grand mages live for about 300 years, while magi can reach up to 800 years. These disciples were merely transitional figures. He could afford to wait for a satisfactory apprentice. However, as Milani grew, possessing commendable talents and beauty, she became the center of contention among the disciples. This rivalry drew in numerous court nobles, ultimately benefiting the unexpected intervention of Count Pilaster. Upon realizing that his negligence had transformed Milani into a foolish woman yearning solely for love, Fran expelled all the disciples and ceased accepting new ones after taking in Adrian. Hill swiftly closed off his imaginative wings. "Let it be. We shall address future matters when the time comes." Adrian, too, felt disinclined to speak, and Bon quickly exited the room. Chapter 6. The first whispers of royal conflict. After a moment of silence, Hill rallied his spirits and said, "Uncle Adrian must bring me much news." "Right." Adrian shook his head, saying, "Thank goodness you did not go to the capital. The teacher suggested you venture out on your own, but I disagreed. The teacher is a magus now, and I am a grand mage. How could we not protect a child?" Thankfully, the teacher did not heed my counsel. Hill could not help but inquire, "Is the capital currently in turmoil?" "The king is on the verge of death." Adrian replied, "The eldest prince is merely an ordinary knight, while the second prince is already a heavenly knight. Though he is a fool, even the young prince and the two princesses have attained the rank of great knights." Hill, perplexed, asked, "Are there many supporters of the eldest prince?" Sorcerer has only seen 3 kings, all of whom were heavenly knights living for 4 to 5 centuries. The eldest prince is nearing 80. How could anyone support him? The old king survived so long precisely because he was a heavenly knight, outliving his predecessor. No one anticipated the king would age so prematurely. Everyone thought the eldest prince would be the first to meet the late king. Everyone is merely waiting for his demise. No one would dare contend with a prince. But with the current circumstances, the eldest prince can certainly hold out for another 10 years. After all, he is the firstborn. Let us not forget he has a son who became a great knight at just 20. And it is said he is already on the brink of becoming a heavenly knight. Adrian sneered, "Not to mention he is wed the eldest daughter of Duke Morland. The capital is in utter chaos. Most magi in the mage tower have closed their doors to visitors." "Most? What about the grand mages?" "There are always those who believe that pursuing worldly power is easier than mastering magic." Adrian replied indifferently. "The teacher has a few former disciples who have returned." Hill grasped the implication. "Could it be that some still believe my grandfather would be dragged down by these expelled disciples?" "No. Some may think the teacher wishes to exact revenge on them." "Is the count in trouble?" Adrian suddenly laughed. "I thought you were indifferent." Hill replied candidly, "I may not care, but that does not mean I do not wish to see him falter." "Well, you might just witness that. After all, everyone is vying for alliances. Pilaster has stirred quite the commotion in the court. Otherwise, so many would not have aided him back then. Once you owe a favor, there is no escaping it. Just await his downfall." Adrian stated, "The teacher has asked me to stay here for a while longer." Adrian's father is a marquis, and his mother has a trace of royal blood. No one knows if all the great nobles will eventually have to choose sides. After France sent him away, he likely intends to isolate himself until everything comes to a conclusion. Hill nodded in agreement, just as well. I still have many arrangements to make in my tower. And the magical array on the outer walls of my territory needs to be inscribed. Adrian rolled his eyes at him. Am I here to be your laborer? Hill smiled wryly. Once you reach the status of Grand Mage, you need not spend every day meditating to survive. I must strive a bit harder. Once a mage reaches the Grand Mage stage, their soul and body can communicate with the elements at all times. When the body is fully immersed in the elements, one naturally enters the Magus phase, no longer requiring prolonged meditation to access the elements. Once the elemental body is formed and the soul can resonate with the elements, one enters the legendary realm. Thus, Grand Mages, who rely on the aid of the Mage Tower to absorb elements, often spend the most time within its walls. Adrian lamented, I can no longer assist you. I will copy my spellbook for you. Do not rely solely on the spells awakened by your sorceress lineage. You must learn and read extensively. Becoming a sorcerer does not mean you should be beguiled by your bloodline. You must understand the rarity of legendary sorcerers. Most rely solely on their awakened spells. Hill comprehended well. At lower levels, sorcerers indeed wield tremendous power. There is no need to toil to learn spells, as the spells inscribed in the spell ring awaken instantaneously. If one merely desires a comfortable life, being a sorcerer is truly a lucrative profession. However, pursuing a higher path while resisting the allure of bloodline is immensely challenging. The ease of early sorcerers disappears entirely upon reaching legendary status. If one cannot resist the temptation of their lineage, their humanity will gradually erode, ultimately leading to a complete descent into a bloodline creature. Therefore, Hill must read and study diligently, laying a profound foundation at every stage, ensuring he does not succumb to the overwhelming power of his bloodline. Adrian brought Hill a message box meant for communication with Fran. This box is costly and requires even more expensive materials to operate. It can only be installed by a mage and used within the Mage Tower. Moreover, once activated, it cannot be moved. And each use requires a significant expenditure of magical power, with content readable only by the tower spirit. Nevertheless, despite the high cost of usage, it is best not to be without it when needed. Prior to becoming a magus, Fran did not possess the qualification to monopolize a tower, as it belongs to the royal family. The 7 towers, each with 12 stories, can only be headed by magi. With only 4 magi in the entire capital, Fran quickly chose a tower and moved in after becoming a magus. By the time he learned of Hill's whereabouts, it was already winter. Winters in Sorrel are quite cold, making travel inconvenient. There is no need to venture out unless absolutely necessary. Fran had not intended for Adrian to come. He hoped to teach him for a few more years before sending him off, as he still had several aids for communication. However, when the old king's health deteriorated in spring, Fran sensed something serious was about to unfold and thus had Adrian come over, bringing the message box along to set up. Fran and Adrian agreed that, barring significant matters, he would send messages every 6 months. He would provide detailed updates on the capital's situation, forbidding them from crossing into the kingdom to inquire further. Unless the matter was of life and death importance, they were not to send messages. Once everything concluded, Fran would notify them. Adrian placed the box on Hill's desk, and Hill summoned Lister to establish a connection. Adrian observed Hill's tower spirit without comment. He had long known Hill would not use Melani's image. He had once told Fran that as long as Hill did not employ the appearance of that maid mother figure, he would be perfectly content. Fortunately, Hill still retained the awareness of being a mage noble, which was reassuring. Even though mages may indulge their companions, they generally elevate them to the status of knights. Hill allowing Bond to study magic was quite rebellious. Adrian disapproved, but since Hill was giving away his own resources for Bond's use, and Lena was exceptionally diligent, he did not strongly oppose it. With a precedent like Melani, Hill's occasional deviation from norms did not provoke Fran's ire. However, Adrian genuinely worried about Hill's disregard for social class if he were overly affectionate towards Lena's family. Transcending the boundaries set for servants, it would surely incite Fran's discontent. Thankfully, Hill remained rational. Hill was oblivious to Adrian's gaze. Once Lister established the connection, the box on the opposite end transmitted a wealth of information. He gazed at Lister, surrounded by elemental radiance, and felt an immense curiosity about the principles behind this device. He must delve deeper into magical alchemy. It is indeed a marvelous subject. Lister utilized magical resonance to relay the information transmitted by Fran. Fran's holographic likeness appeared in the air, prompting Adrian and Hill to promptly sit quietly and listen. Fran, in his usual detached tone, admonished them to mind their own business and read more, without his guidance. They were not to approach the borders. The activities surrounding the eldest prince are rather peculiar. The second prince is desperately seeking methods and potions for prolonging life, having visited all the magical towers in his quest. Regrettably, the aging king has indulged a beguiling mistress over the past 2 years, showing no remorse despite falling ill on several occasions. Last week, the young prince suffered a sudden fall from his horse and has since been bedridden. The two princesses, fearing for their safety, have returned to their husbands' fiefs. The humiliation of a great knight being injured in a fall is a disgrace to all knights. No matter who strikes against their defenseless brother. It certainly serves as a warning to others. Prince Edward, the eldest, has always been brooding, while Prince Charles is known for his impulsive arrogance. Yet, the swift handling of the solitary Prince William, who has devoted himself solely to martial training and refrained from mingling with the nobility, is enough to send shivers down the spines of all who wish to remain uninvolved. Hill and his companion exchanged glances. Uncle Adrian, the young prince, is barely in his 20s, isn't he? He's 28. The youngest child of the king, 12 years younger than the eldest son of Prince Edward. We should remain obedient and compliant. Very well. When I have the time, I shall inscribe the magical array for you. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious in this unfolding saga. Yet the nobility of Solar must inevitably choose sides. However, no one would dare threaten a mage of Fran's caliber, who is likely the least vulnerable among them. The remaining two are abroad, leaving only enemies within the country. It is unknown whether the mastermind of past turmoil feels any regret. In any case, Hill finds joy in the chaos, as those who acted back then may soon reveal their true colors. Fran's temperament and methods would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Hill does not dwell on the notion that without this individual, he might have never been reincarnated. Those who treat others' lives as mere pawns in their conspiracies deserve no favorable outcome. Chapter 7. The Chosen One. Next door the following day, Adrian arrived with several earth elementals to assist in carving the lines of the magical array. Diligently etching the intricate designs, he observed the earth elementals scurrying about with a pang of jealousy. Elemental beings reproduce by splitting themselves into smaller elemental spheres. Having consumed vast amounts of soil from 3 mountain ranges, most of the earth elementals had undergone division, nearly doubling their numbers. As they split from their parents, they naturally inherited the contract with Hill. Hill had no intention of restricting them. The newly formed spheres, having just sprouted limbs, faced no dangers in their territory and frolicked freely. Each day, Hill devoted considerable time to meditation. Honing new spells. He aimed to master the fundamental earth spells, having already etched the ability to transmute mud to stone and stone to mud into his very soul. With a mere thought, he could alter the properties of the land. Demolishing structures was effortless for him, as he could wield earth manipulation with ease. The challenge for a mage has never been the power of their spells, but rather the stability with which they cast them. He had no desire to lose control over the very range of his own magic. Precision and accuracy were principles deeply ingrained in his being. He believed that mastering all earth spells and deploying them accurately would undoubtedly enhance the potency of his innate magic. Each night, Hill would pick up Adrian, utilizing every ounce of his magical power to diligently inscribe the magical array. The body of a grand mage is perpetually in communion with the elemental forces of the outside world. Thus he seldom faced depletion of magical energy, a quality Hill deeply envied. While mages possess greater magical strength than their equally ranked counterparts, their specialization comes at a cost, leading to significant consumption of energy. Hill found himself barely managing to breathe as he cast spells, often exhausting himself in the process. The precise control of his magical energy would likely remain a lifelong endeavor. Adrian continued to reside with Hill on the top floor. Initially, Hill had prepared 2 suites, anticipating the arrival of Fran and Adrian. The two diligently toiled together, and with the assistance of the earth elementals, they finally completed the intricate carvings of the magical arrays after half a year of effort. Centered around the magical tower, they inscribed a grand pentagram array with 5 magical circuits 30 meters beneath the surface of their territory. Starting from the 3 mountains, the outer wall of the magical array connected directly to the tower, and the control hub of this composite magical array was firmly guarded within the earth elemental hall. Hill was grateful that the core of his magical tower was of mage level, granting it a formidable ability to absorb elemental power. Otherwise, his elemental crystals would likely have been lost. Even so, Lister had taken a significant portion for precautionary measures. Hill's construction of the magical tower adhered to tradition. The top floor was his personal domain, featuring a master bedroom, a reception room, a small study, and 2 guest rooms, with the study connecting to a small storage space. The 8th floor served as an indoor botanical garden for cultivating magical plants, while the wood elementals occasionally visited to play. They preferred to reside outdoors, embracing nature, while the treants would never stray far from the earth. The 7th floor was designated as a library, where Lister had already copied numerous ordinary books. Hill aspired to create a comprehensive library. And thus this entire level was filled with towering bookshelves, save for a few reading rooms. However, the collection of books would require time and patience. The 6th floor was reserved for future use. Entirely sealed by Lister, awaiting the day a grand mage might unlock it. The 5th floor was an alchemical workshop, currently utilized by Lister for crafting low-level alchemical products. The 4th and 3rd floors were designated for future mages and spell apprentices. Regrettably, aside from Bourne, who occupied a room on the 3rd floor, the rest remained sealed. Lena's family resided on the 2nd floor with several maids, while the remaining space comprised a kitchen and a grand dining hall. The majority of the ground floor was transformed into a storeroom by Lister, with the outermost section serving as his exchange center. Currently, only Bourne utilized his transcribed spellbook to trade with Lister. Hill, observing their contentment, chose not to intervene. Elemental spirits emerge in places where magical elements converge. Once generated, these beings attract corresponding magical elements from the air. Within Hill's magical tower, a siphoning effect had developed concerning Earth-type magical elements. When Adrian established the core of the defensive magical array at the Earth elemental level, he projected that within a decade, Hill's tower would begin generating an Earth-type elemental crystal vein. Upon Adrian's arrival, he warned Hill that henceforth, no one should venture below. Hill could only roll his eyes in silence, feeling a sense of frustration. He was not foolish. Adrian, as a grand mage-level alchemist, was inherently generous. The prospect of generating an elemental mine over the course of centuries would hardly sway Adrian's heart. Besides Fran and Adrian, Hill had not even confided in Bourne. Hill would not test anyone's integrity with such matters. For the world harbors countless spells that defy rationality, leaving ordinary people and mage apprentices utterly defenseless. Sometimes, discretion is the only means of safeguarding an ordinary individual. Bourne himself understood that during the construction of the magical array, he would only be seen during mealtimes. Once the defensive magical array was completed, Hill resumed his daily meditation, summoning wood and water elementals. Adrian spent his days wandering the territory, one day returning with a pure white spirit cat. This natural spirit radiated an aura of nature. Although it did not recognize either of them as its master, it chose to dwell among the treants and wood elemental spirits. Overnight, the small forest surrounding the magical tower grew significantly taller. Every day, Adrian and Hill would visit to feed it, and the little cat gradually warmed up to them. This routine of training and petting the cat continued until Friend contacted them once more. Delivering shocking news, Prince William had a complete falling out with his 2 elder brothers and had a fierce argument with the debauched old king, resulting in his banishment as Duke of Nolan and being exiled to establish his own fief. Friend further informed them, the king's health is expected to last another 3 years. Prince William is completely out of the picture, and the situation in the capital is about to undergo a significant shift. Count Paris entered the capital and went directly to Prince Edward's palace. "I will keep an eye on Duke Claire's movements." Hill inquired, "Surely Prince William will head north?" Adrian replied, "Of course, the vast lands suitable for establishing a duchy in the Western Territories are far too distant. Besides, the Spencer family is also in the northern region. The northern wall stretches an impressive 3,000 kilometers long, patrolled by 6 Sky Knight Marquises guarding 6 border cities along the extensive frontier. Whereas the Western Territories are protected by only 4 Great Knight Earls. Prince William's maternal grandfather, Marquis Spencer, commands one of the border cities named Francis. Although the northern borders are fraught with ferocious magical beasts and constant skirmishes, the land is vast and rich in resources. The fiefs outside the northern border have managed to thrive precisely because they are backed by powerful noble families from within the country. Due to the intricate entanglements among these powerful nobles, even adjacent fiefs have not engaged in conflict. However, now they would face a dilemma. Prince William would undoubtedly depart from Francis City. As a duke granted the title of prince, the resources and manpower he would take with him would be unimaginable. The Earl of Bower, stationed outside Francis, would likely find himself unfortunate, as long as he does not venture westward. Hill is more than willing to watch the spectacle unfold. Adrian, eager to return and witness the unfolding drama, found himself constrained by Fran's strict orders to diligently assist Hill in building the territory. After 3 months of monotonous days, during which Adrian could finally embrace the spirit cat, Fran suddenly contacted them again. Both were taken aback and hastily made their way to the study, where Lister had begun to glow. There seems to be an issue with Prince William. He claims to be a follower of the god of time and space. Having summoned hundreds of undead from an alternate dimension, these undead are formidable. Although they are merely at the mage level, they encompass a wide range of classes, including mage knights, swordsmen, and even priests of the god of time and space. Hill was left dumbfounded, feeling as though his mind had ceased to function. Was the world on the brink of collapse? Hill suspected he might be trapped in a nightmare. Fran continued, Prince William has already become a Sky Knight. A Sky Knight under 30, commanding hundreds of professionals. The capital is left bewildered, and even the king dares not indulge in carnal pleasures. The struggle between Edward and Charles has come to a halt. William took everyone away back then, and now the only ties remaining in the country are with the Spencer family. Those who once sought to take advantage of the capital's misfortunes are now sending people to investigate. Adrian, you should go take a look, but don't stir up trouble, and avoid dealing with those individuals. If anything arises, send me a message through Hill, and do not return to the capital. Hill. Adrian tugged at Hill. What are you daydreaming about? Hill shivered slightly. Uncle Adrian. Do you really intend to go there? With such a significant matter at hand, I must see it for myself. The messenger of the divine cannot be taken lightly, especially with miracles involved. How could the undead possibly emerge? Hill understood he could not dissuade Adrian and could only caution, Uncle Adrian. Please do not meddle in matters concerning the divine. Just observe. Do not let your curiosity lead you to engage with the undead, especially Prince William. Keep your distance. Rest assured, who knows if these undead hail from the divine realm or the abyss. Until I ascertain their origins, I will definitely not approach, Adrian declared with conviction. Hill could only watch with worry as Adrian dashed off with enthusiasm. Chapter 8. The White Cat. Alice. Despite being described as fearless, Hill was troubled for several days. Unable to meditate, he wandered daily in the small forest outside the tower, staring blankly into the distance. One day, while feeding the cats, a white cat gently leaped into his arms. Meowing softly and affectionately licking his cheek, Hill gazed down into the cat's azure eyes and smiled gently. Life is often filled with surprises and setbacks, but the occasional delightful surprise can invigorate him to continue onward. From that day forth, the white cat began to frolic within the magical tower. Although it still returned to the forest to rest, it was now willing to stay by Hill's side during the day. Then one day, as Hill crouched before the white cat, he asked, May I inquire the esteemed name of this beautiful lady? The white cat nibbled on the small fish Hill had offered. Alice. What a fitting name for a cat. Hill silently marveled, petting Alice's small head. Greetings, Miss Alice. Alice elegantly glanced at him, swatted his hand aside with her paw, and, clutching the fish, gracefully leaped onto the windowsill, settling down comfortably. From that point on, Hill returned to his routine, now with Alice by his side. When Adrian returned 3 months later, Hill had achieved a state of complete stability. He even inquired about Adrian's thoughts with genuine interest. What a mad race! Adrian exclaimed, nearly beside himself. I thought the undead merely meant their lives would never end, but they can actually resurrect. Their souls and bodies are separate. Their bodies seem to be divinely crafted. As long as their souls remain intact, they can reclaim their forms. The divine power of the god of time and space is wasted on creating bodies for them. Hill interjected, Save your breath. Let us head to the study and share this with grandfather. Fran quickly connected. Seemingly having been waiting, Adrian took a sip of wine, loosened his collar, and slumped on the sofa, his eyes vacant as he remarked, Sometimes I think he is a devil stealing divine power. Otherwise, how could such a race be created? Lacking shame, they seize every advantage, and they will fight viciously over even the smallest benefits. Prince William's subordinates are busy maintaining order every day. Hill replied, Then they must be quite useful. No, extremely useful. They possess no sense of professional pride. A little compensation is enough to command them. William has them building houses for the common folk, and they are more than willing. Adrian reflected, I wonder where this deity found such souls. They act without scruples but are all neutral faction. I witnessed several paladins of the just Lord casting detection spells on them, and they all turned out to be chaotic neutral or lawful neutral. Hill gently responded, because they have not interacted with the commoners. I suppose. Indeed. It seems William is also puzzled, as it is his subordinates who are engaging with the undead. Interestingly, they are quite agreeable. They are happy to build houses for themselves. Adrian said, perplexed, William has arranged for them to reside far from both commoners and nobles, requiring them to walk long distances to build houses for the common folk, and they don't seem the least bit displeased. Hill silently thought, if I were in their position, I would also be ecstatic. What divine game allows one to play while building houses right from the start? In my previous keyboard games, it took 10 years to even have houses, not to mention frequent crashes, yet I still enjoyed playing. Adrian continued. I initially wanted to observe for a while longer or perhaps descend to communicate. Hill turned to him. Are you out of your mind? I saw them interacting quite well with those who approached them, Adrian replied. But speaking with them requires some incentive. I can manage that. Conversing with them will alert Prince William. Do not draw his attention. Grandfather is still in the capital. Hill strongly opposed. Yes. Adrian conceded. I just didn't have the chance yet. What has transpired? I overheard them discussing that testing would soon conclude. More people are on the way. I calculated their numbers. There are already over 1,000, and they are still coming. Friend suddenly interjected. Are they all professionals? Indeed, Master. Adrian replied quickly. He and Hill could not speak while the communicator was active. But they had forgotten the mage could. Thankfully, Frank could only listen. Otherwise, if discovered, he would face reprimand. Another alarming matter is that they possess an alchemical device for communication, allowing multiple people to converse simultaneously. Sometimes, when issues arise, nearly everyone appears in an instant. They can even directly notify William. Some of Edward and Charles's people have been exposed this way. No wonder there has been no news from the capital, Friend chuckled. No matter. We can still observe for a while longer if those undead truly are numerous. I will find an excuse to visit your side. Hill quickly replied. It would be best to hurry. Fran responded. Currently, Edward and Charles should be the most anxious. Initially, they looked down on William, using him to assert dominance. Little did they expect the one they forced out to become a divine messenger. The deities indeed do not permit conflict among humans, nor wars between nations. However, William has the right of succession to Sala and is connected to the newly risen deity. The temples will not intervene in this matter. Adrian replied, that's quite favorable, regardless of who intervened back then. They can all face ruin now. Is William merely a favored one of the deities or the future head of the church? However, if Sala becomes a divine nation, many will meet misfortune. Friend nearly laughed aloud. Hill silently pondered. Could William possibly be the so-called god of time and space? Hill had read some web novels about summoning the fourth calamity, usually culminating in someone becoming a king or a god. If William were a time traveler, he might very well be the future deity. No. He could also be a pawn of the deities. That system capable of summoning individuals might also have the potential to ascend to divinity. Regardless, Sala's future would not bode well. He suddenly raised his head and asked Fran, I hear the king has 3 years remaining. If within these 3 years, Prince William leads the undead back to the capital, could he directly inherit the throne? Adrian, astonished, queried, do you truly believe the undead could form a large army? That would require tens of thousands. Fran remarked, they already have over 1,000 testing the summoning stability. The main force must consist of tens of thousands. Hill mused, tens of thousands? If this were truly a game, how amusing would it be to have hundreds of thousands? After all, such intelligent NPCs would be quite enticing. He then stated, Grandfather should begin packing. If trouble arises, we must leave immediately. I remember that the contract between Grandfather and the Sala royal family can be terminated at any time. Friend replied, Indeed. At the Archmage stage, one must serve the Sala royal family. Only after becoming a mage can one occupy a magical tower. If one no longer wishes to be a tower master, they can leave at any moment. Adrian sighed, this tower was originally ours. What a waste of effort. Hill retorted, life is the most important. Or do you wish to become a devoted mage of the divine? Forget it. Adrian said, the holy nation of Sala. It has been over 10,000 years since a sacred nation has appeared. Who would have thought Sala would have this honor? Frank concluded, enough with the idle chatter. I will find a way to relay this to Edward and Charles. Additionally, I will gather all essential items. If war is imminent, I will leave at once. I have no interest in participating in the internal strife of the royal family. Hill understood that if external enemies invaded, Fran would surely remain to defend until the end. However, the Sala royal family's actions against his daughter would make Fran adamantly refuse to engage in their internal conflicts. Moreover, with the involvement of deities, all eyes would likely be focused on Sala in the coming years, or rather, until this god of time and space ascends to the divine throne. The common folk of Sala nearly all hold faith. Ensuring their safety during this period. As for the nobles, Fran would not concern himself with their fates. Before the communication was severed in Fran, he hastily uttered, Grandfather, it would be best for you to come early. I also require your assistance. Hill surmised that these players likely hailed from a high-tech era. Otherwise, such an intelligent NPC would necessitate an extraordinarily powerful server to be convincingly real. From the moment he encountered this grotesque society, he found the behavior of the nobility utterly repugnant. Their callous disregard for human life was something that, in Hill's world, would be deemed psychopathic. Individuals like Adrian, who merely looked down upon commoners and servants, refrained from acting against them, were considered paragons of virtue. The chasm between the lives of the nobility, professionals, and common slaves was reminiscent of the coexistence of modern society in the era of slavery. Hill's kitchenware in the Magic Tower was entirely composed of alchemical products utilizing elemental crystals, with not a single open flame in sight, while some farm slaves could not even afford firewood. The terrifying class disparity was firmly suppressed by overwhelming power. Lacking the capability to unsheath his sword, Hill could only hide and turn a blind eye. However, with hundreds of thousands of players appearing fearless and audacious, there would undoubtedly be those who would take action upon witnessing injustice. Those innocent, illiterate children among the common folk would surely find someone willing to teach them. This continent, which had maintained a slave society for tens of thousands of years, was about to boil over into chaos. Were Hill among these players, he would unhesitatingly rise against the oppressive nobility. After all, if it were merely a game, who would fear divine retribution? Moreover, how could deities punish players who aided the common folk? That would undermine the very foundation of their faith. The only recourse for those deities would be to seize their faith. This involved hundreds of thousands of professionals. Hill believed that even the god of time could not constrain the players' resolve to shift their allegiance, as long as there were sufficient incentives. Players were capable of actions beyond their own comprehension. Fran, being such a serious and indifferent individual, would be utterly infuriated if confronted directly by the players. Their mindset would be entirely inscrutable to Fran. Previously, Hill had contemplated modestly developing his territory, but now he had abandoned that idea. It would be better to summon Fran to erect another magic tower. Chapter 9. Poor William. The final mountain range of Hill's territory stretched endlessly. Towering majestically, one could see the mountain peaks, but not their bases. During his patrol, Hill sensed the presence of formidable magical beasts, while he could not provoke them. The existence of such powerful creatures surely indicated the presence of rare materials. Perhaps even a magical crystal mine, ideal for Fran to seize and construct a magic tower. Given Fran's capabilities, a legendary magic tower could undoubtedly be erected, albeit not as powerful as those established upon vast elemental mines in the capital. In Hill's view, such a cost was trivial compared to the dangers of future conflicts with the players. Adrian looked at Hill and remarked, "Why do you seem so fearful of these undead?" Hill replied, "What I fear are the deities. If they truly bring tens of thousands of professionals, a divine war could ensue." Adrian was taken aback. "Do you believe that the subsequent arrivals will all be professionals?" "Indeed," Hill stated calmly. Grandfather also recognized this necessity for departure. Adrian, visibly unsettled, paced in circles and said, "I must return home once. Regardless, I need to inform my father." Hill recalled that Adrian's father was a marquis of a high knightly rank, although his residence was quite distant from the royal capital. He could not escape the machinations of courtly intrigue, especially since Adrian's mother hailed from a branch of the royal family. Although Adrian lacked any claim to inheritance, his father had made significant sacrifices to send him to Fran. And while he had since neglected him, he had already fulfilled the role of a good father in this society. It was only natural for Adrian to feel uneasy, Hill advised. Make it clear to him that those divine favorites surrounding Prince William are dangerously deranged due to their immortality. Moreover, it is said that more than 10,000 professionals are on the way. Urge them to remain in the territory and refrain from unnecessary actions. In the coming years, all deities will focus their attention on Sorcerer. To avoid attracting the attention of the paladins, it is vital to treat the common folk kindly. Adrian was nearly driven to madness. In this, how can they possibly know their limits? Their best treatment of the commoners is merely refraining from taxation. And that's only because the royal taxes are already exorbitant. Their only bottom line is that no one dies. Hill understood that Adrian's family was relatively well off in this era, while they might kill offending common slaves. They did not harbor the desire to annihilate all those within their territory. Many nobles imposed additional taxes on top of the royal levies. In truth, the taxes collected by the crown were merely passed on by the nobles, who received a portion of each tax. Unless one were among the most extravagant of nobles, this revenue was generally sufficient. Yet, there were always those who deemed common slaves worthless, believing that their deaths were an honor. The additional taxes had drawn the attention of the paladins. However, paladins were scarce, most stationed at temples and places neglected by the deities, where darkness thrived. Count Paraster had not imposed any additional taxes, as his domain was in close proximity to the capital, where the various temples could observe his activities. Yet, the members of this family took great pleasure in whipping the commoners who offended them. When William returned to the royal capital with the players, Hill was eager to hear of his fate. Hill advised Adrian, tell them to refrain from violence as much as possible. If punishment is necessary, confine individuals rather than allowing any to starve. I recall your father possesses faith. It would be best to find a bishop to oversee matters. Absolutely avoid any shift in allegiance. Adrian replied, they also revere the Almighty God of knowledge. His followers merely need to maintain order. I will ensure he requests a bishop to reside in the territory. The paladins of other deities will not interfere in domains with temples. Hill cautioned, but do not draw attention. Prince William's entourage could be wandering throughout Sorrel. In their quest for faith, if they witness anything amiss, they will surely intervene. Adrian sighed, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to reform our conduct. Oppressing commoners is not an act of glory. Among the great nobles, they are considered benevolent. However, it is best to exercise caution. Hill nodded in agreement. Paraster will undoubtedly suffer misfortune, being so close to the capital that William's followers will certainly head to White Horse City. Adrian chuckled. Is that the only consolation? Hill replied, well, knowing they're destined for misfortune brings a bit of joy. You should have a proper meal and rest well. Tomorrow morning, depart for your father's place. Clarify matters and return promptly. Grandfather may arrive at any moment. Adrian waved and retreated to his room. Hill understood that Adrian was not overly anxious. He was unaware that the madness he had witnessed among the so-called undead was merely a privilege afforded to novice players. The players were preoccupied with leveling up, and any spare time was spent discussing the worldview, game lore, and skill applications. The initial frenzy of leveling was merely a form of reckless abandon, but once William released them from the territory, Adrian would need to recalibrate his understanding. Given Fran and Adrian's temperaments, it would take at least 2 or 3 years for them to adjust. That would indeed be a shocking madness to the deities. One could only wonder which true god possessed such audacity. Hill sighed, having initially thought that life involved merely hiding at home and leveling up. Yet, as he touched his chest, he realized that, whether or not it was reminiscent of his former world, there were certain entanglements that stirred his heart. The modern society he hailed from made him nostalgic for the crude banner of the game. He did not wish for Fran and the others to interact with the players, as such encounters would undoubtedly lead to their collapse. Yet he himself was exceedingly curious to witness it. Hill concocted an excuse for himself. He needed to ascertain whether William was a manifestation of a deity or merely a transcendent with extraordinary abilities, especially with Sorrel being so close. After Adrian left, Hill instructed Lister to help conceal his movements, discreetly informing Alice of his intentions before departing the territory. He waited near the border town for several days until he encountered a caravan. Seizing the opportunity to blend in with a cart transporting leather goods, such caravans, which traverse the borders year-round, could easily slip past scrutiny. Indeed, the soldiers at the gate were solely focused on counting the number of carts, entirely neglecting inspections. Once inside Sorrel, he donned a robe and hood to conceal his identity, flying along the way while observing numerous other mages heading in the same direction. Mages had long been intrigued by deities. Secretly researching their origins and analyzing the sources of divine power, it was likely that every legendary mage had engaged in such pursuits. Among mages, there existed a saying, curiosity is the source of a mage's advancement, yet also the root of their downfall. With a new deity emerging, these mages could hardly remain still. At this early stage, the higher-ranking mages could maintain composure, but once tens of thousands appeared, it was likely that magic scholars and legends would soon follow suit. After much contemplation, Hill concluded that it was best to seize the opportunity to observe as soon as possible. He absolutely had to see William with his own eyes. After 10 days of travel, Hill finally reached William's territory. He had flown at great speed, and estimating the journey from here to his domain, it would take at least half a year for such calamities to emerge. If William were to contend for the throne, 3 years would be ample time. Hill felt reassured. Within 3 years, even if Fran did not arrive, he could secure his territory entirely. At that point, he would transform the land sloping left along the valley entrance into a mage town, earning some revenue from the players. He would ensure that no one else entered the valley, allowing the Traians to fill the land with forests. Save for 2 estates. As the Tower Master, he would occasionally appear in the town, likely satisfying the curiosity of most players. He would let them regard him as the village chief of a new map, provided he was not labeled a formidable boss. Regarding Fran, as long as he is regarded as the formidable backer of a minor lord, players will go to great lengths to seek quests from Lord Hill. As long as Hill can hold his ground, life will continue as usual, observing the bustling activity in William's territory, with players constructing homes and hunting, their heads adorned with peculiar names. Hill silently mused, from now on, I shall be a minor lord wielding hidden quests, using the torment of players as my baseline and interconnected tasks as my means. Hill discreetly settled onto a colossal tree 1,000 meters away from William's manor. As a contractor of the wood spirit, his essence effortlessly blended with the trees. This ancient tree, estimated to be thousands of years old, had developed sentience, just as Hill found a branch with a splendid vantage point and settled in. Several leaves stretched toward him, concealing him thoroughly. With his elven lineage, Hill could easily perceive the manor a kilometer away. William was indeed worthy of being the protagonist of a Western fantasy novel or a game. Tall, handsome, with golden hair and azure eyes, he resembled a David come to life. The strength of a sky knight lent him confidence. Without fear of assassination, William stood at the manor's entrance each morning. Dressed in princely attire for an hour, distributing 10 fortuitous quests to the players. Hill chuckled inwardly as he watched these players vie for William's attention each day, their antics causing him to laugh until his sides ached. He was certain that William was a transmigrator. Though this Sky Knight maintained a facade of aloofness before the players, the expressions he made when turning away were sufficient for Hill to create several meme-worthy reactions. A little girl known as Perfect Baldy boldly charged to the forefront daily, employing a cutesy voice to beseech William for quests. Her adorable and gentle tone often made William's eyelids twitch each time he assigned her a quest. He found himself staring at the girl named Shalu behind the bald girl, his eyes nearly glazed over. This bald little girl, upon distancing herself from William, would instantly transform into a boisterous young man. Shouting, "Wife, let us go. Brothers, assemble." Hill sensed that William was on the verge of taking action against him. Their group of 10 or so resembled a gang, calling out to each other, linking arms, and laughing heartily. Another girl, dubbed Old Auntie, incessantly declared her intent to receive quests from William, insisting that he should affectionately call her Dear Old Auntie, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I shall have no regrets." Unfortunately, her luck was poor, as William never assigned her any tasks. Hill observed the veins in William's temples twitching as he listened to their conversations, feeling genuine sympathy. There was also a group of players whose names all began with End of the World, comprised entirely of swordsmen and knights. Tall and robust, they frequently formed a circle, hand in hand, pushing other players to the periphery. A knight named End of the World Romance led the charge, insisting on engaging William in conversation for half an hour. Even when the prince granted them a quest, they would remain for the full hour. Whenever William attempted to push through the crowd to return to the manor, Hill noted that William often had to restrain himself from acting out, his hand constantly resting on the hilt of his sword. Chapter 10. Players still want to fight. After observing for several days, Hill surmised that this was the reason William consistently assigned quests to the bald girl and her group. The two factions were at odds. The bald girl's crew aimed to seize the lead, charging forward recklessly but departing once they received their quests. In contrast, the End of the World group sought to claim all 10 quests for themselves. Hill watched as the End of the World gang finally cornered the bald girl's team today, resulting in a thorough beating. Yes, they were physically assaulted. It seemed they were unable to cast spells against each other in a vengeful manner, so their only recourse was to use fists and feet. However, their sarcastic jabs could not compete with the brute strength of the brawny men. In the End of the World, players found themselves on the ground. To Hill's astonishment, the bald little girl was riding atop the head of End of the World Romance, slapping him in the face. Hill then noticed a priestess named One Deer stealthily squeezing into the crowd, using her priestly hammer to strike the heads of those on the ground. End of the World Romance shouted, "Wait until the official launch. Our grand army will arrive. Perfect Baldy, you won't be able to leave the novice village then." Beside the bald girl, a player named Luo Sanquan imitated End of the World Romance's tone, declaring, "Wait until the official launch. We'll be coming. End of the World, you want to leave the novice village then?" A group of players laughed and pointed, while others muttered about the absurdity of such behavior in this day and age. The End of the World players, with their thicker skins, surprisingly remained unfazed. However, while they engaged in their brawl, a group of scattered players had already surrounded the entrance to the manor. The bald girl exclaimed, "Oh no, we're running out of time," and, hand in hand with Shaolu, they plunged into the throng. The scattered players clearly allowed the two to enter while maintaining their positions to block the End of the World group. Seemingly intent on holding out until the end, Hill saw William standing behind the tightly shut doors, smiling, his expression radiating a sense of schadenfreude that resonated deeply with Hill. However, from William's recent demeanor, it was evident that the system capable of summoning players was the true master. William's actions were conspicuously constrained. Yet, this system also appeared to bear numerous limitations, given that this continent had afforded him an opportunity. Hill speculated that this temporal deity might indeed be a nascent divinity, though he wondered whether it originated from the local world. Such a method of summoning players was not something just anyone could conceive. In Hill's world, the notion of a backing deity was all too familiar. While observing William within the manor, Hill had not scrutinized him closely. A Sky Knight would certainly not be oblivious to someone watching him intently for an extended period. However, Hill also sensed that the people around him took great pride in William's divine favor. When faced with players issuing ordinary quests, they maintained an air of restraint, seemingly undeterred by the presence of professional players, suggesting that William had instilled sufficient confidence in them. Moreover, William's subordinates exhibited little reaction to the players. Hill surmised that some dialogues among the players were being suppressed. But such censorship posed little challenge for those resolute in uncovering the truth. Players frequently carried a small tablet imbued with faint divine power, reciting a phrase of gratitude to the great temporal deity whenever they activated it. Such fervent believers were undoubtedly valuable to this nascent divinity. With these players present, it was certain that many would speak of the temporal deity in this world, whether out of fear or admiration, acknowledging its existence. Hill believed that on the day this deity ascended to the celestial throne, its divine power would be nothing short of immense. There was no need for Hill to continue observing William. He resolved to visit the players' encampment. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon landing near the small camp nestled in the mountains. What in the world was this? The camp was haphazardly constructed with dozens of ramshackle houses, if one could even call them that. Some structures swayed gently in the breeze, and Hill wondered if it was true that William had instructed them to assist the commoners in building homes. Could such craftsmanship really be acceptable? They did have mages. At least, Hill noted a few earthen huts composed of 4 earthen walls, devoid of windows, with doors seemingly smashed into the rear, taking on peculiar shapes. Yet, perhaps due to insufficient control over their magical abilities, the walls varied in height, and one house had significant gaps between its walls. Consequently, the owner had covered 3 of the gaps with wooden planks, using the largest opening as a door. Hill looked down at these houses, noting that they had even managed to cover the chaotic wooden roofs with large leaves, demonstrating some semblance of common sense. Or perhaps they were merely improvising due to rainwater seeping in. It appeared that there were few mages among the players, leading Hill to believe they had yet to grasp the methodologies of magical study. Or perhaps these players were all drawn to powerful fire spells. The fireball spell remained a perennial favorite in his world. It seemed the same held true here. Nonetheless, Hill believed that once they learned the cognitive modeling required for magic, many would opt for the path of the mage. The foundation of technology lies in mathematics, and in a technological society, there would be no shortage of individuals who could adeptly apply advanced mathematics. Hill found learning earth spells to be quite straightforward. He was accustomed to visualizing the structure of a building in his mind. Even when using computer-aided design, he would mentally construct the design to identify discrepancies between his visualization and the computer's output. At just under 40, Hill had already achieved the rank of associate professor, diligently striving for a full professorship, only to be met with a calamity that shattered his aspirations. Some players remained in the camp, seemingly gathering resources. Hill overheard them cursing the developers for neglecting their responsibilities, lamenting that they had to learn herbalism on their own. He observed as they utilized their tablets to play a demonstration video, following its rhythm to stir the herbs. If they lost focus, the herbs would spoil with a pop. It seemed this deity had little interest in providing life skills, leaving players to rely on self-study. The only assistance the system appeared to offer was identification spells. However, for the natives, this knowledge was invaluable. This deity was indeed quite generous. How intriguing. Hill thought to himself, I wish I could play. To construct the houses of his imagination without restraint was the greatest fantasy of his youth. Yet reality had taught him that he could not even afford Lego at that time. Although he later achieved success, he still recalled entering a Lego store, only to find the sets he desired were far too expensive. His pocket money insufficient to cover even a fraction of the cost. In fact, Hill had once envisioned creating a fantastical town within his own territory, a small city entirely detached from conventional structures, built through magic. Alas, all that remained was a dream that he could not endure a day like William's. Lost in thought, Hill was startled awake by a sudden rumble. Looking down, he witnessed a relatively larger house abruptly collapse. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was the doing of the lowly bald girl. A group of individuals seemed to have completed their tasks and were on their way home for a meal. As they passed by a certain house, the bald man suddenly leapt up and kicked it several times. Hill surmised that it must belong to the End Times family. Unfortunately, this family was inscrutable. Such a large structure, made entirely of wood, lacked a foundation and crossbeams, resembling a small cottage, yet was still 3 times the size of other homes. Hill had noticed this shoddy construction swaying in the wind as soon as he arrived. The house was situated at the mouth of a valley, the windiest spot around. It seemed the bald man's group, in a fit of anger, had kicked it just a tad too hard, leading to its collapse. Hill heard the bald man's friends erupt in laughter. Impressive. The mighty Fololi, the demolition expert, Baldy. Those left behind in the house crawled out, already busy messaging on their tablets. The bald man, tugging at his ponytail, sighed. Oh dear, this time, I've truly made a bitter enemy. One named Imogen remarked, the end times are notoriously petty. Today, you had the leader sitting on his backside, and you still think you Haven T thoroughly offended him. I am just waiting to log off and call some folks for the open beta. Shalulu chimed in. Enough. Stop playing innocent. This game is bound to become popular. Just gather everyone. The perfect Baldy, dejected, replied, am I afraid of a fight? I fear they go on the forums and mock me for kicking down a house. I'll be the laughingstock. Suddenly, a deer burst into laughter. Master was fighting on a man's neck in the morning and kicked down his house in the evening. What grudge could there be? She turned to Xiao Lulu and said, shouldn't we check on Master's mental health? If the loli gets too involved with other men, it could be disastrous. Luo Sanquan interjected, the saga of Perfect Baldy and the end times entanglements begins with a house kicked down. Xiao Lulu rolled her eyes. It's nothing. I don't mind if he flirts with men. The others burst into uproarious laughter. The bald loli could only remain silent, already aware of numerous recordings by other players, from this day forth. He would be the man known for igniting a hot form topic. They didn't wait long before the end times group returned. An irate member shouted, Perfect Baldy, are you seeking death? The bald man, adopting a petulant tone, replied, oh dear, I didn't mean to. I never thought a gentle touch would bring the house down. The stunned silence of the scene spoke volumes about everyone's distress. Not only the end times group, but even his own comrades were sweating in disgust. The end times member remained silent for quite a while. The bald man didn't speak with the altered voice he used during the William quest, but rather adopted the gruff tone of a burly man to feign innocence. When no one spoke up, Perfect Baldy continued, oh dear, you don't want me to pay for it, do you? You're too kind. Well, we'll be on our way now. No sooner had he spoken than he whisked Xiao Lulu away, and the others quickly followed suit. The end times member, panting heavily, let out a series of frustrated cries before erupting in curses, only to be silenced by the system shortly thereafter, ultimately logging off in a huff. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, unwilling to speak, and eventually set about cleaning up the wreckage. Chapter 11. Grandfather arrives. Hill watched in rapt fascination. It had been years since he had witnessed such an entertaining spectacle. The player world, indeed, thrived on infuriating enemies, and the bystanders were the true beneficiaries of the show. He'll notice some individuals chuckling and discussing the forum's trending topics, suggesting they could access it via their tablets. He yearned to acquire one for himself. However, Hill was timid. Even if he managed to obtain such a device, he wouldn't dare use it. After all, once he did, he would be fully exposed to the gaze of the god of time and space. Hill silently recited, think of William. Poor William. Finally, he managed to regain control of himself. Changing his position, he spotted a player browsing through an alchemical recipe compendium. Although these were merely basic potions, the recipes provided by the divine were undoubtedly far more comprehensive than those in Hill's possession. The player flipped through the pages rapidly, and Hill had to exert all his mental effort to commit the information to memory. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder, asking, what are you looking at? The extensive use of his mental faculties left Hill momentarily dazed, preventing him from reacting quickly enough to cast a spell and escape. Sweating profusely, Hill turned to find a questioning friend staring at him. Grandfather, what brings you here? He stammered. If someone wished to kill you, would I merely collect your remains? Friend replied coldly, do you not realize how many are watching you in this vicinity, relying on a bit of talent? Do you think you can act recklessly? Yes, grandfather, I apologize. I promise to be more cautious in the future. Hill pleaded repeatedly. What are you doing here? Fran demanded. I instructed you to remain quietly in the mage tower and not to concern yourself with such matters. Do you, a mere young mage, dare to involve yourself in divine conflicts? Hill replied in astonishment. Divine conflict? It just began, didn't it? In the divine realm, what are you saying? Fran insisted. Hurry and return with me. Hill lamented, but that tablet is incredibly useful. I've gathered quite a few recipes just by looking. Fran countered, there will be other opportunities. News of the divine conflict will spread quickly. Those undead will always have some that flee. We can capture a few then. Hill could only acquiesce, though he understood that players dreaded idleness. How could they possibly fear battle when the gods themselves were not afraid in their game? No matter how powerful the gods and demons, they were merely bosses that could be overcome. They were all too familiar with the notion of sacrificing lives. The ambitions of this god of time and space were already glaringly evident. If he were to transfer the majority of his divine power to the system, the summoned players could easily inundate the human continent. The combined population of the numerous kingdoms of humanity barely reached 200 to 300 million. Hill had no doubt regarding the population of a technologically advanced society. He looked up at Fran and said, "I wish to find an excuse to inform the undead of my address, welcoming them to visit me when they arrive in the Western Territories." Fran raised an eyebrow. "It seems you've gathered quite a bit of information in the past few days. We need to have a serious discussion upon our return." Hill understood that Fran had tacitly agreed. He quickly turned to search around. The young mage, who had been studying basic alchemy, had moved to a corner stove to attempt brewing a potion. Hill gently settled on a branch above him. "You're mistaken. Those are the seeds of multi-flavored grass. You should be using water thistle." The young mage, flustered, exclaimed and hurriedly discarded the multi-flavored grass seeds, replacing them with a handful of water thistle seeds. He then abruptly looked up at Hill. "Who are you?" Hill smiled down at him. "Hello, I am Hill Polanio." The young mage stammered. "Hello, I am Jijuweiwei. How may I assist you?" Hearing this typical quest response, Hill chuckled. "I'm quite curious about the legendary undead, which is why I came to take a look. Among so many people, you are the only one diligently identifying herbs. Don't the undead use potions?" "No, it's just that our herbs differ from yours, so we don't recognize them," Jijuweiwei replied. "Those of us who came first prefer combat. More researchers will follow later." "Is that so?" Hill responded. "Actually, I'd like to observe for a few more days. However, my elder has come to bring me back, and I truly admire your diligence." Hill watched as Jijuweiwei nearly jumped with excitement and smiled. "You are currently situated outside the northern borders of Solal, while I reside in the barren Polanio territory in the Western Territories. If one day you find yourself in the West, you are welcome to visit my home." Hill handed Jijuweiwei a set of small mana potions. "I see you are interested in this. These are ones I made previously. Take them." As Jijuweiwei expressed his gratitude, Hill advised that you share the same novice profession tier. "It seems you're still not adept at wielding spell power. Spend more time studying foundational texts. Mathematics is the foundation of magic." As Hill began to ascend slowly, preparing to make a grand exit, Fran seized him by the collar and initiated a high-speed flight. The mage truly was of a higher echelon. Hill felt as though they returned to the mage tower in about 2 hours, though it felt akin to being caught in a whirlwind. Upon seeing Adrian, who had already returned, Hill understood why Fran had known he had slipped away. He feigned innocence and said, "Why did you return so early?" "Uncle Adrian." Adrian, half amused and half irritated, replied, "Do you have any idea what it felt like to come back and find you missing?" Hill responded, "I just want to take a look." Adrian chided, "You told me not to associate with them. So why did you go off on your own?" Hill shifted the topic. "They mentioned that at least 50,000 will arrive in a month." Fran, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer contain himself. "A month?" "Yes, that's what they said," Hill confirmed. "The undead have been discussing how that little Valley 1T suffice, and William should provide new territory for the newcomers. I was curious, so I listened closely. They said at least 50,000 would have to come in a month." Fran responded, "So, at least 50,000 then?" "Indeed, that deity has likely been hidden for quite some time and possesses immense power." Hill remarked, "What remains uncertain is how he has accumulated faith." Fran replied, "Not from this world. However, his foundation lies here, so he must return to this realm to attain divinity." Hill speculated that if he were in another world, perhaps he was becoming the god of games. He curiously asked Fran, "If it were another world, why would there be a divine conflict? Which deity has descended so early?" Fran, Sierra comforted him, saying, "It has nothing to do with your grandfather. These individuals will scheme against anyone. Their motives are driven solely by self-interest, regardless of whom they harm." In truth, Fran had long since moved past the stages of sorrow and anger. Yet the memories still stirred feelings of regret and melancholy within him. His naturally serious demeanor had rendered him distant from Melanie since her childhood, and he was unaware when she delved into a plethora of romantic novels, inevitably entangling herself with those ungrateful disciples. Little did anyone foresee that Melanie, endowed with extraordinary talent, would become a mage before reaching adulthood, her thoughts not wholly devoted to magic. Once those ungrateful disciples realized their intention of grooming Melanie as their successor, they deceitfully lured her into the court for amusement. After introducing Helen, they conspired to lead Melanie astray. Fran closed his eyes and murmured, "They seduced Melanie onto the path of darkness due to her naivety. I cannot simply eliminate them. This time, I used this pretext to injure Edward and his family, along with Helen, casting them into the lake, leaving behind even the mage tower. Charles will not squander the opportunity to retaliate against Edward." He turned his gaze toward the sky outside the study. The king's recent favorites were all presented by Helen. Edward, already thrown into disarray due to William's divine favor, will be further compromised by Charles's assault. Only with the king's demise can he find solace. Adrian interjected. Once Edward makes a move, neither Charles nor William will spare him. He will undoubtedly strike with lethal intent. Suddenly, Sierra remarked, in a month's time, the Undying will arrive with an army of 50,000. Will Edward act upon receiving this intelligence? Without a doubt. Adrian asserted resolutely they have pursued this throne at any cost for decades, offending countless individuals. Should they fail, their entire family would face annihilation. The victor will never permit his son to ascend as a divine knight. Before dawn, Sierra sensed someone's gaze upon him. He smiled and spoke. Good morning. Miss Alice. It has been quite some time. I have missed you. Good morning, Sierra, came the serene voice. I, too, have missed you. A fearsome being has arrived in your territory. Sierra sat up abruptly, exclaiming, that is my grandfather. The mage Fran. He looks at me as if he intends to skin me alive. Sierra nearly burst into laughter. Mages find it exceedingly difficult to attract the spirits of nature, who are inherently curious about everything. Fear not. He is merely observing. Mages who dared to harm the spirits of nature were generally met with their disdain, as the lessons of blood had long served as a warning for future generations. Unless one were a necromancer who had utterly forsaken nature, it was rare for any mage to act against the spirits. Adrian is a good man, but if it were his territory, I would not remain. There is an odd scent about them that nature disdains. Sierra, however, is delightful. He possesses a particularly fragrant aroma. Alice licked her left forepaw and elegantly began to groom herself. Of course, dear Alice, you will always be welcome here. Miss Alice, are you familiar with that high-level magical beast in the mountains behind us? Sierra inquired as he rose to freshen up. The panther, it is quite fierce. Do you know him? Sierra asked in surprise if he is your friend. It would be best for you to accompany us today. Is something amiss? Alice responded, he is so far away and does not descend from the mountain. There is no need to drive him away. Is there? Mage Friend intends to construct a mage tower nearby. Sierra explained earnestly, their tower is to be built upon sacred ground, and my ability to choose freely is due to my possessing a tribe of earth elementals. Moreover, my mage level is low. By the time I require advanced crystals, the elements I summon will suffice. They are not in the same situation. There is only that location available for building a magical tower. But he arrived first, dear Alice. In this world, there is no such thing as first come, first served. If he does not relinquish it, will he perish? That is why I wish for you to join me. Perhaps you could persuade him. Sierra squatted before the dejected Alice. I hope he can sign a residency contract with Mage Fran. What is that? A contract created by benevolent mages. High-level magical beasts require only a small amount of sacred land. If he promises not to harm others and assist in defense when the territory is under attack, the mages will agree to his residence. What if he still refuses? I can only assure you that I will persuade Mage Fran to allow him to leave. Sierra gently stroked Alice's ears as she lay down. Alice. If he departs and then attacks, I cannot guarantee that Mage Fran will grant him multiple chances. Alice lifted her gaze to him. Although Merkel is fierce, I do not wish for him to die. Chapter 13. Bidding farewell to the soul friend, Sierra urged Alice. Then you should persuade him. He resides too close to the human realm. It is only a matter of time before he is driven away. Moreover, Alice, if there are any of your friends nearby, it would be wise to advise them to relocate swiftly. Is this related to your outing? Somewhat. The human kingdom of Saralar is about to face turmoil, and conflict may arise. Sierra stood to change into his mage robe. A new deity has emerged, and there is a possibility of divine warfare. The human population here will likely increase. Alice meowed several curses in exasperation. Sierra observed her, realizing that even nature spirits could utter curses. Indeed, humans rarely communicated with such beings. The tales of innocence and charming naivety were mere figments of human imagination. However, when nature spirits cursed, they reverted to their own language, which Sierra found amusing. After a while, Alice turned to Sierra and said, May I invite some friends to temporarily reside in Sierra's territory, as long as they do not harm others? They are welcome at any time. However, they must promise to refrain from harming anyone within my domain. Will Sierra no longer invite humans to reside here? I shall construct a small village at the valley's entrance. Any newcomers will only be received there. My only relatives are Mage Friend and Uncle Adrian. As for the others in the valley, aside from Boren, none possess the capability to harm your friends. Very well. Boren is quite amiable as well, Alice replied simply. I will convey this to them. For living beings, divine warfare is indeed repugnant. She leaped onto the windowsill and turned to Sierra. I will speak with Merkel. He will make a decision. If he does not sign the contract, then he should relinquish that mine. Can he move here as well? As long as he swears an oath. You are the best, Sierra. Meow. Sierra called out. Go find Lister and grab some food. Tell Merkel that the only benefit of humanity is the abundance of food. Alice meowed and dashed off. When Sierra entered the small sitting room, Fran and Adrian were already seated, awaiting him for breakfast. Boren stood at the door, seemingly prepared to serve. Sierra glanced at Boren before turning to Fran. What about the people by your side? How long until they arrive? Fran slowly replied. Most have dispersed. I entered the capital alone, and the servants were dispatched by the palace. Now that I have departed, they have returned to the palace. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Many from my merchant caravan have also left, and out in the wilderness, there is little for them to trade. There are still about 10 individuals. I have allowed them to leave at their own pace. Sierra reluctantly asked. What about the apprentices? Fran lifted an eyebrow. What do you wish to inquire? Are you not aware that my apprentices are bound by contracts with the Mage Tower? I am a warlock, Sierra replied quietly. Although Boren has learned well under my tutelage, I am unable to teach him how to advance to the mage stage. Do you wish for him to accompany me? Sierra subtly gestured for Boren to remain silent. Grandfather. You require someone to attend to you. Uncle Adrian is already a grand mage. It is not entirely suitable for him to handle many tasks. Furthermore, you need someone to assist you, at the very least. You need someone to cook. Adrian interjected. Are you suggesting that their entire family accompany us? I hope Aunt Lena can relinquish her role as a servant, but they remain quite reserved, Sierra replied. However, if they accompany you as apprentices' families, they would be considered ordinary citizens. Siege expressed his regret. In your realm, residing outside the tower equates to being free. Here, I cannot allow them to live in a farmhouse, enduring a life of poverty. Even if it might be better for them. My grandfather's servants did not come with him, and no one will regard them as slaves anymore. Truthfully, I am reluctant, but I cannot teach Boren, and his siblings have grown up. I do not wish for them to endure the same subservient existence as Boren, Adrian stated. Neither of them possesses the aptitude for magic. Sierra turned and said, they have been learning to read since childhood. They possess some knowledge of Mage Knight lore. If they live among the merchants of your grandfather's caravan, they could at least become merchants themselves. He concluded emphatically, I do not want Boren to remain here, living a life of servitude while clearly being an apprentice. His siblings should marry and have children with ordinary people, rather than choosing from among the servants. He looked at Fran with pleading eyes. Grandfather, please assist me. Moreover, Boren is being groomed as a steward and can be of great help to you. Lena and Locke can also assist you in training servants. Fran contemplated for a moment. That can be arranged. I do require some apprentices to assist with various tasks. You have trained Boren quite well. His foundation is solid. However, to become a grand sorcerer, one must rely on fate, and it just so happens that I can manage the apprentices. Hill was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. Vaughn could not contain his emotions, turning to leave the room. Prompting Hill to rise hastily, Fern picked up his knife and fork, stating, Dinner lasts half an hour. We depart immediately afterward. Hill grasped a sandwich from his plate and rushed out the door. Where Bound awaited. With palpable agitation, he questioned Hill, why he must leave for Fran's side. Hill led him back to his chamber and firmly shut the door, though what I mentioned earlier was not entirely comprehensive. The reasoning is largely the same. Primarily, it is for your benefit and that of Dean and Shunny. Furthermore, Lena and Rock are already of a considerable age. They ought not to continue toiling as servants. Bound inquired, are there no other reasons? These are inconsequential. Besides, my parents do not find it burdensome. Hill replied, indeed, there is a more significant reason. I cannot jeopardize your future. There are many aspects I had not foreseen. Becoming a sorcerer entails a multitude of differences. All my previous plans were predicated upon the perspective of a mage. You may not perceive it now, as the earth and water elements are quite benign for ordinary folk, at least ensuring their physical well-being. However, these factors hinder your path as a sorcerer. I am entirely incapable of utilizing fire spells, and the earth and water elementals will not cease their growth and summoning. Yet, these will exclude the fire element from the territory. Your entire family possesses fire affinity. If you were to remain with Fran, there lies a possibility of becoming a grand sorcerer. Here, you cannot even become a mage. Moreover, for Dean and Shunny, lacking mage potential, their nightly awakening solely relies on their physical capabilities. In a realm devoid of fire elements, no awakening is feasible. Bound murmured, but I am your steward. Let them go. My parents will accompany them. I will stay. Hill asserted, do you believe my grandfather is a philanthropist? Were it not for your utility, he would never have taken in Dean and the others. And Bound, you must understand that my foremost consideration will always be you. He hastily consumed his sandwich and continued, my grandfather and Adrian realized long ago that my territory was unsuitable for mages. which is why they are so eager to construct a mage tower. It was only last night that I comprehended this. If I do not seize the opportunity to place you there now. Once Adrian has everything organized, you will be of no use. My grandfather, as a master alchemist, typically employs alchemical constructs. You have noticed that Lister primarily requires maids for laundry and cooking. The power of my grandfather's tower will only grow stronger. Bound, I wish for you to have a bright future. If I were to confine you to a life of servitude, why would I impart so much knowledge to you? He interrupted Bound's intent to retort, I will not allow you to squander your future. My vision for you aligns with the position my grandfather has now offered. However, I can no longer accept apprentices. Remaining here will only leave you adrift. Bound, you are already 20 years old. Consider your future more earnestly. Bound bowed his head. Refusing to speak further, Hill gazed at him sorrowfully. Bound had followed him since childhood. Hill was his unwavering belief. Yet, he could no longer keep him here. Hill understood that sending away Bound and his family would leave him in solitude. Although they would be close by, Fran's mage tower would not afford the same ease. Bound would no longer enjoy leisurely days. Hill could not frequently visit him, and under Fran's watchful eye, it was advisable to maintain a facade of indifference. Moreover, he did not wish to inadvertently affect Adrian's perception. He provided Fran with a common rationale that would suffice, but could never disclose that his identity as a sorcerer would impede Bound. For a devoted household, once they reached adulthood, their utility diminished. A compassionate individual would grant them freedom, seeking a better path, a notion common among the nobility. However, to release them due to the hindrance of serving him would ensure a poor fate for the servants of a lord. Both Fran and Adrian adhered to such traditional nobility. Hill had long noticed Adrian scrutinizing Lena, ultimately concluding that Hill was merely soft-hearted and did not pursue the matter further. Yet, his feelings for Lena were not so profound. Her heart belonged to Melanie, and her affection was directed toward Melanie's child, a complex sentiment that Hill, having experienced the most genuine parental love in his previous life, could discern. Only Bound, who had resolutely aspired to follow Hill since childhood, constantly considered Hill's interests, even concealing matters regarding his own parents. He was Hill's most significant childhood companion, offering the sole unconditional affection Hill had received throughout his years in this world. Adrian believed that Hill was instructing Bound in magic for Lena's sake. Yet, as someone raised in modern society, Hill's affections were clear-cut. He had grown accustomed to reciprocity in relation to his generosity. Were it merely for Lena's family, he would have arranged for them to be settled by Sorrel, rather than dragging them along. Chapter 14. Grandfather becomes a neighbor. Hill observed the silent Bound and slowly remarked, if you become a mage, you can come to visit me on your own. I shall not require any attendance aside from you. Bound lifted his head, his eyes reddening. I will speak to my mother. She will not approve. Hill sighed. Bound had followed him for far too long and remained oblivious to his parents' sentiments. Since discovering that Dean and Shunny lacked mage potential, if they could not become knights, they would be relegated to ordinary lives. Lena and Rock's hearts had shifted. During this time, Rock had scarcely managed the farm, focusing instead on nurturing his younger son. Hill had previously advised Dean to read more in the library, but Rock had not agreed, believing that since his son could not become a mage, he ought to concentrate on physical training to strive for knighthood. Hill instructed Lister to inform them that attaining knighthood on his territory would be exceedingly difficult. Not long after, Lister discovered that Lena and Rock were already cultivating successors. Initially, they had wanted to oversee everything, but eventually relinquished control to the servants. Both farms had effectively been entrusted to two pairs of married servants. Lena had always insisted on meticulously selecting the maidens. Yet in the end, Rock directly arranged for two male servants to marry those two maidens and take over the farms. Lister had already resolved that once Lena expressed her wish to depart, he would retain two capable cooks as housekeepers. That a mage tower belonging to an alchemist did not require many hands. Hill understood that Lena did not lack affection for Bound. Rather, as parents, they often favored the weaker child. Now that Hill had provided a better path, without requiring Bound to sacrifice himself, Lena and Rock would certainly seize the opportunity. Lena would undoubtedly persuade Bound, and Hill felt no need to elaborate further. Fran was waiting for him, and he did not believe that delaying would yield any benefit. He instructed Bound to wait until he returned before departing. Fran was indeed waiting at the parlor door, while Adrian appeared to be preparing to seek him out. Upon seeing Hill, Adrian reproached, "Why bother explaining so much to him? He will learn the truth in due time." Hill chuckled. "Bound has followed me since childhood. He has never left my side. I have not revealed this decision to him. He simply cannot bear to part." Adrian nodded. "You have treated him well. It shows he possesses a sense of gratitude." Fran turned impatiently, stating, "Lead the way. Spare me the idle chatter." Hill guided Fran and Adrian to a mountain peak rich in elemental energy, where Alice was already awaiting them with the Black Panther, Merkel. She struggled to maintain her composure as she addressed Fran. Esteemed Magus Fran, Merkel has no desire to be your adversary. He has resolved to relocate to Hill's territory. Would you permit him to take his belongings with him? Adrian was nearly taken aback. Hill, has your kindness extended even to magical beasts? Hill shot him a glance. Alice is your doing. We cannot simply slay our friends. Can we? Fran inquired sternly, is he truly moving there? Alice quickly responded, I have assured Hill that any magical beast wishing to relocate to his territory must swear an oath to neither betray the land nor harm humanity. Fran could not help but glance at Hill. Has your elven bloodline reverted? Hill dared not speak. Fran irritably told Alice, hurry and take him away. Alice turned back to the quaking Black Panther that had been hiding behind her, and Hill finally realized that Fran had been applying magical pressure on the creature. Merkel, under immense strain, managed to carry an enormous bundle, trembling as he placed it at Hill's feet. Hill quickly offered his hand, and Merkel nudged it with his head, vocalizing a series of sounds, after swearing his oath. He hastily pushed the package toward Hill with his paw. Hill, feeling apprehensive under the peculiar gazes of Fran and Adrian, accepted the bundle. The two then hastily retreated, leaving Hill behind. Fran remarked, no need for further surveying. It is a mixed ore. Just locate the elemental notes. Adrian burst into laughter. Hill touched the ring on his hand and promptly summoned several earth elementals. The slope where Merkel's cave resided was flattened decisively by Fran, the overwhelming magical force leveling the land for miles around. Adrian patted Hill on the shoulder. Your compassion is nothing short of terrifying. Thank goodness you are a sorcerer. Otherwise, the teacher would be furious. Hill replied, in my territory, aside from magical beasts, what other inhabitants could possibly reside? Adrian chuckled. That's true. Even the fire element magical beasts would steer clear. Hill retorted with irritation. I once envisioned creating a perfect mage town that I have drawn numerous design plans, all of which have come to naught. Without hesitation, Adrian reached out. Hand them over. They're of no use to you anyway. Hill surrendered several sketches of a western town. Adrian clicked his tongue in admiration. This requires entirely magical construction. It has both water supply and drainage. Such a comprehensive living system must have taken considerable effort. Hill remained silent. The design he provided to Adrian was modeled after Rothenburg in Germany, with a towering clock tower as the centerpiece. It featured small houses with dark red roofs interconnected by arches. The colors were vibrant, and the style was both quaint and elegant. This was his favorite town from his travels in Europe. Unfortunately, for Adrian, who lived in a fantastical medieval world, the water towers resembling onion-shaped staircases and the expansive underground drainage systems were far more captivating. Fran approached the two and remarked, this place is quite suitable for a mage tower. Once we locate the elemental node, Adrian can remain here to oversee the puppets. Adrian waved the blueprints in his hand. Teacher, should we also construct the town? The merchant caravans will be arriving in about half a month. Fran glanced at the plans. Not bad. Since they are willing to leave their homes and follow us, we ought to prepare them a proper place to stay. He pointed to the vertical section of the Y-shaped layout, indicating that this side should accommodate the merchants. The blank space could serve as a small square, with the left side designated for apprentices and the right as a reserve. Adrian calculated silently. A distance of approximately 300 meters between the mage tower and the town should suffice. Ordinary folk can all be placed on the merchant's side, minimizing any disturbances. He then looked up at Fran. If Hill's area remains closed off, should we construct a road? Fran retrieved a map and scrutinized it. No need to connect to his rear mountain. Our mountain range tilts towards his left front. A road leading down to the base can directly access his valley. Adrian smiled. Though we would be flying over his rear mountain, we would actually be closer to Sorrel. Fran scoffed. That is indeed a silver lining. Hill suddenly interjected. The right side can be reserved for the undead. Fran could barely contain his astonishment. Do you genuinely believe William will not lose? And that the divine conflict will not affect him? The undead are quite indifferent to gods. If there are sufficient benefits, they would not hesitate to draw their blades against the divine. They are a race with a chief god. Adrian exclaimed in disbelief. That deity seemingly requires no devout followers. He prefers exchanges of interest. The undead merely invoke their god verbally, adhering more to the principle of you get what you pay for. How did you discern this? I scrutinized for a long time and found nothing. They always shout for divine protection in their endeavors. Adrian queried in confusion. You should observe their attitude towards William, Hill replied coldly. They treat William more like a quest giver in an adventurer's tavern. He is undoubtedly the future head of their church. Adrian, prepare yourself. Ensure the houses on the right are fortified. Friend concluded, there is no need to rush. Even if the undead are numerous, William is bound to win. It will be at least a year before they reach us. He cast a glance at Hill. Are you certain they can find the address you provided? Hill replied, each of them possesses an alchemical map. The temple version. Adrian coughed lightly. This sovereign is truly remarkable. The gods likely cannot locate him at all, can they? Relying solely on the words of the ground-dwelling followers, it is indeed challenging for an entire class of undead to lose. They must have high-tier professionals, right? Hill answered, at least, we have not seen any yet. Adrian shrugged. Then I shall prepare. We will consider opening up when they begin to appear in large numbers. Friend asked Hill, do you intend to allow them into your territory? No. I plan to establish a small village at the valley's entrance to provide basic commerce. I have no unique products there, so I doubt many will come. Adrian inquired, puzzled. Then why the necessity to open a location? The curiosity of the undead is sufficient to slay hundreds of lives. If they pass by a completely sealed territory, they will only wish to uncover its secrets. And what about our area? Only mages are welcome to enter. They could fully comprehend what a mage transition area meant. Hill mused. I am quite curious about the number of mages among them, Friend suddenly remarked. Hill dared not respond, turning his gaze to the ground. Have the earth elementals located the node? Would you like to descend? Grandfather. Friend raised an eyebrow at him. Will you lead the way? Grandfather can simply descend. The earth elementals have opened a path, Hill stated. Once they are found, I will dissolve these few. It is best if I remain unaware of the exact location. Adrian commented, you are being overly cautious. If necessary, we are not incapable of binding a few earth elementals. Hill laughed. I am merely a lowly sorcerer. I cannot contend with your enemies, grandfather. Friend accepted this, leading Adrian down. Hill sighed and plopped down on the ground. While he wished to keep Friend away from the players, he was also perpetually anxious about Friend aligning with the wrong faction. His conflicted behavior had likely already raised suspicions in both Friend and Adrian. At this moment, he found solace in being a sorcerer. The earth, wood, and water elements he had awakened were all forces of nature, endearing him to the natural world. His elven bloodline was becoming increasingly potent under nature's call. Presumably, Friend also believed that Hill had received inspiration from nature. This was satisfactory. With a bit of psychological preparation, he would not be caught off guard. Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Black Panther. Merkel Hill looked around, noticing that the power of the mage was indeed formidable. The once undulating mountaintop had, in the span of a brief moment, been flattened into a plain spanning 100 miles. The reason Friend had instructed Hill to summon earth elementals was due to the strong anti-magic properties of elemental ores, which could typically only be surveyed through physical means. Aside from earth elemental sprites, who naturally dealt with ores, others would require significant time to locate elemental nodes within the ores. Reflecting on his past as a mineral-focused civil engineer, Hill felt it was only natural that he would be favored by the earth elementals. Though he was also an alchemist, he preferred crafting tools. Alchemical potions were made directly using established formulas, and he never indulged in creating new recipes like Melanie, instead relishing in developing fully automated alchemical assembly lines. Hill sensed that his earth elementals had encountered Fran and the others that, to be honest, elemental sprites generally loathed interacting with mages. The methods mages employed to utilize elemental sprites often involved subjugating them rather than summoning them. If these earth elementals had not been summoned by Hill, upon seeing Fran, they would have instinctively disbanded back to the elemental realm. Hill directly commanded the uneasy earth elementals to dissolve and return to their realm. Were it not for the need to assist Fran in mining, Hill would have had no need to summon earth elementals from the elemental realm. He understood that Fran and Adrian would not mind him knowing about the elemental nodes. But as generations passed, the two territories would inevitably diverge. It was best to leave no vulnerabilities. Adrian quickly ascended, guiding Hill into the sky. The ground began to tremble, gradually rising upwards until it culminated in the formation of a 16-story mage tower. The towering structure continuously transformed materials until it finally solidified into obsidian. Hill gazed in confusion. The core of the mage tower, once utilized, would enhance the materials further, and obsidian was already known to be the hardest stone. He had always assumed Fran would opt for a metallic tower. However, a radiant beam of multicolored light shot into the sky, and Hill watched in astonishment as the tower morphed into a material he had never encountered before. He directly asked Adrian, "What is this material? I have never seen it before." Adrian replied, "Crystal ore. This material generally exists only in the elemental realm. If it weren't for the elemental node containing mixed ores, the teacher would not be able to transform it. This is a material commonly used by legendary mages." Hill smiled. "It seems I have found a splendid location for grandfather." Adrian responded. The teacher originally intended just to take a look and planned to search for more locations along the mountain range. It is unexpected that the leopard produced only mixed ores. These are far more precious than single-element ores. The mine in the capital of Sorcerer is purely a gold element magical mine. The pure gold element crystals are accompanied by mithril. Their mage towers are all constructed from mithril. You are aware of how precious these ores are, so you can imagine the scale of that mine. It is said that the elemental node directly connects to the largest territory of gold element sprites. Were it not for several legendaries, Sorcerer would scarcely be able to retain this mine. However, for a powerful alchemist like the teacher, this balanced elemental mixed ore is of utmost importance. This is the elemental node that all alchemists dream of, and to think it is located near your territory. It seems our luck has finally turned. Hill chuckled. Nature loves me and shall not let me down. Adrian scoffed. Of course. The bear of the earth is renowned as the son of the earth, and the elves are daughters of nature. You embody the strengths of both, so it is only natural that both the earth and nature would favor you. With a sidelong glance, Hill remarked, Do you have the audacity to utter such words in front of our grandfather? Adrian suddenly erupted in laughter. After the teacher learned of your lineage, he remained silent for quite some time, never uttering a single word of judgment. He didn't even comment on those wooden elementals within your territory. As for your Alice, the teacher didn't even bother to capture her for analysis. He passed by. Maintaining a deliberate gaze, Hill coldly retorted, I will not engage in this discussion with you, Uncle Adrian, that if you seek your own demise, it is not my concern. Hill felt a tremor from the alchemical map in his pocket and quickly pulled it out, next to his barren Polanio territory. A region marked as the Fran Magic Tower had appeared. The two hastily landed on the ground, and Fran soon emerged at the entrance of the Magic Tower. He addressed Adrian, saying, Release the puppets. You shall escort Hill back, while also bringing along the Bone family. Fran then warned Hill, Upon your return, focus diligently on your training. Adrian will have the road to your territory completed in half a month, so refrain from venturing outside. Yes, grandfather. Hill replied respectfully. Fran called out, Diamant. A figure shimmering with white light appeared at the entrance, white-haired, white-eyed, with an unremarkable appearance yet a demeanor that was cold and austere, clad in a white magical robe. Hill inwardly scoffed. Is this the tower spirit set according to diamond standards? It ought to possess a more refined appearance. Fran instructed Diamant. Hill is permitted entry into the magic tower. Remember his aura. At your command, sir. Hill observed the rigid tower spirit and secretly felt sympathy for Adrian. Once a tower spirit's character is established, it cannot be altered, and Adrian will have his share of headaches in the future. Adrian glanced down at Hill, then lifted him into the air. After flying a considerable distance, he remarked, Don't you think I'm unaware of your suppressed laughter? Hill, with a smile, said, Regardless, it won't be me dealing with Diamant in the future. Adrian disdainfully replied, You, a sorcerer who can only manage your own affairs, need not fret for me. Once things stabilize, I shall take on a few apprentices. It is high time I nurture an heir. Hill chuckled. Uncle Adrian, you are quite confident. Just help me look after Bone. It would be splendid if he could become a mage sooner. I never expected you to be more concerned about Bone. Wasn't your previous playmate also well taken care of? That is precisely why he should become a mage. Wouldn't it be better for him to become a knight and enjoy a bit of nobility? Uncle Adrian, your playmate was merely a companion, but Bone is my sole friend from childhood. Indeed, that family is never a source of tranquility. Adrian candidly expressed, the teacher is proficient in many matters, but he is utterly indifferent to mundane affairs. His former disciples would ostracize others with their cryptic remarks. How could a great noble allow their children to endure such treatment? It was only after the incident with Melanie that my family swiftly intervened to bring me in. Yet, the teacher suddenly decided to take me as his sole disciple, and I nearly drowned in the flames of jealousy. Grandfather simply wishes to avoid such matters. Having secured a satisfactory disciple, why bother with the rest? That is true, Adrian said with a sense of pride. When I became a grand mage, my family was overjoyed. He concluded with a sarcastic remark. It certainly justified the substantial payments made to the Temple of Knowledge. Hill greatly admired the foresight of the Adrian family. Ever since establishing themselves in Solar, generations have continuously procured magical tomes from the Temple of Knowledge. Each child received magical enlightenment. When Adrian exhibited exceptional magical talent, they unhesitatingly invested a fortune to place him under Fran's tutelage. A magus can live for at least 800 years. As one ascends in rank, the distinction between knights and mages becomes increasingly pronounced. Legendary knights rarely exceed lifespans of 800 to 900 years, without extraordinary talent. It is challenging for any knight to attain such longevity. Ultimately, no matter how well maintained, knights must endure physical trials, and unnoticed internal injuries can affect them for life. With an 800-year-old patron, the Adrian family need not worry excessively. Adrian gently set Hill down in front of the magic tower. Alice soon arrived with Merkel. Merkel still wishes to reside on the mountain. Hill pondered for a moment. There's a protruding ridge on the left side of the entrance that doesn't require a magic array. He can live there. It will also serve as a guard. He retrieved the enormous package and lamented, "How could you have excavated so much? I feel embarrassed facing grandfather." Merkel let out a joyful cry, while Alice sighed. Merkel believes that if he hadn't guarded the mine, it would have been discovered long ago. This is his reward for guarding the mountain. Adrian chuckled. "Do not worry. Neither the teacher nor I are particularly concerned. Let him have his nest." Merkel nodded in satisfaction. Producing 10 high-grade ores and placing them before Hill, happily trotting away with the package, Alice hurried to follow him. Turning back to Hill, "I will keep an eye on him. I want to let him encounter the magic array." Hill waved his hand in agreement. His cheerful mood swiftly dimmed upon seeing Bone standing at the entrance. Noticing Bone's red-rimmed eyes, he understood that the family would ultimately depart. As a mother, Lena could always persuade her son. His previously hesitant heart finally settled. He had intentionally given Adrian that blueprint to facilitate Bone and his family's gradual separation. Once Bone endured the arduous training to become a mage within Fran's tower, his feelings for his family would surely mature. And he would not suffer from neglect by his parents. He smiled at Bone, saying, "Why the tears? Once you become a mage, you can visit me often. It's just an hour's flight from the mountain." Bone, choked with emotion, agreed. Hill looked back at Locke and Lena behind him, saying, "Uncle Adrian will take you over. Quickly gather your belongings. It will take grandfather's people half a month to arrive, so you will have to manage for now." The two hastily complied. And after expressing her reluctance to Hill, Lena turned to ascend the stairs to pack. Hill turned to Bone, saying, "Keep a small ring on you. There's no need to inform your parents about it, lest they scold you. The rest can go to Lister." Bone shook his head. "You should keep it. I have no use for it." Adrian scoffed. "Don't be foolish. Hill wants you to carry something without your parents knowing. From now on, you will reside on Apprentice Street, far from them, so there's no need to tell them everything." Hill quickly interjected, "Uncle Adrian." Bone shook his head at Hill, saying, "I understand. It's normal for my parents to prefer the younger one. They are not unkind to me." "You need not worry." Observing Hill's concerned expression, he finally smiled. "You've always said I'm clever, that I have the makings of a mage. Some matters I simply overlooked. Today, in their haste for me to agree to leave, quite a bit slipped out. That I also realize this is the best way to handle things. That I will take a ring with me and want to mention it to them. You needn't fret. I must forge my own path." Chapter 16. The War of the Gods begins. Hill comprehended why Bone was in such anguish. He had always believed in his parents' unwavering loyalty, which had completely dissipated in the face of self-interest to spare Hill from difficulty. They could only depart. In truth, Hill felt no sorrow over this. Bone always regarded him as too naive. However, Hill, who had navigated the complexities of a construction site for over a decade, had witnessed the entanglements of interests, vendettas, and grievances far too many. Hill simply did not care. Modern individuals hardly believe in any eternal loyalty or affection. The absence of betrayal merely indicates misplaced leverage. He cherished the camaraderie with Bone over the years, and thus it should not be put to the test. It would be foolish to place his friend in a predicament between his parents and himself. He nodded. "Go and hand over to Lister. I want to revoke your access to the territory." Bone bowed deeply and turned to enter the tower. Hill turned to see Adrian regarding him with an inscrutable expression, prompting him to ask, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Adrian queried curiously. "I thought you held deep feelings for Lena." Hill chuckled. "Uncle Adrian, my own biological mother would abandon me for some inexplicable reasons. My father would rather I did not exist." "What makes you think I would wholeheartedly trust anyone?" Adrian replied without hesitation. "Such things are prevalent in the noble circles. Many children raised in this manner end up investing their affections in their nannies. Numerous others fail to treat friends as well as you do Bone." "Bone is Bone," Hill stated, "but I am merely a bit kinder to Lena and her family. After all, they have indeed contributed much to me." Adrian asked, sincerity for sincerity, faint affection for falsehood? "After I taught Bone magic, they decided to temporarily forego having children." Hill led Adrian towards the grassy area. "However, since they claim it is to care for me, they have indeed committed wholeheartedly. And I appreciate that. The teacher and I are always concerned that you may care too much for them, that your compassion may lead you astray. We can always protect you. We just worry you might come to regard them as family. Hill laughed. I eventually realized that as well. But I cannot voice anything. Bone is genuinely simple-hearted, yet he is capable, honest, and obedient, making him quite suited for work in your environment. Adrian nodded in agreement. I will look after him, giving him ample tasks to do, which will both hone his magical prowess and keep him from overthinking. Hill chuckled softly. Just remember to have the merchant convoy bring along more junior apprentices. That is what truly matters. Adrian lamented. We can only bring along a few more children. Allow Bond to teach the fundamentals for several years. It is hoped that there will be more practical applications. Adrian has another task upon his arrival, which is to replace the communication box in Hill's study. The one in Fran can directly connect to the Archmage, who is on good terms with him. But that is not the case here in Hill. When Fran departed from the capital, he destroyed the box on that side. Now that the two locations are in such close proximity, the consumption of elemental crystal stones will be significantly reduced. Hill can also connect to Fran's side at any time. Hill instructed Lister to retrieve an alchemical carriage, as its magical conduction properties are superior, which would also make it easier for Adrian to float. Otherwise, he feared Adrian might simply use ropes to drag the entire Bond family through the air. Soon, Lena and her family appeared, laden with a multitude of luggage. Hill instructed them to take care of their belongings themselves before heading upstairs. As he passed the third floor, he paused, preparing to impart a few final words to Bond. Bond's belongings were already packed, and he sat in a chair, lost in thought. Hill gently knocked on the door, prompting Bond to leap up instantly. Young master. The familiar title slipped from his lips, a term he had used for over a decade. In that fleeting moment, both were transported back in time. Hill suppressed the bittersweet sensations rising within him. I shan't say much more. You must take good care of yourself. Your grandfather will hardly speak to you, but Uncle Adrian will look after you. However, you must understand that things will be different from when you were with me. I have spoken with your grandfather, and Lena and her family will reside with the caravan. Many words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back, as the distance between them had grown. Lena and Locke might at most ask Bond for resources to aid the training of their two children. He could only hope that Bond would grasp the boundaries. Bond nodded silently. Hill observed him. Lena and the others have descended. You should hasten your preparations. Adrian will be leaving shortly. Bond picked up a box beside him. Do not worry, I will try to remain at the Magic Tower. Visiting them once a month will suffice. Hill ascended the stairs with a sense of relief that he stood by the bay window in the reception room and looked down. Lena and Locke were stacking luggage into the carriage, while the two children stood to the side. Once Bond descended, he did not rush to assist as he had in the past. Instead, he asked a few questions before he levitated several large boxes onto the roof of the carriage. Hill felt reassured, knowing that a semblance of restraint remained. Adrian emerged, looking at Hill. Everything is packed. I will take the people back directly and will contact you once all is settled. By the way, you mentioned wanting to establish a small village beyond the valley. Should I assist you in its construction, or will you handle it yourself? Hill replied, There is no need for trouble. I will summon a few earth elementals to construct it. Just a few houses along the mountainside, encircled by a wall. Do you require me to send a few merchants? Just a handful of young men who can read and do arithmetic, preferably those who are already married. That is more than enough. I plan to set up a general store, an inn, and an apothecary, and then allow the servants of those families in my territory to live independently. You truly believe the undead will inevitably come? Hill chuckled. If you heed my advice, build a library on the road left for the undead. Stocked with low-level spellbooks, it will prove quite lucrative. Adrian responded without hesitation. Since apprentices will be needed, have them transcribe the books. Additionally, establish 2 general stores selling low-level alchemical products. He glanced at the family downstairs, already prepared, and turned to Hill, saying, I shall take my leave now. Focus on your training. It is best to attain the rank of Archmage as soon as possible, and we shall worry less about you. I will contact you with any news. Hill nodded and accompanied him downstairs. After watching Adrian swiftly float away with the carriage, Hill entrusted the various odds and ends to Lister and immersed himself in his training. A month later, when Adrian reached out to Hill, he realized how swiftly time had passed. Adrian informed him that the god of nobility had indeed begun summoning for the divine war, yet while his noble followers were still recruiting soldiers, the god of time and space summoned an army of 100,000. He lamented. All professionals. There are probably not even that many throughout the entire Solar. When the teacher contacted the capital, Chaos ensued. It is said that among the first arrivals were great knights and archmages, with bishop-level priests also appearing. Hill inquired, "Are there any sky knights yet?" As of now, no one has seen any. But those individuals cannot possibly ascend to the rank of archmage within a month. Can they? No one knows how many high-tiered beings they have concealed. Hill listened to Adrian's anxious words, pondering how this sovereign managed such feats. Adrian remarked. The teacher could not contain himself and went to take another look. He sensed that the elemental power in the air over William's territory has thinned. He said meaningfully to Hill, "At this rate, the world is bound to change." Hill silently contemplated. If William's side develops favorably, attracting more participants into this game, it could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions of players. What would this world, where the air is almost solidified with elements, become? The world consciousness could not possibly be unaware. Yet it still permits this. It is exceedingly strange. Does he wish to lower the elemental content? The potent elements are the assurance that the deities, although suspended beyond the world, can still influence the lower realm with a mere gesture. Their power is so overwhelming that the world has long since prohibited the deities from tearing through the boundary membrane and entering in their true forms. Is this now an intention to limit their power as well? Hill looked up at Adrian and said, "Then elemental minds will become even more precious in the future." Adrian replied, "No one knows there are mines here. The teacher has not disclosed this. Those in the capital believe it was built here solely to protect you. It cannot be mentioned any further. Be wary of your leopard. I currently have only 3 servants in my territory, 1 cook and 2 caretakers for the estate. I have entrusted all chores to the alchemical puppets. Merkel goes to the Wood Spirit Forest daily to fetch me some meat. He hardly leaves." "Has your village been completed?" Adrian asked. "When I repaired the road some time ago, it was not yet visible. The tower spirit directly communicates with the earth elementals. The houses sprout forth directly. It may take some time to arrange the drainage system. Those servants have all been transformed into subjects, receiving land and homes. Once their farmland generates enough taxes for my provisions, I will release those 2 from my territory as well." "How much land have you enclosed?" "I calculated that along the mountain range. There are at least 1,000 acres. Half of that will suffice. I will send people over tomorrow that I have long been prepared. 3 pairs of newlywed couples, all capable of writing and calculating. They can only assist me here. So they are all yours." "Thank you. I will also allocate land to them, and they can hire laborers for cultivation." Adrian chuckled. "You truly do not stand to lose." Hill replied, "I only charge a 10 commercial tax. Do they have any other sources for supplies apart from you?" "Only from you. My alchemical products are not that comprehensive." Adrian was left speechless. Friend could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Why all this idle chatter?" Hill said, "Grandfather, given these circumstances, is there still a possibility of divine war?" Fran replied, "Those gods who require faith and possess a sense of crisis will only participate more fervently." He instructed Hill, "Do not let yourself be dragged into it. Those 2 foolish princes of Solar intend to join the Rose faction. They have already declared their intention to close the borders." He scoffed, "The people over at William's side are already overflowing with nowhere to go. With such a perfect excuse, let them engage in battle." Adrian stated, "I have already procured enough supplies for 10 years and brought in over 30 young apprentices. I have also sealed off the roads leading from Solar to our side. Do not venture out unnecessarily. Should you require anything, come here to fetch it." Chapter 17. William's 2 foolish brothers. Fran said solemnly, "You are a sorcerer. It has always been easy for others to covet you, now that the wise have realized that elemental crystal stones are more precious. Your ability to retain elements will pose a significant problem if discovered. Hurry and advance. After this war concludes, you must become an archmage." Adrian sighed. "I fear that it will be impossible to protect the elemental mines even before reaching the legendary tier. Fortunately, both of our towers have been constructed." Friend stated, "Until Hill becomes an archmage, his tower will be of little use." Hill quickly assured, "Grandfather, rest assured, my advancement will be swift. I merely wish to solidify my foundation. Hence the delay." Adrian, exasperated, exclaimed, "Is this what advancement entails? As easy as drinking water?" Hill replied matter-of-factly, "Thus, the sorcerers must rely on themselves to suppress their growth. Otherwise, a weak foundation means that even upon reaching the legendary tier, one may still transform into a beast." Adrian, in frustration, abruptly severed the communication, leaving no opportunity for Hill or Fran to bid farewell. Hill felt he was about to face repercussions. He resolved to delay his advancement until William achieves victory. The elemental spirits would be at a higher tier than he. By then, he could summon a multitude upon awakening, and with an abundance of elemental spirits of mage-level quality filling the valley, it should pose no issues. Any intruders would surely perish. After arranging the individuals Adrian sent, Hill returned to his secluded training. Unexpectedly, just half a month later, Adrian initiated communication once more. The old king had suddenly passed away. He spoke with a tone of schadenfreude. Edward has ascended to the throne. That fool Charles believed he was a sky knight, counting on the Rose Church's support. Little did he expect that Edward would be so daring. His son Ramsden, a great knight, formally accepted the baptism into the church, becoming a divinely favored sky knight. The church is quite generous with the divine baptism that allows for direct ascension. Edward's means were inherently superior to his own. And Charles, with his foolish temper, had offended numerous individuals. With both parties possessing celestial knights, it was certain that Edward would emerge victorious. By the end, Charles might only attain the hollow title of Duke. That is, if the church still found him useful. Otherwise, he would likely be dead by now. Hill inquired, "Is there any news from Prince William?" Adrian replied, "We have received information that things are moving at a much swifter pace. William has no high-ranking mages by his side. He will probably remain oblivious until the border city is sealed." Hill remarked, "Why do you always forget that he is favored by the divine?" Adrian responded with a slight gasp, "William's maternal grandfather is still within that border city. I will inquire about any movements from the Spencer family." Hill heard Friend interject, "By the time you figure that out, William will have already returned to his homeland." Adrian refrained from saying more, merely inquiring politely, "Teacher, you have returned. Have you been out?" Friend ignored him and addressed Hill directly. "Upon hearing this news this morning, I flew straight to the border city. The Spencer family has already allowed William's people to enter. Now they are guarding the direction of our homeland." Hill asked, "Have any of the other celestial knights from the northern regions made any moves?" Fran stated, "This is an internal royal conflict. Unless they join the Rose faction, they will not intervene. After all, no matter who prevails, celestial knights are still needed to guard the borders." "Are there many members of the Rose faction at present?" "Among the 6 marquises, only one has openly declared allegiance to the Rose and the Scepter. However, the earls affiliated with them may also partake, as this is a war of faith, and the great lords cannot restrict the actions of their subordinate lords. No one dares to offend the divine." Hill sighed. "Then the only thing William can do is to unify the northern regions swiftly." Fran nonchalantly replied, "If Edward is wise enough, he should first placate Charles and then decisively take down William. However, if he prioritizes dealing with Charles, the outcome may not be favorable." Adrian interjected, "The Edward family, while adept in schemes, is narrow-minded and will undoubtedly not spare Charles." Friend responded, "Isn't that the best outcome? Charles has always been an invisible crown prince. Despite his volatile temperament, he remains a high-level professional whom the nobility has largely ignored. Over the years, many have rallied to his side. Had he not been betrayed by the church, Edward might not have prevailed against him." Hill chuckled. "Fortunately, the grandfather acted swiftly. With the church's intervention, many will surely be caught in the crossfire." "What is the current status of Helen?" Adrian replied, "The king has died suddenly. A celestial knight's demise cannot go unaccounted for. No one within the palace can escape responsibility. The mistresses residing in the palace have all been confined to a small palace nearby. And Helen is no exception. Now that Edward is king, has he not released her?" Friend gently remarked, "Someone has reminded Charles that Helen, who has been the mistress of the old king for over 20 years, is actually Edward's sister-in-law." Hill grasped the implication. How cleverly this could be utilized. Friend added, "During this period, I will visit the northern regions every few days. You two should focus on your training. If William unifies the north and Edward has yet to mobilize his forces, Hill, you should advance." Hill promptly assured, "Rest assured, grandfather." Adrian chimed in, "Hill, regarding the teacher, several mages are coming to seek refuge. Your companion, Bourne, is quite fortunate. He is preparing for advancement at just the right moment. I have already arranged a room for him in the magic tower, and after his promotion, he will officially take charge of the apprentices. He can no longer reside outside the tower with them." Hill understood and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Adrian, for your assistance." Friend interrupted their conversation, directly warning Hill, "You need not worry about that individual any longer. Focus on your own matters. Even if he does not advance, I will ensure he manages the library. If he proves himself, he may remain in the tower and will be adequately compensated for his efforts." Hill stood and said, "Thank you, grandfather. Now that he is a mage, I will certainly refrain from meddling." Friend abruptly severed the communication. Hill realized that from now on, he could no longer inquire about Born's affairs. The elemental spirits he summoned were increasing in number, filling the valley with a triad of elemental energies. The apprentice, Born, would eventually comprehend matters that he could not grasp before becoming a mage. Adrian would undoubtedly keep Born exceedingly busy, leaving him no time to visit Hill. Fran would also not allow this mage, who knew too many of Hill's secrets, to leave his tower at will. Currently, Born only needed to keep the fact that Hill was a warlock a secret. This secret, even if disclosed, would not compel anyone to risk offending Fran to deal with Hill. Hill was not truly concerned. After all, scattered elemental spirits, even if they remained in his territory indefinitely, would not cause an elemental convergence to form a mind.I in the short term. The upheaval in Sorcerer was enough to capture everyone's attention. As long as no one knew that he could permanently summon an earth elemental tribe, he would remain quite safe. Furthermore, Fran and others believed the divine conflict would conclude in Sorcerer, but Hill disagreed. This deity of time and space could not easily summon 100,000 individuals. The will of the world must have granted him special favor. If the will of the world truly intended to expel the divine powers from the continent, then the entire land, not just humanity, but also elves and magical beasts, would likely be engulfed in flames of war. Hill could not comprehend what had transpired that compelled the will of the world to diminish its elemental total in such a manner to expel divine power. Nevertheless, he believed he would eventually witness the outcome, and at that time, he would understand the reasons behind it. Hill approached the exterior of the magic tower. Alice was indeed still playing with the wood spirits. He raised his hand to summon her. Alice queried, "Is something the matter? It's not mealtime. It's rare for you to seek me out." Hill replied straightforwardly, "A divine conflict is about to erupt. You must refrain from going out lately. Inform Merkel to absolutely not leave the territory. I'll not give my grandfather the chance to silence him." Alice asked, "Is it regarding the secrecy of the elemental mine? I know that Merkel's mine is quite special, but it is not large. Does it require the secrecy of a mage?" "Dear Alice, the world is about to undergo significant changes. You must listen closely to the voices of nature and not solely indulge in play." Alice sighed. All right. I'm just a cat. Why must I concern myself with so many matters?" Hill chuckled as he patted her head. "If you wish to avoid trouble, you must remain obediently within the territory for these years. But you should also expedite your training. Perhaps in a century, advancing will no longer be as easy as it is now." Alice gazed at Hill with confusion, but he could not elaborate further. Nature would also convey to these spirits the urgency of time. However, Alice truly was just a cat. Beyond matters of life and death, play was of utmost importance. She might even choose to ignore the natural urgings. Hill finally instructed Alice, "Tell Merkel to secure his mine and ensure that it is not taken out of the territory." Alice nodded silently, observing that this little cat had developed some sense of urgency. Hill refrained from saying more. Originally, he had intended to suppress the Archmage for a few more years, but now he must hasten his own advancement. He needed to ascend quickly, as he had to remain in this tier longer. Before becoming a mage, Hill needed to refine all the foundational aspects. He would not wish for an opportunity to ascend to legend only to become a mere bear. Fran's continuous inquiries yielded results as they had anticipated. Edward had indeed taken action against Charles first. Even as the nobility and the church desperately mediated, Edward sought to drive out all those loyal to Charles from the capital. In enraged, Charles acted decisively against Helen, personally overseeing the confinement of her mistresses within a small palace. He vowed to extract evidence of Edward's patricide from their lips. During this period, William personally led an operation to apprehend all the noble church members in the northern regions. Except for the Celestial Knight Marquis who fled with his family, all others became prisoners. Chapter 18. Archmage Hill people were astonished to discover that the first wave of undead was composed entirely of archmages and grand knights. Though these undead were somewhat unruly and chaotic in their actions, the 10,000 professionals led by grand knights transformed into a super tornado, sweeping through the entire northern region, far away in the capital. Edward had yet to realize that the situation in the north had already been determined. William raised the royal banner, declaring Edward a patricide and traitor, with the nobility and the church as the masterminds. While the foolish Charles served as an accomplice, many lesser nobles who had contemplated supporting Edward quickly fell into line. The sheer number of undead was overwhelming. Fran informed Hill that several legendary archmages and knights from Sorcerer were currently maintaining neutrality. After all, the old king's death was indeed suspicious, and no legendary figures wished to publicly support someone suspected of patricide. Between the two deities, at least for now, this deity of time and space demanded very little from its followers. After all, the nature of its favored ones was laid bare during this period. A considerable portion of the undead exhibited traits of chaotic neutrality and chaotic goodness, yet they had not lost their divine favor. However, the deity harbored a profound disdain for evil. Many claimed to have witnessed orderly evil undead being punished by divine retribution, struck down by lightning. Long after the emergence of neutrality, Hilmer silently mused, "The punishment for red names seems rather severe." After William's army seized control of the entire northern region, they paused to recuperate, showing no signs of proactive engagement. Onlookers speculated that he was awaiting higher-level reinforcements. After all, aside from Charles and Ramsden, several celestial knights and sorcerers stood alongside the noble church in the capital of Sorrel. Furthermore, the noble temple in Sorrel was guarded not only by a legendary cardinal but also by a legendary paladin. Hill understood very well that players had no high-level allies to rely on at this moment. They could only seize this opportunity to grind levels and complete quests. Time was of the essence for William. The longer Edward delayed, the more advantageous it became for him. However, to everyone's surprise, Edward's army took a month to organize and still had not set forth. He proclaimed his intention to lead the charge personally, to bolster Ramsden's position, yet he remained immobile. Adrian, with a conspiratorial mindset, suspected that Edward was waiting for high-level reinforcements from the temporal temple, hoping that when the time came, both the legendary figures of the noble temple and the celestial knights would suffer mutual destruction, allowing him to solidify his reign as king. Fran found this notion plausible. Hill, however, thought it premature to consider abandoning their efforts before the battle had even begun. The upper echelons of the noble church were nearing the brink of madness. Under their relentless urging, Edward finally articulated his demands. He hoped they could secure Helen's release to thwart Charles, ideally confining Charles under house arrest. Originally, the noble church was reluctant to relinquish a celestial knight from their ranks, but Edward's actions had driven them to despair. Adrian excitedly relayed to Hill that the higher-ups of the noble church were likely contemplating eliminating Helen altogether, yet Edward remained adamant about not giving her up, even threatening the church to ensure her safety. It was at this moment that people began to realize that these two individuals had formed an alliance unbeknownst to anyone. Ever since his eldest son Ramsden had displayed his knightly talents, Edward had not sought a mistress. The outside world assumed it was to placate his son, but no one had anticipated it was due to his sister-in-law. Edward's wife was nearly driven to madness. She ordered Ramsden not to intervene in this matter. If the noble church wished to control Charles, they would have to act themselves. When Hill first heard this news, he nearly doubled over with laughter. The tale of Edward, who prioritized love over power, entwined with the enchanting Helen, truly seemed a match made in heaven. Alas, such amusement was destined to be savored alone. Adrian believed that Hill's mirth stemmed from Edward's unexpected rift with his only son during this critical juncture. He too felt that such a rationale made his own intricate plotting seem utterly foolish. Regardless, Edward and Charles had managed to offend the entirety of Sorrel's nobility. Charles, a celestial knight, had confined Helen for so long yet still failed to extract the truth from her. Both he and his subordinates, who had provided him no assistance, were outmaneuvered by a single woman, resulting in a situation where no one dared to continue supporting Charles. As for Edward, the nobility was indifferent to how he acquired the throne through cunning and deceit. After all, the power struggles among nobles were inherently fraught with bloodshed and treachery, and people would only mock Charles's incompetence. Yet, no matter how devious or vile the rivalry became, it must remain concealed in shadows, presenting only an image of dignity and nobility to the public. Although the arrogant and irascible Charles was perceived as inept, he at least maintained the baseline of a nobleman, periodically allowing women to make appearances, assuring the populace that he would not resort to violence against them. Edward, however, had torn asunder the last remnants of his dignity before the church. He had thoroughly trampled Sorrel's reputation into the mud. The church would not keep the king of Sorrel's secrets. Sorrel was poised to deliver a farcical spectacle to the world. The king of Sorrel could be cunning and unscrupulous, but he could not be universally acknowledged as foolish. If, in the future, people only recalled Sorrel for this farce, how could its nobility continue to thrive? Fran opined that had the noble church not stood in their way, all of Sorrel would have welcomed William's arrival with open arms. The longer the delay, the fewer nobles would be willing to participate in this war, a reality that the noble church had grasped well, leading them to ultimately abandon Charles. They dispatched 3 archbishops to imprison Charles. Edward finally set out with his dilatory army after ensuring Helen's safety. A full half-month later, Hill surmised that the subsequent 100,000 players, after sweeping through the northern quests, must have seen a significant portion attain the rank of Great Knight. Among the first batch of players, those particularly adept at questing might have even ascended to Celestial Knight status. Achieving a new tier every 2 months is already a considerable challenge in a game. Unless the noble church deployed legendary paladins and cardinals, the prospects for victory in this war appeared bleak. Ultimately, William, who emerged victorious, would become a legend across the continent, and the name of the temporal god would echo far and wide. His divine power would undoubtedly experience a surge. The noble church would certainly mobilize their legendary figures, yet Hill believed that, given the time elapsed, William would have become a legend himself. After all, he had heard that William still devoted an hour each day to meeting with the undead, demonstrating his commitment to the process. The magnitude of a war involving tens of thousands would undeniably bestow immense recognition upon this game within that world. Hill was certain that if he were in such a position, he too would take the time to partake in the experience. He eagerly anticipated the number of players who would attend William's coronation in the capital. For now, Hill could only focus on advancing to become a Grand Mage. As for Fran and Adrian, they would continue to monitor the battlefield. The players were bound to provide them with an unparalleled experience. It was likely that Fran, in her 60-plus years of life, would never encounter anything as exhilarating. The cunning machinations of the nobility, when faced with the liberated players, would surely birth countless enchanting tales. Slowly, Hill opened his eyes, feeling the earth, wood, and water elements of nature surging into his being. After a month of diligent effort, he had finally attained the rank of Grand Mage. He could sense the profound attraction his body held towards the elements, akin to being in a perpetual state of deep meditation. When Adrian had first become a Grand Mage, he had not possessed such formidable allure. For a wizard, this was indeed a rare gift. Yet for a warlock, if one could not fully comprehend and remember every sinew of their corporeal form, hastily transforming into an elemental body would only herald failure in the future. Even if one could rapidly ascend to the level of sorcerer, they would either remain a sorcerer forever or hasten towards legendary status, ultimately losing their identity and transforming into a mere extension of their bloodline. Henceforth, Hill resolved to suppress himself at every moment, meticulously measuring his physical form, striving to avoid becoming an uncontrollable earth-bear driven by instinct. The moment Hill became a Grand Mage, he sensed the uncontainable excitement radiating from the elemental spirits that had forged a pact with him. The leader of the Earth Elementals instantly leveled up. Were it not for the emergence of players, Hill, specializing in summoning, could have swept through the entire western frontier effortlessly. Unfortunately, due to the presence of demons, high-level mages and priests wielded the banishment spell with remarkable proficiency. However, the Grand Mages lacked sufficient soul strength, enabling them to cast the banishment spell only one at a time. For summoners like Hill, facing Grand Mages was an arduous task. Conversely, sorcerers could directly connect with the elemental realm, summoning as many as they wished to return. Yet at least Hill, remaining in his magic tower, had no fear even of legends. If previously he had relied solely on Fran's protection, now Hill could finally stand tall and declare that he was capable of protecting himself. Hill summoned Lister to inquire about any recent developments. As anticipated, Edward had just delivered a grandiose declaration of war at the front lines, only to be blindsided by a sudden appearance of dozens of Celestial Knight Grand Mages. With William not even making an appearance, the noble church had sent several archbishops who sat in luxurious tents at the back, overseeing the battle. Meanwhile, the Church of the Temporal God had dispatched dozens of archbishop-level priests leading a massive contingent of priests. This legion of over 10,000 priests, positioned behind the army, employing healing spells, caused Edward's forces to collapse from the outset. They suffered minimal casualties, after being ambushed a few times by the undead. Edward's army was utterly routed. Chapter 19. The Great Temporal God. Ramsden directly surrendered, and the noble church even lost its own archbishop to capture. Edward attempted to flee, only to be suspended from a tree by an undead mage. The combined number of priests from all the temples in Sorrel likely did not exceed 1,000, while the temporal temple effortlessly deployed around 10,000 archbishop-level priests. The sheer number of priests signified the level of the deity. Faced with such a formidable divine presence, no one in Sorrel dared to speak out. The noble temple directly dispatched a legendary knight, only to be intercepted by William, who had inexplicably ascended to legendary status. Each nation and capital on this continent housed a main temple guarded by 2 legendary figures, while other legends remained in the Divine Mountains. The Divine Mountains were where deities once ascended to their thrones, the very foundation of divine presence on earth. The god of nobility had been a deity for millennia. From his divine mountain to Sorrel, a journey of a month awaited even legends. unless the god of nobility or the goddesses of arts and love exert their full divine powers to directly transport. Even if they were to flee to Salal, they would only be able to attend William's coronation ceremony. These two deities are not without adversaries, and they would never dare to take such a risk. William is destined to become king. Once William attains legendary status, the entirety of Salal shall bow before him, rejoicing in fervent celebration. A legendary king capable of living for 8 centuries. There shall be no one left to resist his rule. Unless the god of time and space calls upon William to his divine realm, the 30-year-old William will govern Salal for a considerable duration. He'll sense the message from Fran, with William being of paramount importance. He must remind Fran that the movements of the undead are the utmost priority. Fran seems to believe that the god of time and space will ascend to the divine throne in Salal, which Hill does not concur with. Once he formally becomes a god, he must depart from this continent, and divine power will no longer transfer as easily as it does now, having expended such effort to break the boundaries of time and space to summon players. He would not cease his endeavors. Hill himself must also prepare to welcome the omnipresent, seamless players. William's army, after a brief respite, set forth towards the capital of Salal. Prior to their official departure, William publicly declared that Salal would no longer welcome the Temple of Nobility and the Temple of Arts. He hoped that the two temples could maintain their dignity and withdraw from Salal before his army reached the capital. The Temple of Nobility promptly retreated, but the Temple of Love faced complications. This temple was solely composed of female priests who were typically protected by knights sworn to them. However, these knights of Salal would never abandon their families and homeland for the sake of so-called love. The very essence of love, worthy of praise in any world, lies in its rarity. Even though most of the female priests hailed from noble families in Salal, it could not avert their fateful abandonment. Simultaneously forsaken by both lovers and family, the temple found itself on the brink of collapse. William's final act of mercy was to dispatch several of his knightly cousins, leading a knightly legion to escort them to Hefesardo. The people of the Temple of Nobility should also be stationed at the border between the two nations, ready to take them in. It is uncertain whether the goddesses of arts and love will be enraged upon witnessing their followers so readily abandoned by the Temple of Nobility. This goddess, having been born and sustained by the god of nobility, has not achieved independence for tens of thousands of years. Her status is evident in the actions of the Temple of Nobility. The adage, when the mountain falls, the reliance crumbles, holds true in any realm. In light of this, Hill became increasingly resolute in his pursuit of legend. Only through personal strength can one attain freedom in this world. William gradually advanced towards the capital, constructing the Church of the God of Time and Space along the way. He also publicly proclaimed the name and divine role of this deity. O great deity Kronos! Born from the illusory realms of time and space, you govern the flow of time and space, traversing freely through the cosmos. The pitiful mortals beseech you with sorrowful prayers. Your merciful gaze turns towards the mortal realm, bestowing blessings of peace and joy upon the unfortunate. You promise to bring fairness and justice to your believers. Those who extol your name shall be granted the opportunity for education. William announced that each Church of Time and Space would establish a literacy class. Every individual could learn 200 characters in these classes, provided they extolled the name of time and space before their studies, with everything else entirely free of charge. The Church of Time and Space would also strive to uphold justice for those wronged. Furthermore, the impoverished need no longer fear being deceived by nobles and wealthy merchants, as each Church of Time and Space would possess a divine artifact, the scale of justice. Both parties in a transaction could place their goods upon the scale, and only upon achieving balance could the exchange occur. This scale would be positioned outside the church, accessible to all, regardless of faith. Transactions witnessed by the divine would be subject to retribution from the temple for any violators. The god of time and space did not interfere with the signing of contracts, leaving a path of retreat for the god of justice. The Temple of Justice remained unresponsive. Fran believed that this deity intended to wait until the end. Initially, the god of justice brimmed with zeal, yet ultimately became a mere arbiter of contract fairness. Tens of thousands of years without advancing in divine power speaks volumes about the depths of the situation. Nevertheless, he has steadfastly upheld the fairness of contracts, a principle even the deities cannot contravene. After the god of time and space publicly announced his divine role, Fran remarked to Hill, "What the god of justice has failed to achieve for thousands of years. I hope this one succeeds." Fran was confident that as long as the god of time and space could maintain fairness and justice, the god of justice would unhesitatingly pledge allegiance to them. For thousands of years, the power of the god of justice has remained unchanged, as for the god of knowledge, upon realizing that education would only lead to a greater thirst for knowledge. He fell silent. The promotion of literacy would only intensify the desire for knowledge, thereby augmenting the power of the god of knowledge. Adrian informed Hill, "The nobles are still being foolish. Those at my home do not comprehend. They actually asked me if charging for literacy isn't a major source of income for the Temple of Knowledge, and why the temple has not opposed it. Does the literacy of the impoverished affect knowledge? Clearly, it is the nobles. If they wish to impose undue taxes, let them prepare for a reckoning from both time and justice. The astute have long foreseen the outcome of this affair. The previous god of justice, coupled with the god of knowledge, could not achieve this not for lack of desire, but rather for lack of resources. Yet the god of time and space possesses at least 100,000 players. William dispersed waves of players across the newly erected churches. Those tasked with teaching would remain in the churches to initiate literacy classes. Hill heard Adrian exclaim in astonishment. Those undead truly possess no pride as adventurers. They are actually fighting over the task of teaching literacy to the impoverished. Hill mused. It must be an exceptionally lucrative quest. Perhaps completing it would suffice for a level up. He wished to seize it for himself. Friend informed Hill, William has issued commands. Knight and swordsman guilds will be established in the capital. As for the two mage towers without the presence of magi, he will appoint individuals to guard them, while everyone else will be withdrawn, leaving it to the undead. Hill thought, the system is transitioning jobs. He felt a twinge of unease. With such thorough preparations, is Salal to become a novice village? This palpable sense of impending conflict suggests that William intends to wage war against Hefesardo. Thus, when Fran inquired if Hill wished to attend William's coronation ceremony, Hill decisively resolved to go. William has constructed a multitude of churches, yet has never mentioned where to build the main temple. He has not expressed any intention of holding a grand sacrificial event. Conventionally, if Salal were to become the site of the god of time and space's ascension, William should have been sending off the priests of other temples with courtesy. Yet he has only expelled the hostile temple. What intentions does the god of time and space conceal behind William? Harbor, where is he destined to ascend? When and where will the divine throne rise? Such questions are driving the observers to madness. Yet the most tormented are the various temples from this point forth. Salal shall become a place of little value to the deities. The temple of time shall claim the vast majority of future newborns. However, all deities remain silent, issuing no divine edicts. Thus believers cannot simply flee without conflict. The various temples in Salal are retracting their personnel back to the capital, amusingly invoking the pretext of participating in the king's coronation ceremony. Hill genuinely wishes to witness this spectacle. Within the tumultuous capital, the anxious temples, the trembling nobles, and the unruly players will undoubtedly provide him with ample amusement. Moreover, amidst the multitude of information provided by Fran during this period, there has been no mention of Count Paraster. Yet, since he belongs to Edward's faction, it is certain he faces no favorable outcome. That if he merely fell victim to collateral damage, Adrian would have long since come to revel in his misfortune. Yet, nothing has been mentioned. Hill suspects something unspeakable has occurred. However, it cannot possibly be to an utterly tragic extent. Otherwise, Fran would certainly have informed him. Perhaps he has been imprisoned, which is why neither Fran nor Adrian is speaking to him. But what good would knowing do? Would Hill then rush to rescue him? Hill believes he has consistently displayed indifference towards the Paraster family. He does not understand why Fran and Adrian seem to think he would show compassion. His concern for Paraster may not even surpass that of Fran and Adrian. Thus, he resolves to let it be. When he arrives in the capital, he will surely learn the truth, regardless of the events that may unfold. Count Paraster has brought this upon himself. Hill heads directly to the valley to address matters in the village. Although he is uncertain when these players will arrive, he decides to prepare various goods in advance. Most importantly, he must ensure that the magical arrow towers are properly calibrated. Heaven knows whether these players will take advantage of the village guards. The village guards he dispatched merely operate the village gate. Each night at 8 o'clock, the village gate locks, and the magical arrow towers will automatically activate, engaging in indiscriminate attacks against all living beings that approach the village at night. He hopes the players will understand the rules by then. These arrow towers can even take down sky knights. In truth, it matters little. They will learn soon enough through experience. Chapter 20. Arrival in the capital. Hill still needs to negotiate the receipt prices with several shopkeepers. Although he is unsure of how player experience is configured, He must be prepared to receive a large quantity of goods, herbs, food, meat and hides, minerals, and jewels must all have their purchase prices established, while also allowing for a margin of flexibility. After asking them to calculate a receipt, he plans to compare it with Fran's merchant caravan. Given their proximity, it is essential to ensure consistent pricing. He cast a final glance at the inn, a grand, concave three-story edifice boasting over 100 small rooms, the largest structure in this village. The 5 maids dispatched by Hill had been employed to manage its operations. Each household in the village had designated tasks and allocated plots of land, rendering them affluent free citizens. Hill instructed the innkeeper to remain composed in the event of an encounter with the undead, no matter the circumstances. There should be no panic. If meat supplies ran low, they were to issue quests to the undead, confident that hunters would emerge. Hill would return promptly after participating in the coronation ceremony, and any matters beyond resolution could await his return. Although the undead were all professionals, they would not easily resort to violence against ordinary folk. Hill noted that several managers appeared quite composed. After all, Fran was a sorceress, and Hill himself was a grand mage. In the eyes of this world's natives, such backing should safeguard them. Hill also felt that, at worst, they would suffer a psychological blow. The deity would likely shield players from overly unconventional behaviors. It was best to wait for his return before exposing players to such a spicy dish. Regardless of Hill's internal turmoil, he found himself being whisked away by Fran directly to the capital of Sorrel. This marked Hill's inaugural entry into the capital, a city named Obastion, which was nothing short of magnificent. That it was firmly fortified by 3 concentric layers of solid walls. The outermost wall was constructed from dark gray boulders. Unlike the typical fantasy novels where the outer city is a ring of slums surrounding the middle-class dwellings, the outer city of Obastion allowed no such impoverished residences near its walls. Each corner of the outer city harbored a sizable military encampment, where the families of officers and soldiers resided. Next were the city guards responsible for maintaining order, whose families formed a barrier between the military and the commoners. In this city, the truly destitute, unable to survive, were exceedingly rare. This semi-slavery societal structure transformed all impoverished individuals into slaves. Moreover, not everyone could own slaves in this world. Those without titles could only hire laborers. Following this were the lower and middle classes, comprising various artisans, merchants, and hired hands serving officers and traders. Various shadowy factions also thrived among this group. The genuinely oppressed poor resided in places controlled by such underworld influences, like gambling houses and brothels. After them came the middle class, possessing a modicum of education and sufficient wealth to hire workers and establish shops and workshops. The lower-tier professionals typically resided in this area, resulting in a bustling commercial hub filled with taverns and inns. The innermost circle, closest to the inner city walls, was mainly occupied by the unentitled offsprings of noble families and relatives of the royal guards. Even among professionals, only those of impeccable lineage, with verifiable backgrounds and generations of residence in the capital, were eligible to join the royal guard. In truth, the majority of those who could enter the royal guard were often the disinherited scions of nobility. Nevertheless, this arrangement at least assuaged most professionals residing in the capital, as they would refrain from committing crimes for the sake of their descendants' potential enlistment in the royal guard. The inner walls were entirely composed of obsidian, adorned with shimmering magical arrays. Few cities utilized obsidian for their walls. Such expensive stone was typically reserved for border fortifications, attainable only by the affluent Sorrel, which boasted the largest gold element mine on the continent. The outermost circle of the inner city was home to the architectural complexes of various temples. These so-called temples serving the populace dared not establish themselves in the outer city. Even churches could only be founded in the commoner area by the deity of justice and the goddess of springs. The truly destitute and oppressed could hardly possess the means to breach the inner city guards and enter the inner city. Following this were the densely populated noble districts. Dukes, marquises, earls, and barons, along with lords, were arranged in a crescent shape encircling the royal palace. The broad central avenue led directly to the palace. Flanking this road were shops predominantly owned by the great nobles, while those closest to the palace were exclusively royal properties. The entire royal palace was situated upon a bed of gold element O-R-E.I in the stone city. The white palace complex stood out strikingly, separated from the noble district by a moat, with magical arrays engraved in mithril glimmering vividly on the white stone walls. The king's residence lay at the very center of a pentagram-shaped magical array. At the tips of the pentagram stood 5 magical towers controlled by sorcerers. Flanking the king's abode were 2 legendary magical towers. Positioned at the convergence points of elemental forces, the entire palace, along with the magical towers, was designed to suppress the elemental tidal whirlpool generated by the gold element mine. It was said that during the initial extraction, an immense whirlpool formed, quelled only by the combined efforts of several legendary mages to excavate this, or legendary mages directly communicated with the elemental realm, ultimately constructing the palace complex with mithril. This palace was perhaps the most expensive in the world. Hill had perused numerous tomes about Soral's founding since childhood and was filled with curiosity about this palace. Finally able to behold it with his own eyes, that he implored Fran to allow him to explore the city. But she non-committally levitated him above the inner city gate. Flying above Obastion's inner city was prohibited. After granting Hill half an hour, Fran finally landed impatiently at the inner city gate. Hill was quite satisfied. Disregarding the outer city, however bustling, it could not capture the attention of a modern individual. The inner city was another matter entirely, with its exquisite and diverse temples captivating Hill's gaze. These grandiose structures were resplendent in color, imposing and awe-inspiring, as if he had stepped into a fairy tale world. Hill mused that indeed, this was a fantastical realm. No wonder Adrian did not find his quaint town design particularly beautiful. Only the plumbing system merited praise. Fran, irritable, instructed Adrian to keep an eye on the distracted Hill as they entered through the city gate. The commotion caught Hill's attention, causing even Fran to halt. The undead had arrived. The inner city guard seemed oblivious to the fact that these frivolously dressed women were high-ranking undead professionals. They frivolously admonished them not to enter the noble district in search of business. Adrian, puzzled, inquired, "Can't they see the names above the undead's heads?" Hill asked, "Why aren't the guards professionals?" Adrian replied, "Only professionals can see them. No place would station knights at the city gates." Fran explained, "Their names are elemental transformations. A non-professional cannot perceive them." She then asked Hill, "What about their attire?" Hill, gazing at the exquisitely tailored short gowns, was momentarily speechless. "They might as well have worn armor and robes." Steeling himself, he said, "Their entire clan consists of professionals. They likely prefer lightweight attire. Don't elves also favor short skirts and shorts?" Fran frowned. "It's normal to wear less in the forest. Elves wear more when they venture out." Hill could only respond, "The undead care little for others' opinions or gazes." Fran relented, instructing Adrian to handle the situation. A large crowd gathered, seemingly eager to witness how the undead would treat the guards, yet no one stepped in to diffuse the tension. Fran had no interest in waiting. Unfortunately, the few undead women finally grasped the vulgar implications of the guards' words. Several guards were set ablaze by a sudden fireball, their outer garments incinerated. Screaming, they dropped their weapons, shielding themselves with their hands, while makeshift earthen walls trapped them haphazardly. Hill heard a woman's voice say, "Quite a fair behind." The onlookers fell silent, none daring to speak. Even the most audacious female adventurers would not exhibit such boldness. Adrian halted, retreating to their side. "Hill, did you behave like this when you went to see them? Haven't you been?" At that time, they were all in burlap. They hunted, built houses, farmed daily, though they often quarreled. I had never seen such. When I visited, they were also quite busied. William's subordinates treated them courteously. No one provoked them. However, their squabbles were fierce, and the girls did curse. Adventurers cursed too, regardless of gender. But they would never do this. Few men would dare. Are there mages among adventurers? Their status gives them confidence. Adrian pondered. That may be true. But are all undead girls so fierce? Hill remained silent, inwardly scoffing. Before NPCs. Who cares about appearances? Fran suddenly interjected. A priest. Is this permissible? That one is terribly indifferent toward her followers. Hill could only continue his internal monologue. A healer is merely a profession. The undead women perched on the earthen walls, utterly indifferent to the crowd, pointed and whispered to one another, critiquing the guards' physiques and appearances. At that moment, a group of knights emerged from within. The leader shouted, "Ladies, show some mercy." Adrian nearly burst out laughing. William's guards. Chapter 21. Preparing to become a boss. The undead girls slowly hopped down from the earthen wall, chattering animatedly. "They are so rude. What do you take us for? Not killing them is already a sign of our mercy." "Indeed. Vander, these guards are utterly outrageous." Is there no one to manage them? Dismiss them. Vander could only force a smile. Ladies, they are merely ordinary people, unaware of your identities. Huh. Can't ordinary people dress a bit more revealingly? Is it a crime to dress attractively here? Vander closed his eyes momentarily. They will be punished. And please, do not block the entrance. Others are waiting to come in. The chattering undead girls finally made their entrance. Vander broke through the earthen wall and hurled these fools into the guard room. Get them some clothes. Didn't I say to behave recently? Keep your distance from strange individuals. Do you not understand? Where is your captain? Observing Vander's furious tirade, Friend inquired of Hill, what will happen when they reach our territory? Hill replied quietly, how could there be ordinary people in our domain? All outsiders are professionals. No one would be so foolish as for security. I leave it entirely to the alchemical puppets. My grandfather does the same, with the tower spirit responsible for discerning right from wrong, strictly enforcing the law. After all, they are the favorite of the deities. Fairness and justice will suffice. Friend could not suppress a sigh, and Hill was nearly taken aback that it was rare to see Friend so openly exasperated. Friend turned to Adrian, saying, from now on, you will communicate with Diamant regarding matters of the territory. Adrian nodded helplessly, yes, master. Friend added, let us proceed into the city. We shall return immediately after the ceremony. William was on the verge of coronation. Undoubtedly busy, Hill mused as he walked. His subordinates, in an effort not to trouble the future king at this moment, were left to handle the undead issue themselves. That it seemed they still did not comprehend how to interact with players. They merely instructed their unacquainted subordinates to steer clear of those exhibiting unusual behavior. The chaos stemming from differing worldviews would be quite a burden for them. They would never grasp why. Despite being high-ranking mages, they still needed to venture into the outer city. Such a place, teeming with commoners and a mix of characters, rarely saw the presence of high-level professionals, let alone females. They also could not fathom one thing. In an effort to save costs, many players would undoubtedly be residing in the cheapest and most rundown inns in the outer city. If William's subordinates did not seek out their lord for solutions, the outer city's underworld would soon be overwhelmed by waves of players ready to purge the evil in the name of the god of time. Leveling up while seizing opportunities for profit, Hill certainly did not think that only a few ladies residing in the inner city could dress so. There would be no need for players to instigate trouble. Heads would roll on their own accord. Hill was particularly intrigued by one matter. Where did these little dresses come from? Had their game begun selling appearances? Hill wished to see the men's clothing. He was somewhat tempted to buy. Adrian suddenly chuckled, and Hill glanced up. Players were touring the various temples. The gatekeeping paladins all wore grim expressions. After all, few could endure seeing their sacred temples used as fodder for comparison with others. Perhaps William had issued a strict decree. No undead were permitted to enter the various temples. Even the noble temples, which lacked guards, remained unbreached. Yet their speculations about which deity belonged to which temple was enough to drive these paladins mad. Hill overheard a passing player disdainfully remark, what a noble temple. It doesn't even surpass the Temple of Justice. The incessant chatter continued. The spring water temple is far more beautiful and suits me perfectly. Quick, take more pictures. What's wrong with the Temple of Love? How can it not be pink? Exactly. Light purple would suffice. Who uses deep purple to signify love? Hill silently contemplated. All temples were of uniform height. It was merely the lighter hue of the Temple of Justice that made it appear taller. Deep purple was a naturally occurring color derived from an exceptionally rare shell found in the ocean. This alluring, deep purple robe of the priests had seduced countless vain noble girls. Hill heard a thunderous voice proclaim, that one must be very old. Otherwise, why would they favor such a matronly color? Friend could not suppress a cough and quickly produced a puppet carriage. Ushering Adrian and Hill inside, Hill heard someone behind them exclaim, oh my, an alchemical puppet carriage. How beautiful. Where can I buy one? The carriage sped up. Adrian pointed out the window. William's chief guard is coming. Hill leaned out to look. The ashen-faced Sky Knight had left his accompanying guards far behind, hastily making his way toward the chaotic temple district. Friend instructed, Adrian, seal off the road from the square to the magic tower. Yes, master. I'll leave a small entrance on Apprentice Street for the puppets to guard. 2 Sky Knight puppets. Understood. Master. Hill, what will you do? I am merely a poor and weak archmage. I have been in seclusion at home for ages. Next door is the formidable Franz Mage Tower. If anything arises, please turn left. Friend huffed in silence. Adrian interjected, your tower is so humble that even the less affluent mages cannot afford to build one. Hill retorted, my financial backers are nearby. Why would they seek trouble with me? Clearly, I am also dependent on others. Adrian patted his head with a wry smile. Fran gazed out at the throngs of undead. The noble district has never been this lively since its inception. Adrian remarked, over 100,000. Is William allowing them to roam freely throughout the city? Hill suddenly queried, have my grandfather's shops closed? Fran replied, first, who can keep professionals confined? Besides, they are the blessed of the gods. He turned to Hill. What? Aside from a couple of shops, everything else has been sold off. Grandfather must have put one up for sale, unloading any unnecessary trinkets. The merchants did not follow. Adrian added, I must go, Hill exclaimed, and gather some materials. What good things could the undead possess? They have a rather capacious bag, fond of collecting everything unfamiliar. Even the smallest trinkets have value. You, an archmage, intend to open a shop. Even mages need to scavenge for materials. Fran snorted, and Hill quickly fell silent. Adrian, take him. Where does my grandfather intend to stay? I have a house in the mage district. Why? We will likely be in the capital for half a month. I might as well stay at the shop. Adrian said, you are an archmage. If people discover you are a sorcerer, it is of little consequence. Did you not see how many sorcerers are among the undead? Hill replied, I do not wish for the Pellist family to come knocking at my grandfather's door. Adrian fell silent. Fran concluded, the worst fate for them would be to be expelled alongside Edward. They will surely be arranged in the northern territories, far removed from us. Adrian added, and they will have to be neighbors with Charles. Hill remarked, thus, at this moment, they will undoubtedly be frantically seeking assistance. I truly do not wish to deal with them. Adrian inquired, what do you plan to do? You cannot completely ignore them. Hill replied, I will wait to see their fate, if they are truly expelled from the kingdom. I shall return the funds the Count once bestowed upon me. He turned and softly reiterated, in the name of my father, I bequeath to you 20,000 gold and leave your mother's dowry entirely to you. Adrian suggested, give him 50,000. Consider it the payment for the barony's land development decree. Hill silently nodded. Fran stated, first, let us take Hill to the shop, located on Maple Leaf Street. He turned to Hill. That is the largest commercial street in the barony. Suitable for you. Hill nodded. Thank you, grandfather. The carriage soon arrived at Maple Leaf Street, finally stopping in front of a 3-story building. This white structure was a typical commercial edifice, with the 2 lower floors featuring crystal floor-to-ceiling windows. The curtains obscured the view inside. The 3rd floor had 2 grid windows, firmly shut. Adrian handed Hill a key, tossing him 2 rings. These contain alchemical supplies of mage-level quality, all used for my practice. My master deemed it unnecessary to store them in the Magic Tower's warehouse. Take them and sell them. Consider it your pocket money. Hill coldly replied, do not patronize me. Fran laughed and handed him a ring. All right, you can keep account of this. Whatever you sell, you get a share of the profits. Adrian covered his mouth with a fist. Laughing, Hill chose to remain silent. Once the undead entered, they would understand what it meant to sell even garbage. The scarcity of mages inevitably led to an even scarcer number of alchemists. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent or considerable wealth, it was exceedingly difficult to persist in a market where basic alchemical goods struggled to sell. However, high-quality alchemical items remained in high demand, unfortunately. The transactions between mages were incomprehensible to outsiders, which was why the Count was entirely unaware of the wealth his former wife once held. Fran and Adrian departed, and after Hill watched the carriage leave. He surveyed Maple Leaf Street. It was autumn, and the street was ablaze with red leaves, a truly beautiful sight. Hill nodded in satisfaction. Certain that players would come to mark their presence. He acknowledged the shop owners peering out from neighboring establishments before stepping inside his shop. As expected, Fran's store was quite prosperous. Sierra gazed upon the alchemical shelves, where such exquisite items could be replenished automatically by simply placing the goods into the boxes beneath the shelves, removing any item from the trays. Cloaked in magical crystals would trigger the immediate replacement of the product. Sierra inserted elemental ores into each shelf and activated the magical array with his own mana. He organized the items according to their categories, potions and miscellaneous goods. By channeling mana into the magical crystals on the trays, one could view descriptions of the items, after ensuring that the crystals in the store's defensive and cleaning arrays were fully stocked. Sierra ascended to the 2nd floor with ease. His primary intention was to glean some profits from the players. Opening just 1 floor would suffice, with the 2nd floor serving perfectly as a storeroom. Chapter 22. The first day of interacting with players. The 3rd floor was a typical 2-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom, ample enough for Sierra's needs. It appeared to have once been shared by several apprentice mages. Now left in a state of disarray, Sierra tidied the room, arranging his alchemical furniture in its place. His current routine consisted of reading extensively while meditating less frequently. Thus, he found much agreement from his assistant, Fran. Engaging with more people and experiences was essential for a sorcerer at this stage, to strengthen the human aspect of oneself and avoid being ensnared by primal instincts. After clapping his hands together, Sierra resolved to open for business the following day. After all, once the shop was discovered, players would surely flock to it. On the following morning, as Sierra opened the window, he noticed groups of female players gathering on Maple Leaf Street. Peering down, he observed them clad in a variety of costumes, striking poses amidst falling maple leaves. Sierra shook his head. Indeed, new outfits had emerged. Backless gowns and chest-high dresses were now in vogue. To showcase their elegant high-heeled sandals, they donned short skirts. It was no wonder that several neighbors dared not open their doors. Upon closer inspection, Sierra noted with exasperation that a male player, sporting a bewildered expression, accompanied one of the girls. The assortment of shirts, trousers, and leather shoes pleased Sierra, who had grown weary of the multicollared shirts favored by nobles, which could not be worn alone. He felt uncomfortable in a mage's robe, as if he were not dressed at all. Descending to open the shop, Sierra pushed the door open, illuminated the sign, and awaited customers. He set a small round table by the window on the first floor, laden with an array of food, and settled into his sofa chair to enjoy his meal. Soon, passers-by discovered the only shop open on the street. To Sierra's surprise, it was a familiar face, the deer who had once wielded a priest hammer to bash heads. Accompanying her were two familiar figures, but most were newcomers, suggesting that their guild had collectively entered the game. She was adorned in a white mermaid gown, her visible jewelry shimmering with a faint glow. Likely her class accessories, such alchemical jewelry was quite costly, indicating that wealthy players were beginning to align with the mainstream equipment of this world. The girls began to explore the shop, occasionally glancing at Sierra. Clad in a deep blue mage's robe, he aimed to project an air of maturity and seriousness. Yet, it proved futile. The deer clearly remarked, "Look at that handsome little fellow." Sierra glanced at her, only to have someone tug at her sleeve. Inquiring, "Is she looking at you? Did he hear that?" The deer nonchalantly replied, "He probably senses that I'm speaking about him, but I'm not saying anything derogatory. I'm merely complimenting his attractiveness. Other NPCs won't understand and will be filtered out." Sierra pondered, somewhat dazed. "Let them filter me out. I have no desire to listen." As expected, the girls began to pair Sierra with others, prompting him to rise and inquire, "Is there anything you need?" You can channel mana into the crystals on the trays to view product descriptions. Turning to the alchemical jewelry, he added, "These are particularly suitable for magic users." The lavish jewelry made from large gemstones captured their attention, and they flocked to examine it. Sierra endeavored to ignore their incessant chatter, noting that the deer was now inspecting the alchemical potions, a wise choice, as the guild primarily needed supplies. She promptly picked up a tablet to search for someone. Before long, a bald man accompanied by a girl named Shaolu rushed in. It appeared that the guild was still under the financial management of the guild leader's wife. His booming voice echoed, "Oh, apprentice, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, by the time I woke up, everything would be gone." Shaolu swiftly approached the potion cabinet, stating, "We need to prepare for the guild meeting. We must account for everything." "Don't worry. We're only level 50. We have plenty of time until we reach level 100 and can change classes." Shaolu disregarded him, saying, "Dear, thank you for waking up early." The bald man inquired, "What are they all looking at?" "Jewelry. It's beautiful. I checked it out too. You and the guild mistress take your time with your purchases." He nudged Shaolu. "You should also take a look. If it's nice, buy some more." Shaolu shot him a glare. "Haven't you already bought enough with our money?" The bald man chuckled. "Wasn't that a limited edition? Good thing I was quick to grab it. I bought some gold from Shaochuang. You should check it out too." Shaolu replied, "It looks like quite a bit, but I'd rather buy potions first. Our guild stock is too low." The bald man nodded in agreement, glancing over at Sierra, who was enjoying a cup of tea, and approached him, whispering, "Good morning, Master Sorcerer. This is my first time seeing you. Was the store closed yesterday?" Sierra tilted his head, replying, "I came to attend the coronation ceremony of the new king and decided to open for a few days. Once the ceremony concludes, I shall take my leave." The bald man paused, then suddenly leaped up. Turning to Shaolu, "Wife, hurry and call everyone online. This is a limited purchase." Shaolu quickly cautioned, "I'll call them, but mind your language. Do you want to be banned for 7 days?" The bald man opened his mouth, then awkwardly swallowed his words. Sigh. Even exclamatory phrases are off limits. Sierra struggled to suppress a smile. The bald man continued, quickly summon them. Let us see if we can buy everything out. Tell them not to mention this to outsiders, if the news reaches the end times. I'll surely weep. Sierra observed a girl in a black cocktail dress with a ponytail and found it perplexing. Was it merely a playful whim to play a fantasy character in a holographic game? Did she think that since she couldn't see it, the repulsive aspects would only affect others? Suddenly, Xiaolu approached with a smile. Master Sorcerer, will buying more grant a discount? Sierra shook his head. These are all at base prices. Little girl, there are no discounts. Once they're sold out, they're gone. She inquired sweetly. Your alchemical items are truly remarkable. Will you be selling them in the future? We have our own magical tower. We won't come to the capital unless absolutely necessary. What a pity. I truly hope to always be able to purchase such excellent items. Sierra smiled but remained silent, prompting Xiaolu to return. Noticing someone was ready to make a purchase, Sierra dispatched several alchemical puppets to the shop's control core. The puppets quickly lifted several trays and approached the girls, awaiting their selections. The bald man ambled over again, asking, Sir, may I inquire what controls these puppets? Sierra regarded him. This is the most basic magical tower core. Long ago, mages could construct magical towers, and they developed this core, capable of managing alchemical items and magical arrays across 3 floors. It performs basic calculations and statistics. However, such tasks can be handled by apprentice mages, making them far more economical. Gradually, they fell out of use, and now it's primarily alchemists who are too lazy to hire help that operate shops. Is this contraption expensive, sir? The core is not costly. It can be acquired for 20,000 gold coins. However, operating it requires an elemental crystal each day, costing 1,000 gold coins per piece. The bald man muttered, Damn, just sell me one. Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed, How did you get warned again? If you get banned once more, I want to help you command. The bald man hurriedly retreated to appease his wife. Xiao observed the playful exchange between the two. Filled with nostalgia, this was what normal love looked like. In this world, rife with deceit and treachery, Sierra doubted he would ever fall in love with anyone. The overly sensitive nerves of mages often left most individuals single. As for sorcerers like Sierra, who were naturally attuned to their surroundings, it was even less likely. Although Sierra could previously sense when someone lied, he had never been so acutely aware as he was now. Each time someone attempted to deceive him, the voice of nature would resonate around him, warning, They are lying. They wish to harm you. They harbor ill intentions. Sierra understood that nature cared for him, yet he truly wished to discern such matters less clearly. Those rare, blissfully ignorant days were ones he longed for. Suddenly, dozens of individuals surged through the entrance, and Sierra was delighted to see that most were men. Indeed, they were all dressed in stylish outfits. Sierra took a seat at the spacious workbench in the center of the shop and called out, Appraisals and miscellaneous items accepted. The bald man dashed over, exclaiming, Sir, do you still offer appraisals? This is our first time seeing this. Sierra tilted his head. You've been following Prince William into battle. So it's no wonder you haven't encountered an alchemist. A magic swordsman behind the bald man asked. Is it only alchemists who can perform appraisals? Others might know the name of the item and its general function, but they could also be mistaken. Alchemists analyze the world's materials and generally understand what they can be used for. So, is that what basic appraisal means? To tell me what the name signifies, murmured Luo Sanquan, who stood third in line. Sierra noticed that even those from the same guild were competing for position. These few were Sky Knights, the fastest among them. The bald man carelessly tossed a pile of items onto the table, declaring, Sir, can you estimate their value? Sierra looked up at him. If you want me to provide the material prices, it's 1 gold for each item. For more detailed uses, it's 10 gold each. The bald man gulped. 10 gold it is. Sierra observed as those behind him craned their necks to see the items on the table. Collecting the duplicates, the last in line, Meng Xingbu Jian, simply stationed himself by the door, guarding it. The internal competition among players seemed quite intense. As he'll meticulously scrutinize the various magical beast cores laid out before him. He pondered his next steps. He first extracted the cores from their resting place, stating, I shall categorize these according to the grade of the cores, from lowest to highest. All of these are suitable for potion crafting, and typically any apothecary would be willing to purchase them. In a swift motion, Xiaolu rushed over to capture the moment with her camera, beckoning to those who were currently engaged in payment. He'll pause for a few moments to accommodate them before continuing. The cores can also facilitate meditations. You ought to test your physical attributes in the temple or the magical tower. Although it is indeed easiest to absorb one's own attributes during meditation, individuals with multiple attributes may find their progression stunted at higher levels due to a deficiency in elemental energy. Xiaolu eagerly inquired, "Is this true for priests as well?" Hill glanced at her, responding, "Priests do not require cores. They should engage in meditation at the church instead." "Is the church truly capable of such?" a deer murmured. "I was wondering why William doesn't simply establish a school." Hill, gazing at the high-ranking priest, chose silence, pretending he had not heard. The bald man turned around, calling out, "Where's Gigi? Has he not arrived yet? Can he not rise earlier?" An elder responded from the back, "He has not come. I recorded everything. I shall relay it to him upon his arrival." Chapter 23. The first day of interacting with players, Hill was momentarily taken aback by the familiar name. Could it be that they were from his faction? With a twinge of unease, he stole a glance at the bald man. Florin would not intervene, and Adrian had already witnessed their capabilities, so there should be no cause for concern. Nevertheless, he hastily resumed his introduction, indicating the purchasing prices for the cores. A ripple of agitation coursed through the crowd as some began to curse the unscrupulous merchant from the previous day, evidently having been manipulated into selling at a low price. Hill immersed himself in organizing and explaining the uses of each item, marking their prices, while placing a puppet nearby to assess any materials for sale that he sensed that the puppet had made several trips to the second-floor warehouse. It appeared that most of these individuals were clearing out their stock. Once Xiaolu had finished, Hill noted that only a deer and Mengxing Bujian remained. It seemed someone had exhibited gentlemanly spirit by allowing the girls to go first. The deer displayed an impressive array of ores, leaving Hill astonished. Did this girl mine all of these herself? No wonder she lingered behind. To have amassed such a quantity of ore is quite remarkable. Observing the eager girl, he could only sigh as he meticulously categorized the ores, drawing a crowd that clamored for photographs. He decided to label the names and prices of the ores prominently above them. Do not the undead possess basic identification skills? Surely you are aware of the names of the ores, which can be compared to the store prices. The weapon shop does not disclose prices, nor do they sell us finished ores. Please visit the general store, Hillside. It appears these players regard the general store as a supermarket. The weapon shop only purchases metallic ores. Only the general store accepts everything. The same applies to magical beast cores, as the weapon shop only acquires what they require for their own use. Generally speaking, the prices for ores and cores are standardized across establishments. My purchasing price is higher solely because it lacks the markup from the general store. No wonder they remain unsold, forcing me to sell at a loss. If it weren't for my dwindling funds, I would never part with them so easily. That wretched merchant. Hill found himself troubled. Had William truly abandoned the undead? How could they be so uninformed? The magic sword suddenly interjected. That despicable quartermaster. He has profited immensely at our expense. Hill raised an eyebrow. Do you acquire your weapons and equipment directly from the military? Indeed. The price difference is substantial. That is to be expected. Military camps pay a premium for blacksmiths and alchemists. Their fees are certainly reflected in the final products, considering there are over 100,000 of you. Fees. Indeed, it's all a program. Just as the magic sword finished speaking, he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Hill stared in disbelief at the sudden apparition of the divine retribution. It seemed the players had summoned it. The bald man adeptly explained. His foul mouth has earned him the wrath of the gods. But do not worry, esteemed sorcerer. Hill, pinching the bridge of his nose, remarked, Please address me as Polanio. Hill Polanio, His Majesty of Time and Space maintains strict governance. The bald man chuckled, pushing the magic sword aside. My apologies, Mr. Polanio. Hill, looking at the ores in his hands, felt a sense of helplessness. Where did you procure these? The deer scrutinized carefully. I cannot recall. Let me check my records. Are these truly valuable? Gold radiant stone. Hill was at a loss for words. Do you not know that this is a gold radiant stone? What is the name of your capital? She diligently scrolled through her tablet. It was in the nearby Palos territory, in a small cave close to the capital. I was idling about and mined a few pieces, and these two emerged. Leaning back in his chair, Hill nearly burst into laughter. You should take these 2 stones to William's captain of the guards. I recall he is responsible for your affairs. Inform him of where you mined the gold radiant stones. At this point, no one could save the Palost family. They ought to venture into the northern wilderness. The bald man hesitated, asking, Are these truly valuable? Can we not mine them ourselves? Hill was nearly suffocated by disbelief. I already know. You still wish to mine them yourselves. Are you valuing money over your safety? It is too close to the capital. You cannot protect them. It would be wiser to inform William and earn some merit. After all, you too shall be granted territories, will you not? Greater merit leads to better territories. He'll no longer wish to converse with this individual, whose face was awash with concern. Did he not yet comprehend what a gold radiant stone was? Surely, he must have spoken in the local tongue. Did they not hear the translated words? Yet, he sensed their gazes fixated upon him. So dull-witted, he could hardly be bothered to elaborate further. He turned to the last remaining player, Mengxing Bujian, and inquired, "Your attire is quite exquisite. Is it not the undead's casual wear? Do you have any extras? I would purchase a few." He was particularly fond of the black silk shirt that Mengxing Bujian wore. Loose and comfortable, the fabric flowing gracefully. The others were clad in vibrant colors, and Hill found himself unable to compliment them. "Of course, though it is not inexpensive," Mengxing Bujian quickly replied. "This is a complete set, each piece costing 2,000 gold. Hill noted his unwavering confidence in the price, realizing he was directly converting it to gold value. It seemed their gold prices were quite stable. He responded, "I shall offer you 10,000 gold. Can you sell me 4 sets? "Absolutely," Mengxing Bujian exclaimed in delight. "I shall procure them for you immediately." Hill observed as he swiftly tapped on his tablet, indicating that they could indeed make direct cash transactions within the game. Mengxing quickly donned a white set, asking, "How does this look?" Hill, taken aback, replied, "You are able to change outfits directly?" "No, this is merely a fitting. It will vanish in 10 minutes. Keep it. One must purchase it themselves." Hill nodded. "This set is suitable." A deer squeezed forward. "The magic sword set is also acceptable. He is simply foolish, insisting on donning a garish red. You should try on that black one." After Mengxing clicked on it, he changed into a stylish black jacket with a slight sheen, the black trousers sleekly hugging his form, and the black boots adorned with shimmering accents. Hill nodded in approval, casting a glance at the now restored magic sword. The vibrant red was still something he wished to avoid entirely. Hill sighed. Is it merely intended to blind others, as one cannot see it themselves? "It seems your clothing is quite appealing, though the colors differ significantly. I shall take 1 set each of black and white." Noticing Mengxing's hesitance, Hill queried, "Are you short on funds? Purchase a few for me first, and I shall reimburse you. Then you may continue your shopping." Mengxing Bujian quickly replied, "Can we divide the purchase? For pieces each is quite manageable." Hill nodded in agreement. It appeared this group was rather united. He emphasized one final time, only black and white. Ultimately, Hill acquired over 50 sets of garments. He pondered the size of the game company. Merely selling point cards would not sustain their operations. They must also sell clothing. A sudden thought struck him, causing a chuckle. To conceal their expenses, they must surely purchase the most extravagant servers, merely to host the game forum. Once everyone had received their substantial sums, they surged forth to make purchases, demonstrating a fervent desire to empty Hill's store. Hill settled back into the sunlit chair by the window, quietly observing the scenery outside. These players had occupied his entire morning, and it seemed they had nearly depleted their funds. Departing one by one, Shalu approached for a farewell. "Mr. Polanio, thank you immensely for your patient explanations. We have successfully acquired our items. Might I inquire if there will be new stock tomorrow?" Hill replied, "It is nothing. You should spend more time reading. What has been sold out will not return, but there will be new items. We shall make an effort to read more." Shaolu sighed, nearly unable to contain her emotions. "We will return tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality." The bald man interjected, "Thank you for the reminder. We will seek out that captain of the guards this afternoon." Hill smiled as he watched them exit, only to be taken aback by Shaolu delivering a playful slap to the bald man's head, then flipping the door's sign back to open. Hill could only smile wryly. No wonder Mengxing Bujian had stood guard at the door after closing it. He had assumed it was to prevent rival factions from entering. In reality, they had turned the sign to closed. It was no surprise that no outsiders had entered. How astute these players were. Hill had completely overlooked it. Had they switched it while conversing with Shaolu? Thus, each one had casually closed the door upon entering. Hill observed the waves of players joyously flooding in. It was afternoon, and the number of players had increased. He was no longer inclined to receive any more items, instead choosing to bask in the sunlight by the window and rest. Reflecting on the players' maneuvers brought him unexpected delight. Hill felt the need to clear his mind and promised himself to pay closer attention in the future. With his eyes closed and his spirit attuned, Hill was acutely aware that numerous players were capturing his likeness, and he anticipated that his visage, along with various tales, would soon grace the forums. After all, he mused, as long as no one spoke of him directly, he could retain the innocence of a mere novice sorcerer. The influx of players spared Hill much effort, as none of the locals were inclined to enter. Thus, he was relieved from the mental gymnastics of navigating their whims. As twilight descended, Hill seized a moment to rise and close his shop that a significant portion of his potions had sold out. He hastily replenished the cabinet with a few random items, pondering that if they did not sell, it was of little consequence. Who could truly predict the desires of the players? All alchemical jewelry had vanished. Regardless of the time or place, women's purchasing power remained formidable. The alchemical tints were also gone, prompting Hill to rummage through his stock of rings. He retrieved only the basic models, but in light of their absence, he decided to offer the luxurious variants as well. He also produced a few alchemical shandies. Though expensive, surely the affluent would still be able to afford them. Reflecting on the extravagant items purchased by the bald-headed group, Hill nodded silently. Such vanity-indulging trinkets would undoubtedly find buyers. He resolved to display his alchemical carriages as well, recalling that the bald-headed individuals had mentioned acquiring limited-time mounts. Surely, these were the expensive, beautiful beasts of the Warcraft lineage, both stunning and powerful. He had once believed these carriages, crafted during his initial forays into alchemy, would be unsellable. Yet now, it seemed, players would likely revel in such ostentatious designs. Adorned with lustrous gems and gilded embellishments, and even featuring convertible tops, as Hill passed by the storage cabinets, he noticed that several of his makeshift camping racks had sold as well. Well, some players would always wish to frolic in the wild. He unearthed a few trinkets he had crafted during moments of idle nostalgia, high-priced goods utilizing elemental, or the lower tiers would not buy them, while the higher tiers found them of little use. For instance, the alchemical refrigerator, which could be carried within a ring, chilling items for a month with a single crystal, seemed a bargain to Hill. Yet he had been harshly mocked by Adrian. 1,000 gold coins could sustain a small noble household for an entire year. Who would purchase such a contraption? Why not consume fresh goods instead? If one craves ice, hiring an apprentice water mage would cost but 1 or 2 coins. Thus, he relegated this item to his warehouse, despite having produced many in hopes of profit. As he prepared to depart, he reconsidered and decided to bring it along. It appeared that players only purchased what they desired, regardless of value, and thus this item should also find a buyer. After restocking, Hill ascended to his quarters, feeling a fatigue he had not experienced in quite some time. On the second day of dealing with players, as Hill awoke, he savored the remnants of his slumber from the previous night. It had been years since he had felt such utter exhaustion. The deep sleep left him emanating a comforting aura, as the surrounding spirits of nature rejoiced on his behalf. Hill cherished this sensation of still being human. Upon opening the window, his spirits plummeted. A long queue extended to the end of the street. Hill felt helpless. Knowing the quality of goods here, why was there no discretion? He recalled the confusion he had felt during his gaming years, the bewilderment at the self-sabotaging antics of others. For the sake of momentary glory, they would post on forums, inciting throngs to rush in. Such behavior existed in every world, for the oblivious players. Perhaps they truly considered themselves benefactors. Descending the stairs with a lackluster demeanor, he hastily summoned the shop core and reset the parameters. After admitting 30 patrons, the door would close, allowing one group to exit before permitting another to enter. With a strict 30-minute limit imposed indoors, he also opened a secondary door for emergencies. Today, Hill dared not sit by the window for breakfast. He nibbled on a couple of sandwiches and poured himself a pot of tea. Settling at his workbench, today he would only accept goods, not conduct appraisals. He erected a sign for the collection of ores, herbs, and all manner of materials, clearly pricing everything he knew. Thankfully, the shop core was bound to him, and Hill resolved to take this sign with him when he departed, replacing it with a new one for Fran. Taking a deep breath, Hill commanded, "Open the door." The shop door swung open automatically, and the players in the front surged inside. Hill observed that they were almost pushed in, all vociferously complaining. Yet, they were familiar faces, the perfect bald-headed crew. The bald one railed. "Which short-lived fool posted on the forum?" Zaya Liliu retorted, "Shut up. Being mourned daily is quite delightful." A deer interjected, "Don't mind the master. A few more warnings will do him good." The magic sword chimed in, "Queuing at midnight. What madness. Hurry up and buy. I wish to sleep." Hill noted the presence of an older lady and Jijaweiwei, who had not been seen the previous day. They appeared to have been roused in the middle of the night, looking rather disheveled. Spotting Hill, who sat smiling, the bald one rushed over, with Jijiweiwei trailing behind. They had evidently discerned Hill's true identity. The bald one flashed an endearing smile, warmly stating, "Mr. Polanio, I only learned upon returning that you were acquainted with Jijiweiwei and even mentored him. What a remarkable coincidence." Hill inhaled deeply, replying coldly, "I remember him, that Mr. Perfect Bald. Please speak in your natural voice from yesterday, that I do not judge others' preferences." The shop erupted in laughter, evidently at their expense. The bald one joined in the merriment. Hill, exasperated, reminded, "Each patron may only linger for 30 minutes. Please make the most of your time." The bald one hastily began to gather a pile of items. Hill pointed at the sign on the table. "Refer to this. Only ask me about what you wish to know, that IT will save you both time and money." The bald one squatted beside the sign, eager to uncover the acquisition prices. Hill noticed Xiaolulia sending messages while taking photos, indicating that others were still queuing outside. Jijiweiwei approached, saying, "Mr. Hill, it's been a while." Hill regarded the player, now a mage, and felt a pang of jealousy. Despite recognizing the differences between players and himself, he sighed softly. "Well, just remember they are mere tools." That he smiled and replied, "The undead are truly enviable. You advance so swiftly. However, I recall your fondness for herbs. Do you wish to learn alchemy?" Jijiweiwei eagerly responded, "Yes. We only possess the most basic potion formulas and frequently fail in their preparation. That I am very eager to learn the authentic alchemical techniques here." Hill stated, "You are already a mage. Ordinary alchemists would hesitate to accept you as an apprentice. If you truly wish to learn, come to my territory. I will introduce you to my elder. He is a formidable alchemist." The bald one interjected, "Mr. Polanio, we submitted ores yesterday, and William came out. He said after verification, he would grant us a merit reward sufficient to establish a large territory. Where is your magic tower located? Can we build our territory nearby?" Hill observed the shrewd twinkle in the bald one's eyes and could not help but chuckle. "My territory lies in the western outskirts. It is relatively peaceful there." "Unsuitable for you. Does that mean the northern region is preferable?" Jijiweiwei whispered conspiratorially. "The novice village is not suitable for us." Hill remarked, "The Rose's followers still guard the borders of Haifa-Saldu. There are still battles to be fought. Do you not intend to participate?" The bald one, tugging at his ponytail, asked curiously, "Rose?" Hill fell silent. "How do you typically refer to the deities of nobility and royal power?" "Surely not directly." Xiaolulia, who had completed her purchases, approached and slapped the bald one on the back. "The deity of nobility and royal power. NPCs do not address the gods directly. They substitute with roses and swords. Those fools at the noble temple." Hill stared incredulously at the players. What did the god of time and space intend to do? No wonder the noble temple had been stationed at the border, eagerly awaiting recruits for battle. Such indiscreet individuals numbered in the tens of thousands. Surely the ears of the deity of nobility would be worn out from the vitriol? The temperament of the deity of nobility and royal power had never been particularly broad. Once, someone had pointed at the rose and sword and cursed, provoking the deity to issue an oracle, leading the noble temple to dispatch legends to eliminate them. This time, it seemed, it would be to the bitter end. Were they planning to use the deity of nobility as a sacrificial example? Hill suspected that if conflict erupted, it would not just involve the people of Haifa-Saldu. The noble temple would likely start recruiting from the divine mountain. Suddenly, Hill asked the bald one, "How many do you plan to bring for William's coronation?" Without hesitation, the bald one replied, "We have over 1,000,000 reservations. We estimate allowing only 500,000 in at a time." Hill could only remain silent, understanding why William seemed disinterested in management. He must be waiting for 1,000,000 to enter simultaneously. He told the bald one, "The western region is only suitable for small families to engage in battle. You must venture further south." The bald one pulled out a tablet, scrutinizing the borders, and asked Hill, "Which city is the closest to exit from your location?" Hill chuckled, "That is for you to discover. I cannot divulge too much." The bald one nodded regretfully. "All right. We are not in a hurry. We hope to see your mage tower soon." Jijiweiwei tugged at him. "Mr. Hill, what is the use of this herb? I only know it as the tears of the Holy Maiden." Hill suddenly looked up. "How did you come by this? Is it precious?" "I found it while passing by a forest cabin. Upon appraisal, aside from the name, it was shrouded in question marks." Hill sighed. "Is this the benefit of being in a crowd? This rare plant only grows near the dwellings of divine ascetics. The cabin you passed was likely the residence of some ascetic. It is worth a fortune. It could be auctioned off. It may even save a life, bringing someone back from the brink of death. The undead are of little use to you, said Gigi Wawa, brimming with excitement. Hill glared at him in frustration. 10 gold coins for the appraisal, please. Gigi Wawa hurriedly produced the money, pleading, Mr. Hill, have mercy and provide an estimate. Hill replied, this can only be sold for elemental crystal stones. The fluctuations are quite significant. If the late king were still alive, it could fetch over 10 million. However, if there is no immediate demand, it could sell for around 5 million. The bald man nearly shouted, what? At that exchange rate, that amounts to 500,000. Gigi Wawa clutched the herbs tightly, struggling to breathe. Their supporters surged forward, forming a circle to scrutinize the plant. Hill noticed Xylili, flipping through the tablet, and thought to himself that he had encountered someone astute. Indeed, Xyliliu exclaimed. Calm down, you won't get 500,000. Do you think the officials are fools? Almost everyone began to examine the tablet. Several exclamations of herb were heard. Hill heard Gigi Wawa exhale in relief. Even 1/10 would suffice. I thought there was a bug, the bald man grumbled. With such high taxes, Xyliliu looked at the crowd of onlookers and retorted, I will take good pictures and post them in the group. Why aren't you all going to settle the payment? Time is running out. The group screamed and dispersed to make their payments. Gigi Wawa suddenly asked Hill, would you accept 5 million? Hill pondered, it might fetch a higher price at auction. Gigi Wawa chuckled bitterly. Our taxes are high. If I put it up for auction, there will surely be rumors that I sold it for 5 million, which would be a nuisance. Hill considered, if you are not having second thoughts, I can call for my elder. You might also hold on to it for future sale. If William defeats Hefesaldo, there will be more wealthy individuals than in Salardo. Gigi Wawa insisted, can it exceed 1 million? Hill shook his head. That is not possible. 1 million is the maximum price. All the divine temples possess such potions. Why hasn't anyone given it to the late king? No temple would offer sacred potions to a king who indulges in debauchery, is shameless, and does not believe in the divine. Hill heard someone exclaim, I would gladly die for it. Perhaps it was called romantic drunkenness. Hill thought, does a name reflect one's character? Gigi Wawa was adamant about selling, so Hill had him sit on the sofa by the window and casually ushered the bald man and his group out. Hill summoned his natural partner, a white peregrine falcon adept at flight. Before this outing, Hill had finally resolved to use the summoning of natural companions, genuinely fearing the arrival of a bear. Upon seeing Cohen respond to his call, he felt immense gratitude. Cohen's overwhelming enthusiasm led him to unhesitatingly agree to sign a partnership contract. Hill instructed Cohen to send a message to Adrian. Adrian had been sent to Fran at great expense by his father, incurring a significant debt to the family. According to custom, he must look after the family for a millennium. Hill did not wish for Adrian to be burdened by the family when it came time for his promotion to legend. If there were enemies, that would be the perfect moment to scheme against Adrian. No noble family would refuse such an item. All Adrian would need to do in the future was lend a hand when family matters arose. If Adrian were to ascend to legend, it would be hundreds of years later. By then, even his brother's son might be gone, who would concern themselves with the welfare of future generations. Especially if death was not a worry. Chapter 25. Hill, who was online enjoying gossip, the next batch of players had already arrived. Hill observed several members of the bald gang striding in directly towards the storage cabinet. Indeed, several individuals followed closely behind them. Gigi Wawa sat by the window, grinning as he typed commands. After more than 20 minutes, those individuals rushed to the receiving puppet, and by the time they finished selling their items, time was up. As Hill raised his hand to usher them out, he heard several angry curses. Haha, they've truly been silenced. Gigi Wawa laughed madly. Hill sighed, exasperated. It seemed that playing mind games was indeed the forte of players. Adrian arrived quickly, pushing the door open and asking, where did this come from? Is there more outside? Hill rose and called Gigi Wawa to accompany Adrian to the 3rd floor. Gigi Wawa soon came down happily. Hill noticed several people pointing at him and reminded him. Gigi Wawa glanced back and made a dismissive gesture, saying, no worries, hostile family. And Mr. Adrian gave me a library pass and allowed me to enter the Mage Tower to study alchemy. Just mentioning this would infuriate them. He then smiled at Hill, saying, I know where Mr. Hill lives now. I will visit you in the future. Hill nodded in agreement, and Gigi Wawa strutted away proudly. Adrian remained on the third floor without coming down. Hill casually waited until closing time before heading upstairs. Adrian lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, a bottle of wine called Crystal Mystery on the coffee table, swirling a crystal glass in his hand as he hummed a tune. Upon entering, Hill couldn't help but remark, "Don't drink too much. What will your grandfather say? Today he won't scold me. He might even ask for another cup." Adrian smiled, leaning back on the sofa. "My life has returned to my own hands." Hill sat beside him, pulling out some snacks. "Have something to eat." Adrian set down his wine glass and said earnestly, "I must thank you properly. Hill, you have truly helped me immensely." Hill shook his head. "It's also your good fortune that I was originally thinking of letting him send it to auction. After all, Solardo likely doesn't have many wealthier than your grandfather in you." Adrian chuckled. No need to explain. You must have found a way to make him think selling to you is the best option." Hill fell silent. A price slightly above 50,000 would indeed bring a host of troubles. But if it were 500,000, even a little more would be beneficial. Thankfully, he had assessed their prices while purchasing clothes. He had also heard a few players yesterday mumbling about selling expensive ores to NPCs. With taxes being as high as 90% as long as fair trade is maintained, he had nearly blurted out a purchase. However, he understood players. If he directly stated he would buy for 5 million, they would only look for higher bids. Hill knew that this price was the ceiling. Such items were only useful to knights, unless it was royalty, who could afford more. But if this player decided to engage in hoarding or brought along troublesome enemies, it would be impossible to predict the outcome. Should the goods land in his hands only to be discarded, it would drive Hill to despair. Adrian reached out and ruffled Hill's hair. "Little Hill has grown up. I will no longer say you are too gentle and easy to deceive." Hill irritably brushed him away, handing him a sandwich. "Hurry and eat. If you return like this, you will get scolded." Adrian munched on the sandwich, chuckling. "When I return, I will concoct the smile of the saint that I'll split it into 2 potions for my father and brother Da." What a relief! A great weight has been lifted. The tears of the saint had transformed into a life potion, thus becoming the smile of the saint. One wondered who had coined such a name. Hill thought to himself, "You seem very cautious around these undead. It's abnormal for you to be so fair." Adrian replied, "Do you really think William still needs these undead? My teacher has taken me to visit many people over the past few days, and they all believe that Solardo might go to war with Hefesaldo." Hill looked up. "Isn't that quite normal? Haven't you seen the undead's attitude towards the temples? And this is without enmity. Can you imagine how many would openly curse the name of Rose? What? They dare to curse directly, without divine punishment. One of the first batch of undead asked me who Rose referred to, and upon learning, he directly spoke the divine name, showing great disdain and even cursed once. Nothing happened at all." Adrian flopped back onto the sofa. "My goodness, the temper of Rose. This is a matter of life and death." Hill remarked. "I inquired. And there are still over 1 million who wish to come. It is said that William will allow at least 500,000 to enter. This monarch has no intention of backing down." Adrian jumped up. "My heavens! They won't even give me time to mourn." "Little Hill, I must leave now. I need to discuss this with my teacher." Just as he was about to head downstairs, he turned back to Hill and said, "If you can't sell the items, just don't. Come out with us and meet people. Can you hide forever? What are you avoiding? You should know a bit about my teacher's connections. You are a sorcerer. Why fear affecting me in any way?" Hill smiled. "You and your grandfather's potions need to be sold out. I was planning to replenish some beginner potions of my own." Adrian looked at Hill in disbelief and dashed downstairs to check. Hill leisurely followed him down, instructing the store's court to display inventory and income reports for Adrian to see. Adrian examined the information for a while and raised his hand. "The undead have a lot of money. Just when I ran out of funds, I should sell some too. It should be William who has the wealth. The second floor is the warehouse. Uncle Adrian, you can register and store goods yourself. I've opened your permissions." Just as the medicine cabinet was running low, Hill's own potions were insufficient. Adrian scoffed. "It seems we've profited greatly from those expelled Rose families. William himself isn't that wealthy." Adrian efficiently filled both the medicine cabinet and the warehouse, then cheerily bid farewell to Hill. "It's a pity my teacher's stock is all stored in the magic tower. I'll ask him if he has any left." Hill smiled as he watched Adrian leave, then went upstairs to check the wine. Crystal Mystery was nearly empty. This wine, specifically crafted for mages, was expensive and intoxicating. Adrian's reactions today were quite straightforward, suggesting he might have overindulged. Hill hoped he could control his emotions, otherwise Fran would not tolerate him for long. Hill continued to add to the jewelry collection, as Milani was an ardent enthusiast of crafting ornaments, with a plethora of practice pieces amassed in her warehouse. She was also quite proud, unwilling to part with her own designs for sale. When Hill had initially organized the alchemical jewelry storage, he had been nearly blinded by the dazzling array, while Adrian could easily produce 5 million crystal stones. Milani, who had delved into alchemy even before Adrian, possessed only a little over 1 million due to her extensive collection of gemstones and precious metal materials. These pieces were primarily inscribed with alchemical arrays that enhanced magical power and spell intensity, making them particularly suitable for sale to players. Hill had always felt that these treasures should be cherished for a lifetime, rather than being sold off as mere trinkets. The number of low-tier female mages able to afford such jewelry was exceedingly limited. The arrival of players presented a distinct advantage. Hill felt reassured that he need not worry about running out of funds. Casting a glance at the cluttered cabinet, Hill noticed that 2 alchemical carts had been sold. The high-priced items, valued at 200,000 gold coins, had surprisingly flown off the shelves, with the convertible model selling first. Well, players did not necessarily seek practicality. Flair was the priority. Hill decided to retire upstairs for the night. As Adrian had spared him considerable effort, it was likely that he would return the next day. Being short on money was a terrifying prospect for an alchemist, especially since Fran would not provide him with any funds. Upon waking, Hill couldn't help but glance out the window. The queue remained long. It was already the 3rd day. Logically, the merchants should have taken note by now that he pondered what the undead might be up to. As the neighbors on Maple Leaf Street were aware of Hill's newfound fortune yet remained unwilling to open their shops, he summoned a few puppets, certain that many would come to sell their wares today. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself properly at the workbench. Hill had purposely donned a sleek black mage's robe purchased from a player. It was the 3rd day, and the bolder players were likely to come and test the waters. With this attire and a demeanor of indifference, they would likely deduce that all quests had been claimed by the bald-headed group. After all, the incessant chatter had surely moved upstairs. It was quite possible that hidden quests had vanished. Perhaps discussions on the player forums had already reached hundreds of threads. This certainly did not constitute Hill being made a scapegoat, with benefits already reaped and further advantages to come. Bearing some blame seemed inconsequential. Reassured, Hill opened the door, only to find that the first to rush in was not the bald-headed figure. He wondered when these individuals had arrived to queue. Faced with a player who stammered while inquiring, Hill coldly pointed to the alchemical sign, stating, "If it's not listed there, do come back later." The rebuffed player, glancing at Hill's attire and his companions, exclaimed, "That perfect bald man, sending clothes to NPCs, how clever." Hill raised his gaze, and his companion quickly covered his mouth, retreating a distance. "Are you looking to be struck by lightning?" Hill recalled that he had not seen this player before. They were not from that apocalyptic group. The bald-headed lowly had indeed attracted many adversaries. The few players huddled together, discussing amongst themselves, while the others dispersed to make purchases. Only one player, named Lu Huayu, stood before Hill, speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone. "Esteemed mage, might I inquire if you require any materials? We could assist in gathering them." Hill felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly shook his head. "Not needed." Yet the player persisted. "What a pity. Our family has many members, so if you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact us." Hill could only nod in silence. After standing there for a while, seeing that Hill remained quiet, Lu Huayu reluctantly moved aside to engage in selling goods. Hill had never been adept at managing encounters with such genteel, yet insidious individuals. It was evident that this group was united, and Lu Huayu was their leader. He could understand why someone as forthright as the bald man would find a foe in this character. Chapter 26. Hill, the spectator. Completely contrasting personalities tend to lead to communication breakdowns. In reality, one might only mutter a few complaints behind someone's back, yet in the game, why endure? Conflict was inevitable, with 100,000 players and 2 skirmishes. One could only imagine the enmity that could arise. The mere competition for merit would lead to bloodshed. Yesterday, while the bald-headed group seethed with envy and jealousy, they had inadvertently revealed much. The ability of Gigi Wawawa and Adir to uncover such hidden treasures was due to losing a fight and fleeing into the woods, ultimately becoming lost. Hill recalled Nie Xingchen's words, "Thank you, Lu Taijian. Had they not been numerous and launched a surprise attack, would you have ventured into that forest?" He believed he had deduced who Lu Taijian was. After half an hour, Lu Huayu politely bid farewell to Hill before departing. Hill reflected on how the players from the apocalyptic group, who had nearly driven him to madness with their antics yesterday, had not even managed to queue ahead of this individual, revealing their cunning nature. Indeed, he was merely an uncomprehending NPC, not required to ponder these feuds. The next group to enter was undoubtedly the apocalyptic faction. It seemed they were not upset about not being among the first. Hill suspected that the bald man would be among those entering later, likely having vented his frustrations outside. This group of players, unlike Lu Huayu, treated Hill as merely a tool for commerce. After casting a fleeting glance, they quickly proceeded to buy and sell. Hill noticed some purchasing carts, suggesting that the carts sold yesterday had likely been acquired by the bald figure. They clustered around the apothecary, purchasing a considerable amount before departing. Astonishingly, no one seemed to notice Hill's attire. This group was indeed brute force oriented. Hill stroked his robe, hoping for a few more discerning individuals. Sure enough, the bald man entered as part of the third batch. And apart from him and Xiao Lulu, Hill recognized none of the others. It appeared they had come earnestly to conduct business with new recruits. The visibly enraged bald man made a beeline for the apothecary, bypassing Hill's workstation without attempting to engage. Hill regarded him with mild curiosity. The cunning of the apocalyptic group revealed itself here, as two individuals who had entered ahead of the bald man closely followed him, clearly taking note of his purchases. If Xiao Lulu moved away, one of them would follow suit. The bald man angrily began buying healing potions and magical elixirs. The couple hastily completed their purchases and departed, their faces betraying no concern. The two apocalyptic members swaggered in front of the bald family's members, clearly reveling in their perceived superiority. The swordsman, named Han, seemed on the verge of erupting in anger, only to be restrained by a priest named Jiao Yuxing. They exchanged hushed words, and ultimately, around 10 individuals lingered, occupying the puppets designated for receiving goods for the entire 30 minutes. Hill found it perplexing that these two had entered without purchasing anything nor expressing a desire to sell. Had they risen early simply to irritate the bald man, that would require waking up at dawn to secure such an early spot in line. Yet, Hill had overheard the bald couple lamenting their lack of funds yesterday. Perhaps they were bringing in newcomers while also attempting to cultivate a relationship with Hill. The thoughts of these players were indeed peculiar. Engaging in actions that harmed others without personal gain seemed to bring them joy. Was there a generational gap in understanding? Hill mused internally. The subsequent arrivals brought Hill some satisfaction. Several players were pondering the hidden quests that the perfect bald man had undertaken. These individuals diligently attempted to converse with Hill, seeking quests, and when unsuccessful, sought to gauge the bald man's favor with Hill. The name Jijiwa was repeatedly mentioned. It appeared that Hill's attire was mistakenly attributed as a gift from the bald man by these astute players. Hill maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring them entirely. This was a stark contrast to the amiable interactions of the previous days. He now seemed like an NPC stripped of any quest chains. Rumors among players spread swiftly, and in the coming days, they would undoubtedly search for vulnerabilities in the bald man's strategies, seeking ways to seize quests. Hill admired their tenacity in their attempts to engage him. They managed to procure several rare materials not found on his alchemical sign. Hill joyfully paid a premium for these and promptly recorded them. As he announced the prices, many players took photographs. These materials, while costly, were exceedingly rare and sought after, typically requiring significant loss to obtain. Hill had previously been unaware that Sular could also source such items. Once shared on the forums, over 100,000 players would likely pursue them. What a delightful prospect. Those who sought to profit at others' expense would undoubtedly provide Hill with considerable surprises. Even if the bald man gradually revealed the truth, Hill would need to return to the magical tower. Once William's war mobilization order was issued, players' attention would shift entirely to the Battle of Haifasalu. Hill would once again be able to conceal himself. This next conflict would not conclude as swiftly as the previous two skirmishes. The noble temple would undoubtedly send forth a formidable army, drawing in many nations as long as he maintained an air of mystery during this interim period. By the time stability returned, the bald man's faction would likely have secured advantageous territories in Fran, reaping the earliest and largest benefits. They would then likely remain indifferent to the players' ire and covetousness. With this precedent set, players would surely become familiar with how to navigate Fran's magical town. The library's catalog and the process of learning alchemy. Such information would have already circulated among them. To protect their interests, the bald family would undoubtedly work diligently. Hill awaited the defense of his Fran territory, vowing to skillfully navigate the treachery among players. As dusk approached, the number of players dwindled, for most of the goods had been sold. Hill intended to maintain the daily purchase limits, refusing to restock in between. However, at this moment, no one was queuing. Hill noticed an influx of wealthy players, heading straight for the least sold luxury items. In a mere moment, 2 carts had been purchased. Jewelry had been significantly depleted as well. A girl quietly entered, deftly acquiring one of each piece of jewelry, her shopping spree so impressive that Hill couldn't help but glance her way. Although she did not take a cart, she effortlessly seized a small alchemical house. The radiance of a wealthy lady shone brightly in any realm. Hill reminisced about the games he used to play, pondering whether those who sought the affections of wealthy women in the world were similarly stimulated. She arrived silently and departed just as quietly, leaving behind nothing but a few photographs with Hill and a staggering sum of over 1 million gold coins. With utmost caution, Hill stored her image within the core of the shop. Resolving to remind her to unearth her hidden treasures the next time they met, the door swung open once more, revealing a familiar face, the romantic drunken red dust from the Bald Head Gang. He had 1,000 ewes, a mage, in his left hand, and a Kokingian, a priestess, in his right, bringing along his companions for a trade. The trio laughed and hurried towards the jewelry warehouse, and Hill observed them closely. Indeed, it seemed that romantic drunken red dust was merely a tool. The 2 ladies appeared to be seeking a guide, having left him to discuss matters amongst themselves. After several attempts to interject, romantic drunken red dust, feeling ignored, sulked away to sit in the crevice between the grocery shelf and the back wall. Engrossed in his tablet, it seemed he had wisely realized that he would have to wait until these 2 ladies finished their selections before Hill would be closing shop. A few more individuals entered, but Hill paid them no mind. After all, failing to charm a lady was hardly a rare occurrence. He glanced up at the clock hanging by the door, concluding it was nearly closing time. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lu Huayu re-entered the establishment, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fell upon the 2 women from the Bald Head Gang. After a moment's scrutiny, he confirmed that they were indeed engrossed in their purchases and quietly made his way to the grocery counter. There stood a young lady, meticulously examining each item for quite some time. Intrigued, he leaned in to listen closely. Xiaozhu, Lu Huayu spoke in that ever-so-gentle tone of his. You've worked hard during this period. It's nothing much, helping you out isn't a burden, replied the soft-spoken girl. However, it might not be ideal to continue like this. Some may have developed too fond an affection for me. What is there to worry about? Xiaozhu is inherently deserving of admiration. They treat me so well. Yet I secretly notify you of their intentions, causing them to fail time and again. The girl's voice trembled with sorrow. Though I understand we belong to opposing factions, and such tactics are to be expected, it still saddens me. You are simply too kind, and this is all my fault, Lu Huayu said earnestly. All the wrongdoing lies with me. You are merely aiding me and should bear no guilt. You must triumph that I have been monitoring the merit rankings, and your 7th place is precarious. Only the top 10 earn territories. Rest assured, I shall strive to maintain my position. Once I secure a territory, I will ensure we have the most splendid wedding. I await that day eagerly. You needn't worry. There haven't been many activities recently that seems the tasks here have become unavailable, and everyone is logged off in disappointment. What a pity we don't know what perfect bald head has undertaken. His merit has skyrocketed. I've inquired discreetly, but no one here seems to know. Regardless, he is vying for the top 3, so let us not dwell on it for now. It is always good to be informed. Should he lose this time, he may yet be defeated next. I shall be vigilant and notify you immediately if I uncover any clues. Indeed, your diligence is most reassuring. Lu Huayu shifted the conversation. You should go check the jewelry. Those 2 are from the Bald Head clan, and I've seen them before. Get to know them well. You only ever concern yourself with the girls. Why is it you hardly remember any of the boys? Only by observing more can one truly appreciate your beauty. Humph. You only flatter me to deceive. Very well, I must take my leave. You go look at the jewelry, and if something catches your eye, send me a picture. I simply cannot accompany you today. Do you think I need your assistance? I have my own means. My goodwill is priceless. I wish for you to wear the jewelry I gifted you during your times of hardship. That is true. Possessing it would indeed bolster my resolve. It is all for my sake. And time is short. Xiaozhu, I await your triumphant return. Rest assured, I shall return. He'll scrutinize the bashful girl named Liang Hangzhu, feeling a chill run down his spine. Once the 2 parted ways, he noticed romantic drunken red dust emerging from behind the grocery counter. Tablet in hand, he glanced back at Liang Hangzhu, who was now busy ingratiating herself with his 2 companions, and without hesitation, slipped out the door. Before long, The two girls picked up their tablets. Hey, why are we gathering at this hour? My apologies, ladies. Let us chat another time. Such urgency, Kokinjian exclaimed, dragging the still chatty Qian Yuan out the door. Liang Hangzhu, who had been attempting to add friends, reluctantly turned her attention back to the jewelry, lingering for quite a while before finally leaving. He'll swiftly closed the door. After all, there were no customers to attend to. He was filled with a plethora of unspoken thoughts, feeling a heavy discomfort as he realized that if anyone else entered to engage him in conversation, he might just explode with frustration. Hill found himself somewhat envious of romantic drunken Red Dust, who must surely be the center of attention at that moment, the most dashing member of the Bald Head clan. After all, he had provided enough entertainment for the Bald Head family to last several days. Meanwhile, Hill had to keep his emotions in check, for both Adrian and Fran could potentially arrive, and they would be unable to comprehend why Hill was so agitated. He felt a deepening sense of isolation. Chapter 27. The battle finally commences after dining. Hill settled onto the sofa, waiting long into the night, yet neither Fran nor Adrian made an appearance. What could have transpired? A sense of worry began to creep in. Under the moonlight, the maple leaves danced in the cool night air, and unable to sleep, Hill silently observed the swirling red foliage, striving to commune with the spirits of nature surrounding him. Something was amiss, but did it concern him? If Fran were in trouble, it would undoubtedly affect him, indicating a situation where he could not be by her side due to external factors. Hill perched on the windowsill, quietly awaiting developments. For those with particularly heightened mental faculties, such as magic users, the need for sleep is minimal. Yet, Hill could not help but recall his mother's admonitions to rest and eat well. What once seemed like tiresome nagging had transformed into a resolute commitment. It is only through loss that one learns to cherish, a sentiment Hill had previously dismissed as tiresome platitudes until he experienced true loss himself. He had never felt regret before, simply because what he lost was not something held dear. As the moonlight bathed the scene in a gentle glow, Hill became lost in reminiscence. Suddenly, a thunderous crash jolted him from his thoughts. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop to survey the surroundings. Damn the no-fly decree. He had no idea what was happening. He witnessed throngs of players rushing towards the inner city gate. Gates that had never been opened at night, now blasted open by thousands of mage players. It appeared that trouble was brewing in the outer city. Hill contemplated the situation, suspecting it was related to the gang. It seemed the players had finally reached their breaking point after days of enduring provocations. They likely believed that the gang's chaotic antics were merely part of a scripted quest, which is why they had tolerated it for so long. But did their retreat make the gang feel emboldened? Now, it seemed, the situation had escalated into a regional quest. Hill speculated that conflict had long been brewing. The players residing in that area were likely low-level solo adventurers or thrill-seekers. The fighting probably commenced around nightfall. Yet at least when Hill closed the shop, matters had not yet spiraled out of control. After all, romantic drunken Red Dust had still been in the mood to record and enjoy the drama. The gang likely never anticipated that attacking low-level players would provoke such a massive backlash. Mages typically have mentors, and no one dared to strike at them. The gang had historically targeted low-level swordsmen and knights, the men serving as muscle while many women were sought after by noble families, especially with so many enchanting female swordsmen among the players. Hill had long noted the attire of these swordswomen: low-cut leather tops, ultra-short leather shorts, black stockings, high-heeled leather boots, complemented by billowing black capes, both fierce and alluring. Players could hardly grasp why such commonplace attire might incite such brazen acts against NPCs. In their eyes, this was merely a sudden localized quest. How dare they obstruct their exit to undertake quests? What was a mere city gate to them? Hill couldn't help but chuckle. The outer city would be cleared out today. Anyone daring to lay a hand on players would find themselves marked red. Those who had covertly stirred trouble would soon be swept away by the players. Those foolish enough to attack blessed characters would not find anyone willing to cause trouble on their behalf over at Williams. Anyone daring to discuss the shattered city gate would be deemed a fool. Those obstructing the undead from rescuing their kin would find William more than willing to label them as accomplices of the gang. Nobles who dared to speak out during such times must surely have deep ties to the gang, perhaps even serving as their hidden masters. In this world, no one cares about matters that do not pertain to their own interests, especially when it comes to offending the tens of thousands of blessed characters. Hill was convinced that regardless of how cold and ruthless William became, he would not hesitate to strike down those foolish enough to rely on gambling and human trafficking to sustain their lives. No one who has survived in modern society could witness such a pathetic existence without feeling revulsion and pity. Even if one chose to remain silent and motionless, the gut-wrenching feelings would linger eternally. Hill had overheard several female players cursing the developers for creating such dark narratives, asserting that only someone mentally disturbed could write such plots that discriminate against women and are inherently perverse. There had been multiple incidents where knights, accompanied by their followers, were nearly provoked into violence when nobles attempted to purchase beautiful female guards. William's guards were scattered throughout the streets, urging these nobles to steer clear of the blessed race. Yet there were always those too dense to understand. Fortunately, players viewed these occurrences as random events, often beating the offenders to a pulp before letting them go. The tranquility of Hill Street can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the presence of the esteemed Archmage Hill, who has forged an alliance with the undead. Secondly, the Baron's inherent timidity. The nobility fails to fathom how the undead can unite against a common foe. Numbering over 100,000, in recent days, they have likely convinced themselves that they have garnered the support of numerous players, as the undead can be hired with mere coin. Yet, the players see it differently. They perceive it as merely accepting a lucrative quest. Has anyone found it peculiar that William, indifferent to the Grand Noble's attempts to ally with the undead, remains unchallenged? Perhaps it is all attributed to divine will. However, the significance of red names as markers of hostility is starkly evident in this external conflict. Despite the underhanded and ruthless tactics employed among players, their battles are fought to the bitter end. Should an NPC seek to instigate trouble, they must first eliminate the boss before dividing the spoils. If the division is unsatisfactory, they can always resume fighting. Who fears whom? Regardless of how gentle and charming Hill may appear, or how strikingly beautiful he is, should he dare to oppose the players. He would merely become another lifeless body adorned with a few more photographs. This is a battle with an unquestionable outcome. Hill suspects that Fran and the others are merely spectators. As long as the fighting does not encroach upon the inner city. Unexpectedly, it is the players from the inner city who initiate the conflict first. Hill uncorks a bottle of wine, raises a glass to the moon in a distant toast, drains it in one gulp, and then retires for the night. Upon rising the next morning, Hill notices that the queue of customers is not particularly long, yet each individual bears a serious expression. Their gaze is sharp as they scrutinize their competitors. Hill realizes this is a gang replenishing their supplies. It seems the battles of the previous night have depleted their stock. Moreover, they are likely still engaged in combat. Otherwise, there would surely be night owls among them who would purchase their wares before logging off to sleep. Hill promptly inspects the apothecary, replacing lesser-selling potions with healing and mana potions. He also lists some low-level potions he possesses. These are aimed at mages and knights, priced fairly and seldom purchased, but now, the players will likely require them. Hill waves his hand to open the door, settling in to await the outcome. The professional buyers dispatched by the gang prove to be formidable. Quickly filling the apothecary's shelves, Hill observes the rapidly diminishing potions, disregarding his previous declaration to refrain from restocking, instructing his puppets to hastily replenish the warehouse. Hill surmises that after this skirmish, the players will soon find their resources depleted. He hopes that the spoils from vanquishing the gang will suffice to cover their consumption. After this group departs, surprisingly, no one else enters. Hill finds himself curious to witness the intensity of the battles. Every game has its fair share of casual players. Yet none appear to be purchasing anything. At noon, Adrian arrives. Spotting Hill seated by the window enjoying his lunch, he straightforwardly requests, "I'll have a portion too." Hill smiles as he presents a steak meal. "Has your stock been depleted?" Adrian rolls his eyes in response. "Few would go to such lengths as you to acquire a ring for their meals." He quickly begins to eat, appearing as though he has missed several meals. After finishing his meal, Hill clears his dishes and leisurely sips on a glass of juice. The warm autumn sun bathes him, enhancing his mood. Once Adrian finishes his meal and clears his dishes, he inquires, "What about mine?" Hill chuckles as he hands him a glass. "What has you so flustered?" "The sheer number of people is truly terrifying." Adrian exclaims, "Pal Street has been entirely flattened, with the underground levels excavated. Now, the adjacent streets are also set to be dismantled." Hill replies with a smile, "Hasn't your grandfather always been curious about how many mages the undead possess? He surely knows now." Adrian scoffs, "Let my teacher hear your tone of glee. Let us see if he still calls you obedient." Hill bursts into laughter. "When did the fighting commence, and why is it still ongoing? The undead are truly vengeful. They possess a method to identify enemies and seem intent on sparing none. William has dispatched the royal guard at the inner city gates. Entry is forbidden while exit is permitted. I only managed to enter with William's escort. Suddenly, he chuckles. Some undead who remained in the inner city last night are now scouring the streets. They even spared the vicinity of the temple. Many who fled in the dead of night were dragged out and killed. Were they pulled from the noble estates? Indeed, most were from the count's residence, with a few scattered from the marquis. Was there no one to intervene? The knight from the Nofa family attempted to intervene, but was swiftly incinerated by a deluge of fireballs, hundreds of archmages, all specializing in fire magic. It was utterly terrifying. No one dares to intervene any longer. Hill silently muses about the enduring strength of the cult of fire. He turns to Adrian. First, replenish the apothecary. It's likely sold out by now. Adrian rises in astonishment. Are they consuming potions mid-battle? No wonder they have fought for so long without rest. He quickly restocks the apothecary. Now I barely have any inventory left. My teacher likely has some, but the prices for mage-level potions are exorbitant. Can the undead truly afford them? Hill gestures towards the storage cabinet. My grandfather's alchemical workshop has sold 8 already. I was hoping to procure more from him. No matter how expensive, potions will always find buyers. Hill estimates that potions enhancing physical and magical limits will increase players' attribute points, while the locals are less inclined to splurge on such costly elixirs that offer only minor enhancements. Players, however, would gladly spend to increase their attributes by 1 or 2 points. Adrian remarks, but my teacher's potions can only be bought with crystal stones. In their eyes, crystals are merely a more valuable form of gold. Adrian muses, well, it seems the undead possess a greater elemental energy. I wonder what source they utilize. Hill prefers to avoid discussing potentially contentious subjects and swiftly shifts the topic. Hurry and restock the warehouse. There will undoubtedly be more customers this afternoon. Then tell me how the fighting began yesterday. I've been eagerly awaiting your explanation. Adrian, exasperated, gives Hill a playful smack on the head before heading upstairs to replenish supplies. Hill reclines on the sofa with a smile, anticipating a captivating tale. Chapter 28. The result of players' frustration online. Adrian soon returns, reclining on the sofa, smiling at Hill as he remarks, there are always some fools who make you feel as though their intelligence was lost at birth. What did the Nofa family do? You can quickly guess, can't you? After all, they are infamous for their lecherous reputation. What exactly transpired? I only know that one of their members harassed an undead female and got soundly beaten. Is this what the undead have shared? Foolish, gluttonous aristocrats, lecherously groping and brazenly threatening to sell disobedient women into brothels. Such behavior is unmistakably theirs. Did the undead give them a thorough thrashing? A group of young women from a family went shopping together, including both knights and mages. It is said they left him utterly humiliated, not a single hair left on him. He's now referred to as the shameless pig. That must have been the heir of the Nofa family. Are they seeking revenge? What do they plan to do to provoke the undead? Mr. Hill, why are you asking me? Suddenly, a voice interjects. Hill and Adrian turn to see a deer gracefully standing nearby, accompanied by 2 individuals who are rapidly depleting the apothecary's inventory. Hill greets them with a smile. You finished your battle? The deer nods. We gathered yesterday for a romantic endeavor, only to receive a call for help from some sisters in the outer city. So our entire family went. Do you have a means of communication that connects the entire undead community? Adrian inquires, astonished. Hill gestures towards a sofa. Beautiful lady, please take a seat. While we are aware that a conflict has erupted, we lack clarity on the specifics that we would greatly appreciate your willingness to share. The deer takes a seat with delight, and Hill pours her a glass of juice. She cradles the glass and slowly explains, a bounty was placed for 100,000 gold for each undead female. If it's the group that burned the shameless pig, it's 200,000 each. Hill silently contemplates. No wonder they directly incinerated the Nofa family's knight. It appears the news has spread rapidly. The Nofa fool still dares to intervene, eagerly awaiting this moment. Some of our girls, residing in budget lodgings in the outer city, had only recently arrived and were not fond of fighting. The pay is meager. After all, there are plenty of lucrative quests elsewhere. They were aware of the dangers but had divine protection while sleeping and usually spent their time on missions. They never anticipated that the gang would drug them during dinner. Approximately 10 of our sisters were captured. The shameless pig even attempted to make advances, only to be struck by divine lightning. Once our sisters regained consciousness, they sought to leave, but the gang refused to release them, resulting in a skirmish. Initially, It was just those in the outer city fighting. After all, the divine would reveal who the enemy was, so we had no fear of mistakenly attacking the wrong person. It is unclear how many gangs participated. The enemies only multiplied. With fewer high-level fighters in the outer city, we sought help. Our family was the first to respond. At that moment, the city gates were still open. With the mages in abundance, we demolished several buildings on Pal Street, uncovering many abducted individuals, including numerous children. The plight of those children was heartbreaking, so we accepted a quest to liberate them. There were even noble girls among them, all captured by the gang. As we attempted to rescue them, more and more individuals emerged to thwart us, all emerging from the depths of Pal Street. And of course, we had to fight back. Many people came out from the inner city to assist. Those obstructing our rescue were likely accomplices of the shameless pig. In such circumstances, the gates should have been opened, but they simply exploded. Now, Pal Street and the surrounding evildoers have been thoroughly cleared, and we, who fought tirelessly through the night, have decided to leave. Yesterday, although my master procured a considerable amount of medicine, it has nearly all been consumed. We were contemplating purchasing some more medicine before returning to rest. A cheerful deer took a hearty sip of juice and exclaimed, "Ah, this is truly delightful. My magical energy has been restored. Mr. Hill, what kind of juice is this? Can we buy it?" Hill gazed at her innocent smile, feeling somewhat helpless, and replied, "This juice is extracted from the fruit of the vine-like tree known as the emerald tree. It is exceedingly precious and can only be nurtured by wood elementals. It is a specialty of the Elven Kingdom. How much does it cost? We can pool our money to buy it. This is exclusive to sorcerers. Hasn't William opened 2 magical towers for you? My elder also acquired it from there. The items there require merit points. We desire to claim our territory. What a pity." Hill smiled as he presented a jug of juice, saying, "Thank you for your inquiry, madam. Please accept this token of gratitude." The deer happily accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Mr. Hill, you are ever so courteous." The bald man, having finished his purchases, approached. "Mr. Hill, how long will your shop remain open?" Adrian interjected, "We will return to our territory once William's coronation ceremony concludes." "Oh, so there are only 3 days left." Hill replied with a smile, "These items will still be available in our territory. You know the address, feel free to visit any time." The bald man, oblivious, said, "We plan to establish our territory at the southernmost border town, closer to Mr. Adrian, allowing us to participate in the war." Adrian's brow furrowed. "Are you already preparing for war?" "Indeed." William stated that if we are willing to garrison in the south, we can directly choose a border town. The entire area within 300 kilometers will belong to us. A permanent residence, and we can earn merit through warfare. We will undoubtedly choose that. Hill inquired, "Are all the southern border territories vacant?" 2 in the middle are guarded by William's men. The other 4 are available for allocation. However, one of them is relatively small. The top 3 on the merit list will surely not select it. The one ranked 4th will likely choose it. By the way, we have already confirmed our family name and emblem. The bald man proclaimed proudly, "We shall be called the Black Rose. The emblem will feature a black rose at its core, surrounded by swords, hammers, and staves crossed around it." "A staff?" Adrian queried, puzzled. "Ah, this is the weapon used by our mages and sorcerers. We don't understand why the mages here do not use staffs," the bald man said, producing a long wooden stick adorned with gemstones. "To amplify spell potency." Adrian revealed the seal ring he held. "Isn't that only useful with mana stones? It can be worn on the hand. Why bother with such a cumbersome item? Aren't priests also using hammers?" "Priests derive their strength from the divine. Many possess only healing abilities," Adrian responded, confused. "Do they use hammers for physical attacks? When our mana is depleted, we simply use the staff to strike." Adrian was momentarily speechless. "Seriously, what about your spell scrolls, your alchemical potions, relying on brute force to strike as a physically weak mage?" Hill could hardly contain his laughter. He said to Adrian, "They have just arrived in this world and lack any stock of scrolls or potions. Otherwise, how could we sell out so quickly?" He turned to the bald man. "Priests possess bodies forged by divine power, enabling them to wield hammers. However, many mages are not physically robust. We typically utilize spell scrolls and explosive alchemical potions. I haven't seen any for sale." The bald man responded, perplexed. "Mr. Hill doesn't sell them here either. The more of these items in stock, the better. Moreover, who knows if the sold items will be used for oneself? Mages typically create their own." Adrian emphasized, "Your time here has been brief, but as mages, you must ensure you have sufficient reserves. Mana potions have a tolerance. Consuming too much renders them ineffective. Hill was truly amused. The bald man tugged at his ponytail. Our bodies do not possess this tolerance. Adrian slumped down in defeat. Damn the divine favored races. Hill asked the bald man, your family is called the Black Rose. Has William approved? The application has been approved. There are absolutely no issues. Hill exchanged a glance with Adrian, noting the bald man's confidence. The Lord of Time and Space clearly intends to show no mercy to the divine aristocracy. How many years has it been since anyone dared to use the rose emblem apart from the followers of the noble deity? Noticing that no one had entered for a while. With someone stationed at the door, Hill turned to the bald man. Did you flip my sign again? The bald man chuckled silently, while the person standing by the door retreated a few steps. Hill sighed. Forget it. I lack the motivation to conduct business. Remember to flip it back when you leave. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Fran walked in. Hill and Adrian quickly stood up. Grandfather, you're back. Would you like something to eat? Fran looked quizzically at the undead in the shop. I thought you had closed the store. Hill could only say, I was gathering information from these individuals and did not wish for others to enter for the time being. Fran nodded. Bring me something to eat. My head is pounding. And I could use a drink. He plopped down on the sofa, sighing, what a busy day. Hill laid out a spread of dishes and poured Fran a drink. Perhaps you should sell some of the sorcerer's potions from your stock. Fran inquired. Astonished. Are the undead truly willing to spend money? Grandfather's alchemical workshop is on the verge of selling out, Hill remarked. Adrian's inventory has been completely depleted. Fran glanced at the eager faces of the bald man and others before placing a batch of high-grade potions on the central cabinet. The bald man and his companions nearly pressed their faces against the crystal cover, exclaiming, Goodness, potions that enhance attributes. Quick, summon more people. We need to buy first. Fran munched on his food while observing. They seem to have quite a few crystals. No wonder they have been busy since yesterday. Hill asked, Are they still engaged in battle? Fran downed a glass of wine. 6 streets near Powell Street have been cleared that William's men have already moved in to take over. Adrian hurriedly poured him another drink. When I left, only 4 streets had been cleared. The Nofa family is no more. William reacted swiftly, Fran stated. Among the children rescued from the undead, there was even one from an earl's house, even if they are not direct descendants. The Nofa family overreached. Their Sky Knight has also perished, allowing William to seize their title without anyone to defend them. So the last 2 streets were under Nofa's influence. Hill remarked, exasperated. Is their family truly reliant on such dealings for income? Only a family as foolish as that would engage in such blatant misconduct, Fran scoffed. William need not worry. The underhanded elements in the capital have effectively been eradicated. Hill concurred. That is indeed a relief. Powell Street is utterly lost. William has sent people to announce the construction of a grand cathedral there. Still no plans for a temple. Adrian queried. Is he truly waiting to establish a divine seed only after finishing with the rose? Fran nodded in agreement. Chapter 29. Wealthy players. The bald man suddenly lunged forward. Esteemed sorcerer Fran, can we procure more of the strength-enhancing potion? Fran, perplexed, asked, Isn't such a potion meant for one-time use per individual? We can consume it thrice, the bald man exclaimed enthusiastically. And we have hundreds of people. 1 bottle costs 20,000 crystals. Adrian interjected. Rest assured, we have sufficient funds. Whatever quantity you have, we will take it. The bald man was practically bouncing with excitement. Fran, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin. How could I possibly produce so many strength-enhancing potions? I have 20 bottles here. You may purchase them. Hill suspected the bald man intended to resell at a markup. Such limited items are first come, first served, and encountering them is merely a stroke of luck. Hill was not inclined to interfere. Fran, observing the excited bald man, added more than just strength potions, including mana-enhancing and stamina-enhancing potions. Hill said to the bald man, You may begin purchasing. Just remember to flip the sign back for me when you leave. The bald man nodded vigorously without speaking. Quickly joining his companions to divide their spoils, the Dreamwaker began allowing individuals to enter one by one. Luo Sanquan stood at the rear, shouting, Close the door quickly! Close the door! The Dreamwaker swiftly shut the door. Hill marveled at their cleverness. The sign indicating whether the door was open or closed has a secondary function, allowing it to be opened only from within the room once placed in the closed position. They would rather act as doorkeepers than give anyone outside a chance to Deer ambled over and asked, Who is following you? Who else could it be? Zhu Meili's eyes are quite shifty. That means she has probably been monitoring us for several days. She hasn't let up today. Despite the busyness, the bald man called out from the distance. Zhu Meili is not our concern. You all hurry and buy. Once we have finished purchasing, we will notify Xianfeng. Let them engage in their own battle of wits. Hurry. I still need to log off and sleep. I am exhausted. The newcomers hurried to make their purchases, murmuring about the high prices and fearing bankruptcy. Yet, no one gave up on buying that a deer sluggishly approached. Mr. Hill, are these potions only available today? My grandfather is only here for one day. Then what if we wish to buy in the future? Typically, the inner-city auction house will have stock every month. Alternatively, the apothecary in my grandfather's territory will have them for sale. Is it in Sorcerer Fran's territory? Indeed, upon our return, it is likely that we shall not venture beyond our territory for quite some time. After all, you are still required to engage in battle, are you not? The bald man hurriedly interjected. Mr. Hill, besides us, do any other undead factions know the location of the territory of the Fran Mage? Hill replied blandly. We have not disclosed this information to anyone else. However, it is marked on the alchemical map. Generally, those of higher rank in the royal castle's magic tower can locate it. I am uncertain if any undead factions might receive guidance. Uncle Adrian will provide you with the address. As you have acquired what you desired, we prefer not to have too many individuals visiting our territory. Mages are inclined towards solitude. Noting the silence from Fran and Adrian, the bald man cheerfully declared, Rest assured, no one in the magic tower pays us any mind. He looked at the bald man, who was elated by the disregard shown by the players, and remarked, Do you not need to learn any spellcraft from the denizens of the magic tower? Prince William will dispatch individuals to teach us at the magic tower. The knights and swordsman guilds will do the same. Hill pondered silently. Indeed, they must have professional mentors. It merely requires monetary exchange, devoid of the need for flattery. Fran and Adrian remained taciturn, and Hill understood their inner confusion. It seemed the traditional master-apprentice model for mages was about to face challenges. After completing their purchases, they observed that half the potion cabinet had been emptied. The bald man bid farewell to Hill with a sense of accomplishment as he led his companions away. A long queue had already formed outside. Hill overheard the bald man exclaiming as he departed, How many spies must be lurking at Snow Cloud Peak? I reckon half the enemy guilds have arrived. Xiao Liulium replied, You ought to consider whether we have a single coin left in our possession. A deer nearby remarked, Master, why are you so anxious about Snow Cloud Peak? They themselves do not care. Hill surveyed the throng of people and suggested, Grandfather, you ought to rest upstairs. We can discuss matters further this evening. Friend scanned the area and noted, It appears the undead truly require such potions. He turned to Adrian and said, Pay close attention to what sells well. We shall establish a potion shop in our territory upon our return. Adrian nodded. And the two ascended the stairs. Hill scrutinized the group of newcomers as they entered, but it was evident that two rival factions had arrived, and with hostilities prohibited within the shop, they resorted to physical confrontations. Ultimately, the two leaders reached the potion cabinet first to stock up. The strength potions were nearly depleted by the bald man's group, as both individuals swiftly made their selections. When Snow Cloud Peak arrived, he summoned a puppet to expedite payment for the bottles. The other, slower to react, called for his puppet only upon reaching the cabinet and ended up acquiring 2 fewer bottles than Snow Cloud Peak. Hill observed a figure named Rogue Rabbit glaring angrily at Snow Cloud Peak and found it curious. Why was he called Zhu Meili? He seemed male. Perhaps he would glean some juicy information from the bald man in the future. Nevertheless, both were likely leaders of substantial factions. The wealth was undeniably considerable, and Hill watched as the potions Fran had just placed on the shelf were nearly cleared out. The members of these two factions did not exchange insults in Hill's presence. Rather, they engaged in a subtle competition for purchases. Neither wished to concede defeat, resulting in the depletion of numerous goods. Hill sensed that these individuals were eager to avoid inciting his displeasure. It appeared the players had realized the NPCs here possessed a significant degree of autonomy. With the crowd swelling, Hill activated a half-hour time limit. The patrons were quickly ushered out. The subsequent arrivals found little left to purchase, only able to acquire some ordinary potions for replenishment. Hill overheard some grumbling. Snow old dog. Zhu Meili has nothing worthwhile. Hill could not help but chuckle. Was the bald man seeking scapegoats to endure the scorn? Gradually, the crowd outside dispersed. Hill remained steadfast, waiting until dusk fell. That yesterday's gossip had been plentiful. And even if no one could share it, he hoped to hear a few more tidbits. Alas, the players' enthusiasm had nearly waned today. With no new arrivals, Hill reluctantly closed shop for the evening. As he ascended the stairs, he noticed Adrian in the second-floor storeroom with paper and pen. "What are you calculating regarding sales?" Hill asked playfully. "Ideally, I hope to summarize the preferences of the undead," Adrian replied without looking up. "However, their tastes are remarkably eclectic. I can discern no pattern. It matters not. They likely favor limited purchases. By restricting high-tier potions for a spell, we shall discover what they covet most," Hill suggested. "What does a penchant for limited purchases signify?" Adrian raised an eyebrow. "Similar to noble women who adore the unique. If any clothing or jewelry were truly one of a kind, they would vie for it fervently. While power is significant, allure holds even greater sway." Adrian pondered for a moment. The world of the undead must be exceptionally peaceful. Peaceful, prosperous, and ostensibly equitable, at the very least, Hill declared without hesitation. Adrian set aside his paper and pen. Accompanying Hill upstairs, Fran was seated on the sofa, meditating. "Grandfather, your potions have sold out." Fran glanced sideways. "It appears the undead truly possess considerable wealth. Those capable of earning are even more numerous. Over 100,000 professionals." Hill exclaimed. "Most of those who frequent this shop are likely the wealthiest and most accomplished among the undead. They possess the means to gather the funds of lesser undead. I have also observed that some individuals exchange their own world as currency for our crystals and gold." Fran nodded. "Indeed, this is not their world, no matter how splendid our goods. They may not surpass the utility of ordinary items from their realm. The undead remain quite perceptive." Adrian interjected in astonishment. "I cannot perceive their clarity. All I see is their madness. In our world, what does their madness matter? It does not affect their own," Hill replied with a smile. Fran sighed in resignation. "Regardless, we can only endure for now. I wonder if the one who ascends the divine seat will send the undead away once more." Hill shook his head. "There is no hope for that in the coming years. But what does it matter to us? No matter how many undead there are, they must adhere to their deity's alignment, neutrality, and benevolence, as long as we do not provoke them. Let the legends and the divine contend with their troubles. Ultimately, it is only those at the top, embroiled in power struggles, who will truly suffer." Fran remarked. "I should accumulate more resources for advancement. With so many mages, if they ascend to legend, how will Sorcerer possess sufficient resources?" Hill responded, "I do not believe they will ascend to legend anytime soon. From what I gather, their divine crafted bodies are currently limited to the highest tier of mage. Over the past few days, Hill had heard that they were all at level 100. However, their highest level was merely 50. In online games, the higher the level, the slower the progression. At level 50, the god of time and space would certainly not permit them to advance swiftly. Hill firmly believed that the god of time and space would not allow them to reach legendary status." Fran nodded in agreement. "I share that sentiment. After all, they are extra-mundane souls, and the will of the world would not permit them to commune with the laws of all things." Despite William's ease in attaining legend status, it required a connection to the laws of the world, and no matter how powerful the god of time and space may be, it is improbable that so many beings from another realm could intertwine with the laws of this world. Hill pondered how this deity intended to resolve the issue of insufficient high-tier members within his faction. The legendary commanders of Sorcerer would undoubtedly remain stationed in the capital, unwilling to assist William in the battle for faith. Just as Hefesardo would never wage war on behalf of the noble church and Sorcerer. Despite the noble church currently amassing forces at the borders of Hefesardo and Sorcerer, they could only await the arrival of divine emissaries. No one would care how many nobles the noble temple could rally for battle, but if a war were waged in the name of the nation, it would be an entirely different matter. The gods would never permit it. The king of Hefesardo was not a devotee of the gods of nobility and royalty. Of course, this king would not mind lending his borders to the noble temple to wage war against Sorcerer. Should the noble temple emerge victorious, they would merely bring Edward and Charles IV to inherit the throne, rather than conquering Sorcerer. However, this would still allow Hefesardo to gain some benefit. Hill addressed the two. "It is time to settle accounts. Grandfather and Uncle Adrian, your items have nearly all sold out." Fran sighed once more. Truly wealthy indeed. Adrian could hardly contain his glances at Fran. Hill stifled a laugh. It had been many years since the high-tier alchemist Fran had experienced such a moment of astonishment. Chapter 30. Prelude to William's ascension on a crisp autumn day. As dawn broke, a fine mist began to fall. Delicate raindrops gently tapped on the maple leaves, composing a melodious morning symphony. The crimson foliage, washed by the rain, appeared exceptionally vibrant. Hill sat by the window, listening intently to the soothing patter of the rain while admiring the breathtaking scenery. Today was the day William would be crowned king. Unlike his predecessors, who held their coronation ceremonies in the temples of nobility in the deity of royalty, William, whose chosen deity had yet to ascend to the divine seat, opted to swear in his kingship in the square before the royal palace. Hill had risen early to await Fran, as he was to join the ranks of mages observing the ceremony as Fran's junior. Noble mages attending the celebration could choose to remain with the nobility. Yet apart from a few lesser mages struggling to ascend, none would opt to leave the mage faction. This was Hill's first time participating in such a celebration, and having chosen the mage faction. He would no longer be introduced as Baron Polanio. This marks his inaugural entrance into the mage community under the esteemed identity of Hill Polanio, the Grand Sorcerer. Hill still felt a twinge of nervousness. The identity of a warlock was best concealed until one ascended to the rank of magus. Moreover, mages generally accepted the presence of hidden warlocks among them, despite the envy and jealousy that might simmer beneath the surface. They were all practitioners of magic, a rarity in itself. Hence, even if Hill's true nature were to be revealed, it was unlikely anyone would voice their concerns. From a distance, he caught sight of Fran's carriage gliding down Maple Street, prompting Hill to descend and secure the door. Last night, he had restored the shop to its original configuration, even replacing the core of the establishment with a new one. Following the coronation ceremony, Fran was set to take them back. As Hill watched Adrian open the carriage door, he offered a faint smile and stepped inside. "Good morning, grandfather, Uncle Adrian." Fran nodded in acknowledgement, while Adrian responded with a warm smile. "Good morning, little Hill. Are you excited? Today promises to be quite a spectacle." "The coronation ceremony?" Hill inquired. "The square in front of the palace can accommodate 30,000 people at once, a rare sight indeed. But William has invited all the undead." "Such formidable power," Fran remarked. "Time and space," Fran suddenly exclaimed. "What an immense force. I wonder how much longer we can openly speak those two words." Adrian added, "Who knows if it will be permanent, with such an expansive space? Does it mean the end of the era when only spatial crystal stones could expand space? Even deities would struggle to locate such vast spatial crystals, wouldn't they?" Fran replied coolly, "Have you two not examined the crystals provided to the undead by His Majesty with due diligence?" "What carelessness! This is utterly unacceptable." Hill hastily extracted a portion of the crystals from his ring, astonished to discover that, aside from a few scattered ones, the vast majority were attribute-less crystals. This was alarming, in a world brimming with elements. The existence of attribute-less crystals was nearly inconceivable. The few that did appear were typically found near particularly powerful elemental lords in the elemental realm, formed only by chance after being absorbed by the elevated lords. The entire world was saturated with elements. Every breath people took was infused with elemental essence. The reason beasts were so fearsome in this realm was that every breath they inhaled augmented their physical forms. Were it not for the innate scarcity of these beasts, humans, elves, and dwarves would be left to merely survive. However, the emergence of these attribute-less crystals served as a dire warning to all. Adrian was nearly stricken with terror. Is there truly a world devoid of elements? Have you not sensed how quickly Sorrel has capitulated? Hill replied. Contemplative, he had always believed it was William's rise to legendary status that attracted so many undead. Fran, with a hint of exasperation, stated, "Legendary figures are the foundation of a nation. William has only just attained legendary status, while Sorrel boasts 5 veteran legends. That is merely what is visible. With such a prosperous royal family, how could they lack their own legends? They supported William's ascension without uttering a word. I suspected something was amiss. Upon receiving the crystals from the undead, it became clear. Either this majesty possesses incomprehensible divine power capable of directly condensing crystals, or he can seize crystal mines from other worlds. A colossal gold elemental mine could sustain so many legends. What is there left to contest? Regardless of the reason, the sheer magnitude of it all is daunting, especially with an abundance of crystals at their disposal. Greed is the reason they all keep silent. Let us not dwell on anger. Teacher, we have been too preoccupied with profits these past few days. We shall be more vigilant in the future, Adrian reassured him. Hill nodded obediently. Fran continued, if this majesty can indeed dispel the elemental forces in the sky, the world will undergo a transformation. Hill fell into a contemplative silence. Why did the nations of this world remain so fixed? The vast distances involved were the very essence of stability. Even deities could not teleport individuals within a stagnant space. The territory of each nation represented the farthest reach of royal control. Fran, a wealthy alchemist, could only utilize spatial boxes within his magical tower. A transmutative alchemical house capable of manifesting a small dwelling was exorbitantly costly, a luxury Hill could scarcely afford. The notion of magical towers folding space into a small dimension was nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. The elemental-infused space, susceptible to large fluctuations and cuts, would inevitably summon elemental storms. Spatial magic was virtually non-existent in this world. Only alchemists could create alchemical rings using natural spatial crystals. When the undead first appeared, each was granted a small spatial pouch, which had been thoroughly examined by countless mages, yet to no avail, ultimately attributed to divine power. Yet now, William could directly expand a square into a space capable of accommodating over 100,000 individuals. If this space were to be eternal, what would transpire in a world so rigidly infused with elements? Hill understood the source of his dreadful premonitions following the emergence of the undead in a networked game. How could there be no teleportation circles? Once William's army could traverse any corner of this world with ease, what else would follow? The deity of time and space's reluctance to negotiate with the gods of nobility and monarchy became clearer to Hill. William was indeed the chosen one. His ambition was to unify the realm and ascend to the throne. Thus, William allowed the players to run rampant, placing greater emphasis on education. He required fair and just laws. A unified human empire demanded capable officials rather than feudal lords vying for dominion over their territories. Hill recalled the nobility of his own world, who possessed nothing save their lineage. Soon, they too would vie for a voice among the professionals. Upon arrival at the square, Hill swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. Fran was convinced that William's throne was secure. Sorrel's legends would likely join the fray. Furthermore, with such potent power from the deity of time and space, even if William were unable to withstand it, as the sole deity remaining on the earth, he would certainly not fear the distant strikes of the god of nobility. Hill found himself rendered speechless. The more he witnessed, the more he fell into silence. He felt as though he had anticipated an independent tale, only to realize he was merely at the prologue. The world's consciousness seemed to have endorsed the deity of time and space's choice, offering no resistance against summoning players from the temporal realm. After millennia of a semi-slave society, the end was finally on the horizon. As Hill disembarked, a gentle rain unexpectedly ceased. Sunlight suddenly poured onto the square before him. He gazed upward at the cloudless sky above Obastion, feeling no trace of divine power. Was this the handiwork of a legendary mage? Fran, brimming with pride, descended from his pedestal, while the legendary mage, who had never engaged in politics, stepped down as well. Fran observed for a moment, his expression shifting, but ultimately said nothing. He adjusted his attire and led Adrian and Hill towards an approaching male mage who greeted them warmly. Magus Fran, please follow me. Oh, you only have 2 accompanying personnel? Yes, Fran replied succinctly. Following the guiding mage, the trio entered the square. The moment they set foot upon the ground, Hill was astonished by the sudden transformation of space. What had appeared as a mere flat square outside now revealed itself as an extraordinarily vast expanse. The enormous circular square, aside from the outermost ring of shops, had been constructed into a grand stadium. Following the guide, they ascended to seats on the second floor. Fran and Adrian made a concerted effort to remain composed as they surveyed the immense venue, boasting a staggering 20,000 seats. Hill followed in a daze, overwhelmed with emotion. This was an enlarged version of the bird's nest. He had visited it on multiple occasions, harboring envy and longing to partake in its construction. Tears welled in his eyes as an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. Never had he felt such a profound yearning for his homeland, for his roots. Those emotions, suppressed by reason, surged forth. And Hill gritted his teeth, resolute in maintaining his composure. Suddenly, a resounding, ethereal chime filled the air, prompting Hill to lift his gaze. That a soothing, calming force swept through the stadium, instilling tranquility. The once boisterous crowd of undead seated in the highest tier fell silent. Hill noticed Fran glancing relaxedly towards the upper levels, and he belatedly realized that he had grown accustomed to the chaotic atmosphere prior to the ceremony. Failing to recognize its significance, old-fashioned noble mages like Fran were likely driven to madness by the noise. No wonder no one had noticed Hill's emotional fluctuations. As a resounding march played, the royal guard entered the arena, a magnificent battalion clad in gold and white, the knights, mounted on white steeds adorned with golden harnesses, entered to the ebb and flow of the music, igniting cheers from the Sorcerer populace. Yet, Hill felt somewhat detached. This was the grand military parade. The song of the three armies echoed through the stadium. Once the knights had formed their ranks, the music shifted to a review march. Hill silently mused, William is about to make his entrance. Indeed, clad in regal attire, William appeared astride a white unicorn. Hill felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Suddenly unable to meet the gaze of his fellow countrymen. How remarkable his memory was. Chapter 31. I am king now. I disdain slavery. Return my heartfelt emotions to me. Hill was truly vexed. Every time he felt a surge of sentiment, something would occur to jolt him back to reality, making him feel foolish for indulging in melancholy. Inside the stadium, William exuded charm and authority, his presence commanding as he surveyed the royal guard. Amidst the towering array of cavalry lances, the knights he scrutinized wore expressions of excitement and admiration, further fueling William's satisfaction. Yet, Hill could not shake the feeling that the words, dominant male protagonist, were emblazoned above his head. William descended to the center of the stadium, dismounted, and stood tall. The royal guard circled the arena thrice, the solemn chime resonated, and a grand circular platform rose at the center of the stadium. Where William stood, facing northward. Please rise. The crisp sound echoed above the stadium, and Hill felt that just 10 seconds after he stood up, the seat beneath him vanished. Numerous undead in the upper section tumbled to the ground. William truly understood the situation. Play the anthem of Solar and raise the Solar flag. Hill straightened his back, his gaze unwavering, his heart brimming with excitement. Having never experienced a national anthem, he had a premonition of the music that would soon resonate. And he clasped his hands tightly. Hill silently recited in his mind. Salute. Tears brimmed in his eyes as the familiar march played on, the royal flag of Solar, adorned with a golden star on a black field. And a red flag ascended gracefully. As the red flag fluttered, Hill discreetly wiped away his tears. It had been a long time since he felt such a longing for home. He was grateful to William for reminding him of the beautiful past. From this day forth, he would implement the laws bestowed by William in his territory. Regardless of who he had been before, compared to the mere survivalist Hill, William deserved all the respect. Behind William appeared a scale. In the center stood a golden figure, arms crossed, the left hand holding a golden diamond crystal, and the right hand clutching a thick tome. William turned and knelt on one knee. Great Kronos above. William Spencer Solar hereby swears. I shall uphold justice and remain loyal to my nation of Solar. I shall wield righteousness and protect the loyal citizens of Solar. I shall brandish my sword to eradicate all enemies of Solar. As the last word left his lips, the golden figure erupted in a magnificent radiance. The golden light enveloping William flickered for a long moment before bursting forth towards the crowd of onlookers. Hill felt a surge of golden light rush towards him, the abundant energy elevating him to a higher tiered. He had become a mid-level archmage. With his eyes closed, Hill meticulously examined his inner being, discovering that this power was remarkably pure, leaving almost no aftereffects. Instead, it seemed to realign his body more towards humanity, cleansing away much of the beastly lineage within him. Startled, Hill opened his eyes to see Fran and Adrian gazing at him in astonishment and confusion. What's wrong? We only received 1 or 2 specks of light. While you garnered quite a few among these people, they exchanged glances before Adrian spoke. Let us discuss this later, Fran interjected briefly. William had begun to speak again. 18 years ago, when I was first summoned by my lord, I vowed to establish a just and fair nation where the citizens would receive basic education and enjoy a life free from oppression. Yet, as fate would have it, I ultimately became the king of Solar. However, my vow remains unchanged. O people of Solar, let us strive together with your king. Let us fight for a brighter Solar. Hill was suddenly struck with astonishment. This year, he was precisely 18 years old. Did William arrive at the same time as him? Or was Hill merely a byproduct, a tail end of the summoning of William, the destined child by the god of time and space? In a state of spiritual frailty, without protection, had he not been cast into the womb of the almost miscarrying Milani, he would soon have dissipated. The members of the Pelist family were traditionally tall and robust. Yet Hill had always been frail. The Count had felt since childhood that Hill bore no resemblance to him, and thus disdained him, even upon reaching adulthood and awakening the bloodline of the Earth Bear. Hill remained slender. Fran had once lamented Hill's inherent physical shortcomings, fortunate that his soul was rather strong. Otherwise, had he not become a sorcerer or mage, he would have surely lived but a short life as an ordinary man. Hill had long known that during his reincarnation, his weakened self had fused with the soul of the soon-to-dissipate infant. Thus, his closeness to Fran was heartfelt. He was merely an authentic native carrying the memories of a past life. Yet, how he came to this world remained a mystery. Today, he had unraveled it. He recalled the golden specks of light on the earthquake's debris when he died. He now understood those to be the crystallization of souls, which would naturally dissipate after a period. At that moment, a massive golden point streaked across like a meteor, sweeping over Hill and carrying him and several souls into the vastness of the cosmos. When the god of time and space was retrieving William's soul, the majority of these souls dissipated during the traversal between the two worlds. Even those that managed to enter this world would soon vanish without divine protection. Perhaps all of Hill's luck from both lives had been spent here. He encountered a dying fetus and unhesitatingly fused with it. Thus, Hill was not merely the civil engineer of his past life, but also the true Hill Polanio. The consciousness of the world acknowledged his identity. Hill had known since the day he became a sorcerer. Even if a soul remained after death, he could never reincarnate back to Earth. In the future, within his territory, he would maintain respect for the Solar royal family and resolutely enforce the laws promoted by William. This was something Hill was eager to undertake. He awaited the enforcement of the laws of the Solar nation issued by William. Even without a church, he would establish basic literacy classes in his territory. This was what a modern individual with principles should do. Though lacking earth-shattering powers, as others initiated grand endeavors, Hill felt it was his duty to contribute in whatever capacity he could. The high platform of William descended steadily, and the appointed chancellor ascended. William took his place at the northern second-floor podium, smiling as he sat down. "Please be seated," his voice echoed, resonating in the air. Adrian turned to Fran and said, "Is this the center of divine power? It doesn't feel like the strength of the tower spirits." Fran shook his head in silence, gesturing for the two to remain quiet. The chancellor took the stage, first leading the ministers below in swearing allegiance to the king. The oath was brief. Hill understood well that those above could hardly contain their eagerness to discuss. The chancellor then continued with 3 announcements. Edward and Charles, along with their followers, were to be stripped of their territories and exiled within 3 days. Hill heard the name of Count Pelist, and Adrian scoffed softly. Hill remained silent, contemplating sending money over shortly. His ties with this family would be conclusively severed. The second matter was the recruitment of officials and conscription. Hill turned to Adrian and said, "Uncle Adrian, send those obedient and sensible members of your family to enlist. The fools can be left out." Adrian looked at him, puzzled. The third announcement from the chancellor shocked him into standing up. Solar would henceforth prohibit slavery. Servants in noble households were to sign employment contracts, with copies stored in the Justice Church. Otherwise, they would be released. Those who failed to comply within 3 months would either leave Solar or be stripped of their titles and reduced to commoners. Those still seated were all mages. Nearly all the nobles had gone mad. William watched the enraged crowd with keen interest for a good 10 minutes, the power of the legendary knight sweeping through. Compelling all to remain seated, he stood up and declared, "Obey, or face destruction." Hill's fervor was doused by this proclamation. He gazed at the indignant nobles, the curious mages observing the unfolding situation, and even those players above. But none comprehended his anguish. Would he next utter to be or not to be? It seemed that maintaining emotional stability would become Hill's greatest challenge in the coming years. Chapter 32. Leaving the chaotic capital once William rose and departed. The coronation ceremony came to a close, leaving behind a throng of murmuring players and solemn, silent nobles. Fran promptly led Adrian and Hill away, for mages had excellent memories, and the faces of those on the podium would be indelibly imprinted in their minds. After formal introductions, the mages quickly exited. At this juncture, no one intended to linger for networking. The 3 hastily left the inner city. Fran took to the skies with the 2, swiftly returning to his territory. Upon landing at Hill's magic tower, Fran stated, "There are some matters that require thorough discussion." Lister stood at the door, observing the serious expressions of the trio, and softly said, "Welcome back. Sir, shall I prepare lunch?" Hill nodded. "Please serve it in the small parlor." The 3 quickly finished their meal and returned to the study. As soon as Adrian sat down, he asked, "Master, what leverage does William possess? Does he intend to completely overturn the traditions of the nobility? Even if this is the will of the divine, the nobles have their own means. Do they not? Once this news spreads, even those who initially intended to abstain from the divine war might act." Fran gazed out the window and quietly replied, I have always believed that the deity is hiding in an outer dimension or a concealed realm. After all, only William can directly communicate with him. However, whether he was present before or not, he should now be in Solar. No legendary figure can triumph over a deity on Earth that I in today's scenario. Several legends have made their appearances, all sitting behind William, unmoving. He turned his gaze to Hill. When you dealt with the undead, did you not mention that they have 1,000,000 wanting to come? Hill nodded. Then, that 1,000,000 is likely to enter. The entire nation of Solar may not even have 2,000,000, with so many divine followers entering, all being professionals. Just imagine the magnitude of the faith power they will bring. Legends would not dare oppose such a formidable deity, whether or not to liberate the noble slaves. How much impact could that have on the legends? Those nobles who can comprehend this will wisely comply, and those who cannot will perish without anyone caring. Adrian exclaimed in anger. Am I the only one who is unfortunate? Hill replied, quickly ensure the smile of the saint is ready, and go trade with your family immediately. Taking advantage of the situation. They are undoubtedly feeling that their lives are under threat, and it is prudent for them to wish for a longer existence. Once the exchange is complete, inform them that it is best to heed the words of William. If they remain obstinate, it would be wise to escort 1 or 2 of the more astute children back to their grandfather's territory as long as the continuity of your family line is assured. It should not adversely affect you. Adrian nodded and remarked, at this juncture, self-preservation must take precedence. I am merely a humble archmage. Against the undead, I cannot stand against even 100 sorcerers. Fran interjected, the emergence of the undead is, in fact, a fortuitous event. In the days of the Divine War, individuals like us would have been ensnared regardless of our location, with a decree from a ruler like William. Noble-born knights and celestial knights will certainly refrain from engaging in combat for him. The only combatants left will be the undead. As long as William has a sufficient number of commanders, he will prevail. The undead are numerous, and sorcerers and celestial knights are not in short supply. The battlefield no longer necessitates the presence of high-level professionals from Solar. What difference does it make how many enemies there are? How many troops can the nobles muster? Can they field 1,000,000 professionals? And as for legends, how many can the noble temples summon? Legendary knights and legendary sorcerers are 2 distinct concepts. How many legendary sorcerers can claim the faith of the Rose? A terrestrial deity with millions of followers is invincible upon taking action. Cyril inquired with curiosity, will those 2 deities truly refrain from intervening? Are there not other concealed deities who might take action? That is not a matter for us to ponder. If that individual is indeed prepared to intervene personally, then precautions should be taken. In this war, we are likely to be mere spectators. Adrian, should the undead enter our territory, remember to take care. He turned to Cyril. You too, maintain a safe distance and avoid causing trouble. Cyril replied, I have always adhered to the revelations of nature. It is best not to provoke the undead. Adrian stated, as long as we keep our distance, we should be safe. Cyril blinked. If what the bald one suggested is true, and these players are about to establish a presence at the borders, they must possess a means of swift retreat or a pathway back to the capital. Touring Solar must surely be on the agenda for some players. No player would confine themselves to a single city, especially with 1,000,000 incoming. They will inevitably be dispersed. Until now, he had been uncertain how William would tackle this lengthy journey. Yet it was evident that he had made preparations for teleportation long ago. Therefore, the border city to the west must also have a teleportation array in place. There would be no shortage of idle players wandering about here. Cyril felt compelled to caution. Since the undead are favored by the deities of time and space, they may possess methods of swift movement. Fran turned to glance at him. Have you gained any premonitions during your communications with the undead these past few days? When they spoke, they seemed entirely unconcerned about the distance from the capital to their desired territory. Not all of them are sorcerers. They find it quite effortless to come here. Fran pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Adrian, prepare everything for the trade caravan upon your return tomorrow. The library should also be ready to open, as there should be 1 or 2 apprentices capable of assisting. Yes, master. He then asked Cyril, what do you plan to do? Grandfather, if you stand by the window and look outside, aside from those 2 farms, all that remains here is forest. Fran and Adrian gazed out the window. The floor-to-ceiling windows of this circular study offered a view of the landscape in 3 directions from Cyril's territory. Cyril's land was entirely dominated by towering trees. Even the 2 plantations were encircled by rings of fruit trees. Adrian remarked in disbelief, Are you a warlock or a druid? Has your elven bloodline fully awakened? The bear of the earth does not possess such a grand passion. Fran shot Adrian an irritated glare. He had never liked hearing the term bear of the earth. Cyril sighed. In truth, there is little difference if I wish to preserve the existence of the wood elementals. I cannot harm the forest. I already have hundreds of treants in my territory, and they tend to plant trees in their leisure. As for the earth elementals, they prefer to traverse the mountains and underground. Just look at how lush my forest has grown. Almost every stream now harbors water elementals that I no longer summon elementals. But perhaps due to the favorable living conditions, many of them have split. They already exhibit signs of forming clusters. Once the water elementals and wood elementals organize into tribes, the few ordinary people left in my territory will also need to be sent away. Currently, I am diligently working on creating puppets capable of cooking. Lister's core has already stored thousands of recipes. Fran shook his head. I cannot assist you. Everything must rely on you. If you require materials, ask Adrian to procure them for you. Do not worry about my expenses. I can certainly afford to support you now. Cyril, you are my only blood relative. Spending a little on you is nothing. You have seen how many wealthy individuals there are among the undead. In the future, I will carve out time to brew more potions for physical enhancement. You should also produce more alchemical potions. Make use of your expansive alchemy workshop. Do not leave your apothecary empty. While the undead are still present, accumulate resources for yourself. Adrian nodded in agreement. Cyril is simply being overly cautious. Cyril could only smile in silence. After all, he was a person with decades of memories, and he could no longer comfortably rely on his elders. Adrian shook his head at him, then asked Fran, will the shops surrounding the square be put up for sale today? Fran shook his head. Do not even think about it. If the shops in that square go on sale, those establishments on Noble Street will be doomed. William truly knows how to strike at the root. However, when Solar was founded, 2/3 of the commercial street in front of the royal palace belonged to the royal family. Now, aside from 1/5 of the area in front of the palace, everything has been claimed by those great nobles. Only 4 kings have reigned since then. William intends to upend the table and reconstruct the royal merchant street. What can the great nobles do? This is a legendary king. Who would dare apply past tactics against him? Fran suddenly turned serious and addressed Cyril. I know you have no fondness for slavery and sympathize with the common folk. You are quite supportive of the undead's ideology. Deep down, you have already pledged your loyalty to William. You also resonate with the doctrines of that deity. Today, you absorbed so much divine essence. Most of the mages on the high platform noticed it. Many have discerned your thoughts. However, you must never openly acknowledge it. You may be overflowing with compassion, but you must never be the first to betray your own social class. Cyril calmly nodded. Rest assured. Grandfather, I understand how feeble my power is. I would never wish to bring trouble upon you. Fran gently ruffled Cyril's hair. You are a good child, but this world does not permit the weak to act at their whim. For tens of thousands of years, not just one deity has sought to change the plight of the common slaves. This time, it is the most likely to succeed, but we cannot intervene. William's soul belongs to the deities, and the souls of the undead are not within this world's control. We are powerless. Cyril could only remain silent, nodding in agreement. Adrian assured, do not worry, master. Cyril is a well-behaved child. He will not meddle in such monumental matters. I will also keep an eye on him. Fran shook his head. Give me the tears of the saint, and I will brew the potion. You go and arrange matters concerning the territory. Once the potions are ready, trade them promptly. While the situation has not yet reached its most dire point, ensure that all escape routes are well arranged. Adrian nodded. Rest assured, master. My father and his kin worship that majesty. They should be able to provide some protection. The worst that could happen is our complete expulsion from the country, but our lineage will not be wiped out. Fran insisted. We must act swiftly. Leave no room for trouble. Who knows what might transpire in the future? Cyril observed the two in a state of mild chaos. Daring not to speak, Fran rose. We must take our leave now, Cyril. During this period, I will have no time to oversee you. You must diligently cultivate your skills. Cyril could only respond affirmatively. So many matters had arisen. With the future appearing uncertain, even Fran seemed somewhat anxious. Chapter 33. The summoning of 1.5 million people. Late autumn had passed, and early winter had arrived. Before long, another month had slipped by. Cyril sat by the bay window with a cup of tea, quietly admiring the season's first snowfall. During this time, Cyril's days had been delightfully serene. the players remained scattered throughout Solar, diligently constructing churches. In their quest for William's merit rewards, they exerted themselves to the utmost, driven by the competition for the first territory in the game, which had driven many factions into a frenzy. Just a few days prior, Adrian had sent word that he had concluded all matters pertaining to himself and his family. Adrian was now free. Fran no longer needed to worry about the longevity of his heir being compromised by familial entanglements. From this point onward, their branch would have no further concerns. Fran's care and protection of Adrian were earned through the sincerity Adrian had shown over the past 20 years. The future heir of Adrian was currently outside the purview of Fran and Cyril's concerns. The snowflakes fell like fine salt, gently scattering through the air. The valley's waterways crisscrossed, and the temperature remained mild. As the snowflakes fell, they gradually transformed into raindrops. The valley was shrouded in mist, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Cyril watched as Alice attempted to catch snowflakes with her claws atop the towering trees, filling his heart with warmth and joy. However, at that very moment, the spirit of nature suddenly delivered a warning. Hill instantly soared from the magical tower, casting his gaze towards Solal. Chaotic elemental forces churned tumultuously above the skies of Solal. Black clouds obscured the sun, and conical tornadoes erupted from the darkness, stretching towards the cities of Solal, overwhelming and rolling forth. Yet, such terrifying power was firmly restrained. The strength of the divine was so formidable, yet it could manifest in such silence, leaving ordinary people oblivious. While professionals were thrown into a state of panic. In this moment, the eyes of the entire world would be drawn to Solal. Even the elves and dwarves could no longer remain indifferent. Even List, who typically exhibited an aloofness towards external affairs, appeared atop the magical tower. For List, who relied on elemental forces, such fluctuations were dreadfully alarming. This tempest persisted for half an hour before abruptly ceasing. The myriad elements saturating the land of Solal were swept away. Hill sensed the elements within his territory being irresistibly drawn towards the nearly vacant Solal, and urgently instructed List to activate the isolation magic array. A brilliant golden light formed a semicircular, transparent magical barrier, securely enclosing Hill's domain. Hill looked down to see the elements and beasts living within his territory had gathered around his magical tower, their anxious gazes fixed upon him. These beings, reliant on elemental energies, sensed the impending cataclysm the world was about to face. They hoped Hill would provide them with a reassuring explanation, but Hill could only shatter their illusions. It had been a full 10,000 years since a new deity had emerged. Everyone had to face the reality with calmness. Although nature was alert, it bore no sorrow. The consciousness of the world welcomed such a transformation. Alice leapt to the tower's pinnacle, panic-stricken, and gazed at Hill. What on earth is happening? The summoning of the undead requires an immense consumption of elements. Simultaneously summoning at least 1 million undead has resulted in this outcome. The might of this deity is beyond prediction. Alice, disheartened, buried her head in her forepaws, her white fur ruffled, nearly on the verge of tears. Did Hill foresee this all along? Is that why he has been urging me to cultivate? There is still time. Alice, inform your friends to hurry to My territory can still provide sanctuary for you. But what may unfold in the future is uncertain. Alice inquired. They won't summon here, will they? No. How could that be? They are likely to head south, towards Hefesaldo, where a war awaits them. If another large-scale summoning occurs, they will only go to Hefesaldo. However, Alice, if their numbers continue to swell, there's no need for them to come here. Elements are fluid, Alice. Alice whimpered softly. Hastily descending the tower, she approached the group of small creatures, mewing for a long while. The small animals, deeply distressed, dispersed in sorrow. They had once believed they could reside in Hill's Valley for a time. But it now seemed that this was the only place that could ensure their survival. Should the elemental energies in the air diminish, the cores within their bodies would become the target of human greed. Humanity's brutality was well ingrained in their ancestral memories. Hill landed upon the ground, summoning the elements and warning them never to leave the territory, particularly the water elements, who must not venture from the valley for mere amusement. The river was the sole path out of the valley, and the barriers Hill had erected in the river could not deter elements that could transform into water, although the elements agreed. They cast worried glances towards the elemental realm. Despite having left the elemental realm to reside on this land, they remained anxious about their birthplace. The elemental realm maintained its lofty status because humanity could not overpower them. They feared the powers of the elemental realm might also be eroded. Would a powerful deity spare the resource-rich elemental realm? Hill shook his head, assuring them that even if it could influence the elemental world, it would likely take several 100,000 years. Humanity was destined to perish, while the elements might endure for hundreds of thousands of years, and this deity, being benevolent, would never proactively invade other realms. The simple-minded elements soon found solace, understanding that the elemental realm would not engage in the conflicts of the material world, and they resumed their joyful wanderings within Hill's territory. Hill returned to his study and connected with Fran. Grandfather, what is the situation in Salal now? A staggering 150,000 have entered directly, Fran replied, his tone stiff. William has gone utterly mad. Do not speak further. Many events have transpired in the capital. I will inform you later. The mages of Salal are on the brink of insanity. Hill severed the connection, anxiously awaiting Fran's next communication. Fran dared not voice his ire at the deity, but Hill understood that his anger was directed elsewhere. Outside the radiant magical barrier, the early winter snow had been swept away by the elemental storm. Life indeed ebbs and flows, and Hill could hardly recall the pleasant mood of the morning. Even with prior foresight, facing the reality left him with unease. Hill silently awaited the storm of reality at midnight. The external elements finally calmed, and Hill received another communication from Fran. This was the first time Hill heard Fran's hoarse voice. William is too ruthless. The elemental concentration outside our territory has diminished by 1/3. The finest areas within Salal retain only half of their elements. The Mage Association will likely not endure this time. William would prefer the entire Mage Association to withdraw. They can only choose to either leave or submit to the royal family of Salal. Years ago, they forced the royal family to relinquish a magical tower, so such retaliation is expected. The Mage Association has been arrogant for so long. How many talented mages from Salal have they sent away? Nobles would rather engage with the Temple of Knowledge than learn magic from them. Ordinary mages are bound to suffer misfortune. Well, Salal has hardly any ordinary mages left. The fates of the nobles and the Mage Association are only fitting. Since the appearance of those 150,000 undead today, William has declared that all elemental mines above the city level in Salal are now state-owned. Currently, the nobles with mines will be offered market prices for their holdings, but only for those that have been registered and for which they have paid mineral taxes to the royal family. By the start of spring next year, those who fail to submit their mines will be charged with treason. The military will take direct control. Any unregistered mines discovered will be confiscated outright. All the mines. Our small mines do not count. Those outside Salal are not currently being addressed. However, William has declared his intention to expand the territory. With borders extending north and west, such significant mineral resources are held by the great nobles. What William truly intends remains unclear. The people in the capital believe that William thinks the chaos in the Salal royal family is the result of these great nobles colluding with one another. He also harbors resentment towards Edward and Charles, saying that extending the borders is merely to drive these two further away, deep in the northern wilderness, enough for these people to suffer. Hill suddenly lost control and asked, "Does no one think that William simply wishes to construct a fair and just nation? Such resources, which can influence a nation, ought not to remain in private hands." Fran replied sternly, "No matter how many speculations or thoughts you have, keep them to yourself." "Yes, grandfather, I will only speak to you. What if I have others here? I am currently very grateful that you sent the Bourne family to me. Remember, watch your tongue." "Understood, grandfather. What of Adrian? Is he not by your side?" "Adrian has gone to arrange accommodations. I will be receiving many guests." "Thankfully, you foresaw the arrival of the undead and built an not deactivate the isolation magic array in your location. The mages are cold-hearted and indifferent. Far too many do not wish to concern themselves with mundane matters. Unless they owe a significant favor to some noble or have sworn an oath before a deity, or are unfortunate like Adrian, they will not participate in warfare to safeguard the property of nobles. Many have already hinted to me that they wish to visit. They are seeking a place to construct a mage tower in the distant western mountains. If they cannot find a sufficiently safe location, they will abandon the idea. They will either submit to William or flee to distant lands. The MY place will certainly be chaotic for a while, and only I here in the West can offer a refuge. During this time, you must remain within your territory. Absolutely do not deactivate the isolation magic array. Do you have enough elemental crystals?" "Rest assured, grandfather, I have enough to maintain continuous operation for 100 years. William has already announced the recall of all noble knights stationed at the Hefesaldo border. He has divided 4 undead families. If the commoners do not wish to reside in the territories of the undead, they may leave before spring arrives. Fring could not help but sigh. A significant incident is bound to occur come spring. Chapter 34. The first appearance of the teleportation array throughout the winter. Under the vigilant watch of Fran and Adrian, Hill could only spend a solitary time within his territory. He had never yearned for spring so desperately. The only significant event in Hill's territory was the congregation of the water and wood elements into clusters. The elements, previously weighing their options, swiftly elected a leader for themselves. They felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, the elements possessed little concept of time, and had it not been for the overwhelming external pressure, they would have afforded each other ample time to adapt, diligently cultivate, and ultimately select the mightiest elemental leader. After all, the formidable elemental spirits can endure for millions of years, even if their core strength wanes. The fading elements can survive for tens of thousands of years, and no matter how powerful Hill may be, he cannot outlive them. Once Hill has passed away, if his successor fails to gain the acceptance of the elements, these spirits will inevitably return to the elemental realm. The family of elements is their lifelong support, and the clan leader remains their eternal guide. Hill pays no heed to their incessant chatter. In fact, he finds it quite displeasing. To him, this is far from good news. The fire elements within his territory are set to dissipate entirely within a matter of days, and the gold elements have already relocated close to the mountains. Ordinary humans cannot possibly survive in such an extreme elemental environment. Resigned, Hill relinquished his last remaining cook. On the day, he sent a few people off to settle elsewhere. He stood in his study, gazing out beyond the valley. List, attempting to console him, said, "Fear not, sir. Your puppets can already prepare hundreds of different dishes." Hill silently pondered. Have I truly been expelled from humanity? The territory he once dreamed of was Hogwarts. Though somewhat foolish, he genuinely cherished that fairy tale. Arriving in this world, blessed with a powerful wizard for a grandfather, he was learning the highest forms of alchemy. He felt quite confident he envisioned his future as the architect of a Hogwarts-like castle. Gathering numerous young apprentices to become their headmaster, he had even designed a quaint little town beside the castle. However, life seldom unfolds as one wishes. Having lived over 30 years in his past life, it is only natural that even the most naive must swallow their pride and modify their life plans. Hill felt no pity for himself if he could not establish a school. So be it. Childhood dreams need not be realized. If those around him could not stay, then sending them away was the way of things. Parting amicably is a common sentiment, even with the appearance of William and the players. Hill felt a sense of relief, for it led to the downfall of Count Paris. Out of sight, out of mind. It's always better when the undesired face misfortune. Hill managed to earn quite a bit from the players. He continually reassured himself, yet after bidding farewell to the last human in his territory, he still felt a pang of grievance. And no matter how breathtaking the view outside, or how capable List was, nothing could soothe him. From now on, he would be utterly alone. Hill had never realized he could be so sentimental. He had always considered himself a straightforward man, accustomed to the rigors of labor. Yet, he could not help but feel a profound sense of desolation at the vast emptiness surrounding him. He quietly told himself, "You are an emotionally sensitive sorcerer. This is your nature as a sorcerer. It is entirely normal to occasionally embrace your true self." Sitting on the windowsill with his head resting against the glass, Hill succumbed to melancholy. Suddenly, List floated nearby, inquiring in a whimsical tone, "Are you feeling lonely? Sir, would you like to raise a brood of bears?" Hill's mind raced with images of hundreds of alpacas. "List, are you seeking death? But my common sense tells me that you require the company of your kind. You wouldn't harm humans, so surely bears would suffice." List seemed perplexed. The environment here is exceptionally suitable for Earth-type bears. Perhaps they could evolve into great Earth bears. "Be quiet, List." "As you wish, sir." Hill felt it best to maintain his composure. Neither overly joyous nor melancholic. The past absurdities of feeding dogs felt trivial compared to the weight of his tower spirit's blows. It was truly ridiculous. Hill clutched his head in despair. Realizing this was the consequence of his own actions, the knowledge and personality of the tower spirit were entirely of his own design. Had he truly yearned for his mother so desperately? That airy tone, delivering the harshest words with the most benevolent demeanor. Oh, he truly wished to forget It reminded him all too vividly of how his mother treated her single son for decades. Never mind. He resolved to gather his spirits and focus on his cultivation. Spring, please come swiftly. The thunder of spring echoed from afar, and Hill's territory finally stepped into the season of rebirth. Nothing could compare to the beauty of spring, grass swaying high, lush and vibrant, the song of the thrush resembling a low, celestial dome, cleansing the ears with its melodic echoes. Listening to its song felt akin to a lightning strike. The pear tree blossoms and leaves gleamed with clarity and brilliance against the descending azure sky. How passionately blue it was. How resplendent. Even the little lambs could not resist frolicking playfully. Hill gently hummed poetry as he accompanied Alice, who had finally emerged from her winter-long training to embrace the arrival of spring. Alice joyfully recited each line after Hill, thrilled to find herself at the same level as him. It was easy for the spirits of nature to elevate themselves, but unfortunately, she was a playful and lazy little cat. Yet, it was precisely this nature that made Alice so readily trustful of humans. Her friends had lived nearby for 6 months, merely hiding behind trees to observe Hill. Hill paid little mind. As long as they had sworn the oath of nature, he understood why these little creatures feared him. He raised livestock for meat in both of his farms, and every few days, puppets were dispatched to slaughter. Hill had no intention of abandoning his love for meat, that he merely requested that any livestock that awakened magical powers be expelled from the farms. He could not consume animals that had gained wisdom. So far, apart from a large-horned bull, only 2 pigs had awakened. Hill preferred to keep them out of sight. Unfortunately, those 2 pigs would occasionally venture near the magical tower to spy on him, leading Hill to contemplate casting them out of his territory. Hill, is there any difference in the archmage stage for sorcerers? Alice suddenly asked him. Not much has changed in the first 2 stages of a sorcerer. The number of awakened spells remains constant. Only the intensity of the spells doubles. Do sorcerers not recite incantations? I sometimes see you doing so. I was raised under the education of orthodox wizards and learned to utilize certain spells. Relying solely on awakened spells would lead to dire consequences. Alice. All right then, diligent Hill. Very well, lazy Alice. I must return now. Goodbye. I'm off to see Merkel. I've reached his level now. Farewell. Do be cautious not to get beaten. Alice rolled her eyes dramatically before scampering up a tree. Hill returned to his study, awaiting contact from Fran. Today marked the birth of the agricultural goddess, and celebrations were to be held throughout Sarl. Additionally, William was set to announce his significant news today. When Fran appeared, he was nearly frantic. The Time and Space Cathedral has a teleportation array. All of them. The citizens of Sarl can use it for a fee. Fran struggled to maintain his composure. However, it requires at least a mage apprentice or a knight squire. Otherwise, the body may be injured by spatial turbulence. At this point, there's no need for grandfather to worry. After all, we had long speculated they would possess a rapid means of movement. Did we not? What is there for me to worry about? Fran's tone stabilized. The nobles are the ones who will go mad. William is announcing a nationwide census. Had he not previously mentioned liberating all slaves? We thought he had abandoned the idea since there was no further news. Who would have thought he was merely waiting for the teleportation array to open? The newly arrived million undead have been residing in various cities for over a month. No one knows how much evidence William possesses. Regardless, William believes that after his long-awaited announcement regarding the release of slaves, Sarl has become entirely populated by commoners. He demands that all citizens over the age of 16 register their household and obtain household books. Children under 16 must also be registered under their parents' names. The Time and Space Cathedral permits all children under 16 to attend classes, but they must be citizens of Sarl in 1 month. William will send people to survey the nation, and any noble lord with a significant number of unregistered commoners in their territory will be charged with treason. Fran spoke incessantly, lamenting William's ruthless measures. Suddenly, half of my populace has vanished, all to return and serve William. Now, only those truly wishing to establish their own mage towers remain here. They only use my place as a resting point. At least things have settled down again. Hill inquired, what of Uncle Adrian? He has gone to organize the commercial street. The undead are likely to arrive soon. Hill found it somewhat amusing. Fran seemed even more attentive towards the undead than he was. Do not smirk there. For alchemists, the attribute-less crystals held by the undead are truly invaluable. You know, you should make good use of them. I've tossed most of them into the residences of the elements. They have formed families and require a stable habitation. Then you should also stock more goods in the shops of the outer village. They will surely come to your place. Very well, grandfather. Adrian's voice came through. No need to wait any longer. Someone has already arrived. The undead, so soon. That one who chatters away, after all, is a mage, and they move quickly. He brought a group with him and headed straight for the potion shop. All high-level potions were wiped clean. Are they here for a shopping spree? Apparently, there is another batch of knights swordsmen following behind. They came first to buy potions to send back before returning. He told me to restock quickly. That chatterbox has stayed behind. He wishes to learn alchemy systematically. I asked Born to teach him from the beginning. Fran decisively stated, all right. No more chatter. I shall check the inventory and prepare to brew more potions. Hill, you should get ready as well. Understood, grandfather. Uncle Adrian, farewell. Goodbye, young Hill. Work hard to earn money. Hill sat upright, exhaling heavily. The public test had concluded, and the official launch had begun. Chapter 35. My village. Hill planned to install the set of shop cores used in Obastion within the general store of his territory. This core, having withstood the relentless bombardment from capital players, should be capable of fulfilling the buying and selling tasks as anticipated. Within the brief span of a week, a multitude of players flocked to his territory. The grand and prepared by Hill soon reached full occupancy. The culinary skills of the three cooks, trained by Lister, sufficiently catered to the demands of these players. Many resolutely chose to reside in Hill's Inn, embarking on journeys of several dozen miles to the Fran territory during the day to study. Hill believed that the affordability of the inn was a significant factor. The accommodations in Fran were luxurious, catering to the needs of mages, and thus quite expensive. Although Hill's village was modest, it was adorned with intricate magical arrays. All shops and inns were equipped with defenses that would expel anyone attempting to engage in combat within their premises. Should anyone persist in their aggression, the magical arrow towers would automatically activate. The buildings were well protected, ensuring that even if players clashed within the village, minimal disruption would ensue. Hill's villagers had been instructed to refrain from interfering in the conflicts among the undead, opting instead to hide away. Emulating William, Hill welcomed players at the Lord's Manor in the village square promptly at 9:00 a.m. each day, leaving after an hour. After a week of this routine, the number of players in the territory swelled. With many gathering materials, mining, and hunting in the nearby mountains, that Hill's general store amassed a wealth of materials. These players had grown accustomed to residing in Hill's vicinity, traveling to France solely for weapons and equipment, as Hill's village offered much more affordable lodging. Furthermore, Hill accepted a variety of items, while Fran only traded in herbs and ores. One morning, as Hill sat waiting for players in the Lord's Manor, he suddenly felt a surge of power sweep through the village's magical array. This was the divine power of the god of time and space, potent yet suffused with a sacred and warm essence. As the divine energy gently brushed against Hill, it seemed to recognize the sacred blessings he had once received, thoroughly cleansing his being once more. This deity, accustomed to tending to millions of players' elemental bodies, allowed Hill to profoundly sense its familiarity with the elemental transformation of his physical form. In an instant, he ascended to the status of a high-ranking archmage without any adverse effects, his human form completely elementalized. Hill pondered that in merely 2 years, he could become a magus. The only thing lacking was the accumulation of magical power. The archmage stage, being both the most powerful and the most precarious for sorcerers, was something Hill had fortunately navigated. He meticulously assessed his body, finding that his beastly genes were firmly restrained beneath his human lineage. The divine power was indeed formidable and awe-inspiring. There was no prolonged phase of bodily transformation. Hill's soul had never been tainted by beastly instincts, and as a wholly human essence entered the realm of the magus, the laws of the world he connected with would inherently be of human attributes, leaving the primal laws of the earth's bear indifferent to Hill. He felt no concern for the powerful laws he had relinquished. What did it matter if the earth's bear could shake mountains with a mere step? What significance did it hold if it could transform into a mountain at will? Hill had no desire for such capabilities, so long as he could avoid becoming a bear himself. Hill was determined to establish a church for the god of time and space. Overjoyed, he paced within the Lord's Manor until a player entered, at which point he made an effort to maintain his composure. Noting the bewildered gaze directed at him, he softly inquired, "Is there something you need? The great god of time and space has just delivered a divine decree. This territory is permitted to accommodate us, but we require the Lord's consent. That I wish to know the conditions for settlement." Hill bowed his head in silence. realizing that there were no free lunches from the heavens. I have just learned that the conditions will be posted on the notice board. Very well. My lord, I apologize for the intrusion. Hill raised his gaze to meet the polite undead, responding, the favorability of the territory's residents will certainly be taken into account. Of course, we shall strive to coexist harmoniously with the original inhabitants. Hill nodded and watched as the player departed. He then hastily rushed into the underground control center of the Lord's Manor to examine the changes in the magical array. Upon entering, he beheld a transparent crystal ball floating boldly at the center of the pentagram. His controller was nowhere to be found. Hill rubbed his face in exasperation. Divinity. He placed his hand upon the crystal ball, and a control panel for the territory materialized before him. Gazing at this archetypal lordship game interface, Hill felt a wave of emotion. Population. Buildings, shops, fields, with the valley behind designated as the Lord's estate garden, prohibiting entry. Next were the favorability and loyalty of the residents, followed by the favor and contributions from the undead. Hill needed to delineate the conditions for accepting the undead. Silently, Hill observed the defensive structures of his territory. The magical arrow towers had been fortified to their utmost, capable of slaying archmages on sight. The defensive magical array had also been enhanced. Hill had only achieved this level of power through the magical towers that it was explicitly noted that should any undead engage in combat within the territory, the magical arrow towers would open fire. Hill found himself at a loss for words. The crystal ball then prompted an inquiry. Given Hill's incredibly high favorability towards the god of time and space, should he construct a church dedicated to this deity? Hill could personally appoint the church's priest, with the god of time and space directly converting them into its own priest, provided they sincerely pledged allegiance to the divine. Hill was profoundly astonished by this pure and unpretentious approach. He suspected that William was behind this manipulation. Had he been driven mad by the players? As the future head of the church, William indeed needed to promote the deity, constructing churches widely to prepare for the exaltation of the divine. How could such direct actions be permitted by the god of time and space? Where was the god's noble visage? Had it been consumed by William? Was this an endeavor to run the church like a business? Hill contemplated seeking Fran's opinion on the matter. When he communicated this to Fran, the response was met with silence. After a pause, Adrian spoke. We have also been provided with a crystal ball here. Situated in the external magical town, primarily to prevent the undead from engaging in conflict within the town. However, they did not inquire whether we wished to establish a church. They only asked if we would welcome mages and sorcerers to enter or reside. My suggestion is that the merchant street should be open to all, while the library should permit only mages and sorcerers. Undead mages could also settle, designating the library area as Mage Street. Welcoming all aspiring mages to learn. The Church of Time and Space will come equipped with its own teleportation array, but we do not plan to open it here. Fran continued. What of your valley? The divine power lingered briefly. Enhancing the defensive magical array on the mountains and connecting it to the village, while neglecting the valley. Upon returning, I went to investigate. The divine energy had not entered at all, but I can directly link the power of the magical tower to the village's magical array. This deity truly understands magical arrays, designating the mountain's magical array as a relay point. Furthermore, it was quite courteous, refraining from encroaching upon the vicinity of my magical tower. My magical tower was also bypassed, Fran remarked dully. It has conveniently strengthened all external magical arrays, including offensive ones that I could easily eliminate legends within the tower. Isn't that a good thing? Hill cautiously suggested. What does it intend to achieve? Fran exclaimed in anger. Does it believe we are too weak? That we would be harmed by its undead? Of course, Hill replied earnestly. At least I am quite fearful if tens of thousands of undead knights and archmages were to clash here, my territory would be utterly destroyed. Be silent. Hill, Fran retorted, unwilling to continue conversing with the troublesome youth. Adrian, suppressing a laugh, inquired, do you wish to build a church? Indeed, Uncle Adrian, that I recall the family junior you brought back last time. There was a girl you mentioned lacked talent, yet wouldn't fare while remaining in the family. Did she request to leave with you? Are you referring to Olivia? Yes. She wished to escape the fate of being a breeding tool for the family and implored me to take her along. This child possesses a resolute spirit and is quite diligent. Unfortunately, her aptitude pales in comparison to Born's. Even in 20 years, she would not become a mage. The best I can offer is to allow her to remain on the apprentice street. Do you wish for her to become a priestess? She does possess some mage potential. Perhaps the divine blessing could elevate her. Please inquire, Uncle Adrian. After all, she is your family junior. Let her decide for herself. If she declines, we can consider other apprentices. Very well, Hill. I will contact you shortly. Hill awaited silently. In truth, the first individuals who came to mind were Shunny and Dean, yet he restrained himself. He no longer had any ties to that family. Valuing his friendship with Bourne, he decided against unnecessary actions. Shunny and Dean had become the priests of the territory, and Lena would surely wish for Locke to become the village chief. This was not due to Lena's greed, but rather a reflection of the noble traditions of this world, and no matter how well Hill treated Shunny and Dean, it was Lena who held the emotional connection. Thus, it should be Lena whom he promoted. Appointing Shunny would only lead others to believe Hill intended to employ her, while appointing Lena would present the notion of elevating his caretaker. Hill resolutely refused to approach matters with an Eastern mindset. Seeking out Adrian's relatives was entirely reasonable, as they all hailed from noble backgrounds. Positions should naturally favor nobles. Even if Lena's family harbored grievances, the disparity in status was insurmountable, and Hill had already arranged for them quite well. Leaning against the window seat, Hill awaited in quiet contemplation. At times like this, his nationalistic spirit would wrestle within him that it had improved significantly. His previous desires for elevation were now scarcely felt. Adrian soon contacted him. Hill, she wishes to go. I will escort her tomorrow. Very well, Uncle Adrian. I shall await you at the Lord's Manor at 9:00 a.m. Understood. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Hill noticed Alice seated opposite him, awaiting his arrival. What is it? What was that power? The very essence of nature trembles. The great God of time and space, the only divine being manifest on this earth. The God of war. Indeed. Who is the enemy? So powerful. A deity unrelated to us, the principal god of human nobility. I believe it is still this powerful one. Merkel must have been utterly terrified. Hill chuckled. Indeed, Merkel resides at the mountain's edge. When the Force modified the magic array, Merkel must have been frightened to death. Do not worry. It is out of good intentions my territory has become safer. Well, Hill is still human. She rolled her eyes. Her large turquoise orbs filled with curiosity. Hill, you visit the villages outside every day? Is there anything fun? Before reaching the status of a magus, one should not venture outside, Alice. Why can Hill go? Meow. How did Hill suddenly become so strong? Because I study diligently, while Alice is far too lazy. Hill felt her own audacity growing. Alice cried out in despair and ran away, her greatest asset being her fear of death coupled with the belief that Hill would not harm her. Since Hill was so concerned about her leaving the valley, the outside world must indeed be perilous. Life is far more important than mere play. Hill smiled slightly. The newly advanced Alice had become a bit too carefree. Frolicking about the valley these past few days. It would be wiser for her to focus on her training. After their quarrel a couple of days ago, even the centuries-old fool cat remained unfazed by the scolding. Hill felt that Alice needed to be more disciplined. Chapter 36. The temporal church. Hill stood quietly before the Lord's Manor, gazing at the notice board he had overlooked the previous day. This board, originally intended for announcements, had transformed into a 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide crystal screen. Hill scrutinized it earnestly. On the right side of the screen, tasks were scrolling by, issued by the temporal church. Present in all cities, allowing the undead to accept tasks across regions. The upper half of the left side displayed the Lord's notices, while the lower half was reserved for local tasks, now all blank. After a moment's thought, Hill retrieved the crystal ball from the underground hub. Soon as he approached, 2 small panels floated down from above the large crystal screen, landing in Hill's hands. The light emitted by the crystal ball indicated that this was the task notice board, which could be written on directly with a finger. Hill could hand these 2 panels to the administrative officer or the village chief. All tasks they issued would be visible on the crystal ball, which served as the terminal. If one disagreed, they could delete them directly. Finally, a bold warning appeared. Please do not allow ordinary individuals to use the registration crystal ledger for the notice board. Consequences will be borne by the user. Hill could only gaze silently at this. The influx of information from the past was overwhelming, and he found it difficult to accept. Hill had read many legends about deities, each of whom traversed the earth before achieving divinity, performing various miracles that benefited the people, treating every loyal follower with warmth and compassion, administering justice, and spreading love throughout the world. Yet now, was this monarch perhaps born of programming? Aside from William, There seemed to be no intention of direct interaction with people. Everything was left to intelligent processing. The temporal deity's intelligent program handled matters quite efficiently. Yet such a magnificent god was unknown in appearance to those who believed in him. The reason deities roamed the earth was to ensure that the faith concentrated during the divine ceremony would shape an image consistent with their own. As people would only mold the deity in their hearts into a more perfect likeness, closely aligned with the image they propagated. This image was enshrined in the divine temple, accessible only to the most devout followers. Other temples and churches, regardless of their previous forms, would subsequently be transformed by divine power into a uniform shape. Hill pondered. When he thought of the god of time and space, his first impression was of that panel. Only a programmer would wish to embody a computer, right? But the statue in the church had a human form. Hill was uncertain how this deity planned to handle the divine ceremony. After much contemplation, he speculated that it was likely to delay the ascension to divinity, allowing the world's consciousness to exclude him from the main world for a time, thus slowing the transmission of faith towards him. Such a peculiar method raised hopes that the god of time and space would master the timing well if, one day, the statues in the temples and churches were to transform into tablets. Hill felt he would certainly be unable to control his emotions. Should he ever display glee in front of the statue, it would surely lead to a grim fate. Adrian arrived with Olivia. Hill closely examined the future priestess. She was a quintessential noblewoman of the Sala, with golden hair and blue eyes, her features exquisitely defined, and her stature tall. She wore an elegantly crafted shirt and a light green silk gown, draped with a white robe adorned with gold. Aside from a pair of pearl earrings, she wore no other ornaments, embodying a noblewoman's interpretation of simplicity without knowing the deity's expectations of female priests. Hill noticed the resilience and determination reflected in her emerald eyes and nodded in satisfaction. "Welcome to my territory, Miss Olivia. I hope we can coexist harmoniously. I am immensely grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me. I shall serve your will under the guidance of our deity," Olivia replied, lightly kneeling. Hill nodded and led her to the left side of the manor, where he had already piled up building materials. He summoned the villagers and instructed them to stand at the outermost perimeter. Upon learning of Hill's intention to construct the temporal church, the villagers knelt around him in trepidation. Perhaps they had their own deities, but before any god, they dared not exhibit even a hint of disrespect. In such moments, Hill felt profound gratitude for being a mage. Even the capricious Melanie had once instructed him to respect the deities, but not to fear them. In the world of mages, the foremost principle was self-determination. Mages could worship deities, but it must stem from a heartfelt choice, whether for personal gain or genuine alignment with the deity's ideals, as long as the decision was authentic to oneself. It bore no repercussions. Conversely, one could never become a legendary mage without such authenticity. This philosophy had been passed down through generations of mages, a truth that even deities could not contest, earned through millennia of struggle by legendary mages. There are no selfless deities. The absence of a war god on this continent illustrated the bloody struggles among the deities, before confirming the construction of the temporal church via the floating crystal ball. Hill felt an impulse to present some gold, silver, gemstones, and pearls. He then instructed Olivia to hold these as she stood before the building and solemnly pressed yes. The crystal ball levitated, radiating a divine golden light. The church emerged inch by inch within this glow, while Olivia crossed her hands over her chest and knelt in the golden light. Both Hill and Adrian bowed in a mage's gesture of respect. Quietly observing the deity bestow illumination as the light faded, the two raised their heads to behold the majestic church. Hill searched his memory. This structure seemed very familiar. After much contemplation, he finally concluded that it resembled the Church of the Invalids in Paris. The square plan followed a Greek cross design, with 4 circular prayer rooms at each corner. The spire's cross had been altered into a balance, its appearance simple, standing at approximately 120 meters tall. The building's apex was elevated by a robust drum base, supporting a full and powerful dome, with gilded reliefs depicting the divine office of the god of time and space. The church's rectangular form appeared to be the base for the dome. The entrance's colonnade was divided into 2 layers, aptly reflecting the structure's scale. Surrounding walls were evenly segmented by double columns, with each opening and window styled uniformly, imparting an air of solemnity and elegance. Devoid of any religious mystery or spirit of devotion, facing the church, Hill exchanged glances with Adrian. The church most vividly expressed the deity's aspirations. And no matter how eloquently one spoke, gazing upon those sacred yet imposing churches always evoked disdain in mages who pursued individuality. The Temple of Knowledge was solemn and elegant, while the Temple of Justice was dignified and austere, with the least divine pressure. Thus, mages held a slightly higher regard for these two, as for the goddess of agriculture. She required neither temples nor churches. Her altars were scattered across every village, needing no evangelism. The god of time and space would likely become the most favored among mages in the future, as he sought no offerings from followers and even relinquished the air of mystery, making him trustworthy. Olivia approached, her robe transformed into silver blue, adorned with silver-black trim, and draped with a white cloak edged in silver fur. Hill recalled that this robe was also worn by players, likely a standard robe or perhaps a sex outfit. Olivia performed a priestly gesture. "My lord, Lord Adrian, the divine decree states, for small chambers in the church. The left teleportation array will be opened tomorrow, and the right is reserved for study classes." Hill nodded. "The church has just been completed, and there are still many matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you further. Go about your tasks." Olivia acknowledged and turned to enter the church. Showing no intent to evangelize to the kneeling villagers, nor to acknowledge the distant onlookers among the undead, Adrian tugged at Hill. "Did you see those undead watching? There are priests inside. How can they not come for the establishment of their own deity's church?" Hill shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with the undead, if their own deities do not care. Why should you?" Adrian replied in exasperation. "This world is changing too rapidly. I feel the need to retreat for a while. Your grandfather will not allow you to frolic freely. He still needs you to maintain your connections with those undead maidens." "Young Hill, your tongue grows ever sharper." Hill smirked, as he was aware that Adrian had been telling Fran that Hill spent his days at the Lord's Manor merely to attract undead maidens. Fran had not left the magic tower lately, for he was weary of the undead girls calling him uncle. Only Adrian, in his quest to uncover which potions were in greatest demand among the undead, stood daily at the apothecary, surrounded by a throng of undead female mages calling him brother, full of mirth. While he had the audacity to criticize Hill, disinterested in the wandering gaze of Adrian, observed how the composed and reliable Adrian had increasingly embraced his freedom since departing from the court. Hill understood that this transformation was also due to Adrian having completed the elementalization of his body, returning to a state of heightened sensitivity reminiscent of his youth, in an environment where emotional suppression was unnecessary. The appropriate release of feelings would greatly benefit Adrian's ascension to the rank of a mage. Thus, Fran paid him little mind, had it not been for the profound impact of Milani's situation. Fran would have achieved the status of mage a decade earlier. Yet, after several years presiding over the Royal Grand Magic Tower, intertwining his mind and body with the tower spirit, Fran found himself incapable of extricating himself from the current predicament with such ease. Hill was merely a fortunate anomaly. William, however, was eternal. The former mages under Fran's command now found themselves in a dilemma. Should a divine war reach the capital, they would be compelled to fight to protect the royal family, thereby aligning themselves with the adversaries of the noble deities. Ironically, Fran managed to slip away with ease, inciting considerable envy. Hill felt an overwhelming curiosity about the narrative crafted by the god of time and space. Meanwhile, William, engaged in a nationwide census, seemed intent on confronting the great nobles, deploying his army solely to gather resources. Although followed by a legion of undead mercenaries, his main forces exhibited no intention of breaching the borders. Hill recalled the foolish conflict narratives from the games of his past, filled with concern. Did the developers truly fear a catastrophic failure by assigning players to guard the borders, while players could indeed be fierce? The presence of incompetent allies was equally prevalent. Hill was particularly struck by the 2 lines of bamboo he had encountered. Chapter 37. The tranquil countryside life. Hill's village had finally found its rhythm. He handed a task-issuing tablet to the grocer, knowing that the missions available in his territory primarily revolved around gathering various materials. Hill was acutely aware that collection tasks would yield experience points for the players. Rather than merely selling items for profit, players preferred engaging in quests. Over the past few days, he had been eavesdropping on their conversations. High-level players were vocally expressing their frustrations with the developers, lamenting that it took more than a week to level up after reaching level 50. They were also speculating about when the first dungeon would be introduced. Hill was genuinely eager to uncover how this deity, planned to manifest game dungeons within a realistic world. From the players' discussions, it was evident that a dungeon system was in the works, though its launch date remained uncertain. Drawing from his extensive experience reading online novels, Hill surmised that it was likely a historical snapshot would be utilized as a dungeon for players to engage with. After all, the god of time and space was indeed the master of time, existing before space itself. Hill believed that once this deity formally ascended to the divine throne, the river of time would possess an owner. He had no intention of stepping outside during the divine war, resolutely avoiding any chance of being transformed into a dungeon NPC. Hill felt a twinge of sympathy for those aligned with the noble deity, should they exhibit valor in battle. They would undoubtedly become dungeon bosses, subjected to relentless torment by the players. If they were particularly alluring, they might even be teased incessantly, dying without ever finding peace. That Hill's earlier instincts had proven true. Ever since the teleportation gate opened, lower-level players had begun practicing kite tactics using magic arrow towers. The creatures that had long inhabited the nearby mountains were now in dire straits. Hill's magic arrow towers relentlessly unleashed their attacks, while the village guards stood by, prepared to close the gates at a moment's notice. Initially, Hill had wished to halt their actions, as it consumed his elemental crystals. However, he soon realized that the magic arrow towers, seemingly enhanced by divine data, grew increasingly powerful with each monster they eliminated. Ultimately, safety outweighed the cost, and Hill unhesitatingly amassed a significant quantity of elemental crystals at the core of the underground magic circle. He shared this discovery with Fran and Adrian, both of whom promptly rejected the idea of employing this method. Fran's magic tower frequently welcomed visiting mages, and he could not afford to lose face. They believed Hill to be remarkably brazen for not viewing the frequent monster attacks on his village as a source of shame. Hill touched his own handsome face, pondering whether he should feel embarrassed. He felt no such inclination. It was not as though he had summoned the monsters himself. It was the players' doing, and he simply lacked the heart to intervene. Hill worried that once he became a mage, Fran would impose even greater expectations upon him. Perhaps it was best to keep a low profile for the next 2 years. He decided to transform the Lord's residence into a study, hoping to read every book available before his ascension. Given the sparse elemental energy in the village, it could aid him in controlling his rate of advancement. He was hesitant to remain in his magic tower for extended periods, preferring to ascend to mage status after Adrian. Furthermore, the recently constructed time and space cathedral attracted many players curious about the landscapes beyond the western border. The teleportation gate buzzed with activity, with numerous individuals passing through daily. Hill also noted that several clan families had stationed members in the village's inn, aiming to seize goods from Fran's territory's apothecary each morning. Hill's healing potions and magic elixirs sold out daily. Lister's primary task now was to oversee the alchemy workshop's production of these 2 types of potions. However, the high-level potions that enhanced physical attributes were exclusively available in Fran's territory. The Royal Magic Tower also offered potions, but these required the exchange of merit points, which players seemed more inclined to use for acquiring equipment. At Hill's Inn was perpetually full, and the Hall of the Time and Space Cathedral was likewise occupied by low-level players each day. Many sightseeing players arrived in the morning and departed by evening, thoroughly enjoying the meals prepared by the chef trained by Hill, often taking leftovers with them. The vast quantities of animal meat purchased by Hill from the grocer were transformed into food and resold to players. Initially, he had feared incurring a loss in this venture, but to his surprise, he made a modest profit. It seemed that the players acquired their elemental crystals with relative ease. Could they perhaps purchase them with real currency? The more players arrived, the more questions bubbled up in Hill's mind. That he attentively listened to their conversations. Yet their current focus lay on the siege battles of the first batch of player territories and the ensuing rivalries over resources. The Black Rose, led by a bald player, had been mentioned several times, yet they appeared to have formed an alliance with a neighboring territory, rendering them inconsequential. Xianfeng occupied the largest territory adjacent to the Black Rose, successfully establishing itself as a target of widespread disdain. Holding the top spot on the merit list brought immense prestige, but it also made Xianfeng a focal point for resentment. As a mage, Xianfeng unabashedly named his family Magic Cult, a stark contrast to the romantic names of others. Consequently, during the month-long siege battles established by player territories, he faced relentless assaults. The Black Rose was similarly assaulted daily, only to rally at their territory in support of the Magic Cult. The fierce clashes among players were entirely incomprehensible to the natives. Adrian firmly believed this was merely training for the noble coalition's forces. Hill scoffed internally. The undead, he spoke of fervently practicing their military strategies, would rather surrender their city to the noble coalition than relinquish it to enemy players. Each morning, players in the inn's dining hall could be heard proclaiming, "Today, it's another 5 guilds attacking the magic cult." Thankfully, a declaration of war was required before any battle. Otherwise, the magic cult would be caught off guard without reinforcements. Yunfeng's territory was vast, with numerous foes. Yet he also had many allied guilds. Each day, throngs of players flocked to his territory, with their elemental crystals primarily being siphoned off by the teleportation gate. Hill perceived this technologically advanced society, originating from players, as remarkably stable and prosperous, with work hours averaging only 3 to 4 hours a day. Bored individuals gravitated toward online gaming, and rivalries had been cultivated over the years. They had become accustomed to such clan conflicts, and the lives of solo players revolved around their daily feasts of gossip. Hill was genuinely curious to explore their forums. Seated in his office, Hill noticed Olivia passing by outside, aside from her 3 daily prayers. She stood observing the undead. This astute and perceptive woman seemed intent on understanding her deity's kin to draw closer to divinity. Yet, Hill observed her footsteps growing increasingly heavy as she returned. Was she truly perplexed? The young lady seemed to be searching in the wrong direction, that if she sought the favor of the deity, she would be better off engaging in productive endeavors. The members of Hill's territory were literate, with men having received basic knightly education and women instructed in fundamental etiquette. Although a few families had welcomed children, they were still in infancy, and she could not establish a foundational education class. The only source of trouble in Hill's territory came from the undead, who did not require Olivia to preside over matters. They sought Hill's intervention for resolutions. Olivia appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure how to win the deity's affection. The neighboring Fran's territory boasted the largest public library to date, yet it catered exclusively to mages, a place she had frequented in the past. Regrettably, as a noblewoman, Olivia did not perceive the necessity for commoners or knights to read. Entirely overlooking this perspective, Hill refrained from guiding her. This was Olivia's journey. The clever girl would inevitably discover her own path, and Hill's thoughts did not necessarily align with her needs. This young lady still adhered to noble traditions, changing her attire 3 times daily. Morning robes, midday dresses, and evening casual wear. She endeavored to dress simply and comfortably, layering a priest's cloak over her garments. However, in this village, she stood out distinctly. Hill had already noticed the influx of female players arriving daily to take her photograph on the first day Olivia made her appearance. She donned a blue silk evening gown beneath her cloak, a gesture of solemnity. The flowing hem of her dress was adorned with intricate lace, while her décolletage sparkled with numerous small pearls. Her golden locks were loosely gathered, allowing a couple of softly curled tendrils to cascade down. She wore a set of exquisite pearl jewelry. Her striking, shimmering green eyes, coupled with her noble and elegant attire, instantly captivated a throng of players. Hill observed her being unceremoniously surrounded by players throughout the day, serving as a mere prop for their photographs, and noted with a smirk many who attempted to utter lewd phrases only to be struck down by lightning. Poor Olivia indeed left a profound impression on the undead. Yet the outcome was far from what she had envisioned. It soon dawned on Olivia that she had made a grave misjudgment without fully understanding the undead. Consequently, she endeavored to adopt a more modest appearance for her daily observations of the undead. Alas, the simplicity she envisioned, rooted in her noble upbringing, was utterly incomprehensible to the players. Even her perceived modest morning attire, consisting of a silk gown paired with a long robe, appeared excessively formal to them. Thus, Olivia found herself rigidly enduring the scrutiny of countless players who flocked to photograph her. Hill, on the other hand, found the situation exceedingly amusing, pondering what sort of individuals were appointed as pastors in the church established by William, as they must possess formidable qualities to engage with the players. Whenever Hill appeared before the players, he was clad in garments procured from their own ranks. Indeed, Hill was quite handsome, a striking young lad, yet players were hardly lacking in unattractiveness. In a customizable game, one could find every conceivable style of dashing individual. Had Hill donned noble attire, he might have garnered more attention, but the clothing he wore had long since lost its novelty for the players. Merely passing by for a photograph constituted their greatest interest in him. It was likely that only the appearances of Alice or Merkel would incite a commotion. However, Hill was thoroughly content with his current circumstances, devoid of any desire for attention. Chapter 38. Players beyond comprehension of the natives each night upon returning to the magical tower. Hill would reach out to Fran. Apart from gathering intelligence on the capital and the southern front, Fran was eager to hear that Hill had not rendered the players foolish. He genuinely believed that the undead exhibited peculiarities in their psyche. Through this period of gaining insights into the players, Hill gradually pieced together their skill sets. Even Magi could only hone skills from two disciplines simultaneously, with players favoring fire magic combined with others. Although they could wield a maximum of 20 skills, the vibrant combinations made their battles exceedingly thrilling and engaging. Players employed two primary combat strategies. One involved indiscriminately slaying foes, seemingly leading to immediate notoriety. If within Hill's territory, they would be swiftly eliminated by arrow towers. The other strategy entailed gang warfare, where the system would designate a battleground for both factions to engage in chaotic combat. Presently, the most vibrant and captivating spectacle was the siege warfare involving the undead. Not only did numerous mages from Serral hover in the skies to observe, but many from Hefesardo also flocked to the scene, with even airships making their appearance. Although they dared not encroach upon Serral's defensive perimeter, they reported on the happenings daily. In truth, the native mages had discerned that the undead's use of skills was rather rigid, with lengthy casting times, and many undead were quite vocal in announcing the names of their impending skills. In a real confrontation, a native mage could easily best 10 undead. However, the undead possess sheer numbers, over 1 million professionals. With more than half participating in the siege, which was indeed formidable, the undead also exhibited a penchant for fire spells, frequently setting entire cities ablaze. The sight of tens of thousands conjuring walls of fire was terrifying to the inhabitants of Serral, let alone the residents of Hefesardo. Moreover, their magi joined the fray, unleashing a torrent of fire meteors, with hundreds of thousands of massive lava balls raining down upon their kin, inciting widespread panic. Hefesardo lacked sufficient magi for adequate defense. Unable to maintain a protective barrier strong enough to withstand such onslaughts, this was no mere battle of attrition. It required direct mana input from the Magi that if, prior to the conflict, ordinary villagers nearby hesitated to leave. Now even the wildlife within a 1,000-mile radius had vacated. Fran, having encountered the Black Rose faction, had stealthily observed them several times. Though not as brutally fierce as the neighboring skirmishes, the sight was still sufficiently alarming for him. The Black Rose's extensive cadre of swordsmen formed a suicide squad, periodically charging the opposing front to unleash devastating attacks on the priests. Fran returned with a bitter smile, lamenting that he might never again witness such a scene of simultaneous priestly demise. This relentless combat style could only be conceived by a race unafraid of death. Once a significant number of priests fell, the mages on the walls would unleash a deluge of fire spells, swiftly decimating knights and swordsmen alike. Subsequently, the knightly order would surge forth to slay the remaining weakened mages. During the siege, the simultaneous casting of earthquake spells and fire meteors by thousands would render the walls precarious. Should the protective barrier falter, the defenders would be in grave peril. Yet the Black Rose's priests stood resolute, with thousands of archbishops leading a legion capable of stabilizing their health, provided they did not wipe out the defenders on the walls in one fell swoop. The magical barrier would soon reignite. Though easily said, in a scenario where resurrection was a possibility, it devolved into a war of attrition. The undead could fight from dawn till dusk, fervently engaged, while the watching natives were profoundly affected. After observing a few skirmishes, Fran ceased attending, as the notion of magi becoming expendable in battle deeply unsettled him. However, upon returning to his own territory, he witnessed a faction of undead leisurely passing their days, playing with cats and dogs, entirely unconcerned with the lethal fray among their kin. Fran genuinely believed that Hill's earlier advice to maintain distance from the undead was a sound decision. This race could be engaged with, yet deeper bonds were best avoided. Excessive interaction, Fran feared, would lead to his own hair loss. Thus, he found himself most concerned for Hill, whose soft-heartedness compelled him to check in daily to ensure Hill was not becoming too intertwined with the undead. Hill was at a loss, for how could he cultivate deep ties with those who regarded him as an NPC? Even a mere paper figure possessed its own pride. Yet he understood Fran's perspective. After all, he was his sole relative, and the chaotic circumstances surrounding the players could easily incite concern in an elder. Hence, he dutifully maintained communication with Fran. Hill paid little heed to the players' siege warfare, although it appeared fiercely contested in the eyes of the natives. The conflict was merely a matter of pride devoid of life and death stakes. The war that prioritized discomforting the opponent over their demise was utterly incomprehensible to Fran and his kin, regardless of how intense the battles became. It would not prevent them from uniting against a common foe. When the formal conflict commenced, even if they inadvertently hindered one another, their primary target would be the noble coalition. It was merely a possibility that, on occasion, their interference might lead to the loss of a city. However, with their overwhelming numbers, they could always reclaim it. Meanwhile, William in the capital was indeed making significant moves. The enraged noble class had united, mounting a blockade at a major mine to obstruct William's forces. Without hesitation, William issued orders to engage, sparing no consideration for their sentiments, even though some among this coalition were from his maternal grandfather's lineage. Following the mine's conquest, he pressed onward to assault the nobles' fortress, leaving only the option of expelling any surrendering nobles from the realm. Throughout this tumult, the Spencer family remained uncharacteristically silent. William had not withdrawn the nobles from the northern borders. He had even dispersed several of his uncles from cadet branches to various border cities. Hill surmised that the northern frontiers would soon descend into chaos. He hoped the departing nobles would possess enough wisdom to keep their distance from Cyril. Yet surprisingly, these nobles had not ventured south to Hefesardo, showing a modicum of backbone. When he relayed this to Adrian erupted in laughter at Hill's naivety. Fool! If William falters, they can naturally return, though their gains may be meager. At least they won't be robbed by the Hefesardo folk or forced into unbearable contracts. If William prevails, they too will be driven away from Hefesardo, with no knowledge of where they might end up. Although Adrian's own family faced challenges, they were somewhat distanced from the capital. The rebellious nobles ahead had imparted a profound lesson, compelling them to accept their penalties. While they had lost substantial wealth and their slaves were taken, they remained with their titles and lands, not to mention having preserved their lives. Regardless of how many contingencies were prepared, safeguarding the family without regrets was a cause for celebration. Adrian joyfully returned a significant sum of wealth, settling the last of their family's debts. Recently, Adrian had been in high spirits, and Hill forgave him for calling himself foolish. "Dear brother Adrian, have you any new potions for sale?" "Do not emulate those undead," Adrian retorted, incensed. Initially, he believed he was adeptly extracting information and relished the attention of the delightful young ladies surrounding him. Yet he soon realized that in the eyes of those undead female players, he paled in comparison to even the latest potion concocted by his mentor. It was highly likely that these charming and alluring maidens, while calling him brother, were inwardly deriding him as a fool. He had since ceased his vigil at the apothecary, now dedicating his days to diligent training within the magical tower. Hill wished to express that the undead girls would never harbor such thoughts about him, as they would merely perceive him as a dashing, charismatic NPC who was rather amiable. Yet he chose to remain silent on the matter. The player's attitude towards the NPCs is undeniably peculiar at present. The more astute individuals among the residents of Solar have distanced themselves from the undead, sensing their aloof demeanor and the readiness to withdraw at any moment. Most people have adopted William's approach towards the undead, viewing them as a band of mercenaries worthy of respect. One must maintain a friendly demeanor and speak in a calm manner. If assistance is required, one should be prepared to pay a fair price and refrain from attempting to evade debts. Moreover, one should not entertain the notion of subjugating the undead. Even William, who summoned them, harbors no such grand aspirations. Others would do well not to overestimate their own capabilities. For those who remain obstinate, one need only observe the dismal fates of the high-ranking nobles who have attempted to bribe the advanced undead during this period. They have issued numerous tasks of exceptional value to the undead remaining within their territories, expending substantial resources in the process. The undead accepted all offers without hesitation. Yet when William's knights arrived, not a single one remained to assist these nobles. The most principled stance was to remain neutral, watching from the sidelines. However, the majority, having just dined, turned and joined William's ranks. When confronted with angered accusations, they were genuinely astonished and retorted, "You pay. We accept tasks. Who would dare believe we would betray our patron deity for a mere pittance from you?" It remains uncertain whether these nobles were infuriated to the point of death. But henceforth, it is likely that no one will assume the undead are easily swayed by wealth. William has never concerned himself with the reasons the nobles attempt to entice the undead. It is understood that as long as the patron deity's favor endures, the undead will only assist William. In truth, those favored by the divine have historically been resistant to external bribery, yet the undead's behavior often leads others to believe they are vulnerable. They appear to revel in wealth, lust, and spectacle, displaying a volatile temperament that tempts many to take a chance. However, the outcomes have invariably been tragic. The residents of Solar have toiled endlessly, only to discover that even the undead, who least resemble the favored of the gods, yield the same conclusion. Those who stood by and observed have mocked them mercilessly. After hearing such news, he'll wish to bury himself in his books. He could ascertain that the undead's undergarments were beyond removal. Given that these foolish players always seem to have peculiar interests in running about in the nude in the square before Hill's lordly manor, players who lost bets often disrobed and ran in circles. Fortunately, they have yet to descend to the folly of running outside the village. When Olivia first witnessed this spectacle, her expression turned ashen, trembling as she struggled to maintain her composure amidst the boisterous laughter of the undead. Hastily retreating to the church, from that day forth, she avoided the small square at all costs. Thankfully, the players had no desire to diminish her favor, otherwise they would surely seek to provoke her. Even when Hill remained unfazed by the sight of undead women running about in the nude, few dared to raise a ruckus. One player, attempting to provoke Hill, posed a question, to which Hill replied with an impassive expression, stating that he understood the undead's bodies were not necessarily tied to their original genders. Consequently, the group dispersed in boredom. Chapter 39. The Imminent War. The month-long conflict involving the undead left Solar in a profound silence. William needed not to have the players accompany his forces as they patrolled the realm. After eliminating the grand nobles who believed William required their assistance to govern, none dared to challenge him further. Even during this period, William successfully liberated slaves nationwide, conducted a population census, and even allocated land to former slaves. Hill could not help but acknowledge that William was indeed a formidable man, bold and action-oriented, deserving of respect. Within the reclaimed territories, William appointed numerous grassroots officials. Those who had accompanied him in his campaigns, although granted noble titles, were merely awarded land and estates, while the territories themselves were replaced with annuities. William had his advisors estimate the average annual income from lords to dukes, using this as a benchmark for the distribution of annuities. Perhaps some of those who followed William were dissatisfied, yet they had no choice but to accept. William exhibited no inclination to solicit others' opinions. If these nobles continued to hold positions within the government, they would still receive a substantial salary. Furthermore, once officials completed 30 years of service, they would be entitled to a pension equivalent to the highest salary level, even in retirement. However, all officials were required to sign a contract at the Temple of Justice or the church before assuming office, swearing under the witness of the divine to uphold the laws of Solar, maintain integrity and honesty, refrain from using their power for personal gain, avoid oppressing the common folk, and to diligently fulfill their duties. William pragmatically refrained from demanding they love the populace as their own children, yet he effectively closed off the avenues for greed and corruption. This, too, was a commendable utilization of the divine presence. Similarly, the treatment of the military saw significant improvement, as William abolished the previous captaincy system in favor of a rank-based structure, ranging from soldiers to generals. Each level of salary and allowances was explicitly stated, with standards surpassing those of government officials of equivalent rank. Hill silently compared this to his memories, realizing that William was indeed well-versed in the rank system for liberating armies. Such a monumental reform was accepted by Solar amidst a blanket of silence. Many understood that this was not merely William's will. The demands of the deity were no longer a matter of the Solar people's approval. They were obeying not the king's decree, but the authority of the deity behind him. However, if the god of time and space failed to withstand the onslaught of the nobles and the god of royalty and its subordinate deities, the failure to establish a divine order would render all of William's actions a burden from which he could never recover. The month-long war of the undead merely intimidated the nobles who sought to gain advantage from Solar. Yet loyal adherents of the god of royalty continued to gather at Hyphasildo. They awaited the legendary figures, mere days away. Meanwhile, William stood atop the walls of the grand city of Kloslot at the southern border. Under the scrutiny of all of Solar, flanking him were three legendary figures, the legendary mages Orlando Carr and Zast Miller, alongside the legendary knight Alphonse Zamon. The other two legendary mages had remained behind to guard the capital. Adrian had long been curious about the benefits that the deity behind William had offered to sway these three legends. Otherwise, the two mages should have opted to remain in the capital alongside the royal branch of the Zamon Knights. Fran astutely noted that these two legendary mages were no longer in their youth. They had stood atop Solar for so long that many had forgotten that legendary mages, too, could age and perish. In a world devoid of undead beings, death is perpetually present unless one ascends to divinity. However, mages who study, manipulate, and defy the rules in pursuit of freedom for their souls will never be chosen as representatives of the world's laws. The only path to longevity for mages lies in winning the favor of the gods, thus becoming subordinate deities. This so-called subordination can either manifest as a powerful assistant to the deity, who bestows some minor divine responsibilities upon them, or as a servant akin to the angels of legend. Though they may also enjoy immortality, their fate remains in the hands of others. Thus, some mages choose to worship the god of knowledge. For knowledge is the one constant that mages cling to from birth to death. Should any mage pen a work that captures the attention of the god of knowledge, this deity would not hesitate to grant them the position of a subordinate deity. Even among legendary mages, not all possess the talent necessary to capture a deity's heart. Yet now, a new god has emerged, and the positions of subordination are vacant. This deity is accompanied by only one legendary knight, who has also been engaged in divine warfare. After millennia, this is a rare opportunity to receive aid in times of need. Young legendary mages may scoff at such a prospect, but these two remaining legendary mages, with 300 to 400 years of life left, seem eager to compete for it. Fran found it hard to believe. No wonder some of their students had become embroiled in the royal struggles. Their mentors had lost their pride as mages due to the passage of time. Hill wished to suggest that the longer one lives, the more one fears death. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Fran, being relatively young among sorcerers, was still an elder figure, and such remarks were not for the young to utter lightly. Once the undead city battle concluded, William dispatched commanding officers. Their task was to ensure the undead adhered to William's commands, particularly during defensive maneuvers, prohibiting any unauthorized attacks or sorties. After years of defending against the beast tide, Solar had never before received such orders. Previously, the king's overseers stationed at border cities were meant to prevent the garrison from engaging in battles outside the city. Never had anyone anticipated that one day there would be a fear of the army venturing forth to fight. Hill felt that William was on the verge of inscribing the words, "No looting," upon the players' foreheads. The noble temple dispatched no fewer than 8 legendary figures, while the Temple of Love contributed one. When these legends and their retinues arrived at the Haifa border, the news swiftly reached Fran's ears. Fran remarked to Hill that in the past, the arrival of 9 legendary figures would have compelled Solar to surrender. A single legendary mage could likely eliminate hundreds of sorcerers. Legendary knights and swordsmen might take down dozens. How many sorcerers could a nation even muster? Perhaps a dozen or so sorcerers, with barely 100 sky knights. Swordsmen are the most likely to perish quickly. Even great swordsmen are rare, let alone elevated swordmasters. Many nations might not see a single swordmaster emerge in a century. However, once a swordsman reaches legendary status, they truly possess the ability to vanquish legendary mages, striking with the swiftness of the wind, capable of instantaneously taking lives. They are even more fearsome than sorcerers. Yet, no matter how formidable or dangerous these legends may be, in the face of overwhelming numbers, no one believes they can secure victory. The sole chance for the noble coalition lies in eliminating William. Yet, the players in Hill's territory have largely reached level 50 within this month, solidifying their status as sorcerers, not to mention those who have battled for a month. The pharmacy in Hill has been completely sold out these past few days, as players eagerly prepare for the grand battle task of defending the king. On the day the legendary figures from the noble temple arrived, all the players in the Hill territory departed. Hill watched them leave, calling upon their friends, feeling a twinge of envy. The noble temple had sent 4 red-robed archbishops, beings capable of summoning divine descent. Although only one had come from the Temple of Love, This so-called saint was exclusively for the arrival of the goddess of love. This war would undoubtedly culminate in a divine manifestation. Hill was filled with an insatiable desire to witness the spectacle. The border between Hefesaldo and Soral had become the focal point of the entire world, with the gods above likely fixated on the unfolding events. Regardless of the necessity of faith, this scenario, where either a deity ascends gloriously to the divine throne, accompanied by the weakening or even demise of two major gods, or where a proud and powerful new deity is shattered and cast into the abyss, was a rare sight to behold. Hill had an odd premonition. This world had devils and demons, yet never an evil god. The existence of nobles was a farce, as it was laughable for the major gods to maintain neutrality. The demeanor of the love goddess was also a neutral, yet somewhat malevolent one. Neither of these temples had holy knights to slay the wicked, treating people and matters with an iron fist. Should these two deities fail, the demons from the abyss would surely welcome their arrival with open arms. Hill could no longer contain his excitement, incessantly probing whether Fran intended to watch the unfolding drama. He himself could not attend, for as a Grand Mage, he lacked even the qualification to float above and spectate in a war involving legends. However, Fran possessed a remarkably powerful alchemical ship that in the past. Fran had never imagined that one day he would leave the capital, constructing a magical tower on his own. Thus, he expended immense resources to build an aerial vessel with defensive capabilities rivaling that of a magical tower. The numerous alchemical workshops Fran held were merely practice for the creation of this floating ship. This vessel consumed a significant amount of elemental crystals for each use, and they had to be purified crystals of the same type. Previously, Hill would not dare to covet such a creation, as it served as Fran's contingency plan in the event of a dire situation where escape was necessary. Being able to burn money for survival was already a stroke of fortune. Despite decades of accumulation, the elemental crystals in Fran's possession could not withstand frequent depletion. But now, the situation was different. The players had produced attribute-less elemental crystals, all of which were refined. This was the most suitable material for the floating ship. The vessel was highly maneuverable, swift, and capable of hiding within the clouds. Even if that deity were to capture a historical snapshot for a dungeon, they would at most only see the flying ship in the sky. In response to Hill's numerous entreaties, Fran did not keep him waiting long, readily agreeing to take him along after the battle commenced. Now, everyone awaited the noble temple to issue a declaration of war. According to the customs of this world, the initiating party must publicly declare their righteousness, while the defending side must issue a statement condemning the other's injustice, perhaps due to the rarity of wars among humans in this world. The rules were rather intricate. Hill felt that anyone impatient enough to desire conflict, after reading that lengthy declaration of war, would automatically abandon the idea. However, this also prevented the kind of kingdom wars that erupted in his own world over a woman or a derogatory remark. To engage in battle, one must first check the rules, and after reading, one's mind would surely cool down. William had an excellent memory and a deep interest in military matters at the very least. Hill believed that the average person could hardly recall the specific score of the military honor guard song. Thus, how would he respond to the noble temple's declaration of war? Hill was filled with anticipation. Chapter 40. The day before war and William's declaration. When Fran arrived aboard the floating ship, Hill, waiting outside the magical tower, was entranced by the beauty of the vessel beneath the rising sun. It glided gracefully through the clouds, its silver sails shimmering with light. The silver flying ship, soaring through the sky, how I long to see that expanse of azure. The sea breeze caresses my cheeks on this hill. Here, there is no one left, no one at all. Humming this tune in his heart, Hill gazed wide-eyed at the slowly descending ship in the sunlight, the tears at the corners of his eyes merely a result of the prolonged exposure to the bright rays. The floating ship halted midair, and Adrian appeared at the ship's railing, waving vigorously for him to come aboard. Hill raised his hand to wipe his eyes and joyfully flew up, upon standing on the deck. He realized the ship was quite spacious. Beneath the silver sails lay a large cabin, surrounded by silvery crystal windows. Following Adrian inside, Hill saw Fran seated on a white sofa, his hand resting atop a crystal ball. At Adrian's gesture, Hill chose a single sofa to sit on. The sofa gently floated upward, and Adrian remarked, "See where you wish to sit. The controls are on the left side of the sofa. Once you've chosen, just let me know. The ship's magical core can only be controlled by voice." Hill touched the buttons for front, back, left, and right with his left hand, casting a glance at Fran, who was communicating with the core with closed eyes. And settled at the very front of the cabin, his territory was indeed beautiful. Adrian suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Hill, you truly are a fine master. The cat seeks you." A small white cat was lifted into the cabin by Adrian's magical hand. With a smile, Adrian said, "What makes you think you can sneak aboard without being noticed, Alice?" "Meow," Alice mewed in a pleading tone, striving to present herself as adorable and obedient. Hill rubbed his nose, whispering, "Uncle Adrian, please let her go. Don't disturb grandfather." Adrian chuckled. "Little Hill, this cat has become so audacious because you spoil her. The spirit of nature dares to wander into a mage's domain. Truly fearless." He tossed Alice into Hill's embrace. "Don't think that just because this is Hill's elder's ship, you can waltz about freely. If the teacher truly wished to study you, and as long as he didn't kill you, would Hill dare refuse?" Alchemists were generally not favored by nature, as long as Alice was not harmed. Nature would not casually despise humans. What did it matter if there was a bit of disdain? This cat had been raised by Hill to be too naive, and Adrian, not wishing for Hill to worry, had to play the villain. Hill understood Adrian's good intentions. "Quickly thank Uncle Adrian, Alice. Your audacity is excessive." "Meow, thank you, Mr. Adrian." Alice replied softly. "I wanted to go outside to see the world, but Hill said it wasn't safe. I thought surely Mr. Fran was going out, so Hill might allow me to accompany him." Adrian sat at the door, gazing at Hill, who held the white cat, with both pairs of equally moist green eyes filled with expectation, and couldn't help but laugh. The great nobles of Sorrel were predominantly golden-haired and blue-eyed. Yet, unlike others with narrow eyes, Hill's eyes were large and round, exuding a deep, affectionate gaze, tinged with a hint of blue. Adrian had never known how to describe this until now. It truly resembled a cat. Adrian understood that as Hill became a sorcerer, his bloodline would increasingly lean towards the elven. However, Hill's eyes did not resemble those of elves at all. He suddenly laughed, asking, "Are cats and bears related?" Hill tilted his head, pondering. "Panda?" Then, in a fit of rage, he realized Adrian was insinuating that his eyes resembled those of a bear. They looked quite like a cat. With a magical slap, he struck Adrian's head. Friend looked up. "Do you think I cannot hear you?" Adrian stifled a laugh, saying, "Teacher." Hill's eyes widened and resembled Alice's quite a bit. "We're ready to set off. I've already set the course. First, we'll head to Closter to see William's intentions." Fran ignored him. "If things don't escalate there, we'll go to the Black Rose to observe how they defend against legendary assaults. The magical tower in their city isn't very high in level." Fran glanced at Hill, cradling the cat. "If you want to take her, do so, but don't take her outside the cabin." "Yes, grandfather." Hill raised the timid little cat. "Alice will behave. Won't you?" "Meow, yes." Alice clung tightly to Hill's hand, not daring to lift her head. Fran, too lazy to engage with them further, the floating ship swiftly departed. They arrived just in time. William was furrowing his brow, listening to a team of archbishops loudly reciting the declaration of war from below the city walls. The great and mighty decree of the noble and royal gods. Sorrel serves a false god. A great disrespect. William is unworthy to be the king of Sorrel. The people of Sorrel should abandon him and restore Edward as king, returning under the banner of the noble temple. If the people of Sorrel submit, they shall banish the false god's follower, William, and all shall pledge their faith to the noble and royal gods. Should the people of Sorrel remain obstinate, the coalition of the noble temple shall take arms to thoroughly eliminate the followers of the false god. Those who follow the false god shall be executed. Everyone witnessed William's disdainful expression atop the city walls. The archbishops reading the declaration were seething with rage, their faces turning pale. William had not respectfully listened to the divine decree. William stood, coldly smiling. "You all wish for my death, yet expect me to act like a servant. Dream on." He straightened and glanced at the fluttering Sorrel national flag and royal banner behind him. "I stand beneath the red flag. Under the gaze of my lord. Sorrel has never harbored desires to invade other nations. My lord has always treated other deities equally. The noble and royal gods are unreasonable and tyrannical, threatening Sorrel with war and the eradication of deities. Sorrel's patience is not without limits. My lord does not bully anyone and shall never allow anyone to bully us. We do not initiate conflict, nor do we provoke others. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. Our words have always held weight." William cast a cold, indifferent glance at the enemies below the city walls and declared, "If you wish to fight, then let us engage in battle." Even Fran was taken aback by William's fervor. He stood up and bowed deeply towards William, who remained on the ground, exclaiming, "This is a king deserving of respect." Hill remained silent, captivated by the fervor of this makeshift declaration of war, even if one could trace its origins. Hill felt a surge of excitement. William may have borrowed the words of others, but the heartfelt emotion he conveyed was undeniably moving. He poured all his nostalgia and love for his homeland into Solar. Hill truly admired him from the depths of his heart. Kexluot erupted in a fervent cheer. Long live the king! Long live Solar! The noble coalition was engulfed in a tumultuous silence. The figure clad in a crimson robe soared into the air, declaring, "No need for further words. Followers of the false god, tomorrow at dawn, we shall engage in battle." Cardinal Dalbys Denisio, the future Pope of the Rose, Fran interjected suddenly. Hill understood Fran's implication. The deity of the nobility would surely descend upon this place. Suddenly, several figures sprang forth from the noble coalition, darting to the sides. Hill recognized them as legendary warriors setting out to assault the player's strongholds. 1 for each stronghold. Such underestimation of the player's combat prowess was truly naive. Fran commanded the airship to ascend to greater heights. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "We shall first observe the battlefield tomorrow morning. The one known as Love will likely not partake in the fight. He is merely a decoration." 5 cannot possibly suppress William and his allies. Is this an attempt to delay William's forces? Are the main troops being assigned to the undead stronghold? Hill pondered. Regardless of how ferocious they claim the undead to be, those who have never encountered them are unlikely to believe it, right? Adrian chuckled. They won't believe in desperate mages. They still think that by killing a few more, they can scare them all away. Fran shook his head. Such arrogance leads to folly. They are blind to the impending setbacks. I wonder if some will lose their lives. Below, William made no effort to hinder those who took flight. He merely began a troop rotation, replacing the undead with fresh defenders atop the walls. Hill was taken aback to see that on the 2 segments of the wall, which were separated by a tall tower, the rear half had been erected with 2 rows of houses. Waves of undead sky knights entered within. Was William truly constructing a place for them to resurrect? Surely not. Hill thought nervously. Could they truly resurrect here? At the very least, one would expect a church for some semblance of concealment. Hill believed that William could indeed pull this off, as could that deity's temperament. This certainly simplified matters. Hill observed Carl and Miller bowing slightly to William before turning to ascend the magical tower atop the city gate. This magical tower, situated within the walls, controlled the defensive magical arrays of the border city and the magical arrow towers atop the walls. Furthermore, it could amplify the potency of spells cast by mages. Now under the command of 2 legendary mages taking turns, it remained uncertain who would dare to charge forth tomorrow. Adrian smirked. Let's see how many artifacts they bring with them tomorrow. Hill suddenly recalled the existence of artifacts, which he had nearly forgotten. After all, artifacts could only be used once before requiring a lengthy cooldown period. Leaving them behind served as a deterrent, while using them risked centuries of unavailability. It had been ages since any temple dared to use them. Therefore, this future pope was not merely preparing for a divine descent. He surely carried and would employ artifacts himself. Hill suddenly chuckled. So they brought so many people just to pray when using artifacts? Fran shook his head in lament. Aside from prayer, they have little else to offer. Can they outlast the undead in terms of resource consumption? Those standing by the walls are all sky knights. The noble temple's forces lacked such numbers among their knights. Go rest. Today has been enough, Fran stated. We'll take a look tomorrow morning. And if nothing major occurs, we'll head straight to the Black Rose. Understood, grandfather. Hill cradled the obedient Alice as she descended the final stairs from the cabin. The lower deck was divided into 6 compartments. Hill approached the last one. Opening the door as he grasped the doorknob. A voice rang out. Please state your name. Hill Polanio. Alice. Hill glanced at the silly cat in his arms. Alice cannot leave the room on her own. Meow. Don't. The room of Hill Polanio has been confirmed. Alice is outside the permitted range. Grandfather won't grant you permission, Alice. Hill replied coolly. This is not my territory. You can play as you wish. Just behave yourself for these few days and don't wander off. Grandfather would really throw you out if he got angry. I will be good. Alice sulked in Hill's embrace. He gently patted her little head, surveying the modest yet cozy room featuring 1 bedroom and a bathroom. It bore Adrian's touch. Despite its small size, it was arranged with warmth. The white sofa was fresh and natural, while the white carpet exuded a soft ambience, leaving Alice to play in the living room. Hill smiled as he entered the bedroom. He needed a good night's sleep to rejuvenate for the grand spectacle awaiting him tomorrow. Chapter 41. The Battle of the City of Black Rose. The tranquil morning in Kexluot was shattered by a deafening roar, as the legendary knights of the noble temple commenced the war with a thunderous strike. Hill and Alice discarded their breakfast and rushed to the living room window to gaze below. This fire attribute legendary knight unleashed a blaze of flames with a single swing of his sword. Unfortunately, he faced the undead, who had been engulfed in flames for over a month. As this legendary warrior soared into the sky, radiating red light and preparing to unleash his ultimate move, the mages stationed in the rear wasted no time in casting fire shields for the defending knights. The undead mage players, all of whom had participated in city battles, had learned the protective flame barrier spell. After sacrificing dozens of undead sky knights, the legendary knight's full-force strike was effortlessly absorbed, without even triggering the city's defensive magic, amidst the cheers of the undead. The furious legendary knight swung his sword several more times. Alas, the tens of thousands of sky knights wielding large shields, protected by the fire barrier, only suffered a few hundred casualties before they successfully withstood the onslaught. Denisio did not allow this legendary knight to remain in the air and embarrass himself further. He swiftly replaced him with a gold attribute legendary knight. This new knight indeed dealt significantly more damage, causing the undead to fall by the thousands. However, reinforcements quickly emerged from the small house to fill the gaps left behind. Meow, how many people are in that house? Perhaps over 100,000. Meow. This deity governs space and can easily create a space to accommodate over 100,000 people within that house. So powerful. Meow. Is this the one Hill is afraid of? I fear all deities. This one is simply a bit more terrifying. Look down. Behind the knight stands a row of over 10,000 mages. They are all on par with my grandfather. Impossible. You're lying. Meow. They can't be that strong. Because they are all newly minted mages. They haven't learned many spells yet. Once they stabilize in a while, they'll have time to study. So you mustn't wander off. They are outsiders and are not affected by the natural world's disdain. Even if they were to perish and suffer the world's wrath, they could simply return to their own world. They are hardly stronger than Hill. Alice insisted stubbornly. I'm just as capable. Meow. I can escape, meow. Hill gazed at the defiant little cat. They have hundreds of thousands of mages. Woo-woo, I will behave and stay in the territory when we return. He carried Alice back to the sofa. Hurry and finish your meal. We're heading up soon. We'll have a better view from above. Meow, the ship is moving. Hill tilted his head to look outside. We are headed to the undead's territory. No fighting will occur here. William hasn't even shown his face. We'll see the divine descent in the end. The airship moved swiftly, and by the time Hill reached the upper hall, they had already arrived above the city of Black Rose. He glanced down. The commotion below was far more vibrant. Most of the idle and hostile players had flocked to William's side. The city of Black Rose, which had never boasted a large population, now housed only 50 or 60,000 players. However, they were fortunate that the legendary knight leading them was also of the fire attribute. The Black Rose family had set up wooden platforms, level with the city walls, at the rear, where over 10,000 priests stood. Hill spotted a petite priestess nimbly leaping between the platforms, directing the priest players. He turned to Fran. Grandfather, can we hear the sounds below? Fran fiddled with the crystal ball. Let us see. Without legendary mages, we can lower our altitude. The airship gently descended beneath the clouds, coming to a halt in a position where the people below could easily see. The amplified sound gradually became clearer. The ship finally settled above the priest square. Hill noticed that the players below quickly became aware of the airship. Amidst the clamor, he heard someone shout, "Bald leader! A broken ship is coming down on the priests' heads. Should we shoot it down?" Hill quickly climbed up and leaned over the ship's railing, waving his hand below. No worries, that's Hill. Just here to watch the battle. The voice of the bald leader boomed. Did you get a shot? The pretty boy holding the white cat, a loud female voice exclaimed. Hill inhaled sharply. Suddenly remembering that he was still holding Alice, he hurriedly ran back. Below, a chorus of disappointed sighs erupted from the girls. Adrian chuckled. What are you afraid of? This ship flies fast. They can't hit us. Fran chimed in. You're not even as good as Hill. Among the thousands of magicians, they have cast nothing but fire barriers. I wonder what tricks they are preparing. Hill remarked, I am not afraid that the ship will evade. I simply do not wish to act as a test subject for other spells. The shrill voice of the woman, who had earlier proclaimed the beauty of the white cat youth, echoed again. To the left, dispel, dispel. Can you not hear me? I am commanding you to dispel. Hill glanced down to see the fierce little girl known as the elderly brawler. She adeptly leaped about, monitoring the health status of the sky knights ahead. What is happening in the center? Do not recklessly add health. Conserve your mana. Add health on the left, dispel on the right. Is my voice not loud enough? Can you not comprehend simple commands? Hill observed the bald-headed knight, who hid behind his shield, too intimidated to utter a word that he merely repeated mechanically. Raise your shield, heal. The elderly brawler's voice boomed. Revived ones. Move faster. Are your legs shorter than mine? Adrian suddenly sighed. Ah, the women of the undead. Hill chuckled silently. Is Adrian reminiscing about the days when he was teased by female players? Friend chose to ignore the two. Fixated on the players in the city, Adrian queried with confusion. Teacher, what are you watching? Their mages are slowly advancing. That fool only knows to stand in midair and strike. Knights truly lack intelligence. Do they not even glance downward? They are dispersing according to attributes. Hill hurriedly lowered his head to scrutinize that it was not entirely surprising that this legendary knight had failed to notice anything. The players were not clad in robes, as one would expect. They donned an array of flamboyant costumes, strolling through the city like ordinary citizens. The mere glance from the legendary knight would likely incite his wrath, for no one appeared to take his attack seriously. Were he a legendary mage, upon witnessing a crowd concentrated at 6 points, he would instantly become alert, regardless of who was below. The pentagram and hexagram formations were forever the most sensitive matters for mages. Hill inhaled sharply. A hexagram formation based on thousands of magicians should easily obliterate a legendary knight, should it not? Friend pointed out the window. They are constructing a magical tower in the center of the city. It resembles a bell tower. Hill gazed at the glimmering crystal bell tower, unable to discern its true nature. Yet, Fran's assertion indicated that he had uncovered something significant. Hill scrutinized carefully. The players exhibited remarkable cunning. The radiant magical lights embedded within the crystal walls caused the outer facade to reflect in overwhelming brilliance. Anyone who looked would instinctively avert their gaze, focusing solely on the clock at the top. The perfect refractive effect. How splendid physics can be. Conversely, the enormous clock, as its hands turned, offered Hill a fleeting glimpse of magical runes shimmering. And untrained, I might easily mistake this for the inherent runes of an alchemical clock. Only an advanced alchemist like Fran could perceive the subtle irregularities in such a small detail. Fran quietly remarked, if this is indeed the technology of the undead, they have learned remarkably swiftly. If they were not yet familiar with the setup of the formations, I would not have noticed the constant calculations of the formation lines atop the clock tower. Adrian expressed his amazement. None of us would have thought to disguise the magical tower as a bell tower. The existence of a magical tower is meant to intimidate. It has not occurred to anyone to conceal it in such a manner for millennia. Hill stated, they have fought each other numerous times and know one another too well. Hence their penchant for employing underhanded tactics. It appears to be prepared for their enemies among the undead. Yet it seems it has gone to waste, Fran muttered. How fortunate that it may now be employed against this foolish knight. Adrian suddenly interjected. Surely, each city must possess some hidden elements. If they are so intimately aware of each other, they must remain vigilant. As long as there is wealth, their minds are quite active, Hill replied. It seems unlikely they will utilize it today. He observed the gathered crowd slowly dispersing once more. That fool still has strength. After all, he is legendary. It is not easy to dispose of him. Friend scoffed. Once he tires and his reaction slow, the undead should have completed their training. Hill noted a group of mage players donning robes, replacing the magicians who had been continuously casting fire barriers from the city walls. Now this is indeed a performance worth watching. They even know to wear robes to deceive others. Those with keen eyes would certainly notice. After fighting for over a month, how could there still be ordinary folks lingering in this city? Friend pointed at the fire-type legendary knight. Fire-type knights tend to be rather simple-minded, only knowing how to charge recklessly. The gold types are somewhat better. The earth types are typically focused on defense and do not venture out to attack others. The sky knights of the undead standing at the forefront are also primarily fire and earth types, Adrian remarked. Their commander seems quite astute. Fran curiously inquired, which of their mages is in command? They're even utilizing the hexagram formation. Hill shook his head. I do not know. The incessant chatter seems academic in nature, preferring to concoct potions. The priest's command is indeed fierce, Adrian suddenly exclaimed. They had been listening to the furious tirades of the elderly brawler for quite some time. After observing for so long, they seemed to grasp the tactics, due to the time required for revival. Knights would be ordered to retreat once their health dropped to a quarter, making way for others. Yet, there were always some who wished to wait until the end, only to be inevitably berated. Retreat. An idle fool. Do you wish to die? Or do you want me to chase you and heal you? Stop dreaming. Quickly roll to the back. Fight fiercely. Ababa, I am watching how you wish to perish. Hill propped his chin, smiling as he endured the elderly brawler's curses throughout the day. Chapter 42. A victory without words. This fire-type legendary knight of the noble coalition, though reckless, possessed remarkable endurance for a day and a night. He continued to strike. Hill had enjoyed a restful sleep within the soundproof formation, while Alice volunteered to keep watch at night, promising to rouse Hill if anything arose. When Hill awoke in the morning, Alice expressed her admiration. Legends are truly formidable, like slaughtering pigs. It is a pity the undead can revive. Hill affectionately patted her little head. This cat could only perceive the most superficial of aspects. He decided to seek out Fran's insights instead. Fran, on the other hand, seemed more favorably inclined toward the undead. The control exhibited by legends is honed over centuries. These undead have withstood an entire day and night without making a single error. It is truly remarkable. Adrian also praised. They are exceptionally well-trained and methodical. They must have swapped personnel several times in between, likely returning to their own realm to rest. Yet, they have not allowed that legendary knight to find any opportunity. Their command system is also maintained exceptionally well, Fran noted, aside from that bald-headed knight who has yet to descend. The priest commander has swapped out Xiaolu Lu and a deer during the night, and now it is once again the elderly brawler. The mage commander has remained hidden in the magical tower. I am unsure if they have changed. But the fire barriers have never faltered, leaving no gaps. Now it is merely a matter of who exposes a flaw first, Adrian said. They are beginning to rehearse again below. N01 emerged during the night. Yet they are maneuvering in the morning. They are able to concentrate every 2 to 3 hours. I have studied them closely. They are two distinct types of individuals, Fern explained. Those who can endure for long periods are on the front line defending. Those preparing the formations likely dislike fighting or lack the time to engage. It is no wonder that the legendary knight failed to discern their attitudes. They indeed appear to be playing. He then gazed at the clock tower. So there are two mages directing from above. Their coordination is quite impressive. Hill understood from his words that the Black Rose members were indeed formidable. However, the number of casual players within the city likely exceeded their own. They must find a way to mobilize them. For casual players to be effectively commanded, there must be a leadership team of at least 8 individuals. That he found it peculiar that there could not be only mage-class casual players. Knights and swordsmen must also be present. Where were they? What were they doing? Casual players must be organized, yet they would not engage in a life-or-death struggle alongside the Black Rose family. Given Fran's assertion that they adhered strictly to orders, the defenders atop the city walls must all belong to the Black Rose and their allies. There were many swordsmen from the Black Rose, yet none had made an appearance. In-game wars could not allow a profession to simply withdraw. There was also the least populous class, the warlocks. Hill had never encountered them. They were a player class often referred to as Easter eggs. The high-level players chatting in Hill's domain had once cursed the Euro gods, a class that only randomly appeared when creating a character for the first time. It was said that among 1.5 million players, fewer than 5,000 obtained this class. They were a unique type of summoner, able to summon the pets of the gods of time and space, a crystalline dragon. Yet, they typically employed spells involving spatial cutting. The true utility of the crystalline dragon remained unspoken. Hill abruptly stood up. Searching inch by inch, Adrian asked in confusion, "What are you looking for?" "The swordsmen are absent. They must all be here. Perhaps they are holed up inside, guarding against a breach of the city walls. In that case, surely someone would be standing outside to watch. The undead cannot remain idle. I will search as well. Uncle Adrian, have you seen any warlocks?" No. Even Fran stood up in curiosity. These undead certainly had a myriad of tricks. They did not see any warlocks during their own combat. Hill silently pondered. Are all 5,000 of them gathered on William's side? There must be a compelling reason for this. Players are not easily swayed. Hill and his companions meticulously explored the skies. The legendary figure remained steadfast and resolute, tirelessly striving. Suddenly, An unusual melody erupted from the city of the undead. Hill gazed down at the players swaying to the music, realizing this was the grandeur of another world. This realm had likely never been graced with such alluring melodies. Filled with feminine charm, leaving Fran and Adrian in shock. A female undead priestess named Suinlu, clad in a milky white belly-bearing gown, twirled gracefully, showcasing an exquisite waist-hip ratio, embodying an enchanting femininity, accentuated by her intricately carved back. Utterly irresistible, she stood atop the city walls, holding an amplification device, her voice a sultry murmur. Each breathy utterance made Hill's face flush. Initially, he had assumed they were playing a battle anthem, but this lady informed him of his naivety. Then, Hill witnessed a colossal silver beam striking the dazed legendary knight. With a thunderous crash, the knight plummeted to the ground. Amidst the resounding cheers, the sorcerers on the city walls rushed forward, staffs raised. Simultaneously unleashing a fissure spelled as the legendary knight sank into the earth, the sorcerers leapt from the walls, converging on the gaping chasm, their staffs pointing downward, while a figure emerged from the magic tower. Shouting, "Countdown, 3, 2, 1, release." Thousands of meteorites descended from the heavens. The ground trembled for miles around. The meteor shower spell was a staple of high-ranking earth mages, summoning hundreds of massive stones to explode upon impact. Hill closed his eyes, certain that the legendary hero was doomed. When he opened them again, a 100-meter-high mountain of rock loomed before him. Fran stood by the window, observing the mage directing. Rainfall upon the mundane? The rainfall upon the mundane hovered in the air. Staff pointed at the panicked noble coalition. Surround them, spare no surrenderers. The knights atop the city walls had already gathered outside the gates, summoning their steeds. Shields were retracted, and they brandished lances, ready for a cavalry charge. As the frantic noble coalition attempted to flee, they were met with thousands of swordsmen emerging from both flanks, with numerous knights encircling from behind, observing the main force still intent on resistance. Rainfall upon the mundane signaled to the perfect bald knight leading the cavalry. With a resounding "Charge with me," the bald knight, accompanied by tens of thousands of knights, surged forward without hesitation. Hooves thundered, lances poised. The noble coalition knights at the front fell like wheat beneath the scythe, all collapsing. The knights in the rear also dispersed to attack inward. These soldiers, who were barely knights, lacked even the strength to raise their weapons. Adrian watched as the lightly armored swordsman, wielding a single sword, charged directly into the flanks of the noble coalition's swordsmen, exclaiming, "I've never seen so many swordsmen. Their lethality is astounding. Surrenderers down, drop your weapons," the perfect bald knight bellowed from the center of the battlefield. "Surrenderers down," echoed the chorus of tens of thousands of undead. The noble coalition crumbled entirely, discarding their weapons, collapsing haphazardly to the ground. The bald knight and his cavalry formed a circle around the surrendering foes. The swordsman moved in, collecting the weapons strewn about. Hill sighed in relief, gently sinking back into his chair. Alice leaped into his embrace, softly asking, "So many have died." Hill buried his face in her long fur. "Indeed, so many have perished. Even the legendary hero has fallen." Adrian remarked, "War is inherently brutal. Had the undead lost, it would have been the Salarans who died." Fran retorted, "Hill, do not be so weak. Look at the undead below. They are not much larger than you." Hill could only feel despondent. They must have had their share of luck. "I want that too." Rainfall upon the mundane observed the swordsman clearing the battlefield, retreating, raising his staff, and leading the incantation of earth spikes. The sorcerers flying alongside him unleashed a barrage of densely packed earth spikes, constructing a massive birdcage to imprison the surrendering noble coalition. Adrian commented, "They seem to enjoy such collective spells. Where would we find so many mages to cast together? Of course, we seek the might of singular spells." Fran shook his head. "This world may transform into something unrecognizable." Adrian suddenly stated, "The bald knight is waving at us." As if he has something to say, Fran silently directed the ship to land atop the perfect bald knight's head. Adrian approached the deck, inquiring, "What is it? Do you need assistance?" The perfect bald knight laughed heartily. "Mr. Adrian, we won. I wish to hurry to the king and see. May I ask if you will join us? Can we hitch a ride?" Adrian replied, "I will inquire about the teacher's intentions." Fran interjected, "We can take 20 people. I will go down with Hill. The hall is reserved for them." With that, Fran descended, glancing back at Hill, instructing, "Come directly to my room afterward." "Yes." Grandfather, I'll just say a few words before joining you. The players, chattering and laughing, boarded the ship, marveling at Hill, who stood by the entrance to welcome them. Deer immediately asked, "How much would it cost to build a ship like this, Mr. Hill?" At least 10 million crystal stones." "So expensive?" the magic sword exclaimed. "If you build it yourselves? It could be much cheaper," Hill replied earnestly. "It's quite costly when an alchemist like my grandfather lends a hand." "Forget it. We'll discuss it when there are more professional players," the perfect bald knight said slowly. "The official price in the game will surely apply." Hill could only pretend not to understand. "With so many of you, there will surely be someone with alchemical talent." Hill observed Sun Lu standing beside the elderly brawler. She still wore that long gown, but had donned a priestess cloak over it. She clung to a knight's arm. Boasting to the elderly, "Look at me. Aren't I impressive? All thanks to my efforts." "Pfft, what is so proud about encountering an old virgin?" The elderly brawler rolled his eyes dramatically. "Neafong can endure you." "Indeed, he is my husband." Hill silently watched the warrior named Neafong, who gazed at his bragging wife with tender eyes. "My grandfather is still waiting for me," Hill said to the players. "Feel free to enjoy the food on the table. I shall descend now." Alice had already rushed to the foot of the stairs before the players arrived. Hill carried her down, hearing Adrian summon more chairs, addressing the players. "Please make yourselves comfortable. We are downstairs. If you need anything, please ring this bell, that I will come up." Chapter 43. Fran's confusion. Hill placed Alice back in her room. Instructing her to stay put, he waited by the door for Adrian to descend, so they could enter Fran's chamber together. Fran sat upright in the dimly lit small parlor, his expression grave. He looked up at them. "Have a seat. I wonder how the other cities are faring," Hill suggested. "They should know. I saw a few using their communicators." Fran nodded. "Adrian, check on them shortly." He turned to Hill. "They are indeed fascinating. Utterly unconcerned with achieving victory in such a manner." "That lady is also present," Adrian added. "Very proud, continually tooting her own horn. Their creed is to achieve the greatest victory at the smallest cost." Hill spoke slowly. "Schemes and tricks are irrelevant. They do not believe they can truly utilize them. Mostly seeking amusement." "Everyone employs schemes and tricks," Fran remarked. "Their methods are crooked, stumbling upon a legendary figure who is inexperienced. How many such individuals can there be? They never intended to genuinely frighten anyone. It was merely for their own entertainment," Hill stated. "After battling for an entire day and night, they likely wish to lift their spirits." "Is this what invigorates the spirit?" Adrian countered. "Then their leisure life must be quite rich. Unlike us, legends can easily become distracted. A noble legend, dying in such an embarrassing manner, would be a laughingstock for millennia." Fran couldn't bear it. "If I were to die like that, I would fall into the abyss. Only a legendary figure who has long secluded themselves in a temple would face such a fate." "Right." Hill diverted the conversation, better not to relate it to himself. "I was also momentarily stunned," Fran replied nonchalantly. Adrian was dazed for several minutes. It was enough to die dozens of times. "In the future, no one will be frightened by this," Hill asserted. "Such occurrences can only catch someone off guard the first time." Fran still found it hard to accept. A legendary figure dying in such a disgraceful manner. "More such incidents will undoubtedly follow," Hill declared resolutely. "If grandfather is uncomfortable, he should keep his distance. Uncle Adrian can step in their eyes. Grandfather is merely an alchemical master, lacking interest in communication with others." Fran leaned back in his chair, despondent. "I once believed that upon reaching the rank of sorcerer, I would no longer need to yield. Yet, as expected, nothing goes as planned. Few alchemists achieve legendary status, as alchemy requires extensive learning." Hill realized his limited energy and focused primarily on instrument alchemy. Adrian preferred concocting potions. Yet both were far from becoming alchemical masters. Only Fran, who excelled in all areas, had brushed against the edge of mastery. However, Adrian is on the verge of becoming a mage, making one ponder the extent to which Fran's advancement has been hindered. A master alchemist of the mage rank commands respect even from legends. Throughout Fran's years as a sorcerer, it seemed that only Melanie remained as a lingering regret. Alas, reality is often harsh. Fran sighed deeply. "Once this is over, I shall retreat to my studies and strive to reach legendary status sooner." Adrian remarked. "What lies ahead is beyond our influence. If legends meet such a fate, what significance does a grand mage hold?" Observing Adrian's despondency, Hill commented, "The affairs of the divine are not ours to meddle in." Adrian turned to Hill. "Is this truly their own strength? This is the power of the divine. Hill replied, if the gods no longer require them, they shall fade away together. It is merely a matter of enduring, Hill gently said. My mother's situation has compelled us to endure for 18 years. Remaining silent and residing within our own territory is a considerable improvement. Perhaps it will be another 18 years. I thought you would serve William, Friend interjected suddenly. You seem to hold him in such high regard. Grandfather, I am the offspring of a noble house, Hill replied with a faint smile. Every child of a noble with claims to a fief swears allegiance to the crown and takes the oath of loyalty to Sorrel on their 8th birthday. As long as the king's decrees do not infringe upon my interests, I am more than willing to comply. Adrian, puzzled, asked, doesn't the teacher know? You were already at the palace when Prince William swore his oath. The Friend family has dwindled to mere lords under my stewardship. Quite fallen from grace that I devoted myself to the study of magic from a young age, harboring no interest in politics, Friend said, gazing out the window. Had it not been for Melanie, I might have roamed the world until becoming a mage. I thought only princes took oaths. Only those who have sworn loyalty possess the right to inherit fiefs, Adrian explained. Thus, noble estates are passed down only through direct heirs if there are no such successors. Only titles may be inherited, and the fiefs will be reclaimed. He cast a curious glance at Hill. How could Hill have sworn? I assumed Melanie would prevent you. You should have no interest in the Count's estate. Mother believed I would not become a high-level mage. Hill turned to look out the window. When the Count's envoy summoned me, they stated that without swearing an oath of loyalty, I would not even be granted the title of lord. She thought I needed some assurance. Adrian stated, Melanie has always had poor judgment. Friend furrowed his brows. Does this affect you greatly? Not really. I have no interest in treason or rebellion, Hill replied. Even without swearing this oath, I would not easily betray the homeland that nurtured me. I am a pioneering noble, and the constraints of my laws are minimal. I simply agree with William's policies and am willing to enact them fully in my territory. After all, with fewer people, one can do as they please, even if he taxes you in the future. Adrian suddenly inquired. Ah, you've noticed. Hill shrugged nonchalantly. He can only impose trade taxes, right? Territorial taxes are impossible. The land belongs solely to the Lord, bound by the divine oath. William wouldn't dare. Moreover, our western region may be the last frontier. By the time our land is integrated into Sorrel's domain, my grandfather should have reached legendary status. There, the populace is sparse and profits are minimal. Adrian hesitantly nodded. Very well, it is no concern of ours. Friend questioned, so, is that why those accused of treason were executed with no one to oversee the forfeiture of titles and lands? And yet, Edward and Charles' followers nearly took William's life, yet were merely exiled. Indeed, they faced no real consequence for resisting the king's commands. The most the king could do was expel them. However, rising against the military, should one lose, is tantamount to treason and results in death. As for Edward and Charles, such is the nature of royal rivalries. The defeated are cast out to fend for themselves, Adrian stated without hesitation. Losing equates to treason. Friend exhaled. I truly wasted my time in the court for all these years. Hill silently contemplated, the research luminary. His skills not aligned with political machinations, nor with courtly conflicts. Adrian said, we are nearing our destination. I shall go take a look. Hill, do you wish to join? No, Hill shook his head. It is best we maintain a polite distance from them. Adrian nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Have I been wrong in my singular pursuit of alchemy and magic? Fran began. I believe that as long as I possessed sufficient strength, no one would dare to bully me. Instead, I immersed myself in my studies, only to see my daughter led astray. After exhausting efforts for revenge, upon finally becoming a mage, my vengeance was claimed by another. Grandfather is not to blame. They indeed lack the courage to confront you. Yet, no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot ensure that those around them remain untempted, Hill replied calmly. My mother erred the most. She later came to regret it. Love faded, and years without meditation extinguished her hopes of becoming a grand mage. Alchemy became her final hope. All her magical knowledge and life principles were imparted by you, and when she spoke of them to me, I understood. You always wished for her to be self-reliant. Unfortunately, she succumbed to the allure of the court's hedonistic lifestyle, finding it far easier to be a noble woman than to endure the hardships of diligent practice as you taught her. She believes I am weak-hearted. Too much like her, destined for failure. Thus, she dislikes seeing me. Melanie's vision, Franz sighed. Kindness is not weakness. What good is it if she can wield a sword to kill? The two fell into a long silence. This woman was the link between them, their only kin. Yet, love was not so profound. It evoked only a sigh. The airship gradually came to a halt. Hill gazed out the window, watching players leap from the vessel, waving farewell below. Why don't they use the teleportation array? Hill suddenly recalled. When the legends arrived that day, William ordered it shut down. Fern replied irritably. What if a city were to fall? Would they then teleport straight to William? He certainly does not wish for that. So they are flying over? Are you suggesting the others? Do they not defend their territory? What if someone else attempts to breach? Fran was utterly astonished. Sky knights and swordsmen would ride over, and mages would surely fly. Hill pondered. If it were him, he would undoubtedly rush over to witness such commotion without a second thought. Some would undoubtedly remain apathetic, but most would come. It was likely that a full defensive magic array would be activated. They certainly had the funds for it. Is it preferable to spend money just to witness the spectacle? Fern began to comprehend the player's mindset. Let us go. We should board. Dionysius must have received the news by now. Fern smiled suddenly. I wonder how he feels. Likely relieved, Hill thought to himself. After all, he was the Holy Son, the future Pope, untouched by the mundane, transcending the secular. If he were to become dazed, how could he maintain his pure and noble demeanor? Adrian stood by the window, turning to the two, and said, Teacher, Hill point two legendary figures from the cities have received word and returned. The city in the southeast is still under siege. News of the undead. Indeed, their communication device is remarkably efficient. They are informed almost instantaneously. Fran contemplated, manipulating the airship to ascend swiftly. Dionysius will surely devise a countermeasure, otherwise he would lose face even in divine descent. Adrian remarked, We shall not sleep tonight. Let us await the night assault. Chapter 44. William, unbeknownst, becomes the Pope. The news of legendary knights being eliminated by a horde of undead spread throughout the battlefield by dusk. The previously composed atmosphere among the noble coalition had shifted into chaos. In this world, legends have indeed perished before, either punished by the gods or ambushed by other legends. Even so, many have managed to escape, retreating into the wilderness. Generally, when a legend is defeated, it results in a retreat of one side. Only another legend or the wrath of the divine can slay a legend. This long-held adage across the continent can now be disregarded. Hill observed that individuals within the coalition had already begun to withdraw. These were likely those hoping to gain favor with the noble temple by aligning themselves with Sorcerer. The temple's adherents would not abandon their post, no matter how frantic the situation became. Only these locust-like opportunists would flee at the first sign of trouble. They cared little for offending the god of time. At this moment, they would similarly disregard the ire of the noble temple. In this world, the constraints of the divine remain formidable. Should many depart, the noble temple cannot punish so many under the pretext of offending the gods. As for other repercussions, as long as one remains alive, there will always be a way to navigate through. Hill observed for a long while. The noble temple had no intention of dealing with these departing individuals. Instead, after their exit, they erected a high earthen wall behind the camp. It seemed they could leave, but were unwelcome to return. Fran remarked, They still possess some confidence. Adrian exclaimed, The future Pope's intervention is indeed a rare sight. Tonight, Dionysius must launch an offensive. By tomorrow morning, morale will have significantly diminished. Fran chuckled. Both sides are aware it cannot truly be called a night raid. Let us see how William defends. Hill gazed at the noble coalition's encampment. A palpable atmosphere of impending conflict began to take shape. Panic had dissipated. This could indeed not be termed a night raid. The knights on the walls of Kleslot had also been withdrawn. The magic tower gradually illuminated with a radiant glow. William stood atop the city wall, casting one last glance before turning to enter the tower. At this juncture, what was truly being tested was the psychological resilience of the commanders on both sides. Adrian suddenly remarked, Surely, there must be more magicians in William's city. Hill nodded in agreement. There should be at least 200,000 to 300,000, possibly even more. Fran inquired, Has the one from the southeast corner not returned yet? Perhaps there is an opportunity there. I recall that several families have united in that area. Hill replied, Communication issues may have led to some confusion, with multiple factions allied. If one group were to defend for a time and then switch out with others, it would be a miracle if nothing went awry. Legends are not fools. Those two major factions have no vulnerabilities, and those two legends would not hesitate to flee, should they face a similar situation. They would certainly perish without a hint of satisfaction. The absence of that individual at least suggests that death is not imminent for them. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs on that front. Fran said hesitantly. The internal strife within the noble temple is even fiercer than that of the court. The recognition of Dionysius as the acknowledged heir to the papacy has gone unchallenged. William must be aware of this. They possess communication devices that, if anything happens, they can be notified immediately. Hill interjected. Even if William cannot be slain, capturing those cities would be futile, at worst. Today's legends would die in vain. Leaving both sides equal, there are still over 200,000 undead in the homeland. That should be sufficient for support. Adrian chuckled wryly. Indeed, William has made his preparations. The territories held by the undead are 1,000 kilometers away from the city of Sorcerer. Given the speed of their army, they could gather the undead and push them back at most. The undead will engage in another siege. Hill remarked. They have grown accustomed to it. Fran nodded in agreement. William has shown remarkable wisdom. This month of training has proven invaluable. It is best if nothing occurs, Adrian commented. Let us hope all goes smoothly. Suddenly, Hill recalled the 2 lines of bamboo that he remembered that the defenders of that city had ultimately relied on a coalition of the top 4 to 8 factions to hold their ground. Which family, bearing the surname Liu, was it again? Hill fell into contemplation. Adrian called out to Hill for dinner. Come quickly, it's a fine day. Let us raise a glass to our teacher. Hill looked at Adrian in disbelief, questioning what he meant by a fine day. Was it truly a good day because a legend had perished and Fran was lost in confusion? Fran also lifted his gaze to Adrian, wondering if this disciple sincerely believed the demise of a legend by the undead was fortuitous. Neither spoke. Although Adrian generally acted prudently and was clear-headed in significant matters, there were times when he could become rather disconnected from reality. Eventually, he would come to his senses. Halfway through their sumptuous dinner, the sound of prayer echoed from below. Hill dropped his utensils and rushed to the window, while Alice, who had been dining at his feet, swiftly leapt to his head. Symbol of destruction, chaos of thunder, fear of judgment, transform into the light of sanction, forming the sword of wrath that my lord. Arthuras de Shaner, you are the guardian of the nobility. You are the maintainer of order. Please heed my vow, returning all enemies to the ultimate void. The chant grew increasingly resonant, reverberating through the heavens in a divine symphony. Fran quickly maneuvered the floating vessel to the left rear of Cataclysm. Even amidst the clouds, one could sense the dreadful intimidation. Hill gazed from a distance at the encampment of the noble temple, where a 3-tiered platform had been erected. Devotees knelt in throngs around the base of the platform. 12 archbishops knelt with their hands crossed over their chests on the first tier. 3 cardinal archbishops adopted the same posture on the second tier. Dionysius, eyes closed, knelt reverently on the highest tier, wielding a longsword crackling with lightning. The entire encampment was suffused with a silvery divine radiance. Gazing at the magnificent longsword, adorned with purple roses on its cruciform hilt, Adrian gasped. Has the noble temple truly gone mad? This is the sacred sword of roses. De Shaner, the first king of humanity in this world, ultimately ascended to become the god of nobility and kingship. The sword he bore when he ascended to the divine throne was left to the noble temple as a means to intimidate all. For millennia, the noble temple had never wielded it. Previously encountered foes had only been met with the staff and crown used by de Shaner prior to his ascension. This was the first appearance of the longsword, and it was astonishingly intended to confront William that a profound silence enveloped the group. Regardless of their yearning for freedom, as Soralians, they were unwilling to witness such a spectacle. The king of Soral stood below. Facing this formidable artifact, endless thunder was summoned, ultimately coalescing into a horrific, violent bolt of lightning, which struck directly towards Cataclysm. The defensive magical array of Cataclysm glowed to life, yet gradually dimmed beneath the force of the lightning. Hill tightly embraced Alice, gritting his teeth as he observed, transgressing all natural laws, disrupting all natural principles, defying the balance of all dimensions, shattering the order of all dimensions that my Lord Kronos. In defiance, seek new laws and balance. In destruction, pursue new principles and order, wandering between illusion and reality, transcending eternal time, transcending infinite space, dimensional fluctuation. From the four-corner fortresses of Cataclysm, a tremendous chant erupted. The colossal bolt of lightning was abruptly engulfed by a rift in space-time. Hill sank to the ground, feeling somewhat stiff, his legs growing weak. So, the priest of the god of time was not merely adept at healing. It turns out the god of time possesses ultimate divine arts. Although his subordinates are primarily players, William is still the pope. Adrian pulled Hill to his feet. William is truly remarkable. When did he become the Pope of the Temple of Time? He has not even held any ceremonies. Friend shook his head in disbelief. Do not refer to William as such anymore. Once the god of time ascends, he will be the one closest to divinity and should be addressed as your majesty. The rose longsword hovered in midair, forming a barrier of divine power with its radiant blade. Dionysius had already prepared for an obstructed attack, yet he had not anticipated this method. Never had a pope assumed office so quietly. For the dignity of the supreme deity, an announcement to the world should have been made. The encampment of the noble coalition fell into a prolonged silence, as Dionysius likely sought to compose himself. With a pope of William's caliber and a supreme deity of time, even the most worldly future pope would find himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, Hill understood. The archbishops of the god of time would likely not kneel in reverent supplication before a deity that it was far more probable that they would not kneel in respect during William's papal celebration. Rather than allow other deities to mock them, it was wiser to assume office quietly and surprise their foes. After a period of calm, Dionysius proclaimed loudly, William Cyril, worshipper of the false god, how many swords can you withstand? Give it a try. Hill felt as though Dionysius might burst. Such words could only come from a king, or even a deity's pope. Dionysius seemed to take a few deep breaths before speaking. You too are a pope. Your words must align with your station. Then thank you for the advice. Hill sensed that Dionysius was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, his procrastination seemed to have achieved its purpose. Suddenly, the noble coalition erupted in cheers. Hill felt a twinge of anxiety, eager to know what had transpired. Naturally, Dionysius soon fulfilled his wish. He floated into the air with a smile. Worshipper of the false god, Calvocian has breached your city. Await the fall of your capital. William appeared atop the city wall. If you have the capability, then enter. Do not just stand guard over the city. Dionysius, ever gracious, responded with a smile. Do await our good news. With that, he descended back to the ground. The three aboard the floating vessel exchanged glances, wondering if they had truly spoken too soon. Adrian remarked, Indeed, we did see those two legends return. Did we not? Hill replied, I did not see anyone fly out. Could they have escaped through a tunnel? Perhaps they secretly left with those retreating, Fran pondered, but the energy of legends cannot be concealed. Could the artifact from the Temple of Love have been employed? Illusory happiness, the veil that can create illusions undetectable even to deities? Adrian exclaimed in astonishment. The goddess of love had left behind only two artifacts for them. This veil was designed to protect the main temple of love and the arts. Would they dare to bring it forth? Perhaps it was a demand from the noble church. Hill was eager to learn the specifics of the city's fall. It was said that the combined forces of several families numbered over 150. 000, more than 3 times that of the Black Rose City. This did not even account for the scattered individuals. Such strength could not be easily overcome, and there must be an intriguing reason behind it. Chapter 45. The Femme Fatale. As dawn broke, Hill hurriedly sought out Fran. He wished to descend to the ground to gather information from the Black Rose's people. Fran regarded him with exasperation. You certainly wear your curiosity like a badge. Curiosity is omnipresent and universally discussed, Hill retorted confidently. Does not my grandfather wish to know how they managed to bring the city to ruin? Their city may not be large, yet their numbers exceed those of the Black Rose by 3-fold. Adrian chuckled as he poured a glass of juice for him. Do not rush. I will check if anyone wishes to visit that allied city. If there are, I will invite them up, as we must see the situation for ourselves. Hill's eyes brightened with excitement as he nodded enthusiastically. Fran would not easily permit him to disembark, so it would be best if players could come aboard. He swiftly began to prepare the hall. The U-shaped sofa, capable of accommodating over 20 individuals, was adorned with several crystal coffee tables in front of it. Laden with an abundance of juice and snacks, at the forefront, a semicircular booth for 4 was arranged, where Fran shook his head and settled into a seat. Adrian returned shortly after stepping out. He addressed Fran, saying, Teacher, they wish to board. We need to lower the ship a bit. They are on their way into the city. Fran summoned the crystal sphere once more and positioned it at the front. As the airship descended, the members of the Black Rose entered. Hill rose to acknowledge them with a nod. The Baldy spoke, Mr. Hill, good to see you again. He turned to Fran seated ahead and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Master Fran, for bringing us along. Fran nodded. Feel free. We also wish to see what lies ahead. The members of the Black Rose took their seats with great cheer. Hill silently counted the attendees. Xylaliu, a deer, The Elder Combat King, Suanlu, Chu Ching In. These are from the Priest S faction. I remember there being a male priest. Did he not come? The Baldy, the Demon Sword, Dream awakened not seeing you. Fong Tianhua. Nan Feng, a bystander, Ababa, Luo San Quan. These are knights, the few who charge into battle at the forefront. Xiling, Wan Yu Tian Luo, Hao Hian Hammer, Good Girl, the Old Man, Nie Xingqian, Romantic Drunken Red Dust. This is the captain of the swordsmen. Lastly, Yuluo Fanqing and 2 mages. Only 2 mages had arrived. Did the others fly on their own? After pondering for a moment, Hill inquired, have the others remained behind? Suichen has retained a portion of knights and priests, while the rest have wandered off with the swordsmen to Kexlode. The mages are flitting about. They went directly to the Alliance City, Xyliliu replied gently. Fran turned to Xyliliu as the airship prepared for ascent. Adrian hurriedly entered from outside. Teacher, there are people from William's side who wish to board. The players turned eagerly, their eyes bright with excitement as they gazed at the knights waiting outside. Spencer, William's current captain of the guards. Are they heading to oversee the Alliance City? This time, the eunuch has lost face. I wonder if that military overseer was truly tricked into his demise. If an NPC really dies, their achievements will surely plummet to the bottom. Hill rose. Spencer from the noble family was a cousin of William, having reformed the guard after William's original retinue was dispatched across various locations. After Fran nodded in agreement, several knights entered. Casting a glance at the players who were eyeing them hungrily, Spencer greeted Fran politely. Good day, Master Fran. Thank you very much for your assistance. Fran acknowledged, good day. Knight Spencer and all, please follow Adrian downstairs to rest. Spencer glanced at the players again and nodded in agreement. Thank you. Adrian led the group downstairs. The players erupted into chatter. Why is Hill standing? Isn't the Archmage's rank lower than that of the Celestial Knight? The Magus and Celestial Knight are of equal standing. Master Fran hasn't even moved. This serves to remind you all that mages are eternally the masters. Even Hill, who wished to ignore them, cast a glance at the speaker, Romantic Drunken Red Dust. Nonsense. That's only because Master Fran is an alchemy master. Master, indeed, the Baldy retorted. Just wait until the arena opens. I'll kill you 1,000 times, the Demon Sword added, cursing. Hill, sensitive to the mention of the arena, realized that this game would not be concluding anytime soon. Measures such as the arena to prolong the game's lifespan were evidently in preparation. However, he chose to set aside such topics for now, feeling intrigued about whether it truly related to Lu Huayu. With a smile, he stood up under Fran's pained gaze. Please feel free to partake of the refreshments on the table, esteemed undead gentlemen and ladies. Xyliliu rose to respond. Thank you. Mr. Hill, no need for formalities. Please, let us converse while seated. Hill took his own seat. The journey is still long, so let us dispense with such trifles. Moreover, I am genuinely curious about how the Alliance City fell. After all, you even managed to eliminate a legend. How could a city with a greater number than yours have lost so swiftly? The Elder Combat King suddenly burst into laughter. My heavens. Is this the peril of beauty? The hazards of a little white lotus? Is Liang Hangzhu a green tea? A deer inquired earnestly. Little white lotus, the best at feigning fragility. How could I possibly live without you? Suanlu replied, green tea is more like me. Pfft. That's just lewd, the Elder Combat King scoffed. Oh, at least that's better than you shrew, Suanlu retorted with a smile. The men fell silent. Hill thought it better not to speak, knowing they would eventually reach the crux of the matter. Yet Fran, observing their banter, wore a displeased expression. Xyliliu redirected the conversation. They are the Alliance City of 5 families. Among them is the Qingqing family, led by Lu Huayu. He has a girlfriend named Liang Hangzhu, and they are said to be preparing for marriage. She belongs to another family called Jicho. Jicho was initially ranked 11th in achievements but, unable to continue, merged with the Wenjian Tianxia, which was ranked 4th. Thus, Liang Hangzhu entered Wenjian. She is a gentle speaker and meticulous in her actions, quite popular within Wenjian, having achieved family management within a month. The Elder Combat King interjected. Nonsense. That's just the foolish clan leader of Wenjian falling for her. The future lady of the leader. Oh dear, what a pitiful man. Xyliliu shot her a helpless glance. Wenjian has a good relationship with us. Can we not show some courtesy? Suanlu grinned widely. What this means is that the young master is perfect in every way. Just foolish. The men nearby erupted in laughter, the gossip providing them ample amusement since the previous night. Xyliliu waited for their laughter to subside before continuing, to assist Lu Huayu in securing control of the alliance. They reached out to the nearby Apocalypse family. However, the Apocalypse cannot simply intervene without angering so many families. Therefore, Qiqing intended to create some chaos, allowing Lu Huayu to invite Apocalypse to stabilize the situation. A powerful external ally, and one they failed to manage themselves, would ensure that Lu Huayu, who must now maintain good relations with Apocalypse, would have his words hold weight in the Alliance City. She took a sip of juice with a smile. The Baldy interjected, "They are rotating defenses among the 5 families. Knights and mages receive notifications upon logging in, specifying when and where to stand. The foolish young master believes Liang Hengzu's extended login time and meticulous nature merit entrusting the rotation schedule to that woman." Sun Lu chimed in, "That's just being infatuated. Why not utilize so many seasoned members and instead hand it to a newcomer? She has been with Jicho for quite some time." Romantic Drunken Red Dust suddenly interjected. Hill shot him a silent glance, wondering how they had concealed such significant gossip until now. The Baldy chuckled. When Romantic saw it, Mr. Hill must have seen it too. Hill nodded. "I overheard their conversation. Was that girl a spy previously?" The Baldy laughed heartily. "We have a poor relationship with Jicho and wanted to see the spectacle, so we kept it secret. The ordinary members of the family were unaware. By the time we learned of Jicho merging into Wanjian, we had nothing to say. We initially thought she could only transmit some secrets. Who would have imagined she could orchestrate such a grand event?" Xia Liliu continued. "When she was changing defenses between Wenjian and the prior family, she directly deleted the position chart and logged out. By the time the young master realized, chaos had already ensued. When he retrieved his side S chart, 3 legends had already breached the defenses. During their rotation, they had released elemental crystals during their defensive phase. The mages were thrown into disarray, their commands slow to respond, leading to the defensive magic array being shattered by 2 legends. With the other families offline, they, of course, could not hold the line. It is said that William S. Military Overseer, sensing the impending disaster, destroyed the magic tower and departed. We still do not know if he is safe. If he perished, all 5 families of the Alliance City would see their achievements reset to 0. Hill shook his head. "Then Lu Huayu has little hope for a good outcome." "Either." "Indeed," the deer laughed heartily. "He has effectively dug his own grave. This is what they call plans failing to keep pace with changes. Haha. With the 5 families rotating their defenses while harboring a bit of intrigue among themselves, it was no wonder the noble coalition targeted them. That legend likely observed them for a day and promptly informed Dionysius. What was originally a great achievement would now merely clean up the mess left by the legend, who carelessly perished in the hands of the Black Rose family." "Did you inform them about Lu Huayu?" Adrian, who had returned to sit nearby, asked. "Of course," the Baldy replied with conviction. "We can't let our friends be left in the dark about how they perished." Hill felt that those capable of becoming clan leaders possessed remarkably thick skin. Surely, he was reveling in their misfortune. Indeed, the members of his family were all snickering at him. "Enough? The young master despises you." He directly asked the young master on our public channel if he knew that Liang Hengzu was Lu Huayu's fiancée, Qian Yu, who had remained silent, informed the curious Hill. Even Fring cast an astonished glance at the Baldy. His audacity truly remarkable. Fring pondered for a moment before addressing Adrian, saying, "Please have them come up. They must be eager to see the situation below." The bald man inquired, "Are we almost there? Can we head to the deck?" Fran nodded. "Yes, but be cautious of potential attacks." The bald man waved dismissively. "It's fine. Once we reach this point, we have no fear of death." Xia Liliu playfully tapped his head. "If we were to resurrect now, we certainly wouldn't be in Alliance City." Mengxing Bujian lifted a tablet, stating, "There is a temporary altar built by the priest of Wenjian 100 miles back. Resurrection is possible there." "Is it from Qingcheng?" Lu Huayu just logged in to apologize. Claiming his fiancée, he acted impulsively. Now she is in tears, wishing to delete her account to express her regret. He went to comfort her and will accompany her to apologize to everyone later. Qian Yuyo held the tablet and added. He also expressed his hope that everyone does not blame his guild members, as they were completely unaware. His dear fiancée didn't even inform him of her decision. Yet, he will take responsibility for his actions. He hopes his family members can forgive him for leading them to this outcome. If they cannot, he understands and wishes the departing members well. He will soon return to lead those who still follow him in atonement. Ah, this familiar, sarcastic tone of a eunuch. What a master of shirking responsibility, perfect bald man remarked. I always feel out of place in comparison to these individuals. I truly am a good person. Hill was not at all surprised to hear the members of Black Rose cursing him for his shamelessness, including the bald man's beloved wife. Xia was almost unable to contain herself as she hid away. The young master has found the supervisor, Yulua Fanching exclaimed, also gazing at the tablet. Where? Knight Spencer approached briskly. He has sustained some injuries and has been taken to a temporary camp by the clan leader of Wanjian Tianxia. Yulua Fanching quickly replied. Knight Spencer turned to Fran. May I ask if Master Fran could take us to the camp? Of course, no problem, Fran responded. Would you like to take a look at Alliance City? Spencer nodded. I'd appreciate it. Master Fran. I wish to see the current state of the city. Perfect Bald Man hesitated before asking, Knight Spencer, what will become of the family guarding the city? Their merits in defending the city are lost. But their previous titles remain, Spencer replied, his expression impassive. However, according to the rules of Sarl, the nobles whose cities have fallen are no longer entitled to reclaim their territories. The players from Black Rose engaged in lively discussions. Is this akin to losing a woman and a kingdom? A mutually destructive beauty trap. Wenjian is truly unfortunate. Qingcheng deserves it. The other three guilds are the real victims, right? At least Wenjian will have their name remembered in history. Hill gazed at the elderly master of the martial arts, who spoke of Wenjian's historical significance, feeling a deep sense of respect for her. I must ask the young master if he intends to change his name, the bald man mused, preparing to deliver the final blow. As he watched the undead clan members step outside to enjoy the scenery. Adrian tugged at Hill's sleeve. If I heard correctly, they mentioned a favorable relationship with Wenjian? Both Spencer and Fran regarded Hill expectantly. Hill nodded. A friendly guild, just slightly inferior to an alliance. Observing their expressions, it seemed they intended to shift towards becoming rival factions. Hill carefully organized his language. If they were truly adversarial, they would mock each other in public channels. Strangers would also ridicule him. This private banter indicates a decent relationship. Even between two city lords? Spencer asked hesitantly. Only Vander remained from the king's former guards. He must contact the undead in Kexluode. Although he advised me to disregard their words, to arrange a counterattack, contact is essential. Their relationship is relatively equal. They are all children of the gods. Hill explained, being a city lord merely grants them a bit more glory. Thus, their conversations are quite casual, unlike the relations we nobles share. Hill hesitated, thinking this explanation should suffice. Knight Spencer appeared troubled. How should I treat the defeated family? Just handle it in a professional manner, Hill suggested. Spencer sighed. No wonder the king assigned me this task. Those who disparage the defeated as worthless are likely to cause trouble. The Spencer family was notoriously businesslike, uninterested in interpersonal relations, and averse to scolding or fighting. Regardless of how much the undead had erred, they were still William's people. Even without Hill's counsel, Knight Spencer would handle matters courteously. My goodness, has it come to this? The city is in ruins. Are the nobles from the temple still living in tents? Listening to the loud discussions of the undead outside, Fran and Knight Spencer stepped out together, with Hill trailing behind Spencer's attendants until they finally exited. Through the gaps in the floating ship beneath the billowing white clouds, the desolate remnants of Alliance City came into view. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation, with buildings largely collapsed and massive rubble forming the ruins. The Great Wall facing south, connected to the magical tower above, was reduced to crumbling fragments. In the city center, clusters of white tents were scattered about. The noble coalition that had besieged the city had already set up camp. The walls facing the Sarl kingdom, though towering, lacked engraved defensive magical arrays. The original city was not large, and the walls facing Sarl had long been ravaged by player battles for the city. After the formation of the Five-Guild Alliance, significant expansions had been made inward. However, only basic construction had been initiated, with plans to develop the city further after defeating the noble coalition. Now, as Hill gazed at the three legends stationed on the walls, he wondered how long they could hold out. Dionysius likely did not place his hopes on them. He searched the city center and spotted a deep purple tint, realizing that this Sanus intended to stay as well. Spencer paced back and forth on the ship, occasionally stopping to observe. Hill overheard members of Black Rose whispering in a corner. What is Spencer doing? Searching for opportunities for a counterattack. Wait a moment. Is this counterattack led by NPCs? Magic Sword suddenly interjected. Shut up. They can sense you're talking about them. When discussing NPCs, regardless of the context, your tone must remain calm. Understood? The elderly master of martial arts scolded. So, if the young master counterattacks, it's all for naught. Why is he still so enthusiastic? Fang Tianhua questioned, puzzled. His face is thicker than a eunuch's. Yulua Fanching remarked. He was the leader of Alliance City. Losing the city is primarily his responsibility. Unlike a eunuch who simply shifts blame onto women, the young master can't do that. As long as he wishes to continue playing this game, he must accept his misfortune. Let us see if he dares to pursue women again. Wenjin still has so many members who haven't left the guild. For their sake, he must earn some merits back. Perfect Bald Man added. It seems the city will likely belong to the Spencer family again. William truly knows how to seize opportunities, Nia Xingqian sighed. William may have been waiting for you all to make mistakes, Hill thought to himself. The Spencer family Sky Knights serve as his guards. William isn't so extravagant. All these Sky Knights were earned through battling monsters. They are formidable. As Hill surveyed the area, he began to suspect that William had deliberately placed this 5-guild alliance in this southeastern corner. Previously, this had been a small city that players had ravaged for over a month, and once stability returned, they rebuilt a large city with a seaside dock now, although the city above lay in ruins. The underground water circulation system remained intact, something the Spencer family could not replicate without substantial investment or assigning tasks to players, which would cost a fortune. Hill believed William did not intend to actively undermine the players. But if they failed on their own, he would gladly reap the benefits. Finally, Spencer straightened up, nodding in satisfaction that he turned to Fran, who stood waiting nearby, and loudly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much for your assistance. Master Fran. Fran nodded. No need for thanks. It is my honor to contribute to Sarl. Shall we proceed to the temporary camp now? Indeed, Spencer replied. I'm truly pleased to hear news of Rad still being alive, at least now. I want to be in the dark. Fran swiftly maneuvered the ship, stating, there is something down below that requires further investigation. We may need to ascend for a closer look. Through the protective shield of the floating ship, Hill noticed a red-haired figure soaring up from below. A legendary knight with red hair, Hill murmured. Adrian, overhearing him, clarified that as someone from Navarro, far to the south of us, the noble class in that country, all of red hair. Sarl is golden. While Hefesaldo comprises gold and brown. This a gradual fading as one travels north. Hill often felt this was a rather crudely designed game. Yet, no matter how realistic a game might be, it could never replicate the cycle of birth and death. He longed for the day when he could witness the true essence of this world. Once the ship arrived at the temporary camp, it slowly descended, and the players from Black Rose hurriedly came to bid farewell, leaping off before the ship had even come to a stop. Leaning against the ship's edge, Hill heard Perfect Bald Man's boisterous laughter. Young master. Where are you? We've come to help you. No one below acknowledged him for a long time. Young master, come out and greet us. I've brought many beautiful women along. Perfect Bald Man continued to tease. Perfect Bald Man. You fake lowly. Have you become a pervert after playing a female character for so long? Finally, a torrent of curses erupted from below. Just hand over Lulu, and you can leave. Bald Man, shut your mouth. Shally Yilliam finally couldn't contain herself any longer. Young master. People from William's faction have arrived. They're on the ship. You should come out quickly. Don't mind the Bald Man. Hill watched as the youth rushed out in haste, and couldn't help but chuckle. Is he trying to flirt while playing the role of a young boy? No wonder it's called the Youth of Asking Sword World, as all the companions following the young master are either lowly or Shota. Perhaps due to their own tender age, their faces are brimming with youthful exuberance. When they look up, they do so with a spirited demeanor. Spencer approached, observing these individuals and taking a deep breath. Vander told me their appearances do not reflect their actual age or gender. But surely, these are genuinely children, right? He turned to glance at Hill, a hint of despair in his voice. Are none of them as mature as Polanio? The ship fell into silence. No one was inclined to answer his question. Chapter 47. Easy Wars and Terrifying Thunder. The Shota and Lowly of the Black Rose family, though diminutive and adorable, displayed adult-like expressions, tones, and mannerisms that revealed the souls within were those of grown individuals. The name the Youth of Asking Sword World had already proclaimed their essence as predominantly youthful students. Eager and impetuous, they sought camaraderie over drinks, tethered to the willow by the lofty building. Success brought joy, and failure was of little consequence. The people aboard the floating vessel watched the children of Asking Sword interact carefreely with the members of the Black Rose, laughing and gesticulating animatedly. Sir Spencer murmured to himself, "It doesn't matter. Didn't we already know that those who would carelessly abandon a city are utterly unreliable? If they have any complaints, let them return to the king." He encouraged himself, "I am here to clean up the mess. I am here to fight. Everything else is of no concern to me." Fern quietly brought the airship to a halt 5 meters above the ground. A section of the ship's railing tilted outward, transforming into an elongated metallic staircase that descended to the surface. Fran, accompanied by Adrian and Hill, stood at the top of the staircase, offering him their blessings. May your sword strike true and prevail against all adversities. Sir Spencer inhaled deeply and descended the ladder with his entourage. The young master from Asking Sword had already established communication with the bald man and was organizing his team to welcome Sir Spencer. Hill could discern his genuine delight if this were a noble from the real world. Such a foolish loss of a city would have plunged the entire family into despair. Yet players are different. Perhaps the young master is primarily concerned with reclaiming the city for the NPCs, which is surely better than leaving it to Lu Huayu or the end times. Sir Spencer could only look on in bewilderment as the jubilant young master and his companions surrounded him with their enthusiastic welcome. Although confused, he set aside his worries, officially taking charge of this temporary encampment. Friend returned to the main hall with the two others. He cast a glance at Hill, who promptly tidied up the hall. Adrian smiled at him, summoning the furniture back into the room. Fran reclined on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Adrian, sitting beside him, remarked, "I thought this place would be in utter chaos and despair, but it seems everyone is nonchalant from top to bottom. With Spencer reorganizing for 2 days, we should be able to launch a counterattack, right?" Hill sat quietly. For the players, what they lost was merely face and a bit of currency. They might feel dejected for a time, but they would never wallow in grief or despair, especially given the intriguing manner in which Asking Sword lost. What a juicy topic for the players. On the forums, they are likely discussing not the loss itself, but how the young master sacrificed the city for a woman, while Lu Huayu inadvertently dug his own grave by sending his sister to him. Whether it be the choice of love over power or the notion that harming others ultimately leads to one's own downfall. Such scenarios are typically reserved for television dramas. Yet here they were unfolding in reality. Hill felt this incident could easily make its way onto the world as social media platforms. The bald man had pointed out the crux of the matter, if they did not change their names soon. This splendid reputation would follow the young master for a lifetime. French shook his head. While I find it difficult to comprehend their mindset, it becomes clearer when one considers they are from an entirely different world. Thus, no matter how they fail here, it does not truly affect their core. He glanced at the two of them. We brought Spencer here and conducted reconnaissance of the Alliance city. For the next few days, we should avoid that direction. With 3 legends working together, this ship may not withstand it. Adrian nodded. Understood. Teacher, let us keep the ship adrift above these clouds. Fran looked at Hill and cautioned, no matter how curious you are, do not descend. It will surely be chaotic down there, and I do not trust Adrian to leave the airship unattended. Adrian smiled. I'll stay close with the cat. Let us avoid lingering too long on deck. Hill reluctantly nodded. Alice had been confined to his room for quite some time, and he needed to let her out for some fresh air. Spencer began the counteroffensive at dawn 3 days later. Hill leaned against the window, observing the seemingly endless army advancing, banners waving in unison. Though the knights rode with elegance and poise, the players, regardless of their profession, all possessed mounts. Adrian stared blankly, puzzled. Why are mages riding horses? Hill could not provide an answer. Mounts were not exclusive to any one profession. Otherwise, the game would be rendered pointless. Furthermore, players did not have the lofty pride of mages who could soar above the ground. Sky Knights could fly, but only for brief periods, while other professions could only achieve flight upon reaching legendary status. Mages, regardless of their elemental affinities, could utilize levitation spells to fly once they reached the mage tier. Thus, mages could fly wherever they went, a privilege that elevated their status among other professions. However, players did not share this sentiment. Even when reinforcements arrived, the mages would reach their destination swiftly. Yet this was merely due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain. Knights, swordsmen, and priests all rode in on horseback, having only arrived the day prior. Yet their mages never displayed that disdainful arrogance towards other professions. They would merely chant praises for the mages, but when it came to collective action, they still summoned their horses to ride alongside their comrades. Hill warned Adrian, do not dwell on the reasons behind their actions. Perhaps what you cannot comprehend is merely a result of their fleeting joy. Adrian could only nod silently. They are not particularly clever. They can only learn 1 or 2 schools of magic. Alchemy permits them to study potion crafting, but not the creation of tools. The god of time and space has imposed many limitations upon them. Hill nodded in agreement. The airship gradually followed along. The army covered the 100 kilometers in 3 hours. Fran stood up, noting, in 3 hours, very few have fallen behind. Their discipline is commendably high. Hill, however, astutely observed that the spacing between these individuals was remarkably consistent, indicating they likely had a following function. Otherwise, losing half of them over 3 hours would be improbable. Upon reaching the foot of Alliance City, Spencer ordered a meal and a time for rest, announcing the attack would commence promptly at 1 in the afternoon. Hill noticed several alchemical huts emerging within the Black Rose encampment that a few individuals hurried inside and did not return. It seemed they had gone offline for some business. Clearly, these huts were of significant utility to them. Hill could craft them as well and believed that floating ships might soon become a common necessity. He planned to practice alchemy and create one for himself, not needing it to be large, just sufficiently protective and swift. Selling alchemical huts to players could yield a substantial amount of unassigned elemental crystals, allowing him to traverse the world. Fran pointed toward the window. Look at the city walls. Hill spotted 4 legends atop the walls, seemingly preparing to take action. He tensed. Was an ambush imminent? Adrian queried. Spencer can't be that foolish, can he? What's the point of resting? Fran merely elevated the ship higher, stating solemnly, just watch. The saintess from the Temple of Love floated in the air, erecting a protective barrier. 3 legendary knights swiftly soared into the air, heading towards the encampment. It appeared they had pinpointed Spencer's location and were charging directly toward him without hesitation. Hill watched anxiously. Yet Spencer showed no signs of retreat. On tiptoe, Hill observed the young knights of Asking Sword. Their shields were proportionate to their sizes, half the size of a conventional large shield, yet sufficient to cover their entire bodies. There were indeed many of them, but their petite stature made them appear lacking in defensive strength. The legends dismissed them entirely, advancing without concern. The young master's sharp command of raised shields. Thousands of small shields sprang up. They were all fire-type knights. The shields flickered with flames, forming a massive thorny fire shield. Even with the combined might of 3 legends, they only managed to slay a little over 1,000. However, the thorny shield's skills came with reflective damage. The 3 legends were severely weakened as the retaliatory damage from thousands of fire-type shields ravaged their protective barriers. In an instant, thousands of meteoric fire rained down from the sky. A veil descended upon the legends, mitigating the fatal damage. Adrian was astounded. Does the Temple of Love truly wish to forfeit their artifact? Hill observed the woman atop the city wall, expressionless as she pulled the veil and the legends back. She is unwilling as well. Spencer waved his hand, and the seemingly idle players surged toward the city wall like a tempest. Hill gazed at the city wall, which had been shattered by thousands of tremors. The noble temple is powerless, isn't it? They have long since retreated, Friend replied, though the tents within the city remain. There are few people left. These legends are merely biding their time for the final strike. Indeed, the legends departed without hesitation, soaring into the skies. Spencer, too, showed no reluctance, as if he had been privy to the events long before. He commanded the players to charge directly into the Alliance city, where all remaining inhabitants were slain by the onslaught. Hill furrowed his brow, questioning, why are there still people who haven't fled? Adrian scoffed. The clever ones, having seen the noble temple's army retreat, have already made their exit. Those remaining are either greedy fools, believing the legends would not falter so swiftly, or simply the foolishly stubborn. Spencer's failure to halt the undead indicates they are either thieves or unwanted simpletons. Hill silently nodded, understanding this was Spencer's way of rewarding the players who led the charge. He could not voice any objections for the players. These were merely red-named monsters. Suddenly, thunder roared, reverberating through the heavens. Hill dashed out of the hall, gazing towards the tumultuous western sky, alive with lightning and thunder. That was Xelit. Fran and Adrian emerged as well, peering towards the stormy horizon. The legends have returned. Is Dionysius launching his final strike? Adrian hesitated. Shall we wait before approaching? This doesn't resemble a divine artifact. Has a god descended? It seems perilous. Fran tightened his brows. Let us fly nearby first. Hopefully, all remains well. Chapter 48. The past of the god of time and space. The floating ship halted 200 kilometers from Xelit, unable to advance further. Lightning wreaked havoc in the sky, striking in rapid succession, while thunder echoed relentlessly, shaking the firmament. A dense web of lightning enveloped Xelit, casting an eerie brilliance akin to daylight at dusk. The earth trembled violently, with thunderous roars emanating from below. Xelit shivered beneath a shimmering silver shield. The 3 red-robed archbishops of the noble temple floated in the air, their eyes shut, expressions blank. Behind them loomed 3 faintly transparent figures, the divine messengers of the god of nobility. Such a level of divine descent was beyond the reach of mere mortals. Fran dared not approach any closer. The 3 could only watch with heavy hearts as Xelit was illuminated by the lightning. Fortunately, the priests of the god of time and space, while not particularly devout, were numerous. The darkened sky crackled with electricity for over an hour. Yet, despite the cataclysmic spectacle, the protective shield of Xelit, though trembling precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Remained resilient. The trio breathed a slight sigh of relief. Friend remarked, "Can you see where Dionysius is? He wouldn't send just these 3 archbishops into battle. He'll search for a long time, finding nothing." He hesitated. Those legends must have returned as well, including the one from the Temple of Love. Friend shook his head. These figures have completed their missions. Dionysius would not risk their safety again. Everything now lies beyond the realm of mortals. For the first time, Hill felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, even with his formidable grandfather at his side. Even the once mighty ship could do naught but hide among the clouds. This was a world where deities existed. Even though it had always seemed distant, when faced with divinity, one could only feel the insignificance of humanity. Friend sighed deeply. Legendary mages wander the world, seeking truth and exploring the origins of life. Could this not be the reason for such urgency? No wonder many legendary mages, upon reaching old age, abandon their souls to become vassals of the divine. Embodiments of natural LAW.IT is truly terrifying at times. Adrian suddenly shouted, "Look, directly above Xelit, that is Dionysius." The man proclaimed to be the closest to godhood within the noble temple now embodied divinity itself. He wielded the rose sword, while a golden, translucent figure behind him grasped an identical blade. Dionysius and the golden figure raised their swords in unison, aiming a strike at Xelit. "Heavens!" Hill exclaimed, pressing his palms firmly against the crystal window. He once believed that only when the god of time and space ascended to the divine throne would the god of nobility and royalty intervene. Yet they had acted prematurely. A figure appeared atop Xelit's protective shield, holding a golden balance in one hand and a tablet in the other. The tablet in his right hand instantly transformed into a colossal shield, successfully absorbing the divine assault. William, he stood without the presence of the god of time and space behind him, leaving Hill astonished. Could it be that William himself was the god of time and space? A legendary knight, regardless of divine favor, could never hope to withstand such immense power from the god of nobility. Dionysius' ethereal voice resonated, not particularly loud, yet effortlessly reaching Hill's ears. "Indeed, William Sorrel, you are the god of time and space, the sinner who disrupts the order. Eliminate you, and the world shall return to its rightful state." Xelit reverberated with a tremendous prayer. The god of nobility and royalty scoffed. "Can such feeble faith bolster your insignificant divine power?" William remained silent, offering no response, merely holding the massive shield in defense. From all directions, countless points of light swirled towards William, converging upon him with fervor. What is this? The god of nobility and royalty observed with interest. It is my ascension ritual." A distant voice echoed from the air. William stood resolutely, though the voice was not his own. The prayers continued unabated, and the god of nobility, seemingly lost in thought, ceased his attacks. "Indeed, you possess curiosity. Would you like to know who I am? And what William is all about?" "Correct." The voice chuckled. The god of nobility and royalty remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Suddenly, a figure floated up from below. Standing beside the god of nobility and royalty. It was the saintess from the Temple of Love. Her form obscured by colorful veils, shrouding another figure. It appeared that the goddess of love and the arts had also arrived. "Hee, don't regret it." The god of time and space laughed. Friend landed the ship upon the ground. The three stepped onto the deck, watching in silence. Whenever a deity ascends to their divine throne, the world consciousness ensures that all witness the pivotal moments leading to their divinity. At such times, a modicum of respect must be maintained. Aside from the deities, none dare linger in the air. Even birds descend to the earth. William released his grip, allowing the balance and the now reverted tablet to float above. This was the artifact of the god of time and space. How could William wield it so effortlessly? Those bewildered could only await the truth revealed by the world consciousness. The god of time and space indeed hailed from ages long past, at a time when royal and noble powers were at their zenith, leaving commoners to barely survive. What materialized in the air was a tattered, emaciated woman giving birth. A figure wrapped in a crimson banner was thrust into her womb. Hill stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The child was born, gradually growing, enduring great humiliation due to his refusal to bow his head and the pride of his spine. His parents, having given birth to another child, deemed him disobedient and troublesome, ultimately casting him out. At the age of 12, he was left battered and bruised in the wilderness. On the brink of death, he awakened as a sorcerer. Hill watched the boy engulfed in flames. Filled with sorrow, pondering what he would have done in such a situation, the boy transformed, becoming more decisive in his actions. Utilizing his robust health, he foraged for diverse herbs and foods, generously sharing them with the destitute around him. He led the impoverished in hunting in the mountains and fishing in the waters. Just as life seemed to be improving, a traitor alerted the nobles in the city. The nobles came to capture this rare sorcerer. Those who once followed him fled without hesitation. Ultimately, he escaped into the wilderness. In the harsh struggle for survival, he proved resilient, growing stronger with each trial. Eventually, he found refuge in another noble's territory. This noble, a compassionate soul, recognized the need for aid among the commoners and restraint among the nobility. Observing the haphazard laws of the nobility, he could not resist intervening. In the end, the noble vowed to implement this set of laws across the world. Embarking on a journey to persuade kings of various nations, Fran gasped, the god of justice. He toiled diligently to assist the god of justice in drafting numerous laws and regulations. However, the god of nobility and royalty appeared at that time. The deities could easily connect with their earthly followers. He opposed most of the laws proposed by the god of justice, erasing constraints on the nobility with a mere stroke. I know who you are. The god of nobility and royalty remarked with a cold laugh. Truly a tenacious life. Unfortunately, at that moment, all life was bound by the world consciousness and rendered immobile. Otherwise, the god of nobility would likely have acted directly. He glanced skyward. Florus, your fate is likely sealed. To ascend to divinity, the god of justice ultimately relinquished those laws, allowing the god of nobility and royalty to refrain from obstructing his ascension. Yet, the god of time and space could not comprehend this at the time. He loathed the god of justice for forgetting the oath he had once sworn to him. The blood of demons within him ignited, transforming him into a legendary sorcerer of demonic lineage. Having lost his human reason, he was consumed by hatred for both the god of justice and the god of nobility and royalty. Yet, his deepest enmity lay with the god of justice. Every law of justice had been meticulously catalogued by him, and he intended to dismantle them one by one. After enduring for far too long, when he was on the verge of obliterating the very foundation of justice, he finally struck, injuring the god of justice. As he fled into the wilderness, he was cast into the very entrance of hell by the noble and divine authority that had been watching him intently. At that moment, a flicker of reason finally returned to him. Upon seeing the devils in hell extending their hands in welcome, he muttered silent incantations, summoning every ounce of strength to propel himself outward. A solitary tear splashed forth, and Hill murmured along with him, "Hold fast to morality and conviction. Remember discipline and character." The exit from hell was not easily attained. He persevered for what felt like an eternity. Teetering on the brink of despair when nature itself extended a helping hand, that a colossal branch yanked him from the abyss. In that hazy moment, the primal consciousness of nature heard his anguished cry and reached out to him. Seated beneath the vast tree, he felt the mocking laughter of devils resonate within his soul. He bowed in gratitude to the natural consciousness that had aided him, caressing the great tree, and without hesitation, he surged toward the heavens. In the rifts of space beyond the world, he severed half of his own soul. Utilizing the chaotic blades of interdimensional passage, he obliterated that half of the devil's essence, only to succumb to unconsciousness within that tumultuous void. Time became irrelevant as he eventually awakened, his corporeal form having vanished, leaving only a silvery soul. He had been assimilated by the fabric of space. However, the absence of half his soul rendered him immobile, adrift through the cosmos, ultimately entering the river of time and space. Perhaps it was his indomitable will that resonated with the ancient, ever-flowing laws of time and space, eliciting a response from the temporal currents. Yet, the missing fragment of his soul prevented him from fully merging with the river, compelling him, in a moment of resignation, to completely bifurcate his essence and cast it into the realms beyond. He sought to find his parallel self in another dimension. Chapter 49. The time and space deity ascends to the divine throne. The time and space deity is a staunch guardian of moral and legal boundaries. Before the myriad incarnations of himself across countless worlds, he recounted his origins and desires. Images in the air fragmented into innumerable screens. Some nodded in understanding, bestowing a fraction of their souls upon him, while others shook their heads in rejection, unwilling to assist this peculiar outsider. The essence of the soul belonged to each individual, and the time and space deity bore no resentment toward those who withheld their aid. Such choices were simply reflections of themselves. He continued his relentless search, traversing one world after another. Just as he was on the cusp of achieving his noble goal, he arrived in a realm where homes had crumbled and roads lay fractured, with his self buried beneath towering ruins. The collective consciousness of these worlds allowed the entry of the time and space deity's soul only with great reluctance. He found himself powerless to aid this self barely in his 20s. The other segmented screens faded away, leaving only the image of the time and space deity engaged in dialogue with this youthful soul. Despite their differing skin tones and hair colors, the resemblance between the two was unmistakable. This soul not only completely replenished the time and space deity's fractured essence, but also imparted something profound to him. Ultimately, as this soul transformed into a golden crystal, the time and space deity became a shooting star. Carrying it away, this meteor traversed the rifts of time and space, returning to the river of time in its original world, before continuing toward the continent, ultimately landing in the palace of Salal. The scene revealed only the grief-stricken queen and the nearly lifeless young prince. The moment the prince's soul began to rise from his body, a golden crystal was cast within. When his eyes reopened, he was none other than the present William. What followed was a painful exchange between William and Queen Spinzer. Ultimately, the queen accepted this son, exchanging him for the essence of the young prince now embodied by the star that had transformed from the time and space deity. Indeed, William displayed no interest in the throne of Salal. He had been diligently collaborating with the star that accompanied him to devise various divine power formations. Then, the truth of the young prince's fall from his horse emerged. 2 years prior, William had been attacked by several sorcerers while seeking solace outside. Faced with the indifferent old king, 2 foolish brothers, and a host of noblemen intent on concealing the truth, William could no longer contain his fury and was ultimately expelled from Salal. He meticulously inscribed a vast magical formation within his territory. The star then divided itself into 2 halves, with its core transforming into the gem of the seal ring upon William's finger, while the majority became golden light, merging into the underground formation. Subsequently, from this formation, a series of platforms emerged, each adorned with countless figures. Unlike the noble and divine authority, the time and space deity could be considered a deity of nature. His need to replenish so many soul fragments stemmed from the fact that his essence had been assimilated by the laws of time and space. He had long since become the embodiment of time itself. He was already the master of the river of time, merely lacking the final transcendence. What he required was a sufficient number of souls to chant his name, inscribing his divine office and name among the stars. In truth, the time and space deity had already ascended to the divine throne. He did not need to gradually approach the celestial sphere, shedding his mortal form to become divine. Endless silver light cascaded from the heavens upon the time and space deity as he began to coalesce his divine form. He gazed on in confusion. The noble and divine authority had yet to act. He turned his body slightly and found himself capable of movement. Friend interjected, "The world's consciousness is still present. Divine powers cannot be used at this moment. Do not move." He nodded silently. He now understood why the legends of the divine were so palpably real. The world's consciousness narrated the unfolding events like a silent film, allowing one to instinctively grasp what transpired. But what was William, after all? Was he merely a fragment of the divine or a future subordinate deity? The audacity of the time and space deity to bring back the other versions of himself as a pontiff was truly remarkable. No wonder William appeared to be both under surveillance and yet audaciously bold. He let out a soft sigh. It was quite well. After all, the very fact that he could live again was thanks to William. However, this individual could no longer be regarded as merely human. Friend quietly remarked, "The world's consciousness recognizes the time and space deity even more. It seems his contributions in the past were significant. The world remembers him." Adrian suddenly exclaimed, "Will anyone dare to offend William in the future? His use of divine artifacts is indistinguishable from that of a true deity." Friend silenced them both. "Let us not continue down this path of conversation. Is there anything left to keep secret in this vicinity?" Hill internally scoffed. This was merely a warning that even if they believed the time and space deity was assured of victory, they should refrain from voicing such sentiments. Should the noble and divine authority catch wind of it, they might just receive a sword strike before retreating, rendering their demise utterly pointless. Indeed, the noble and divine authority found itself in a rather awkward position. Its divine descent was time-limited, and it had not opted to eliminate William immediately to demonstrate its might. Merely observing the time and space deity's film had nearly exhausted all its divine descent time. Yet, the world's consciousness still forbade any action on its part. It had squandered a significant amount of divine power. Ironically, the goddesses of love and art, in a show of solidarity, had also wasted their own divine descent. Now, it could only await the time and space deity's divine form to solidify, preparing to inscribe its divine name in the depths of the cosmos, to intercept it with its true form. This was a perilous endeavor. The goddesses of love and art would not abandon their divine realm to squander divine power on such matters. Indeed, the time and space deity remained awash in silver light. while the figures of the noble and divine authority, as well as the goddesses of love and art, had already vanished. The moment Dionysius regained consciousness, he took flight without hesitation. As he departed, the legendary figures within the noble coalition fled in panic. Hill could only feel sympathy for those pitiful souls who dared not escape. None knew how William would handle these individuals. The silver light gradually faded, revealing the silver-haired, silver-eyed time and space deity suspended in the air. He cast a glance downward, relinquishing the balance and platform to William. "I await your return in the divine realm." William smiled and nodded. "I await news of your victory." The time and space deity remarked wistfully. "It has been 20,000 years. Truly, far too long." A beam of silver light shot forth into the heavens. Hill yearned to witness the battle of the true gods. Fran, somewhat irritated, responded, "Be patient, that lies in the deepest reaches of the cosmos, a domain accessible only to deities." Hill remained undeterred, watching William. The magical defenses of Kesslot had been lifted, yet William sat atop the magical tower gazing skyward, his expression suggesting he had a plan. Hill tugged at Fran. "Let us go to Kesslot." After some contemplation, Fran consented. The cost of reigniting the floating ship was exorbitant. Given the proximity, the three of them simply stowed the vessel and flew directly there. As they landed outside the gates of Kesslot, Hill immediately noticed the throngs of players below, busily messaging one another on their platforms. Their communication was reduced to gestures, and Hill delighted in observing their muted predicament. William had undoubtedly engaged in numerous games in the past, possessing profound insights into the player community. Otherwise, these players would have been vociferously discussing matters, perhaps even soaring into the sky to witness the spectacle. Such a narrative of a grassroots ascent to divinity was worthy of documentation and discussion from every conceivable angle. The enmities and affections among three deities could generate an abundance of threads. Hill could scarcely fathom the implications. The time and space deity ought to refrain from perusing the forums. Suddenly, William rose, casting the divine artifact platform skyward. The platform rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a colossal screen the size of a movie theater. The time and space deity materialized on the screen, traversing the cosmos toward a black hole-like region. Friend gasped in awe. "Good heavens, the expanse of the cosmos. I thought only those of legend could witness such a sight." Adrian interjected. "Has William's hair turned silver?" Hill regarded Adrian with bemusement. Had he suffered a short circuit from observing too much? Neither paid him any heed. The image now displayed the red-haired, azure-eyed noble and divine authority. The time and space deity stood, smiling as he continuously sliced through space, redirecting the frenzied lightning and sword light aimed at him toward other realms. As countless spatial rifts emerged in the starry sky, they surged endlessly towards the deity of nobility and royal power. This was a confrontation between rules and regulations, appearing mundane, yet capable of obliterating a star with a mere flicker. For a full fortnight, William sat there, observing this divine battle. The ranks of the undead, led by Kexlut, had become exceedingly crowded. Even though William had opened several spaces, there were still no lodgings available for Hill and the others. In exasperation, Friend found a corner and conjured an alchemical hut, where the three of them took residence. At Alice's earnest request, Hill had no choice but to embrace her within the hut, gazing at the sky through the window each day. Hill initially believed that the Silence players would gradually depart from the forbidden skies of Kexlut, yet to his surprise, their numbers only swelled. For the sake of amusement, they disregarded the torment of silence, preferring to converse face-to-face while clutching their tablets rather than leave. Each day, throngs of players sat on the ground or perched on rooftops, engrossed in films. After several outings, both Fran and Adrian resigned themselves to remaining in the hut. The god of time and space's assault abruptly shifted after 2 weeks. Temporal variables were imposed upon his spatial rifts, causing them to flicker erratically. And this sudden change resulted in the deity of nobility and royal power losing an arm to a rift. Their countenance darkened as they turned to flee. The god of time and space suddenly erupted into laughter, and the deity of nobility and royal power was drawn into a spatial portal. It was unclear when the god of time and space had set this trap, but the portal itself was undoubtedly harmless. Otherwise, even a god's formidable intuition would have alerted them. The god of time and space unveiled a screen, delighting in the sight of the deity of nobility and royal power plunging into the abyss. A tit for a tat. With a smile, he dismissed the screen with a wave and ventured into the depths of the starry sky. William rose and retracted his tablet, casting a glance at the throngs of players filling the streets, and smiled wryly. From this day forth, Kexlut shall become the new capital of Salar, and the temple of time and space shall be constructed here. He waved his hand, lifting the silence imposed upon the players. Flight remains prohibited in Kexlut. Friends of the undead, I hope you will actively participate in the construction of the temple and the royal capital. The war has merely reached a pause. You may seek the quartermaster to collect your merits for this phase. However, do not become complacent. If the nations that participated in the assault on Salar, such as Hefesardo, fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall march southward, reclaiming my dignity through blood and fire. Chapter 50. William's demands after careful consideration. Fran resolved to return to the territory the following day. Even if the deity of nobility and royal power remained trapped in the abyss, their fall would not be so easily achieved. They would likely return to the divine realm at a great cost. However, the days ahead would be challenging for the Temple of Nobility. As for Hefesardo, judging by William's demeanor, it seemed destined for annexation. The pontiffs of other temples would not dare claim they will align with that of the gods, but William certainly would. The Temple of Nobility served as the main force to halt wars between nations, with the Temple of Justice aiding in suppression as well. Yet, it was unlikely anyone would dare confront William from either of these temples. Legends do not harbor fools. Even now, there were no legends left in Hyphus. With an army of undead at his disposal, William could easily conquer several nations. However, the god of time and space steadfastly adhered to the alignment of good, preventing any actions against the nations that had not attacked Salar. These matters were of no concern to Fran and Hill. With Salar secured, the mages should return to the tower. Yet, the Knight Spencer sought out Fran the next day. Master Fran, could I request your assistance in crafting a large airship? Fran, filled with curiosity, replied, the cost of constructing an airship would suffice to build a grand mage tower. The larger one would be even more expensive. Knight Spencer chuckled. All expenses shall be paid with spatial crystal stones. As for the materials, I leave that to you, Master Fran. In this world, due to the solidification of fundamental elements, other elements were exceedingly rare. Extraneous elements were confined beyond the membrane of reality. Only when a deity adhering to certain rules ascended to divinity would a substantial quantity of similar elements be drawn into the world. For instance, the mage's lightning-based spells only began to be studied when the deity of nobility and royal power ascended, and countless legends were birthed from the establishment of the lightning spell system. Orderly deities all belonged to the realm of lightning. There seemed to be some logic in this. The god of justice and the goddesses of love and art were subjugated to the deity of nobility and royal power because they too were deities of the lightning rule. Yet, Hill could never comprehend how love and art could be associated with lightning. Was the love of the nobility always subject to judgment when the god of time and space solidified his divine form? A vast quantity of time-space elements was drawn from the outer river of time and space. Thus, this world was endowed with both time and space elements. The substantial gathering of elements naturally formed elemental minds. The elements attracted by the deities would undoubtedly surpass the size of the mine in the old capital of Obastion. Hence, the realms where deities ascended to divinity were invariably the locations of their main temples. Although Hill had not anticipated William's intention to relocate the capital, the establishment of the Temple of Time and Space had long been expected. Time elements seemingly could not form crystals, and what could be done with their concentration was beyond the knowledge of outsiders. However, spatial crystal stones were exceedingly valuable. Previously, they had been sporadically brought back by legendary mages during their journeys to the elemental realms. Now, Salar possessed an entire mine. William intended to tempt Fran with a vast quantity of spatial crystal stones. With the significant increase of time-space elements in this world, mages could begin to study spatial and temporal spells that if they could organize a system for spatial spells, Fran could ascend to legend. Moreover, as an alchemical master, Fran could create numerous spatial devices with such an abundance of spatial crystal stones. Although he would need to craft them himself, the potential for profit was undeniable. Hill had long desired a device capable of expanding the space within a mage tower. He recalled novels he had read in the past, where powerful mage towers were expanded with spatial devices to accommodate thousands of inhabitants. Yet, aside from legendary mages who could merge their towers with demiplanes, there had yet to be such a mage tower in this world. His own abilities fell far short. Fran's storage space crafted from the same size spatial crystal stones was 3 times greater than his own. He could only rely on Fran for his super mage tower. After only a few minutes of hesitation, Fran resolutely agreed. Hill and Adrian watched eagerly. Fran stated directly, a deposit of 20 million, an equivalent value will suffice. Knight Spencer beamed, continuously tossing spatial crystal stones from his ring. These massive uncut stones, varying in size, left Fran profoundly astonished. Who excavated these? The king, in a fit of joy last night, dug down to mine them himself. The elemental mine had only just begun to take shape. Even a knight descending into it would be torn apart by the chaotic spatial rifts within. The body of a legendary knight, although gradually elementalized, could not transform its bloodline. This was also why the lifespan of legendary knights did not exceed that of mages. As for William, his body had likely been completely assimilated by the time-space elements. Though he fought in the manner of a knight, he resembled more of a priest. The power he wielded stemmed from the god of time and space, rather than the hereditary bloodline of the Sauer royal family. William could harness divine power fully. Currently, he showed no interest in becoming a paladin, preferring to utilize the offensive capabilities of time-space elements. Thus, he was entirely unconcerned about being harmed by the chaotic and volatile time-space elements. Only he could mine spatial crystal stones under such circumstances. Fran was aware of this, which is why he could not help but inquire who had done the mining. After all, it was utterly unimaginable for a king, a pontiff, and a future deity to be mining in the dead of night. Knight Spencer, however, remained unfazed. Your Majesty, I simply fell in love with that ship of yours. At that time, I had no means to ask you to craft it. And besides, the funds were insufficient. He glanced at the puzzled Fran and continued. The treasury of the Sauer royal family has been evenly distributed among its members. The king's treasury now contains only what has been earned from the undead. Observing the beaming expression on Knight Spencer's face, Hill was certain that the Spencer family had long been aware of William's identity and had sworn fealty to him early on. Although the Spencer family had 3 Sky Knights in the past, they had lacked sufficient power as a newly elevated noble family. Even when the lustful king took a shine to their family's only jewel, they could only reluctantly marry their daughter to the old king, becoming his third queen. After the Spencer queen entered the royal family, the old king's interest waned after a brief period, and he returned to the embrace of various women. He felt that granting the Spencer queen an official status was sufficient to repay the Spencer family. The Spencer queen had never harbored any expectations of the king. She merely wished to live well with her children. However, as her family grew increasingly powerful, and with the appearance of 5 more Sky Knights, her son, a boy trained as a knight from a young age, tragically succumbed to a cold. Although William was still alive, he was not truly her son, leading the Spencer queen to pass away 10 years ago. Consumed by melancholy, it was likely that she had communicated her intentions with the Spencer family before her death, and they had made their decision. Yet, between the future deity supporting William and the individuals who had caused the demise of their family's jewel, Edward and Charles, their knights had no choice but to align with William. The Knight of Spence chuckled and remarked, "Even His Majesty the King cannot constantly be preoccupied with mining. For 3 years, no one else has been able to access the mines. Thus, if the pace is swift, perhaps the spatial crystal stones could all be entrusted to Master Fran." Fran fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. "Do you desire this one? It has only been utilized during this period." The Knight of Spence was momentarily taken aback. "Do you no longer require it? I am about to return to the magic tower, and crafting a large airship requires considerable time. For me, this is now of little use. Should the price be right, I shall undoubtedly sell it." The Knight of Spence nodded. "I shall inquire with His Majesty the King and return to inform you of his decision before dinner this evening." After bidding farewell to the Celestial Knight, Adrian eagerly asked, "Why does the teacher wish to sell the silver ship?" Fran gestured towards the spatial crystal stones on the ground. "With these, I can construct an airship with a large built-in space. What need have I for that?" He instructed Adrian and Hill, "The smaller pieces, take them and divide them between you two. Upon your return, diligently study the art of inscribing spatial magic arrays. Practice is paramount." Fran couldn't help but smile. So many spatial crystal stones. My path of alchemy can continue. In a few years, when Salal can produce spatial crystal stones in abundance, I hope both of you can independently complete the large-scale expansion of space. There should be more alchemists in the future. As long as one can independently create a storage ring, survival on the path of alchemy is assured. Hill and Adrian nodded earnestly. Hill, who already enjoyed crafting tools, felt indifferent, but Adrian, who preferred potion alchemy, appeared rather despondent. Seeing Adrian's expression, Fran couldn't help but scold. "Look at the undead. What are sorcerers in comparison? Furthermore, you are not one of them. In the future, even if your magical power becomes formidable, it will be of no use. You can only seek refuge elsewhere or hide for the rest of your life. With so many undead around, where can you possibly hide?" Adrian quickly replied, "Teacher, I understand. Please do not be angry. I am merely feeling a bit frustrated, and I will strive to learn." Fran shook his head in lament. "Is there anyone still daring enough to oppose the undead?" Hill silently mused. "They will find out soon enough. They will turn on each other. The city defense battle is their true nature. In the twilight, Spence arrived to purchase the silver ship. Friend unhesitatingly removed his ship's core, stating, if His Majesty wishes to board this vessel, it would be best for him to set the core himself. Others may be permitted to use the ship, but he must remain the master of the core. My core is rather ordinary. It would be advisable for His Majesty to utilize one from a higher-level magic tower, which can accommodate more users. Spence nodded and left behind a ring for Fran. After counting the crystals within the ring, Fran distributed a portion to Adrian and Hill, declaring, we shall return overnight. Hill, you will go directly home. Adrian, you must accompany me to craft the airship. Hill nodded. Very well, grandfather. Do not worry about me. He embraced Alice and followed the two as they soared westward, returning to his territory. Chapter 51. Returning to the territory and organizing affairs currently. Salal is perhaps the safest place in the human realm. Approximately 100,000 undead participated in the city defense battle, while the remaining individuals are what one might call map-clearing enthusiasts. They utilize the teleportation arrays to traverse nearly every corner of Salal. Any tasks issued by those of a good neutral alignment have been nearly completed. These so-called tasks are merely cries for help from ordinary citizens oppressed by gangs, harmed by fallen professionals, or abused by decadent nobles who encounter passing high-level professionals. However, the Time-Space Deities platform fairly regards all of these as tasks. The result is that these players, who revel in uncovering every side quest within the game, have nearly cleaned Salal entirely. There are hundreds of thousands of celestial knights and sorcerers. No faction in Salal can escape their grasp. Aside from legendary figures, no one can stir up trouble in Salal anymore. Moreover, with the teleportation arrays now active, he'll effortlessly return to his territory. Fran and Adrian, however, chose to fly back on their own, unwilling to utilize the teleportation array. Hill felt no discomfort. He preferred not to fly himself. Upon entering the teleportation array, a platform bearing a small box floated before him, revealing all available teleportation destinations. Upon selecting Baron Polanio's territory, the platform displayed the words, charge. 2 standard crystal stones. With a cheerful chuckle, he tossed in 2 stones, and the platform emitted a glow, enveloping him and Alice. There was indeed a slight discomfort, reminiscent of a pendulum ride at an amusement park. The pressure was quite intense. And for those with insufficient physical constitution, it could indeed be overwhelming. He glanced down at Alice, who appeared unfazed and lively. Upon returning to his territory, Hill greeted Olivia and immediately soared back to the valley. In the air, he was perplexed to see several players already returned, meandering about the village. Aren't players supposed to flock to Cluslet? William had just issued a quest for constructing a capital. Well, never mind. He hadn't left his territory for such an extended period before. He longed to return home. Hill soon spotted Lister waving at him from outside the magic tower. Before even landing, Alice squirmed out of his arms, meowing as she dashed towards Merkel, who awaited her nearby. The sleek black panther sat gracefully, watching as Alice bounded towards him while licking its right paw. The small animals surrounding them quietly sought refuge in a nearby tree, preparing to observe the unfolding scene. Only Alice continued to meow blissfully. Hill covered his eyes, pretending not to notice Alice's impending scolding, and turned to enter the tower with Lister. Merkel didn't realize Alice was with us. She likely acted on a whim, and no one was aware. When Merkel sensed her presence fading from the territory, he anxiously sought me out. I told him that Alice had jumped onto the ship and ran off with you, and he became furious, howling in the trees for quite some time. Hill chuckled. She deserves to be scolded for her recklessness. Even if she came with me, she could only gaze out at the scenery from the ship. Who would dare let her wander outside? He inquired if there was anything happening on Lister's side of the territory. A few undead returned last night. The villagers are inquiring about the deification of the gods. It seems quite lively. Ever since the time-space deity connected the magical arrays and defense systems of the outer villages to the magic tower, Lister's control over the area has extended into the village. Hence, Hill had never worried about any incidents occurring in the village during his absence. Before leaving, he had directly informed the villagers that the entire village was monitored by the magic tower in his valley. Hill had never been inclined to test human nature. He believed it more equitable to draw clear boundaries, denying anyone the opportunity to betray. Are the returning undead the ones wishing to settle down? Have they met the requirements? Hill had only 3 prerequisites for players wishing to settle. They must establish a close relationship with the residents, contribute to the village to level 3, and maintain their alignment as lawful neutral or lawful good. Meeting these criteria, they could then swear an oath at the Timespace Chapel, pledging not to harm the interests of the territory or its residents while strictly abiding by Salal's laws. Little Dust, Old Cat, Moonlit Little Radish, Yin Che, and Night Rain's Feather have all returned. They have already submitted their requests to settle. Hill had entrusted the handling of affairs to Lister, rather than appointing a village chief and overseeing evaluations. He found it more intriguing for the Magic Tower's spirit to manage daily matters within a wizard's village. Have they gone to the Lord's Manor? What was your impression of them? They were very excited. Constantly mentioning something about the mainframe. It seems their world also has tower spirits like me, but they are typically unaffordable for ordinary individuals. What a technologically advanced world. You handle it, as long as it adheres to the rules. They wish to purchase houses. Houses or land. There is still plenty of space in the village. Would it be better to keep the villagers and undead separate? The church is on the left of the Lord's Manor, while the inn and shops are on the right. The villagers reside behind the shops. It would be best to arrange for the undead to live near the church. Some wish to build on their own, while others are inquiring about house styles to choose from. They feel the two-story houses where the villagers live are too cramped. Hill understood. He wasn't sure what kind of houses the undead could construct, so it would be best not to burden his villagers. Make it clear to the undead that there are magical arrays in the territory. They may only build in the designated areas assigned to them. The plumbing is fixed and cannot be altered. Understood. What about house styles? You can decide. Haven't I shared the house designs from my memory with you? Inform them that they may either reside further away or, if closer, they must negotiate a harmonious style. As long as it complies with the rules, I won't interfere with their construction, but they must report it to me. If something is overly impractical, I hope they understand the reasons for prohibition. He muttered. I hope there won't be 5 people building 5 different streets. Lister replied seriously. That won't happen, at most, for Yin Shay and Night Rain's Feather are a couple, planning to live together. Hill couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. As he spoke, they reached the top floor. Sierra stretched his waist and yawned. I'm off to rest. It has been a rather intense period. He glanced at List, who seemed to have something to say, and added, Before I sleep, I will transmit the observations from our outing into the crystal ball for you to review at your leisure. List nodded with a smile. Very well. Sir. Thank you, sir. After storing his memories, freshening up, and changing his clothes, Sierra lay on his bed but found it hard to drift off. Fran and Adrian must have already begun crafting the airship, naturally. He yearned to learn the art of airship creation from Fran as well. However, he was no longer qualified. Aside from Adrian, none possessed the right to study the most essential alchemical techniques that Fran held. This knowledge would remain a closely guarded secret, passed down through generations within Fran's magical tower. Beyond that, the lessons Sierra could learn had already been imparted to him by Fran and Adrian. In this world, the inheritance of a mage was exceedingly stringent. Those who were not heirs to a magical tower or an academic lineage would forever lack the opportunity to learn the most fundamental knowledge, including their own offspring. Generally, if a mage's child possessed sufficient magical aptitude, that child would be established as the heir. Yet, mages placed greater emphasis on magical talent. If their offspring did not reach their heights, they would simply give up and seek other students. Many mages could only bequeath their children enough wealth and resources but would not entrust their magical tower or academic legacy to them. What Melanie relinquished so easily was something countless individuals would strive for throughout their lives yet never attain. Fran held a fondness for Sierra, yet he never spoke of his foolish daughter. This was evident from his quest for vengeance against the royal family. He would act casually if it suited him, but he was unwilling to pay a hefty price. As a consequence of her rebellion, Sierra, no matter how cherished he was by Fran, would never be regarded as an heir above Adrian. Sierra was well aware of all this, and he was indifferent. For him, it was indeed impossible to comfortably consider himself as Fran's heir and compete with Adrian. He understood deep down that he lacked such qualifications. He despised Count Paraster but felt no fondness for Melanie. His respect for Fran and Adrian stemmed from their character, and both treated Sierra kindly, yet this kindness was predicated on his being a blood relative of Fran. Intertwined with the unspoken presence of Melanie, a topic none wished to broach. It was akin to sugar mixed with small stones, sweet, yet slightly abrasive. He was restless not due to sorrow over unattainable things but rather because everyone connected to him seemed to possess something or someone more significant than himself. The thought brought a tinge of loneliness. When one finds themselves idle, they tend to indulge in errant thoughts. Sierra slapped his forehead, urging himself to sleep. Upon awakening, it would be another glorious day. The next morning, feeling invigorated, Sierra decided to visit the territory. Those who chose to settle in such a remote area must surely have intriguing stories. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, he was swiftly noticed by players. Soon, someone entered. Sierra recognized the old cat who had previously inquired about the possibility of settling down. Over a month had passed, yet his enthusiasm remained unchanged. Once seated, List appeared at his side. The players seemed more interested in List. They belonged to a more courteous type. Although they were quietly observing List, they communicated via their tablets rather than speaking out loud. Sierra felt a slight fondness towards them and spoke directly. You may settle once conditions are met. You can approach List to handle the arrangements. However, I hope you will consider the living environment and atmosphere. List projected the village map into the air, indicating, to the left of the church, you can choose. Each house on the street must maintain a uniform ambience. The old cat inquired, we three are friends and wish to reside on the same street. Can we build our own houses? The construction blueprint must first be approved by List. Sierra responded. Of course, that is permissible. What is the maximum area we can choose? Each person can have 200 square meters. Yunche asked, if I live with you, can we have a larger space? Living together allows for an increase in area. Yu jumped up and enthusiastically patted Yunche's back. That's wonderful. We must build a beautiful big house. Xiao observed the pair, a little amused at the sight of the lowly and the grown man. Chapter 52. The settling players. The old cat cast an envious glance at the affectionate couple, his expression tinged with the unique jealousy of a single individual. Sierra felt he could almost read his thoughts. What are you so proud of? Couples who flaunt their love meet a swift demise. Xiao Huan tapped his arm, pulling him aside, and asked Sierra, we have a few more friends who wish to come. The settlement conditions remain the same. Correct? As of now, no changes are necessary. However, my village can accommodate at most 500 settlers. Xiao curiously inquired, why did you choose such a small village for settlement? There aren't many adventurer tasks here. Yunche replied, we have plenty to do in our own world. It is not feasible for us to grind tasks daily like others. This world is beautiful, and your territory does not impose completion requirements on the undead.eu, and I simply seek a place where we can coexist peacefully and comfortably. A place where we can cultivate our little home. The old cat shot a sideways glance at the lovebirds. We prefer a more leisurely lifestyle. If we feel inclined, we'll tackle some tasks. If not, we'll focus on our homes and living skills. Living skills, they have access to that. Sierra had assumed they could only learn alchemy. I enjoy making beautiful clothes and then traveling. Having a lovely home to rest in is essential, Yu Luo said earnestly. Standing on tiptoe to look at Sierra, Xiao Huan nodded in agreement. Your facilities here are quite complete, and if there is anything special needed, we can directly visit the neighboring territory. It's also convenient to access spellbooks. Sierra glanced at the little mage. Master Fran's territory has also opened for settlement. Only mages and sorcerers can. Xiao Huan shook his head. I do not wish to leave my friends. Yunche and Yi are both mages. Yet Yi also expressed her reluctance. The requirements for mages there are quite stringent. Without a commitment to alchemy or spell research, one cannot reside there. When we are together, it is a beautiful time, Yunche added slowly, as long as we see each other. We do not wish to deal with unnecessary complications. Sierra sensed that Yunche had shot a glance at the old cat, as if to flaunt their affection before the single man. Was he not afraid that his house might be set ablaze one day? You can choose your settlement locations with List. The house blueprints can also be selected there, Siege interjected, disrupting the undercurrents of their conversation. He glanced again at the little mage who had mentioned traveling. If you wish to travel, why choose the knight profession? Sky knights cannot fly too far. Riding is faster, and having a carriage is even better. It allows one to enjoy the scenery more clearly along the way. Yu Luo replied matter-of-factly, traveling solely by flying is rather dismal, while Solar is safe. The wilderness can be perilous. Sky knights may not necessarily be safe. If one dies, they can simply return to rest for a while before embarking again. You are not remarkable just because you are immortal. Sierra was at a loss for words. Noticing Sierra's silence, List approached the others, inviting them to follow him to the right puppet area to select plots and houses. The land only cost 100 crystal stones, right? The houses are only 20 crystal stones. Sierra felt his pricing was rather steep. Yet he found himself softening at the sounds of their discussion. List responded, we are located just outside the national borders, so the settlement prices are not high. Master Fran's territory would be a bit more expensive. William's place requires merit. The favorability requirements are exceedingly high, and in larger cities, gaining respect is quite challenging. The old cat grumbled, only the undead cities have lower requirements. Who would want to live there? Xiao Huan added, we do not wish to engage in conflict. Moreover, there are too many undead around. It is easy to stir trouble. Those families are bound to clash, Yu Luo remarked. The Sword Boy's entire family has moved to the demon sect. Qing Sheng has also gone to the apocalypse. The old cat chuckled. The apocalypse is quite bold. Indeed. They are currently distinguishing friend from foe. Yunche chimed in. Those who do not wish to get involved must either move to the capital or flee. Why don't you all go build a city? Siege interjected. The king has always been generous. The tasks are too demanding. Yu waved her hand. We have many things to accomplish daily. We prefer to stay home. Yunche gently patted her hair. Smiling in agreement, they want to level up quickly. Kexlot is already crowded. It's too noisy, and there is hardly any personal space. Yu lifted her gaze to meet his, and the two shared a subtle smile. Siege shook his head, utterly disinterested in engaging with the love-struck fool. The old cat turned to List. Can we choose the houses along this wall? How many stories can we build? I want a view of the outside. Yunche quickly turned back to examine the map. List replied. This area on the left is available for selection. However, you must agree on a unified theme for each street. Excessive individuality is not permitted. At the very least, the houses on one street must maintain a consistent style. Houses cannot exceed 6 stories, and basements must not exceed 20 meters in depth. Can we build ourselves? The old cat asked the other two. Not a chance. You can't even draw a straight line. Xiao Chenhuan immediately dismissed him. You two better not try to push everything onto me. I can only manage 2 stories. Yu Shaoluo had already begun examining the blueprints of the alchemical puppet summoned by List, exclaiming, we should select differently. As long as the colors and styles do not clash, it will suffice. First, pick what you like, then we can discuss. Besides, there are architectural designs for the entire street here. This is certainly better than our haphazard approach. The 3 individuals each occupied a puppet and immersed themselves in their selections. Yunche and Yi Yuqingyu exchanged glances before finding a puppet to sit on, leaning their heads together as they began to choose. Sierra retrieved a book and started to read leisurely, curious about which styles these individuals would ultimately select. Yu Shaoluo looked up and inquired, are there no wooden houses? List replied, the felling of trees is prohibited within the territory. All right then. The game also emphasizes environmental protection. This is merely a requirement of our territory, List stated with a serious demeanor. The local lord has elven lineage and is quite protective of nature. The old cat covertly glanced at the reading Sierra and muttered softly. No wonder he looks so submissive. Sierra chose to ignore the comment, having long since mentally prepared himself for such remarks. Is there anyone in the territory capable of constructing houses? Xiao Chenhuan asked. I see the villagers are all ordinary folk. The earth elementals summoned by the Lord are of mage level and can directly shape the houses. Other alchemical puppets can handle the rest. Is the Lord a summoner? He simply enjoys using summoning magic for its convenience. Then let us go with this one. Yu Shaoluo exclaimed, this house with a white base and red tiles is quite beautiful. Plus it is 5 stories. The others gathered around to take a look, including Yunche and Yiyu. List approached Sierra and whispered, it is the blueprint imitating the town of Baden-Baden. Sierra recalled the broad tree-lined avenue flanked by Baroque-style houses with gardens, their fences adorned with white lilies of the valley. He touched his forehead, remembering that at the very bottom of this street, he had sketched a small creek. Where is the creek in the village? The old cat asked. List walked over. The waterway has always been in place, diverting from the mountains, though it is usually underground. If needed, one can simply excavate. Can we dig ourselves? I want to create a swimming pool. Yu Shaoluo exclaimed joyfully. Diggable areas will be indicated on your map. The houses are equipped with plumbing. Random excavations are not permitted. Areas with water will also be marked. Won't we dig into a magic circle? The basement is 20 meters deep, and the maximum excavation depth outside the house is 30 meters, List stated earnestly. Exceeding this depth will trigger an alarm to me. If you insist on disregarding this, your settlement qualification will be revoked. Please take a careful look at the construction requirements for the houses, as they include specifications for plumbing and basements. The group exchanged glances. No one spoke, and they returned to discussing the houses. Sierra felt as if the core hidden within List's magic tower might ignite. With a resigned sigh, he finally said, once you've made your decisions, just call for me. I am List. Please do not forget. Sierra's lordly residence was a 2-story building covering an area of 500 square meters. The ground floor featured a spacious hall, with a staircase to the left and several supporting columns to the right. Chairs were arranged behind the columns, distanced from Sierra's desk at the center. Sierra felt somewhat fortunate for his earlier clarity of mind. The players were still disinterested in approaching this area to converse with him. Although Sierra could hear their discussions from afar and engage with them, the players lacked the skill to communicate over distance as if speaking directly into each other's ears. However, they did not need to learn, for Sierra's voice could only travel within a kilometer, while they had tablets as communication tools, allowing them to converse regardless of location. Upon seeing List disappear, they shifted the topic. Are the magic circles located below 30 meters? If we can dig to 30 meters, then it must be at least 50 meters. Shall we try digging? Forget it. I do not wish to be expelled alongside you. The tower spirit does not lie. After some discussion, they ultimately decided against taking risks and resumed deliberating over the blueprints. Yu Qingyu and Yun Che whispered to each other before addressing the three individuals. If you choose this blueprint, we shall reside on this street as well, whichever side you select. We will choose the opposite. It is simply a matter of whether to be near the mountain or the water. Yu Shaoluo chimed in. The old cat added, I also wish to choose this one. The others are parallel to the village gate. While only this street extends from the mountains all the way to the outer wall, allowing a view of the fields beyond, this street is indeed the widest, Yun Che remarked. All eyes turned to the quiet Xiao Huan, who pondered for a moment, scrutinized the options further, and finally nodded. All right then. The group then debated which side to choose. After an intense discussion, the three old cats opted for the creek side, while Yun Che and Yu Qingyu selected the mountain side. They unanimously agreed to position themselves along the wall. The tree-lined avenue on the other side would be reserved for future inhabitants without choices. They then became engrossed in the specifics of their respective houses' layouts and architectural structures. Sierra deemed it unnecessary to continue listening. He did not believe these players could swiftly determine their housing construction methods. List would handle future matters. Sierra had already decided to allocate the 10 crystal stones required for house construction. Whoever appeared first would receive them. With the earth elementals managing the distribution, until Kelslot was fully constructed, there seemed to be no other pressing matters requiring Sierra's decision. He resolved to return and focus on researching spatial crystal stones. At the very least to create some substantial storage space. Chapter 53. Siege is a mage. Siege plunged into his alchemical laboratory, fortified with the highest level of protection. This small chamber, merely 5 square meters, was constructed from the hardest metal in the world, forged from the essence of mithril. The protective magic circle was set up by Fran, and in the center, a chair was securely shielded. The attribute-less crystal stones presented by the players had been tightly compressed to form the protective barrier for this chair. Sierra settled into the chair and activated all the magic circles. He first expelled all other elements from the laboratory and then took out a considerable number of smaller spatial crystal stones, meticulously crushing them until they disintegrated into invisibly small spatial elements. When a sufficient quantity of spatial elements filled the small room, Sierra closed his eyes and entered a state of quiet meditation. The spatial elements swirled and danced within the laboratory, and Sierra observed them with his mental energy, noting when they connected and when they repelled each other. After a week of sleepless meditation, his mind gradually outlined the preferences and aversions of the spatial elements. Sierra carefully used his mental energy to combine the spatial elements into various runes. This may sound simple, but it was the result of over a decade of Sierra's efforts, during which he had wasted countless other attribute crystal stones to hone his observational skills. Elements possess personalities. Fire elements are lively. Earth elements are steady. Wood elements are ethereal. Metal elements are sharp. And water elements are gentle. The rare lightning elements he could only analyze as having a ruthless character. In contrast, spatial elements are elusive. The difficulty in creating storage spaces arises from the challenge of combining these fleeting spatial elements into runes and then depicting them into patterns. Due to the rarity of spatial crystal stones, no one could afford to crush them in such quantities. Even legendary figures would struggle to find enough. The only method is to stabilize the small spaces they manage to condense. Thus, the size of spatial crystal stones is of utmost importance. However, alchemists of Sierra's caliber often spend extensive periods studying the structural combinations of the 5 elemental types. Faced with this new element, they would not be at a loss for a starting point. In this tightly sealed laboratory, Sierra utilized his mental energy to manipulate the spatial elements, assembling them into various runic configurations. He then arranged these runes into magic circles. While the process of arrangement and combination was laborious, Siege possessed an abundance of patience. Fully protected, he persevered through the explosions and spatial rifts generated by the various magic circles until the spatial elements within the room were entirely depleted. Sierra realized that his abilities were still insufficient to study spatial spells. The runes he had formed were rather complex, lacking any offensive capability and taking too long to cast. However, a few smaller runes could indeed be used to inscribe spatial magic circles. Stretching out, he decided to take a break. Upon exiting the laboratory, Sierra was greeted by List, who had come to welcome him. Did the experiment succeed, sir? There has been a slight improvement, but it is far from sufficient, Sierra pondered before responding. It holds little practical use, only allowing for the expansion of your warehouse. That is still quite good. Congratulations, sir. Let us not dwell on this. My foundational magic is still lacking, and I do not expect to achieve much. Creating some magic circles and storage devices will suffice. Has anything significant occurred during this time? Nothing major. Alice has been chased by Merkel for a few days and has decided to hide away to cultivate. The 5 undead have already chosen their house blueprints yesterday and will begin construction today. The water elemental family and the wood elemental family approached me this morning, hoping to find some tasks to undertake. It appears that the territory is indeed quite idle. Have the water elementals construct a more aesthetically pleasing small creek along the left wall, extending to the right turn ahead, and then curve towards the church at the entrance, setting up a fountain pool in the small square outside the church. Choose a design that complements the church well.as for the tree-lined avenue. Once their houses are completed, instruct the wood elementals to transplant some large trees over at night, preferably 1 or 2 that can be observed as treants. Every elemental spirit that ventures out receives 20 crystal stones each. After all, they covet the attribute-less elemental crystal. However, it is imperative to advise them to remain inconspicuous. Indeed, sir, Mr. Old Cat and his companions have some friends who also wish to settle here and are currently engaged in bounty tasks. Alas, there are no tasks available within our territory. The surrounding magical beasts have long fled, and the contribution from ordinary wild animals is far too meager. Each day, they must travel great distances from the territory to hunt magical beasts. We have no intention of expanding our territory. I initially considered inviting them to the neighboring area. Yet, Master Fran's magical tower is rife with many undead, who can clear out the area faster than we can. With a furrowed brow, Hill rubbed his forehead and said, "Inform the general store that I am in need of various ores. I will accept anything. The undead possess basic identification skills, so notify them that as long as the stones are not utterly worthless, I will take them. Have they already sent the herbs to Grandfather's territory? If they have, I will accept those as well. Should anything rare turn up, please inform Adrian, and have him purchase it back at the original price." "Understood. Master, I wish to concern myself with nothing at present. All I desire is to go upstairs, wash up, and sleep. Unless there is something of great importance, do not disturb me. When I awaken, I will attend to expanding the storage." "Yes, Master, I shall manage the daily affairs on my own. Wishing you sweet dreams." After indulging in a soothing hot bath, Hill leapt onto his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he beheld a magnificent tree, its branches lush and towering, reaching both heaven and earth. Hill lay beneath its expansive green canopy. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressed him, and he rolled softly upon the verdant grass. A melodious voice tenderly called out to him, "My child, my beloved child, you must grow well and grow quickly." That was the voice of the earth. "My mother, I shall thrive." Hill licked his substantial forepaw and touched his cheek. Was something amiss? Suddenly, Hill became alert. When did I acquire paws? And my mother is not of this world. As the beautiful dream transformed into a nightmare, Hill awoke with a start, realizing that overnight he had become a sorcerer. Perhaps it was due to excessive consumption that his body naturally entered a meditative state, absorbing the dense elemental energies of the 3 systems within the territory, leading to his unknowing advancement. Hill was too preoccupied to rejoice. He first closed his eyes and meticulously examined his newly awakened abilities with his mental power. The god of time and space remains reliable. The divine force is indeed formidable that I still possess a human body. The human genes prevail. The bear's genes have not manifested. Hill exhaled softly, awakening the most profound memories within his bloodline. This is quite normal. The higher the level of a sorcerer, the more they can perceive the inherited memories of their bloodline species. As long as I retain my human identity, there shall be no issue. If one day I encounter elven memories, that too would be quite normal. Perhaps I truly am a druid. Hill chuckled to himself, thoroughly startled. With a sudden motion, Hill lay back on the bed, remaining in a daze for over 10 minutes before rising again to inspect his newly awakened spells. His previous spells had been enhanced, and their consumption significantly reduced. However, while the newly emerged spells were powerful, it was evident that he could scarcely afford to employ many of them. Gravitational field. This control skill is indeed an excellent tactic against Sky Knights. Shadow shift. Standing on the ground, one can exchange positions with the summoned Earth element. Summon Earth Elemental Lord. This legendary Earth Elemental, though summonable, cannot be controlled unless in a life or death situation. Hill would certainly not use it. The original summoning of Earth elements could only reach the level of sorcerer. However, Hill would prefer to wait until the leader of the Earth Elemental family he contracted reaches legendary status before daring to employ the summoning of a lord. Decades are a wait he can endure. Additionally, there are Earthquake and Meteor Shower, fundamental earth spells. Tidal Dance of the Moon, a water-based restorative spell, capable of detoxification. Hill scrutinized further. It seemed the water element within him was indeed quite weak. As only this singular spell existed, forest formation, a wood-based defensive spell, summoning trees to form a defensive array, he can conceal himself within. The Forest Song and Starry Night in the Forest are enhancements of the forest formation spell. One primarily restores, while the other focuses on offense. The Forest Song can also detoxify. Counting through his spells, Hill found that apart from the earth spells, he possessed no offensive abilities. The sorcerer profession is indeed dictated by character. Hill had never engaged in combat, thus it was entirely reasonable for him to awaken with such a spell list. Yet, Hill remained unconcerned. Although he advanced swiftly, his foundation was solid, the divine force, being a power that utilizes rules. Bears minimal after effects. A wizard's body only reaches a similar rate of elemental absorption as a sorcerer upon reaching the sorcerer stage. However, ordinary sorcerers begin to reveal their shortcomings upon reaching the sorcerer stage. Indeed, apart from forbidden spells, all spells inscribed upon the soul can be instantaneously cast. To put it simply, the mana pool becomes depleted, a few substantial spells cast, and the magic power is exhausted. Conversely, a wizard's spells are honed through relentless practice. And upon reaching the sorcerer tier, each spell is the epitome of simplicity. With the same mana pool, a wizard can unleash 10 spells, while a sorcerer managing 6 is already impressive. Yet Hill, adhering strictly to the wizard's training regimen, has diligently studied each spell inscribed upon his soul. Instantaneous spells for survival are certainly preferable. Hill is not devoid of other spells. Fran's spellbook bestowed upon him contains several legendary spells. Hill pondered for a moment, realizing that Adrian was likely preoccupied with shipbuilding under Fran's guidance, and decided it best not to provoke him. He resolved to rise and descend to expand the storage. The study of spatial elements should come to a close for now. Hill's abilities are still insufficient. For the time being, he ought to focus on thoroughly researching his sorcerer-level spells. Chapter 54. Adrian is also a sorcerer. Hill became utterly engrossed in his training, almost entirely forgetting the world beyond, until Adrian reached out to him. "I have become a sorcerer," Adrian exclaimed, filled with elation. "The teacher has granted me a half-month break." Hill remained silent. Adrian, oblivious to Hill's quietude, continued his exuberant monologue. "The teacher has developed several spatial spells, and the rules have acknowledged them. The spatial laws have rewarded the teacher with numerous benefits. His legendary path holds promise." Hill's spirits lifted immediately. "Really? Where is grandfather?" "Still in the laboratory. The teacher intends to utilize the new spatial spells to construct William's ship. This way, there will be no need to leave a storage facility in the lower levels. However, the core of the floating ship must incorporate certain spatial rules. Otherwise, it cannot command the puppets to utilize the storage space. As for the kind of space that allows habitation, there is still no clue. That can be left to William. After all, they possess divine power." Hill responded, "I have just figured out how to expand the storage. When you have time, come see it. Perhaps our directions differ. I will come over in 2 days after my break. And I can chat with you. The undead have been quite troublesome. Have they begun fighting again?" Zislet is indeed a divine realm, where no one can wield force. Those who dare to act face divine retribution. However, those who do not believe in that deity dare not be disrespectful there, yet as a race favored by the gods, they engaged in fierce combat. Those who dared to use their powers were instantly transported out of the divine realm by spatial spells. Those who continued to fight were directly eliminated by spatial slicing spells. In the end, they resorted to brawling with their fists. It was one thing for the men to brawl, but the women joined in as well. I can hardly imagine how that deity perceives his female priest rolling about, pulling hair and scratching faces. I wonder if I will burst into laughter the next time I see Olivia. Do not torment poor Olivia. She has yet to learn how to interact with the undead. She still hopes to draw a few of them into the church for prayers. Poor child, did you not tell her to simply turn a blind eye and manage the church? Her desire for more favor from the deity is not entirely wrong. I have spoken to her, yet she remains insistent on dealing with the undead. I have also given her a task tablet from my territory, which should provide her with some leverage over the undead. Coupled with the church's own tasks, she can barely manage. If she wishes to forge her own path, let her be. After all, she is a newborn deity. Perhaps she will succeed. Let her be. She comes from a noble family and knows how to find her way. As long as she does not trouble you, that is sufficient. She will not. Although the behavior patterns of the undead are peculiar, one can still discern some regulations and boundaries. Their society must have stringent laws. Even in our world, they unconsciously adhere to them. Olivia's probing is quite subtle. Some undead cannot even detect it. They possess a high tolerance for beautiful women. That is quite fortunate. That deity has always favored just and fair laws. So it is natural for him to seek out followers from such a world. The teacher has always held great respect for the deity of contracts, though he has not mentioned it lately. Humans are inherently selfish, and deities possess their own interests as well. It is quite normal for that deity to make such a choice. I wonder how the starry sky is faring now. I will organize the recent news and share it with you in a couple of days. Please extend my congratulations to grandfather. Of course. Hill sat in delight for a moment. There are no shortcuts on the legendary path. Becoming a divine-favored legend requires a substantial expenditure of divine power. Deities will only intervene for their own religious leaders, although Fran has only recently become a sorcerer. His profound foundation makes it no easy feat to discover the path to legend. Hill understands that Fran will undoubtedly choose the path of alchemy, but that road is exceedingly narrow. It has remained untraveled for millennia. That represents an entirely new interpretation of the rules. It is rather challenging that I did not anticipate finding a direction so swiftly, which is truly splendid. Hill joined his hands in gratitude towards William. He then inquired of Lister, who was waiting nearby. How is the village faring? Is there anything amiss? The tree-lined avenue has been completed. They are quite pleased with the houses. The old cat's friends have decided to reside there as well. And I have already constructed the fences for those homes. The wood spirits have enlightened 5 treants, yet some in the territory wish to exchange visits from time to time as they are eager to witness the festivities. He paused for a moment. The treants believe it to be an extraordinary event to observe human merriment without moving an inch. Hill could not help but rub his forehead. Very well. Let them draw lots to go out in batches, and no fighting. Understood, sir. As for the other streets, ensure the plots are divided properly, and plant the trees and flowers accordingly. Yes, sir. Before the undead truly proliferate. Make the village more aesthetically pleasing. Let all the walls be adorned with windmill jasmine. Which variety, sir? Certainly the ones from our territory. They are particularly fragrant, are they not? Ask that sapient one for a few cuttings. Yes, sir. Hill resolved to visit the Earth Elemental Chief and observe the distinctions between the other 2 newly formed families in the territory. The Earth Elemental Lord was already at the level of a magus prior to his contract with Hill, referring to themselves as the Elemental Sovereign. Ever since Hill ascended to magus rank, he had remained within the Earth Elemental territory beneath the magic tower. Hill was curious to see him. As elemental spirits did not possess a so-called legendary path, their journey lay within their very names. Their hearts are steadfastly simple, lacking the complexities found within humanity. The one in Hill's territory was solely eager to experience the human world. He wandered aimlessly each day, delighting in startling small creatures by suddenly emerging from underground. Hill dispatched Earth Elementals to construct houses, disregarding the chief's dignity, as he would seize opportunities daily. However, he had not emerged for several days, causing Hill some concern. It could not be a promotion. It would likely take him several decades to smoothly attain the status of legendary lord. But certainly not at this moment. Hill was uncertain what had transpired. As he descended the elevator to the underground level, the concentration of earth elements was astonishing. Ordinary people would likely be assimilated into stone upon entry. Even ordinary mages would struggle to resist such a potent elemental force. Hill found the air refreshing, with his magical energy circulating at an accelerated pace. Sometimes, feigning ignorance proved futile, while earth elementals regarded Hill as one of their own. The wood and water elementals merely considered him a distant relative. Hill intended to have the earth elemental territory constructed within his magic tower, a notion never broached by the latter 2. Indeed, elementals possessed their own names, yet they would only announce them publicly upon reaching the rank of Lord. As Hill gazed upon the imposing chief before him, he silently anticipated the moment when he would learn the chief's name. What brings you here? Hill, a rumbling voice echoed. You haven't been out in several days. Has something occurred? A new elemental domain has emerged in the elemental realm, he stated solemnly. Even I, as a lord upon the continent, was summoned for a meeting. There exists a place in the elemental realm akin to your wilderness, where newly born elements can establish families. I once resided in that very place, unlike the human world. The elemental wilderness is devoid of anything, a solitude that nearly drove me mad. A new elemental domain has now arisen there, manifesting 2 elements, time and space, cohabiting. Unlike us, who prefer the continent, they have bypassed the human realm and directly connected to the rivers of time and space. There is a shared concern amongst us, as that deity has established their divine realm within the river of time and space. The relationship between deities and elements is tenuous at best. We are uncertain if the god of time and space will invade the elemental realm. The elemental lords have been convening these past few days to discuss whether to sever the connection between the ancestral lands of time-space elements and the majority of elemental habitats. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from other elemental ancestral lands. Have any conclusions been reached? The elemental lords are engaged in serious deliberations. It may take them thousands of years. They are still debating whether to notify the time-space elements about the meeting. As a minor sovereign, I merely listened in the past few days to express my respect for the lords. The only advantage is that it allows us to receive news from the elemental realm. The Grand Lord of Earth Elements has opened a channel for me. Let us set aside those matters. Do you not perceive the increased concentration of Earth elements here? Look at the veins of, or in the ground. I have been connecting the veins to your array, and Lister has remarked that the defensive power of the territory has strengthened. Furthermore, ever since you became a magus, my power has surged tremendously. Each day, I feel as though I am nearing the limits of my physical capacity. It is somewhat painful. I am feeling unwell and cannot leave the tower these past few days. When you have the time, please come and place some attribute-less crystals. I am about to exhaust my supply. I was also thinking of raising the height of your mountain a bit. Adding more earth to the valley might provoke the water elementals. Hill nodded. You may proceed as you see fit. I shall instruct Lister to place the crystals. Hill observed the ground, which had largely transformed into attribute-less crystals of the earth element. He still found their method of cultivation, clutching attribute-less crystals and engaging in immersive exchanges, quite peculiar. Hill took out all the crystals he carried with him. The earth elemental chief gleefully embraced several for cultivation. The others were discarded onto the ground, and soon earth elementals flocked to collect them. The means of communication among the elements was indeed remarkably swift, and they bore no selfishness. Any matters were immediately shared with family members. There were no secrets among the elements, however. Intriguingly, their possessions were only shared within the family. They would inform members of other families about valuable items, encouraging them to seek them out. Members of other families did not harbor desires to acquire from them and would happily search elsewhere. Hill swiftly returned to his study and summoned Lister. Please pay attention to the earth elemental territory. Place some attribute-less crystals once they run out. What about the other two elemental territories? Lister inquired curiously. There is no concept of secrecy among elements. You are aware of this, right? As my contracted race, they receive a daily share of 100 crystals, which you should place. Currently, the members of those two races do not number 100, so there will always be some surplus each day. They will simply take notice of the crystals. They do not count how many there are. Understood, sir. Hill sighed softly. It seems I need to focus on generating income. Chapter 55. Communication with Adrian. Adrian indeed arrived 2 days later. The moment he flew into the magic tower, he immediately queried, "Are the windmill jasmines outside your village magical plants? They startled me when I flew past. There is a sentient one in the territory that can communicate." I requested some cuttings from her, and she was quite pleased to see the outside world and meet more humans. You nearly gave me a heart attack. As long as it can be controlled, it should be fine. That thing can even daze a magus. The undead have settled here. We must prepare for potential conflicts. What if they were to lay siege one day? I have even prepared water to extinguish fires. There is a small stream on the left and a concealed channel on the right. Adrian appeared somewhat stunned. Would they truly be that reckless? Did not their chief deity establish a formation capable of slaying them directly? When the undead go mad, they are not much more rational than those besieging beasts, Hill retorted. Anyone with a bit of gaming experience knows that players have engaged in similar assaults on strongholds or invasions into rival factions. Hill recalled a time during his early gaming days when two factions clashed, culminating in one group uniting to eliminate the other faction's leader. Players are usually orderly, but when they go berserk, even the most chaotic among them cannot keep up. Adrian pondered for a moment. Then I shall also release high-tier puppets for patrols upon my return. Giamont has the ability to control legendary puppets. I recall that my teacher possesses 2 or 3. I must ensure they are placed within the tower. However, you must exercise caution. Hill, when did you become a magus? Just in the past few days. You are already aware that sorcerers advance rapidly, are you not? Soul? No issues there. That deity's power is quite reliable. A complete human soul, a human body. The bloodline, however, is another matter. It increasingly leans towards the nature element. Is your inheritance memory that of the bear of earth or the elf? Adrian threw a direct question at him. The bear. Hill replied weakly. Earth is earth. What on earth is the nature element? My wood and water elements have not vanished, you know. Then this druid must at least be legendary. Adrian exclaimed. At this stage, you have not been consumed by the bloodline of the Bear of Earth. Hill chose to ignore him. Adrian was merely envious of his swift advancement. Adrian composed himself, settling onto the sofa. I will inform my teacher upon my return. With your promotion, we can worry a little less. Does Lister's Corps need my assistance in upgrading? Hill smiled as he sat on a nearby small sofa. Please help me imprint the spatial laws you mentioned. You may also take a look at the warehouse I constructed. However, the air inside is rather thin, having been expelled by the spatial elements. Those below the level of Magus cannot utilize it. Adrian nodded. Your approach diverges from ours. Since you have discovered a new path, I can directly teach you those few laws. Hill, do not hesitate to discuss knowledge that can be exchanged equally. Our relationship has grown amicable, allowing me to handle many matters directly. However, you must understand that the teacher has embarked on a legendary path. I have also reaped numerous benefits from this journey that I believe that my own legendary potential is not without hope. The challenges faced by sorcerers on their way to legend are far greater and more numerous. It is quite likely that you will arrive at that point much later than I. By then, the magical tower ought to be under the management of my students. Upon reaching legend, human emotions tend to become significantly dulled. I am uncertain whether, at that time, I and the teacher will still extend the same care towards you. My students will harbor no emotional ties to you. Therefore, it is imperative that you establish clear rules now and refrain from imparting knowledge to us indiscriminately. You must steadfastly adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange among mages. After all, your awakened bloodline of the Earth Bear has surely extended your lifespan considerably, has it not? The longer one lives, the more crucial it becomes to uphold principles from the outset. Sierra listened with a smile to Adrian's admonition, feeling a warmth within. Only those who genuinely care for your well-being will instruct you in such a manner. Reaching 3,000 years is undoubtedly within reach, he remarked with a grin. If I can attain legend, living for a millennium would be quite normal. Adrian rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the knowledge that sorcerers find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to legend, I would have certainly stormed off by now. Uncle Adrian, are you expressing so much because you plan to take on students? Indeed, it would be wise to take on a promising student and guide them diligently. Otherwise, I would truly retreat into seclusion, leaving no one to engage with the undead. Most of the merchants are still at the apprentice level, and they tremble at the sight of the undead. Sierra, this deity values education. Do you not realize that the arrival of the undead will impact the lower strata? The teacher has already sent Bowen to instruct the merchant's children. At the very least, one must possess a professional rank to interact with the undead, observing that they are unlikely to depart anytime soon. Even the shrewdest lords must establish a foundation for education. The teacher has even placed the legacy of the Sky Knights into a newly constructed ordinary library near the merchant's convoy. The young men of the convoy have been visiting the library daily. After all, without a solid foundation, even if they acquire advanced texts, they will be unable to comprehend them. Sierra nodded slightly. I have also provided a substantial collection of foundational texts for Olivia's library. However, her literacy classes are yet to commence, as the commoners in the territory have only received a modicum of education. She has been tirelessly assisting them in their training. List mentioned that 2 young individuals have already become knights. Unfortunately, the former knights could venture outward, but now, with the proliferation of Sky Knights, they are relegated to remaining in the territory as guards. Ambitious nobles must strive to bolster the number of professionals in their domains, investing vast resources to cultivate higher ranks. Adrian scoffed. William changed the capital without consulting anyone, that he simply established it with the undead, with wealth, manpower, and sufficient backing to instill despair if the nobles do not change their ways. Who knows what they will become in the future? He then smiled again. When William drafted soldiers, you asked me to inform our family. After I relayed the message, only a few children from the branches responded. Now, regretting it is futile that William's army is nearly complete, that Tio joined now. One must start as a mere foot soldier. What good is it to come to me to lament? The fact that they are now considering joining is already a sign of their cleverness, Sierra remarked coolly. It seems William possesses specialized training methods, Adrian continued, though details have not been disclosed. A child from my family has already become a great knight in less than a year. Sierra nodded silently, recalling the elusive time element and those sorcerers of the undead. Adrian perked up. Let us not dwell on those matters. The divine is beyond comprehension, an embodiment of rules. Those 2 legendary mages accompanying William have already taken their students to Kexlode. The original magical tower has been surrendered, and it now serves the undead. Do you remember that spatial square from the past? William has designated it as royal family property. A substantial amount of rent is allocated to the royal members each year. However, Kexluot has not taken a single sorrel. William's attitude towards the sorrel royal family is quite ambiguous. Many are now at a loss. However, the silver lining is that Edward and Charles are unlikely to return. They probably lack the courage to approach the northern wall, as the Spencer family will not easily let them off the hook. Sierra recalled the Count Paraster's family, who had not been seen for quite some time. Their names had faded from the lips of Fran and Adrian. Yet, that Helen, at the moment Edward was expelled from the royal capital, was directly poisoned by his wife. Leaving the capital, Edward, a knight, could only rely on his Sky Knight son, facing the lover he once cherished so deeply, almost losing the throne because of her. Without uttering a single word, Adrian had only coldly remarked a few times about the foolish and greedy woman receiving her just deserts. Then they ceased to mention it. If not for today's discussion, Sierra might have forgotten entirely. Had they not provoked William, the Sorrel royal family would still be a true royal family, Adrian lamented. Now, who knows how William perceives himself? No one dares to inquire. Among the Sorrel nobility, the Spencer family currently stands in the most advantageous position. That has little to do with us. That deity has minimal need for faith. That is true. But who else can the Sorrel people worship? Adrian replied. The main temple of the Obastions is now contemplating departure. All of them, who would dare remain in Sorrel under a contract with that one? Who knows what the cosmos holds? That deity has established their divine realm within the river of time and space, making it inaccessible to ordinary deities. How do you know? The location of that deity's divine realm remains undiscovered by mages. In the elemental realm, two types of time-space elements have emerged. Did your elements inform you? The Earth Elements leader is quite powerful within the ruling class. He was notified during the Elemental Realms conference. Wait, let me contact Tiamat. I must inform him as soon as the teacher exits the laboratory. This is a piece of information worth trading. By all means. Adrian swiftly ran off to contact Tiamat. Sierra settled down by the bay window to wait. The teacher has not yet emerged. Adrian approached and said, "Let us head down to inspect your warehouse first. Then proceed to upgrade List's core." Sierra summoned List, who appeared with a face full of excitement. Sierra felt somewhat helpless. "I thought you were not much inferior to Tiamat." Every tower spirit feels delighted to have their core imbued with more comprehensive rules. "Sir," List replied cheerfully, "if one day you wish to relocate the magical tower to a demiplane, I hope to continue serving you. You do have a way with words, List. Thank you for the compliment." "Sir." The group arrived at the warehouse, and Adrian quickly became engrossed in the runes. Observing Adrian, who seemed unlikely to emerge anytime soon, Sierra decided to take a stroll outside the magical tower. "List, accompany Uncle Adrian." "Yes, Master." Adrian remained in the warehouse until the following day before regaining his senses. That he quickly sought out Sierra. "Sierra, your thought process diverges significantly from ours. I will first inscribe List's principles and provide you with this crystal ball containing detailed introductions. You may study it at your own pace, and if you have questions, feel free to ask me when I return in a few days. This perspective will undoubtedly be beneficial to the teacher." Sierra felt a bit bewildered. Unsure of the situation, yet he promptly agreed. Adrian ruffled his hair. "You have truly grown up. You will undoubtedly become a formidable alchemist." Sierra watched as Adrian hurriedly departed, clutching the crystal ball and turning to List, who was standing by. "Go follow Uncle Adrian. That is your core." List vanished in an instant. Sierra decided to examine the contents of the crystal ball to ascertain the direction of Fran's research, hoping to uncover the reason for Adrian's excitement. Chapter 56. Preparing for a journey, Sierra listened attentively to Fran's detailed teachings within the crystal ball, and he gradually grasped why Adrian claimed their approaches were entirely opposite. Although Sierra studied civil engineering, he also held a dual degree in geology. He had initially considered pursuing a graduate degree in civil engineering. Should that fail, he would delve into mineral studies and geology. Thus, he possessed knowledge in mineralogy. Years of habit conditioned him to explore the electronic configurations of crystalline ions. Upon discovering that spatial crystals were composed of singular elements, he pivoted to studying crystal defects and valence state changes. The variability and complexity of single-element structures did not seem overly challenging to Sierra, who believed he had summarized most of the definitive laws through years of experimentation. However, in this world, such systematic research was still in its infancy. Alchemists tended to focus on the crystals themselves, Fran initially expanded the capacity of crystals of varying sizes and then compared them to discern certain patterns. With continued experimentation, one could invariably uncover how elements preferred to combine or separate. Sierra had long felt that his years of study had lost much of their significance in this fantastical realm, yet that was not the case. What he retained was not only the diligent attitude cultivated through arduous study, but also a steady mindset alongside the systematic approach of modern science. Reflecting on his alchemical studies, he recalled how Melanie had directly taught him and subsequently provided a plethora of fragments for experimentation. At that time, he was preoccupied with memorizing vast amounts of knowledge, directly comparing and observing the fragments to reinforce his memory. Essentially, he had meticulously studied every mineral he could acquire, analyzing their compositions. At that time, he was not yet capable of directly utilizing his mental power to disintegrate the crystal stones into their elemental forms. However, after acquiring the crystals, he employed various experimental apparatus to crush the stones and analyze their composition and properties. Melanie, back then, harbored no objections to his actions. Hill regarded this as a normal pursuit of research. Was it not so? Hill, lost in reverie, recalled that it was only after his ascension to the rank of sorcerer that he could use his mental power to disintegrate crystals down to their elemental states. Transitioning from the macroscopic to the microscopic, he felt a surge of delight at the thought that his mental power was akin to a scanning tunneling microscope combined with synchrotron radiation and mineral dissociation analysis instruments. Such feats could be accomplished even in a high-temperature, high-pressure laboratory. At that time, the books provided by Fran indeed lacked any discourse on this matter, yet Hill paid no heed, considering it all foundational knowledge. Was it not? It turned out not to be so. They had painstakingly summarized numerous laws based on the structural distinctions of the varying sizes of crystal stones. Hill swallowed hard, deciding that he would remain silent. He could scarcely fathom how far Fran would progress after adopting such a line of thinking. Hill meticulously recalled the specifics of elemental geochemistry, although some details had slipped from his memory. He retained a substantial amount. The potency of his mental power indeed enabled him to achieve an extraordinary retention of knowledge. He selected a few topics he could discuss, awaiting Fran's arrival. List appeared at his side. "Sir, I feel even more powerful." Hill turned to look at him. "How are the ores in our warehouse classified?" "By elemental categories." List replied nonchalantly. "The mixed types are also segregated." From the second series to the multi-series. "Has Uncle Adrian already departed?" "He flew off directly after he was done. He was in quite a rush." Hill summoned List's control crystal and shifted the theoretical analyses of mineralogy and elemental geochemistry he had just contemplated into it. "Summarize this with your intellect that rivals that of a thinking machine. Once grandfather arrives, relay it to him that if he offers you anything, just accept it. Are you not inclined to negotiate with Master Fran? Grandfather would not let me suffer any losses, but I truly do not wish to engage him in direct discussion about this. Should we incorporate some experimental geology content? That would be acceptable. Just be mindful of the balance. I will compare it with alchemical literature." Hill sighed deeply, continuing to delve into Fran's theories. The traditional alchemical mindset was what Hill lacked the most. He had no inkling of how to distill principles from the vast array of alchemical creations. Fran could now expand a crystal the size of a book to the dimensions of Hill's magical tower. However, only alchemical puppets could retrieve items from within. Humans could not enter. Hill's creations could accommodate people. Yet the air was quite thin, causing those below the mage level to suffocate. The space had merely expanded from 10 by 10 to 1000x100. It could only extend to such a size, and merging spaces was not feasible. Gritting his teeth, Hill instructed List to transfer all alchemical texts to the laboratory. He resolved to revisit them from the beginning. A different mindset did not imply that theirs was inferior. This was the accumulated wisdom of alchemists over millennia. If he could not change himself, he would immerse himself in others' thoughts, striving to comprehend their perspectives. It was merely a matter of seeking common ground while preserving differences, and Hill was capable of that. Endless nights of research and relentless creation ensued. The products, crafted through traditional alchemical methods, piled up like a mountain. Hill finally glimpsed a sliver of dawn. He had once been proud. No wonder those instruments, conceived with a mindset from his past life, garnered no interest from Fran and Adrian. It was simply because Hill's time spent learning alchemy was brief, and they had no intention of chastising him for crafting mere toys. Melanie, who adored alchemical jewelry, had misguided him. In this world, the pinnacle of alchemy lay solely in weapons and protective items. Much like Fran's magical tower, the floating vessels surrounding it were all designed for self-defense and the vanquishing of foes. Hill had indeed been overly sheltered. It was no surprise that Adrian specifically remarked on Hill's longevity, assuring him there was no rush to achieve legendary status. Hill comprehended the trials of life, but merely understanding was insufficient, having grown up in a peaceful world. He could not fathom the bitter struggles of low-level mages striving to ascend to higher ranks in this realm. His ascension to the rank of magus had come too swiftly. Hill sighed softly. It was time for him to venture forth. Standing in the warehouse, hands on his hips, Hill observed List pointing out. Fran had indeed visited. Aware that Hill had retreated to the laboratory, he could only resignedly accept the crystal ball List offered. Waving his hand to leave behind a heap of supplies, Fran had bestowed upon Hill a legendary puppet in exchange for the knowledge Hill had provided. This formidable weapon, which consumed over 1,000,000 crystals upon each use, stood silently before Hill. Fran had considered Hill's remarkable ability to summon tri-elemental forces, ultimately selecting a golden puppet. He was not one to fuss over appearances. Thus, the puppet's design was quite ordinary, black golden hair shimmering, with a masked visage. The attire was a simple swordsman's garb, crafted from the same material as the hair, also in black golden hues. This was a legendary swordsman. The golden element augmented his offensive capabilities, enabling him to shatter the magical shields of legendary mages. For Hill, who possessed formidable defensive prowess, this was immensely beneficial. After all, Hill was a soil-type magus capable of defense, healing, control, and even detoxification. Hill knew that Fran's decision to provide this legendary puppet was a testament to the value of Hill's knowledge, particularly when coupled with the abundance of ordinary ores and crystals. List remarked, Master Fran suggested you wait until you turn 200 before taking on students. If anyone wishes to learn alchemy from you, remember to defer to him. Hill frowned. How did you convey this to grandfather? I stated plainly that when Melanie taught you, she only provided a pile of fragmentary materials, and that you conducted your own analysis, even when you later received complete stones. You had become accustomed to crushing them for study. Why phrase it that way? I merely spoke the truth. Did you not also discern that she used her discarded materials for jewelry making to teach you? Hill shook his head. Do not speak in such a manner in the future. After all, she did impart knowledge to me. If I do not take it seriously, I have indeed benefited from her instruction. Ah, your demeanor resembles that of your mother. She would become a fierce mother tiger to protect you. Silence. List. You are a male. Understood, sir. Master Fran believes your understanding is serendipitous. While it is indeed useful, you lack theoretical grounding and should avoid drawing attention. I comprehend. That is also accurate. I have no interest in taking on students. Must I specifically seek out a student among soil-type mages? That would be too cumbersome. You seem to be entirely unconcerned with soil types now. Alas, it is my lineage from the elves that may feel disheartened. Should I achieve legendary status, others studying my life would undoubtedly be particularly intrigued by those who bestowed upon me the bloodline of the Earth Bear. Grandfather, however, possesses an entirely human lineage. The notion that Earth Bears favor druids is merely a tale propagated by their own elves. Is it not? Until I achieve legendary status, others will not be interested in me. As long as I maintain a thick skin, I fear nothing. Very well, sir. As long as you can convince yourself. Go retrieve these materials for me. I intend to embark on a journey and must prepare a fine carriage for myself. Hill gruffly handed List the list. Yes, sir. Hill stored the legendary puppet within his ring and returned to the laboratory to await List. After a year of toil, Hill crafted a remarkably resilient puppet carriage, nearly resembling a mobile miniature magical tower. The expanded space beneath the carriage brimmed with elemental crystals. Hill felt no trepidation of being robbed. Those unaware of the methods would only provoke an explosion capable of obliterating a legend. Currently, only a legend or a player could attempt to rob him. Either outcome would be cause for celebration. Moreover, Hill's own spells as a magus had become fluid in execution. He had heard that Clauselot had also completed his construction. It was said that William had incorporated the neighboring border city he controlled into the royal city. Hill recalled that these two cities were a mere 200 kilometers apart. This meant that Clauselot now spanned at least 10,000 square kilometers. No wonder so many players had built here over the past year. Fran's floating vessels had also been completed and recently delivered to William. Hill resolved that his journey would commence from the new royal capital. Naturally, he would first visit the city of Black Roses to sell a variety of goods, for this carriage had nearly bankrupted him. Chapter 57. To the city of Black Roses, driving his beloved little carriage, which would never encounter traffic, Hill made his way toward the main city of Black Roses. Of course, he sat comfortably in the carriage, sipping a beverage and reading, thoroughly enjoying the journey. Hill had now mastered the crafting of intermediate magical tower cores. These items had previously seemed of little use. Even if one succeeded in creating them, They would merely be stored in a warehouse, as only those of at least archmage rank could truly construct a magical tower. Such individuals would not utilize cores incapable of withstanding the power of a magus. Even if a few affluent individuals like Hill emerged early on to build magical towers, they typically had robust backing, with high-quality cores gifted by their elders. However, Hill had now discovered a practical application for them. His carriage employed the most satisfactory intermediate core. The tower spirit was configured in the likeness of a boy with black hair. Hill was unsure what had inspired him at the time, but the boy bore a resemblance to a star from a certain television series. Perhaps it was due to a lack of ideas that he had whimsically set it to resemble someone attractive. The daily operations of the tower spirit required a substantial amount of elemental crystals to provide energy. Compared to the primary shop core, the intermediate core had increased in value 100-fold. Much like the floating vessels of the past, the warehouses beneath the city of Farland brimmed with crystalline resources essential for the core of the ships. Even legendary mages would hesitate to expend such wealth frivolously. Their ability to afford this lavishness is owed to the generous donations from players. Presently, the apothecary within Farland's territory sees throngs of players flocking daily, for exclusive trades are indeed lucrative. For Hill, the greatest advantage lies in the daily sale of copious intermediate potions from the alchemical factory. Although the combined worth of these potions may only equate to a single vial from Farland, it sufficiently meets the demands of the elemental beings within his domain. Adrian once pondered why the undead would procure such an abundance of blood-blue potions, and now Hefesardo finds himself incessantly beseeching William for mercy. Hill believes Adrian still fails to grasp the essence of the players. Are they fighting for Hefesardo's war? No, they are preparing against one another. Should William refrain from initiating conflict, they would inevitably turn on themselves. As long as there remains a demand, Lister need not deplete his inventory to satisfy the elemental being's needs. Fueled by the crystals supplied by Hill, the three elemental families in the territory are tirelessly seeking tasks from Lister, as it is their simple principle not to accept Hill's crystals without effort. Lister has just transmitted to Hill a blueprint for a quaint garden town. Once Hill gives his approval, he will commence issuing tasks to the elementals daily. Indeed, with this mobile tower spirit, Hill can now receive messages from Lister each day. The space beneath the wagon, measuring 200 square meters, is filled with readily usable crystals. Nearby, several large capacity boxes are situated, allowing the tower spirit to command the puppets within to retrieve more crystals when supplies run low. Hill hopes that upon arriving at the city of Black Rose, the players who have labored for a month under William will find their crystals sufficient to empty their storage rings entirely. Hill's journey, thus far, has been serene. The current state of Solar is terrifyingly secure. The highway robbers, once supported by various nobles, have all but vanished. Adrian once lamented to Hill that even thieves are now a rarity in Solar. Have the undead become excessively vengeful against evil? Where do Sky Knights strike down thieves? Few survive the encounter, and those who do either repent or hastily flee Solar. Hill can only chuckle at the sight of players scouring for tasks, eager to seize even the simplest of thief-catching missions. Suddenly, the tower spirit appears beside Hill. There are individuals approaching from the city ahead. Hill responds, perplexed. They are still over 100 kilometers from Black Rose City. Why such a strong reaction? Raising the wagon's canopy, he peers forward. The approaching figures are already within 10 kilometers. It is a small nightly order. Hill recognizes the familiar faces of Luo Sanquan and an idle companion. Following them are a Baha and a Baba. Hill chooses to disregard the latter two. He has no desire to call their names. Other individuals appear unfamiliar. Yet, with a configuration of 20, is this a new skirmish? Luo Sanchuan's horse still bears the old swordsman, who stands atop the horse's rear, waving at Hill from a distance. As he draws near, Luo Sanquan joyfully inquires, Mr. Hill, what brings you here? I intend to travel the continent, starting here before heading to Kexluot, and then southward from there. Ah, do you require bodyguards, Mr. Hill? The old man interjects. The kind who can fight and work. Hill inwardly muses that he has not yet lost his sanity to venture out with this troublemaking group. Can the undead leave Solar? Hill queries, are you able to depart from the domain of that deity? Of course not, an idle companion retorts. Pay him no mind. He has no sense. If we stray too far from the church, we will dissipate. Hill earnestly asks, has anyone tested this? Ah. Luo Sanquan dismissively replies, certainly, with other nations so close, someone must have wished to take a look. However, once one leaves Solar by 500 kilometers, their body vanishes. Not long ago, someone attempted to visit the noble temple, but as they tried to exit the temporal temple, their body was cleaved apart. The old man, lacking in seriousness, adds, He wanted to see if the god of nobility was still causing a commotion in hell, but was met with divine punishment. What sort of punishment? All the previous reputation of Solar was reset. An idle companion gleefully declares, aside from repairing gear and apothecaries, no other shops will conduct business with him. Moreover, for half a month, the apothecary and repair costs are doubled, so many express gratitude to him for testing the waters. Do you genuinely wish to explore other factions? Hill observes the nonchalant players. Indeed. The thrill of probing will never wane. Why are you so anxious about someone approaching? Hill decides to shift the topic, sensing a hint of danger. Zhu Meili is quite bothersome. The old man laments. Ever since the end times romance accepted Lu Taijian, that faction has been filled with their people. They have formed several alliances, outnumbering us while possessing but a single city. We are allies with the demon sect, and not only do we have 2 cities, but we also allied with Wenjian. With conflicting interests and allies turned foes, we were never on good terms. He succinctly states, had it not been for the potential conflict with William, we would have clashed long ago. Luo Sanquan appears agitated. They are currently engaging in small-scale harassment. Daily, they send individuals to assassinate those who wander alone. Some with fragile hearts cannot endure it. The bald man has us rotating patrols in the vicinity, keeping an eye out for unfamiliar faces. In truth, we are faring well. Fewer individuals mean fewer troubles. It's easier to identify spies. An idle companion chimes in. On the demon sect's side, the situation is dire. Shui Laogo has spent several days without uncovering many spies. He's quite exhausted. Hill shakes his head, uninterested in their entangled affections and grievances. Help me find a location. I wish to open a shop. If the city is inconvenient, the area outside the city gate will suffice. The old man suddenly rummages through his bag. Mr. Hill, are you selling jewelry again? Hill, puzzled, nods in affirmation. I certainly have jewelry. The others burst into laughter. One idle companion quips, his girlfriend has entered as well. She has long regretted not being able to purchase those pieces. She is utterly envious. The old man is likely counting the money in his bag. Oh, I do have my preferences, the old man retorts. What can I do? Luo Sanquan has already taken out a tablet to communicate with others. The bald man asks if you need assistance in providing a shop. No need. I have my own. Then how about the small square near the clock tower? Our shopping street has been cancelled. Do not mention that shopping street. We are still good friends. An idle companion remarks, we have no life-oriented professions. The old man explains to Hill, the bald man, in his quest for profit, wishes for us to take turns selling goods. The idle companions are too formidable. They sold for 3 days and lost each time. They cannot even remember the prices, let alone calculate properly. As if any of you ever calculate correctly. One idle companion retorts angrily. Whose ledger is flawless? Who? Speak up. Hill wears an expressionless visage, internally amused. In modern society, even those who use calculators often err. How much more so with mental calculations? Sitting atop the wagon, Hill gazes at the approaching Black Rose City. Have you repaired it? After repairing the city in Kexluot for a month, the bald man decided to enhance its appearance. The old man reveals, primarily to attract some life-oriented professions. An idle companion scoffs. That city was too unsightly. Beautiful ladies would not even come. Offering no allure to life-oriented workers. The bald man and Lulu have arrived. Luo Sanquan announces. Hill soon spots the twin-tailed girl, riding alongside Xiaolulu, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. From a distance, she calls out, Mr. Hill, it's been a while. I truly miss you. Welcome to Black Rose. Hill feels a chill at the overly enthusiastic bald man. If there is anything you require of me, please speak candidly. Sitting behind, Xiaolulu tugs at the bald man's ponytail. Be quiet. You are far too insincere. She smiles at Hill. Actually, there's nothing pressing. It's just that the bald man wishes to purchase the shop core and the puppets for trading that he saw last time. We were uncertain if you had any stock. We visited the territory of Master Rainfall in Farland, but unfortunately, there were none. Mr. Adrian mentioned they no longer produce such rudimentary puppets. We had originally planned to visit your territory in a few days, but unexpectedly, you arrived first. What a coincidence. So the bald man may have gotten a bit overly excited. Please forgive him. Hill observes the capable young woman and then glances at the perfect bald man who awaits. Deeply experiencing the notion of a skilled woman paired with a clumsy man, he nods. I have a few sets. Typically, 1 core pairs with 10 puppets. 2,000 for a set. Are items for mages settled in crystals? The perfect bald man inquires. Gold coins can only purchase ordinary goods. High-level mages have no demand for gold coins, Hill clarifies. Other professions still require them, as daily needs are provided by common folk. Are you referring to food, drink, shelter, and transportation? Xiaolu Lu quickly responds. High-level mages reside in magical towers. Does that relate to their use of puppets? Hill nods. Upon reaching the status of a sorcerer, a mage's body becomes increasingly elementalized, leading to a diminished need for daily essentials that we continue to eat, sleep, and live out of habit rather than necessity. Xiaolu ponders. That sounds quite similar to us. Hill agrees. Your bodies are crafted from elements by the gods, thus facilitating your advancement. The group encircles Hill, swiftly entering the city and arriving at the small square that Hill's shop is about to open. Chapter 58. Opening a shop and listening to gossip, Hill unfolded the cart into a 2-story small house. Each floor spanning 500 square meters, ample enough for the patrons of the Black Rose to enter. A dazzling array of goods had been meticulously arranged. Awaiting the selection of eager customers, the multitude of individuals affiliated with the Black Rose had already gathered, ready to surge in as soon as the doors opened. The first floor featured 4 pairs of cozy booths arranged by Hill by the windows, with tables laden with juice and snacks. A few bean bags were tossed casually nearby. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, warm and inviting, illuminating the small plaza. Hill summoned a tower spirit named Sway, leaving everything else to its care. Just as Hill settled down, a bald man approached with curiosity. Mr. Hill, is this shop for sale? How much does it cost? Hill hesitated slightly, replying, Do you truly need something so extravagant? This was prepared for my travels. It may not be practical for you. The bald man chuckled. It can be used outside the dungeon. It will surely sell quickly. Dungeon? An elderly man explained. It's a temporal shadow created by the main deity. He captures a fragment of time and repeatedly presents it to us for training. Hill pondered silently. I understand. Yet he has actually executed it. The bald man laughed heartily. There are 2 segments, both featuring us. A deer stood nearby, observing the crowd around the jewelry display, and remarked, One segment is the defense of Black Rose City, primarily involving battles against legends. This one is relatively easier, allowing a party of 5 to participate. The other segment involves the defense of Kexluot and the reclamation of Alliance City, requiring a team of 25. If we successfully defend Kexluot, we can board the floating vessel guided by a handsome boy holding a white cat. Hill cursed silently. Noticing Hill's awkwardness, the deer approached with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Hill's image is quite charming. Hill shook his head. I have no recourse to protest. A deer chuckled. Not only can you ride the ship, but you can also listen to Mr. Hill narrate the war situation in Alliance City. That cat is truly beautiful. I always take a moment to admire it. Hill was at a loss for words. He had only appeared with the cat once at the Black Rose, and that was merely for a few minutes. This deity is truly impressive. Even in such a brief time, he managed to pay attention to Hill and Alice. William is quite the fool. Is this his ploy to attract female players? The bald man laughed uproariously. The officials have given us a substantial sum to purchase the rights. If the 5-person dungeon wins, we will attack under my leadership. How exhilarating. The deer interjected. Lu Taijian and Liang Hangzhu both declined the official invitation. However, although their names were hidden, we could still hear the detailed content. Furthermore, Mr. Hill and your cat are quite popular. Everyone enjoys listening to the end, and not many cut off the footage. Hill silently sighed in relief. It seems players can skip through the segments. Currently, they remain filled with curiosity, but after a few rounds, they will likely lose interest. That scoundrel William. I have resigned myself to being a transition NPC, and now he wants me to serve as the commentator. Suddenly, the deer burst into laughter. Lu Taijian has indeed fulfilled his wish. He will be remembered in history. Although his name was not mentioned in the commentary, the forums are abuzz with details. It's a rare spectacle, and everyone is still discussing it. Sending a girl a green hat and losing the city. What a display of character. Hill could not bear to look. This sister is truly formidable. The elderly man suddenly stood up, heading towards a group of female players entering through the door. His girlfriend is here, remarked Adir. The 2 girls approached them, and together they began shopping. Hill shook his head and said to the bald man, This is truly expensive. The bald man replied without hesitation, Let's inquire about the price first. A basic version can be had for 20 million crystal stones. The bald man gasped in shock. Why so expensive? It requires a substantial amount of spatial crystal stones. The temporal shrine hasn't released any during this period. Only my grandfather, Master Fran, possesses them. He intends to reserve them for developing spatial spells, so they have hardly circulated. After a while, His Majesty the King's spatial mine will be accessible to ordinary people. By then, it should be somewhat cheaper, but it will still be valued in the tens of millions. The required ores are all quite valuable. The bald man lamented, tapping the table in frustration. I really wanted a transformable cart. Amidst a group of young girls selecting jewelry, a girl named Xiao Lulu piped up. The romance of men, selling houses and cars. I could do that. The bald man quickly turned around, saying, Wife, could you spare me some dignity? I was merely lamenting. He glanced at the amused Hill and the others who were laughing heartily, then shifted the conversation, asking, Mr. Hill, how many shop cores do you possess? I am very eager to purchase. Hill contemplated for a moment before responding. I have 6 sets. Do you wish for all of them? Of course, the bald man replied. 6 shops are not too many. What is the price for the cabinets? Can you operate so many shops? The cabinets are sold in conjunction with the cores, 10 large cabinets, 10 small ones, along with 10 puppets, totaling 2,000 crystal stones. The god of time and space, our main deity, has officially ascended to his divine throne. William has announced that access to this place will be opened, and many newcomers will arrive. And Baba approached, sitting down dejectedly. Why aren't you buying anything? Baba asked teasingly. Those women are brutal. I didn't even go to the jewelry section. Each one stepped on my foot and kicked me out, and Baba complained. You brought this upon yourself. Why the rush? The elderly man remarked, wait until tomorrow to buy. There are thousands of girls. Imogen laughed, your sweetheart has arrived. How is your wallet holding up? So you are single, huh? The elderly man shot him a sidelong glance. Don't think that just because I told her to buy freely, she would go on a shopping spree. She knows exactly how much money I have. I'll wait and see. Imogen rolled his eyes. Hill smiled, saying, in truth, there isn't much difference in my jewelry. The only variations are in function, while the designs are quite similar. Romantic drunk in the dust glanced at Hill curiously. Mr. Hill, you are not married, are you? You seem quite unfamiliar with women. Each set of your jewelry has different gemstones. Last time, many individuals purchased multiple pieces of the same design. For these women, it is a belief that every item in a series must be owned. Hill chose to ignore him. Although he was indeed a perennial single man, he had no desire to heed the insights of someone who frequently faced rejection. Baba dismissed them, stating, I want to buy a cart. Do you think they would leave anything for me? Why do you want a cart? Imogen asked. Puzzled. At the entrance of the novice village, I will park a luxurious cart, waiting for a pretty girl. Have you lost your mind, or what? If you can find someone like a martial arts champion, you'd be lucky, a bystander interjected. Most are likely bald types, right? The bald man scoffed. Lulu likes me just as I am. The elderly martial arts champion bellowed from the side. Are you giving us face, or what? If you want to die, just say so. Remember to leave your inheritance to me. The group quickly waved their hands, lowering their heads to inquire, why didn't we see her come in? She's so short. We might have missed her. Shut up. The bald man concluded this foolish conversation. Sister, you continue. They dare not speak anymore, the bald man proclaimed loudly. Humph. The elderly martial arts champion resumed shopping, and the group collectively sighed in relief. Hill observed the audacity of those who dared to provoke and couldn't help but chuckled. He pondered and asked, you mentioned newcomers are on the way. How many are expected? The bald man replied nonchalantly, only those from our country. Others from different nations have been desperately trying to enter, but have had no success. The preheat posts on the forums probably only amount to a few million. That we all say that when the time comes to let people in, William will likely have to battle Marfa Salder. Hill's heart sank. If tens of millions were to enter, it would indeed be impossible to remain in Salal. It would drain Salal completely. The player's determination to confront Marfa Salder indicated that William had certainly given a hint. He needed to act swiftly, ahead of William. Seizing the opportunity as the topic wound down, the bald man inquired, Mr. Hill, can you sell me all the shop cores? Hill nodded, directly trading with the bald man. These are of no use to me anymore. I'll sell them all to you. However, I will not be crafting anymore. The bald man smiled ruefully. But what about my allies who want them? I truly wish to use these myself. Hill replied, I will speak to Uncle Adrian. If there is a demand, they have ordinary alchemists who can create these. However, while this item is typically used for practice, it holds high value and is not easily sold. No one is willing to make them in abundance. If the demand is significant, there will always be those willing to profit. The bald man nodded. Then I will consult my allies. If there are many, I will ask for your assistance. If there are few, I will have to distribute them myself. Yulua Fanching suddenly burst in, rushing towards Hill. Mr. Hill, do you have any advanced magical tower cores? Don't you have any? We only possess one, which we exchanged with William for merit. His supply is limited and has run out. No amount of merit will secure another. We want to completely rebuild the city wall and construct a magical tower at each of the four corners. Hill genuinely inquired, why not build a magical arrow tower? We have already constructed those. One every 10 meters. Had it not been for the copyright fees, we would have nearly gone bankrupt. But we've heard that if the magical towers control the area surrounding the arrow towers, their power will be even greater. Hill nodded. Indeed, it will be more potent. However, advanced magical tower cores are not necessary. Why not? If your sole purpose is merely to control the magical arrow towers or to enhance your attack power, then the intermediate magical towers will suffice. The core of the advanced magical towers is primarily designed to assist sorcerers in researching spells and alchemy. If the intermediate magical towers do not perform these functions, their power will scarcely differ from that of the advanced ones. The most crucial point is that the core of the magical tower will not obey commands from cores of the same rank, rendering it impractical for your needs, as long as you grant the central advanced magical tower the authority to control the other magical towers. It will be sufficient for your purposes. So, are the magical towers of Obastion all independent? Otherwise, how could they summon sorcerers? If they were to arrive late, they would have to obey other sorcerers of the same rank. Such a scenario is inconceivable. For sorcerers, the only one to whom they owe allegiance is their own mentor. Respect for other high-ranking individuals suffices. Yuluofan, feeling dizzy, nodded. Very well. I must delve into the history of sorcerers here. Chapter 59. Communication with players. As dawn's light graced the day, Hill opened his shop, observing these boys engage in mutual harm while indulging in the gossip of players over morning tea. From the first light of day to the fading twilight, the girls of Black Rose City changed in succession, until the old man was finally summoned to settle the bill. The magic sword unhesitatingly followed suit. Eager to witness the spectacle, romantic drunken dust gazed incredulously at him and remarked to the impeccably bald man, "So, there must be a reason for his bachelorhood, right? With so many girls around, he dares to partake in such revelry. Does he truly hope to find a girlfriend in Black Rose?" He pondered further. Is he that type of straightforward man who asks, "Are you there? What have you eaten? Oh dear, drink hot water, or more clothes. It's cold outside. Good night, sweet dreams, sleep early"? With such emotional intelligence, he might as well spend his life with his horse. Is the song of the single dog a universal phenomenon across worlds? Hill cast a sidelong glance. The perfect bald man chuckled. He is still young. A few more setbacks will surely tame him. Listening to the words of one who had weathered life's trials sent a chill down Hill's spine. He resolved to swiftly change the subject. This was not his world, and he had no desire to attend another emotional education class. Has His Majesty the King announced when newcomers will be allowed in? William mentioned that the capital has been completed and is in search of an auspicious day. The perfect bald man replied, "It's likely either a declaration of war or the god of time and space is scheming something." Hill silently regarded him, contemplating. The god of time and space must possess a method to shield conversations from the undying. Otherwise, one would either be exhausted or driven to madness, just like that nobleman with the god of royalty. Ever cunning. Even after millennia, no one could rival him in arrogance. That IT should not have come to such a direct confrontation this time. That IT is only normal to employ oppressive tactics against the god of justice. Yet, as soon as he took action, he was likely driven mad by the countless curses hurled at him. Were it not for the divine entities being unable to descend, he might have personally entered the fray to slay players. The magic sword returned in a leisurely manner. After all this time, only a few were chosen. What a waste of time. Women are truly troublesome. Romantic drunken dust posed a soul-searching question. Are you from a polytechnic university? Magic sword. Hill was enraged. This was the gravest insult to a polytechnic university. With a loud clap, someone stood up and struck romantic drunken dust. The perfect bald man stood atop the sofa. Apologies. Apologies, I forgot you were a contractor. Romantic drunken dust quickly sought forgiveness. Hill gazed at this foe lowly, hands on her hips, clad in a black little dress with twin ponytails, speechless that I do not wish to know if he works on construction sites. The perfect bald man, a builder, dealt Hill a profound blow. He turned his gaze towards the girls by the shelves, wishing to avoid the sight of the perfect bald man's face for a while. What are you doing? Bald man. Xiao Lulu approached. Get down. Such rudeness. Clean the sofa. The bald man jumped down, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sofa clean. Xiao Lulu, feeling embarrassed, turned to Hill and said, I truly apologize. The bald man did not mean it. He simply lacks common sense. Hill smiled and nodded at him. It's quite all right. No need to worry. He now profoundly understood why William initially focused solely on Xiao Lulu when assigning tasks. It had nothing to do with looks that Ayan Baba and a Baba had been quietly watching from the sidelines. But as the situation reached a conclusion, they rushed towards the grocery cabinet, eager to join the fun. The girls finally dispersed. Siri appeared beside Hill. Sir, the jewelry cabinet is completely empty today. Shall we restock? A bystander, preparing to leave to purchase goods, cried out. No. Leave this little time before closing for us. Hill chuckled and nodded. All right, we will not restock. We still have to remain here for 3 days. Siri, replenish only as much jewelry as we have sold today. Once it's gone, we will not concern ourselves with it. Place more items in the grocery section. Understood, sir. Hill turned to the bald man accompanying him. The shop will remain open until 10 p.m. You can inform your family members that I will be heading to Cataclysm in 3 days. The bald man nodded and sent a message. Xiao Lulu inquired, Are you planning to travel out from Cataclysm, Mr. Hill? Indeed, I will stay in Cataclysm for a few days, purchase some Solar specialties, and then set off for Haifa Sardo, Hill replied. It's best to leave Haifa before you commence your battle. Otherwise, the borders of Kotez, adjacent to Haifa, will be closed. Why would they close the borders? The perfect bald man put away his tablet. It's not like we're at war with them. Nobles fleeing must pay to enter. It is a lucrative opportunity. Kotez will not let it slip by. Hill responded. Additionally, they will obstruct unnecessary civilians from entering, unless they have wealth. Is that even possible? The perfect bald man exclaimed in surprise. Why don't those nobles flee to the wilderness? Even that fool Edward dares to go. That's because he has a Sky Knight's son, Hill stated. For many nobles, becoming a knight is quite challenging. With such a splendid life, why would they endure the hardships of training? Xiao Lulu asked with curiosity. It seems few Solar nobles venture to Haifa Sardo. Solar has only been a nation for a millennium. They still need to defend their borders. Every few years, monstrous beasts attack the city. The nobles are under pressure and have aspirations, driven by a spirit of struggle, just like the Spencer family, who rose from count to marquis, producing many Sky Knights. The nobles who split from the family also strive to become professionals. Holding a title allows them to ascend in the military. Hill elaborated. Haifa has one less border to defend than Solar, and it is the toughest one to breach. The requirements for nobles are considerably lower. Among the lower tier and split-off nobles, few can achieve success unless they inherit a title. Many are reluctant to become professionals. Unlike your divine favored races, people here must invest considerable effort, talent, and wealth to become professionals. Sometimes, even with great effort, a lack of talent results in failure. If one becomes a professional but sees little opportunity, many would prefer to enjoy life instead. The loyalty of nobles to the royal family is tied to their territories. If nobles strive to protect their lands but receive no assistance from the crown, their oaths of loyalty can automatically become void. Moreover, Haifa Sardo has a large number of landless nobles. They do not even need to pledge oaths of loyalty. Upon receiving their titles, they merely need to vow to maintain respect for the royal family. In such situations, they can naturally withdraw. Hill suddenly chuckled. Take Edward and Charles, for instance. They both have Sky Knights at their side. If one day they succeed, they could very well become another king of Solar. Thus, when the nobles of Solar were expelled by His Majesty, they all followed them. Who knows, they might even scheme for a dukedom. The perfect bald man keenly remarked, Do you think the chances are slim? Hill laughed. His Majesty belongs to the lawful alignment. Aren't you all aware that deviation from alignment invites divine retribution? Therefore, he would never allow Solar to attack a nation that has offended him. As for the conflicts among the deities, those battles among the stars will not affect mortals below, unless King Kotez has lost his mind. He wouldn't dare to offend Solar. Xiao Lulu pondered. So, upon returning from Haifa, we must venture beyond the northern border. No wonder Duke Nolan's title has remained with William. The perfect bald man suddenly became invigorated. I must inform old dog. Let those landless families head north to establish a small territory. Isn't the black and white road quite populated now? Romantic Drunken Dust nodded. They suffered for arriving late. The main force consisted of over 1 million who entered later. Hill inquired, can you also utilize the land expansion decree from the Temple of Justice? No. It is from the god of time and space. The perfect bald man clarified. It can only become a subordinate territory of Solar, swearing not to violate Solar's laws, not to betray the nation, and to respect the royal family. Hill was taken aback. Had it not been for this discussion with the players, he might have waited until the justice god faced a crisis to discover what had transpired. Was the god of time and space intending to deal with the god of justice? Yet, he hadn't directly slain the god of nobility, while the god of justice's actions were selfish. At least he had directly taken action against the god of time and space. Moreover, for over 10,000 years, the god of justice had maintained his position of lawful neutrality. If the god of time and space were to kill him, would his alignment then shift to evil? Hill shook his head. It was unlikely that he would resort to murder, but to undermine the very foundation of justice, was he attempting to force justice's hand? Never mind. He commanded himself not to overthink or meddle in divine matters. He asked, is it only applicable to you? Can the nobles of Solar use it? The bald man shook his head. I'm not sure. It seems they cannot. William also does not permit the use of the god of justice. He has no intention of bestowing titles upon the nobility. His aim is to unify the royal authority, standardize the laws, and return the military to state ownership. He does not plan to manage the former noble territories, deeming them as intangible cultural heritage, and intends to leave them untouched as long as they do not stir trouble. However, such privileges will be non-existent in the future. Sierra nodded in silence, inwardly cursing. You are the true relic. What about the territories of the mages and their towers? Sierra continued to inquire. Is there any regulation? Magicians may purchase land to construct towers, but they cannot build towns without permission. If there are too many commoners, the state must send personnel to manage them. Opening shops or schools can be achieved through assessments, the bald man recalled. If our town is poorly managed, we can also request William to send someone for oversight. But in that case, we would only retain a nominal title, and we would lose the right to self-governance in the future. Sierra asked, does His Majesty the King intend to issue these commands when he formally relocates the capital? The bald man nodded. This was announced on our forum, stating that William is soliciting public opinions for amendments. Sierra suddenly understood. No wonder William had arranged for the Spencer family to be well-positioned recently, as nearly every Sky Knight now possesses territory. It is not merely the need for the Spencer family to guard the northern border's Great Wall. What can the other nobles of Solar do? Those who dare to resist have already been expelled, and those who have survived in fear until now are even less likely to rebel. The children who have branched off do not possess territories, but they still hold noble titles. The knife does not strike directly at oneself. One can endure and move on. As for the mages, there has never been much interest in enticing commoners to settle in their territories. If they were truly interested in the mundane world, there would not be a single mage king among them. William's actions are a precaution against nobles who might exploit the mage's status to create disturbances. Sighing, Sierra noted that both the god of time and space and William seem to be well aware of their circumstances. Although their strides are bold, they remain steady, which is reassuring. Sierra subtly probed the bald man and others to ascertain when William intends to announce these decrees that he needed to calculate, as the current time frame is different. If it is soon, he would not linger in Haifa but would head directly to Cortez. After all, that nation shares a lineage with Solar, and their laws are quite similar. The scenery could always be appreciated upon his return. In truth, the king of Haifa is rather foolish, attempting to extend his hand towards Solar while being overly concerned about reputation and face that he claims to assist Edward in restoring order, engaging in all manner of acts that offend William. Typically, in such a situation, kings of other nations would have long since bowed their heads in submission, yet he feigns ignorance that he relies on the bloodline connection between the royal families of Solar and Haifa. By lineage, William ought to refer to him as grandfather. If he were a wise man, he would have turned around and called William grandfather to seek forgiveness. Whether William harbors any feelings for the royal family of Solar is one matter. Would he truly spare face for someone so distantly related? Over the past year, the mages of both nations have been in frequent contact, with the high-ranking mages of Haifa seemingly indifferent to the expenses incurred. Sierra has been inquiring with Adrian and has ultimately confirmed that the mages of Haifa have undergone countless cycles of hope and despair. Even with numerous nobles beseeching the king for an early apology and peace, each time the king sincerely agrees to consider their opinions, it ultimately falls silent. Currently, they only intend to pledge allegiance to William in the most dignified manner. Hence their ongoing communication with their counterparts in Solar to ascertain the royal family's treatment of mages. On one occasion, Adrian remarked to Sierra that it is no wonder this king is so fond of Edward. Perhaps Edward resembles their royal family the most. Years ago, the king of Solar was ousted from the royal family due to his excessive efforts to conform, leading to the establishment of his own nation, although lacking in intellect, much like Charles. He still listens to the words of his followers. Furthermore, while Charles may be impulsive and rude, he did not directly attack William. He merely took advantage of the situation. Thus, when Charles departed, William turned a blind eye, allowing him and Duke Crowell to abscond with a significant amount of wealth. As for Edward, aside from his wife and the family of his son's wife, he has only a few earls following him. William has nearly intercepted all of their clandestine assets. At that time, Fran also intervened. Edward's wife, Salna's family, was suppressed and forced to sell all their possessions in Obastion at a loss. After all, to establish a foothold outside, they require crystals, and in Solar, only the legendary and unique alchemy master Fran possesses an abundance of crystals. The legends hardly concern themselves with such wasteful science. Sierra needs no further inquiry to know the outcome. Fran is far from a saint. It remains uncertain how the legacy of Haifa truly stands. The king who founded the nation was indeed capable. Yet his descendants are quite the opposite. Individuals like Charles are rare. Were it not for the early emergence of the king of Solar to establish his nation, Haifa might have become the first nation to be obliterated by magical beasts. Its legacy fading into obscurity. Chapter 60. The terrifying cunt and the difficult win. Sierra pondered for a moment before smiling at the players, saying, Haifa is quite a peculiar nation, with many nobles similar to Edward. You will find plenty to engage in there. The bald man exclaimed, Are there really that many fools? Shalulu widened her eyes and asked, How could it sustain itself for thousands of years without being destroyed? There are still those like Charles, Sierra explained. They have Solar blocking the magical beasts in the north. And it suffices for nobles like Charles to guard the western front. The west is dominated by mountains, and the magical beasts prefer not to venture into the plains. It is relatively easy to defend. The deities do not permit wars to erupt at will, and Cortez lacks the capacity for expansion. They cannot control such vast territories. The players seemed to ponder this, and at that moment, Kunt, who had been silently listening nearby, remarked, It's just a lack of intelligence. They cannot manage idle matters. Moreover, is the hereditary trait of the Haifa royal family that strong? She mused, Is that why boys easily inherit their father's foolishness? It would be best if your child resembles Nan Fong, the elderly street fighter said languidly from within a blue lazy sofa. Startling many. That scared me, Kun exclaimed. You look like a blue cabbage. Why are you nestled in a blue sofa? I can barely see you aside from your head. Stop overreacting. Who are you scaring? The elderly street fighter replied impatiently. Can't the pregnant woman behave? It would be good for you to go out for a walk and clear your mind. I will go out to buy some fruit and take a stroll later, Kunt replied. It's hard to come by without that ball. Don't bother me. Go see which 7-month pregnant woman resembles you. The elderly street fighter scolded. Nanfeng should manage you. I cannot manage. Nanfeng stood behind Kunt. I will wait until she is about to give birth to send her back home. Her mother will scold her for a few days. And that will suffice. The child in her belly does not seem to trouble her. What can I do? I cannot quarrel with a pregnant woman. Sia listened, dumbfounded. The players of Black Rose seemed to have no intention of explaining why they referred to Kunt as a pregnant woman, all feigning ignorance. But Sierra understood. Previously, he could only admire this sister for her strength. Yet now, he found Nan Feng, who remains unperturbed, even more formidable. The bald man quickly shifted the topic. Mr. Sierra, will you also open a shop in Kexloot? Indeed, Sierra replied succinctly. Primarily to gather more minerals and herbs native to Solar. We really have not had much stock during this period, the bald man lamented. Most of it has been sold to Master Fran. Sierra nodded. I am aware. Uncle Adrian has mentioned it as well. The prices you offer are still the best, Yuluov Fanchin quietly stated. William primarily trades for merit points. The other noble territories are practically akin to robbery. My grandfather lacks money. Only materials, Sierra remarked. He typically offers prices that are discounted rates provided to mages by general stores. After all, delivery is included. Without a teleportation array, you cannot afford to waste time and must sell nearby. Don't you also have access to teleportation arrays? The bald man inquired, puzzled. Why is no one engaging in reselling? Small traders cannot afford the teleportation fees. Only by purchasing in bulk can they make a profit. How many merchants dare to engage in such dealings that offend local power holders? Those who can afford to offend the nobles would not engage in such business. Well, again with the nobles, the bald man muttered. Let us see how William deals with them in due time. Romantic Drunken World asked, Mr. Sierre, do you believe there will be many tasks in Haifa Saldo? If we were to compare the nobles there with those we have encountered, which are more similar? That Sky Knight family from Obastion that trafficked slaves? The one you burned alive? The members of Black Rose perked up. Excellent. Not only does this bring William's merit, but it also enhances our goodwill with the Temple of Time and Space. Moreover, the rewards are substantial. The elderly street fighter mumbled, That's great. I can serve as bait and earn double rewards. Sierra felt he had stumbled upon a crucial issue. So those female players who fell into the clutches of evil were indeed on bait missions. They were all aware of this matter, yet had no idea when it would unfold. It was no wonder that the outbreak happened so swiftly and that so many logged in that day. Sierra felt that William's image in his mind had once again shattered, going from a loyal sheepdog to a mischievous husky. Shalulu glanced at the deepening night, nearing the 10 p.m. closing time, and pulled the bald man up to bid farewell to Sierra. Sierra nodded, watching them depart, and let out a deep sigh. He instructed Sway to close the shop before proceeding to the second floor, where a staircase in the corner led to the concealed third floor. Here, Hill had arranged for a washroom, a bedroom, and a study. He picked up the communicator resting on the desk in the study and called for Lister. How has your day been, sir? Lister responded gently. Not well, too much to handle. My head is spinning. Connect me to grandfather. Hill directed Lister to act as an intermediary. Hill, Adrian inquired in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be out? Is there something significant? Is grandfather available? Wait a moment. Let me check. Things have been less hectic lately. Friend soon arrived, asking, what is the matter? Hill succinctly relayed the information he had gathered throughout the day. That fool king of Haifa Saldo, there's really nothing to discuss. Friend remarked, William already has the rightful claim to the Haifa throne. And now he faces such a foolish adversary. All the legendary figures from Haifa have fled. The remaining 3 legendary knights all possess Haifa royal blood. William, being a knight of the same lineage and the pope of the deities, can easily demand their fealty. As long as they do not lose face as legends, they care little for that foolish king. He scoffed. The mages are well aware that Haifa is bound to face defeat. Yet their nobles believe William has been quiet lately, probably just wanting money. The few who had some sense have been driven away by that fool's repeated changes of heart. As for the matter of justice, friend mused, it's good to be informed, no need to elaborate. This is a divine matter, and it will ultimately be resolved in the starry skies. The issue of fiefdom holds little significance to mages, as William's commands mean nothing to them. Those who seek to vie for family power rarely reach the level of a mage. In the future, when accepting disciples, pay close attention, Adrian. You must remember this. Never take on a student solely focused on family ambitions. Yes, teacher. When war breaks out with Haifa, will it allow more undead to enter? Friend found this prospect even more alarming. The elemental concentration in Haifa is still greater than that of Saral. The winds at the border are unprecedentedly fierce. Hill silently contemplated. In this world, the air is almost stagnant, with barely any exchange of currents. The winds are gentle, lacking force. The tornadoes that sweep across the ground likely only appeared after William's last summoning. Constrained by divine power, leaving people unaware that it remains uncertain how William intends to proceed. The god of time and space has already ascended to the starry realm and can no longer exert direct control over the world. Hill cheerfully remarked, well, that's quite fortunate. With the elemental concentration in the air diminishing, Cohen can fly further, helping me with deliveries. This world has yet to see large avian magical beasts capable of flight. The larger birds, like peacocks, are bound to the ground, gliding at best. Typically, they resemble Cohen, whose wingspan reaches 3 meters but can only sustain flight for short durations. Its feathers can easily pierce the skin of a grand knight. Yet it cannot fly far. Cohen has been well cared for by Hill, but after 2 hours of flight, it requires a rest. Most of the time, it accompanies Hill in the carriage. Friend stated plainly, if the elemental concentration in the air continues to decrease, Innate sorcerers will find it increasingly difficult to emerge. Commoners lack sufficient resources and cannot absorb much elemental energy, making awakening nearly impossible. In life and death situations, bloodlines will still ignite to save lives, Hill replied lightly. It should not be so easy for sorcerers to awaken. Rarity breeds value. The number of spontaneously awakening sorcerers is dwindling, and nobles will weigh whether it is worth the trouble to continue their meddling. After all, the knightly bloodlines have flowed within them for generations, yet many prefer indulgence, and lacking sufficient aptitude comes at a high cost. Ultimately, it all boils down to self-interest. Once the costs exceed expectations, even the dimmest of nobles must strive for their own advantage. Moreover, it is merely Soral and Haifa Saldo, even if the elements gradually flow towards these two regions from elsewhere. It will require a considerable span of time. For the commoners of Soral, at least during William's reign, life will be quite bearable. There are too many players. No noble dares to stir trouble during this period. Once William returns to the Divine Realm, the commoners, having received ample education and numerous avenues for advancement, will surely no longer be suppressed by the nobility. Once knowledge spreads, life for the commoners will improve. Many magical beasts have fled from the northern wilderness, Adrian interjected. They are terrified by the elements flowing towards Soral. As for us, it's even more pronounced. Aside from the magical beasts in your vicinity, they have likely all departed. Recently, when I patrolled the nearby mountains, even the flightless terror birds had vanished. Hill laughed. ISNT this splendid. The days of magical beasts attacking cities will soon be over. Fran countered. Magical beasts attacking cities is not a natural law. There are rumors that the human race betrayed the earth, hence the magical beasts retaliate against humanity at intervals. Elves and dwarves. The same. They are all humanoid beings. I thought that rumor was a joke. Hill expressed his surprise. Legendary mages have studied this matter for a long time, but they are forbidden from discussing it below the level of grand mages. Now that you are a mage, I can share this with you. The phenomenon of magical beasts attacking cities is clearly a divine miracle. Are there no deities who have been sealed? Indeed, the will of deities who failed to attain divinity persists even after their dissolution. All the temples remain silent on this, yet strive to assist. Truly innocent deities have no temples. Is it only the goddess of agriculture? Hill inquired keenly. The earth element? Only the deities in the heavens truly understand the situation. It has been far too long. All traces have been erased. The clues found by legendary mages are sparse. They only know that all three races are indeed involved. Hill suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, akin to the petals of flowers falling with the dusk rain. Both nature and the earth seemed to weep. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. The profound sorrow of betrayal surged through him in an instant. Even after tens of thousands of years, the earth still harbors resentment. Mother Earth, Hill murmured. Hill, what is wrong? Hill. Cohen, who had been in the bedroom, rushed out to nuzzle Hill. Startled, Hill quickly replied, It's nothing, just a reaction from my bloodline. Is it the feeling of the earth's child? Yes. It is the sorrow of the earth deity. Hill pondered for a moment, but chose not to speak the truth. The deities can only depart from this world. Surely, it is not merely a matter of the world's consciousness? The earth cannot endure their existence either. Do not let it affect you. It took great effort to suppress your bloodline, Fran advised. Practice your spells more. Do not rely on those few who have inherited the past. Rest assured, grandfather, I am being cautious. When you travel, try to display a fondness for summoning spells. There are quite a few such mages among the nobility, Adrian suggested. Besides, you have little interest in violence. However, not many dare to confront mages. Fear not. I have no intention of traveling incognito. I will comport myself as a mage should. Despite his reluctance, Hill added, my 3 schools of magic are unlikely to lead anyone to suspect I am a sorcerer. It is far too difficult to guess. Hill believed he could hear Adrian chuckling. In truth, you are already a mage. It matters little if you are discovered as a sorcerer, Fran reassured him. It is merely to minimize trouble. You wouldn't want women crawling all over you wherever you go, would you? Indeed, I understand, grandfather, Fran concluded. If I do not wish for many people to settle in my territory, it is best to leak some information. These mages neither want to leave Soral nor wish to heed the royal family. Life among the nobility is also difficult, and encountering a fool would mean accompanying them to cultivate the land that in that case, they will all end up here. Those who maintain good relations with me enjoy alchemy. I certainly do not want to hear explosions daily. Inform them. Everyone has a pioneering decree in hand. Before William officially announces anything, it's best to use them. We have yet to ascertain the temperament of this deity, aside from the undead. No one dares to utilize their territorial decree. Hill is currently out, which is fortuitous. By the time you return, it should all come to a close. Adrian and I will communicate the news. Then close the magic tower and devote ourselves to researching spells that we will contact you if anything arises. Understood, grandfather. Hill put away the communicator, realizing that Adrian had seemingly resolved to entirely detach himself from family matters. Previously, he would often claim to ignore family affairs, yet would react strongly when issues arose, always insisting on informing the family. Today, he said nothing at all, though Hill remained unsure of what had prompted this change of heart. He chose not to delve into it, considering it a piece of good fortune. Hill stretched lazily and decided to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 61. The prosperous Hill. The first rays of morning light streamed through the open window, rousing the slumbering Hill. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the window was ajar, and Cohen had flown outside early in the morning. The gentle breeze caressed the land for hundreds of miles, while warm mists dispersed the clouds, enveloping the earth. Hill stood by the window, watching Cohen soar through the clouds above, filled with joy. The king of the skies, the falcon, could only glide at low altitudes in this world, despite its inherently proud nature. It struggles to ascend even through the cloud layers. When Cohen first accompanied Hill, it could only perch atop the tallest trees, exerting all its might to rush towards the sky, yet could barely reach the clouds a few times. Nevertheless, it was delighted. In the plains, there were no trees or mountains of such height. It had never before ascended above the clouds. It responded to Hill's call with great pride. Now, high above in Sala, the air currents surged. Cohen could effortlessly soar into the clouds, gliding through them with grace. Each passing day, it spent more time aloft, and one day, at least in Sala, it would no longer need to travel by carriage alongside Hill. Above the clouds, the biting wind roared. Below, a gentle breeze wafted. Even such a mild zephyr was a rare occurrence on the plains, much like the windmills of White Horse City, which were all erected upon hillsides to harness the descending air currents. It was evident that, with time, Sala would witness a growing variety of winds. The keen-eyed Cohen spotted Hill and dove down with wings tucked in. Hill could sense Cohen's joyful spirit. Despite the rapid descent being a significant jolt, it willingly endured it. The falcon was, after all, meant to be the swiftest sovereign of the skies. Initially, Hill intended to keep Cohen within the territory, but prolonged separation from companions was quite distressing for such an animal partner. Hence he opted to take it along. In hindsight, it was indeed a wise decision. After all, in the west, the flow of air was considerably obstructed by the mountains, while here in the south, the winds were stronger, allowing Cohen the rare opportunity to glide freely. Although it was still morning, the Black Rose City buzzed with activity. Hill understood that in this world, they were not required to rest or sleep. Yet, he was genuinely curious about how they managed the disorienting sensation of differing time flows. After spending 3 days in this realm and then returning to his own, did it not feel as if mere days had passed? Hill knew that this was not something he could yet explore. Time remained within the domain of the divine, that he sometimes pondered his years of study in physics, only to find himself learning from Newton, transitioning from science into theology, which felt rather disheartening. Observing the players waiting outside, he resolved to freshen up before descending to greet them. These young women were indeed quite proactive, unwilling to arrive late despite having an entire morning at their disposal. For them, their true competition was not the male players but each other. It was merely a matter of ousting the outsiders in this frenzy of acquisition. The morning sunlight was splendid, and Hill settled on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of juice, basking in the sun while reading a book. The female players were preoccupied with shopping, leaving no one to visit the NPC in their eyes. However, Hill noticed that those familiar faces from yesterday had also arrived bright and early. Perhaps, as the romantic saying goes, a single unique gem could represent an entirely new treasure to them. Hill observed these spirited young women engaged in their retail escapades. In this aristocratic world, only the undead women could so boldly indulge in the purchase of expensive jewels. There were far too few self-sufficient women like Melanie. Female mages rarely ascended to the higher echelons due to their upbringing, which conditioned them to seek resources solely from men. Female knights were even scarcer, for the competition among male heirs was so fierce that no one would allow a woman deemed unworthy to vie against them. Before the advent of the god of nobility, there had been far more female professionals than there are now. Yet no noble would relinquish female inheritance rights. It was a safety net for themselves. Relying merely on the children of their daughters, women's status was higher than that of medieval women in Hill's world because this was a fantasy realm where women could cultivate their powers. As long as there were women who were independent, resilient, and striving for self-improvement, no one dared to breach the established boundaries, and no one wished to be outdone by their own daughters. However, the god of nobility and the arts and love goddess who depended on him led noble women astray, fostering a preference for indulgence over diligence, teaching them to contend only within the confines of men's backyards from a young age. Girls born into families of mages fared significantly better for them. Mage aptitude was of utmost importance, while jewelry merely served as embellishment, something they could learn to craft themselves if they desired. Unfortunately, mages were scarce in this world. The lively, charming, self-reliant girls that Hill encountered lifted his spirits. As noon approached, the perfect bald head, amidst a chorus of eye rolls from the girls in the shop, burst in with a group of people. Hill glanced up and noticed that very few were from the Black Rose. They were likely allies of the bald head. Having come upon hearing the news, it took quite a while for the information to reach the alliance, making Hill think that the Black Rose members were rather tight-lipped. Without hesitation, Hill conjured a barrier around himself. He cherished his solitude and was reluctant to engage with so many players. He had immense faith in the bald head's ability to handle such matters. Indeed, the bald head's booming voice rang out. "See, the NPC does not wish to interact with outsiders. He is merely here to sell goods. It is unfortunate that we were the first to encounter him in Obastion. You can only blame your misfortune." Someone questioned. "Then how did you manage to communicate with him?" "I can enter." "You cannot. So if you want the store's core, hurry up and declare your numbers, and I will negotiate with him. Moreover, you have all visited Master Fran's place. Did you not find it was first come, first served? I was the one who brought you there. You are merely competing against yourselves, without sharing with me." This was something the NPC never sold before. He deemed it unprofitable, that if you want more, perhaps Master Fran will start selling too. This fellow here, who knows when we will see him again after this transaction? Hill silently applauded the bald head. "All right, you have the gift of gab that we are left with no choice but to listen to your ramblings." Hill noticed that this was Ziyunfeng, who seemed to understand the bald head quite well. He is supposed to stay for another 2 days, so just don't prevent our allies from buying. You must remember, the males can come after 2 p.m. The earlier hours are reserved for the girls, and the girls from your family can come early too. Of course, if you particularly wish to squeeze into the throng of women. That is beyond my control. All right, bald head, don't be ridiculous. No one wants to be named by women for such trivial matters. Ziyunfeng said impatiently. "We understand. We will notify our family members. But remember to keep it confidential. Although I have set those guild members to be denied entry, I cannot prevent them from using their free agent IDs to shop." Bald head, are you foolish? Why not set a time slot for free agents? During other times, only allies should be allowed in. You are the foolish one. Ziyunfeng scolded. Do you want free agents to assist them during our guild wars? Even if we don't seek help from free agents, we certainly do not need them dragging us down. Count us all together. Can we outnumber the healers among free agents? I'm not that foolish. We would offend all the female free agents. They may not buy, but if we don't let them, we are doomed. If we offend all the women, how many rational men do you think will be left? The perfect bald head replied without hesitation. There are so few Black Rose members. A single spit from free agents could drown our entire city. Fine. I will quickly notify the guild members to ensure they buy everything they need today. The one being scolded replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Perfect bald head, quickly communicate with the NPC. It would be best if more goods could be released today. If this matter remains confidential until tonight, it would be a miracle. Ziyunfeng instructed the bald head. You should look at those higher-priced items. I believe the wealthy ladies are on their way. Did your guild's women boast about their purchases on the forums? Especially that one planning to collect all 12 zodiac signs. Does it truly matter where they bought them? The perfect bald head chuckled foolishly and nodded. They just left, saying they were off to coordinate their outfits and take some photos. Oh dear, Hill is not selling potions. The perfect bald head redirected the conversation. These items are mere luxuries. There is nothing essential that we cannot live without. So what is the rush? I certainly wouldn't dare to stop them. You just strut around, don't you? Perfect bald head. The perfect bald head laughed heartily. striding towards Hill with an air of superiority, although Hill struggled to suppress his urge to trip him as he approached the barrier. He ultimately restrained himself and allowed him entry to Mr. Hill. Can we increase today's stock? Our allies have arrived, and they wish to purchase more items. I estimate that tonight or tomorrow, many free agents will come rushing in. Hill nodded and summoned Suri, instructing him to restock everything promptly today. Then he turned to the bald man and inquired, "Shall I have the jewelry ready by 5 p.m.? The bald man, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Thank you, sir, for remembering that I almost got too carried away and offended all the ladies." He hastily turned around, beckoning the group of male leaders outside, and exited the store, leaving behind a gathering of female players. Throughout the day, Hill could only rest his chin on his hand, watching as Suri's figure flickered continuously. It appeared that the players had indeed earned a considerable sum from William. The items Hill offered were nothing short of luxury, and the alchemical jewelry was merely a slight upgrade from the standard equipment they acquired through tasks with William. Without the means, few would pursue aesthetics. After all, for many, the term cost-effectiveness serves merely as a self-soothing mantra in times of financial constraint. At 4:00 p.m., Suri abruptly reminded him that someone he had previously recorded in the store's core had made an appearance. Prior to setting off, Hill had instructed Suri to duplicate all contents of the store's core, so he promptly recalled that the individual in question was the wealthy lady who had left a lasting impression on him during their time in Obastion. This lady was indeed well-informed, choosing to arrive just in the final hour of the purchasing frenzy. Hill directed Suri to display the most ostentatious items from his memory. In his youth, he had yearned to cultivate a good relationship with Melanie. Inspired by her passion for jewelry, reminding him of his mother, Mrs. Wong, who adored extravagant strings of gems and had encouraged him to design royal jewelry using a computer model. Thus, Hill created numerous designs of royal jewelry from his world for Melanie. Although she accepted them, she remarked to Lena that Hill had an affinity for feminine items and was destined for mediocrity. After enduring this harsh lesson, Hill resolved never to engage emotionally with Melanie again. Later, while organizing Melanie's jewelry warehouse, he discovered that she had indeed created several pieces based on the designs he had given her. Melanie had chosen only the most extravagant gems, resulting in excessive gemstone usage that led to performance conflicts and diminished attributes, rendering them visually appealing yet completely devoid of alchemical functionality. For the somewhat prideful Melanie, these items were merely for display, never to be utilized. The girls of the Black Rose, as Hill observed, would only select jewelry that complemented their magical attributes. However, this affluent shopper, whom Hill remembered distinctly, was the type to acquire one of everything without regard for attributes. On this outing, Hill had brought all the jewelry with him. He initially hoped to encounter one or two such ladies in Kexload, but to his surprise, one had already arrived today. Hill eagerly awaited Suri to deliver the good news. Chapter 62. Hill's near misstep. Hill surveyed the store with immense satisfaction. The striking lady, after surveying the entire establishment, made a beeline for the jewelry display, her eyes sparkling as she gazed upon the dignified and elegant, lustrous adornments. She reveled in the opulent feast of exquisite gems and masterful craftsmanship, gleefully sweeping away the costly jewelry. Hill was utterly elated. The players were settling their accounts with attribute-less crystals, and sending these treasures back would sustain his elemental spirits for many years to come. Seated on the sofa, he joyfully sipped his juice. Perhaps he should try his hand at crafting some jewelry himself. After a brief reverie, he recalled the painful history of being chastised by his mother for his peculiar color combinations. Not everyone is enamored with monochrome. Most who claim to only love black and white are merely the epitome of clumsy and visually impaired. It would be best not to squander his funds. Earning some profit was sufficient. Hill watched the lady depart happily, content in his thoughts. The bald man approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Hill, we need 100 sets of the store's core. If possible, we would like more in the future." Hill was somewhat astonished. "You can manage that many stores?" The bald man hesitated but finally confessed. "One group intends to establish a few territories in the northern region, and they will need a general store, right? Plus, our guild always has a few members studying alchemy. Though it may not be worth much, we want to sell something to offset our expenses. Moreover, William is planning to sell the shops in the capital." Hill was taken aback. "In Kexluot? So soon?" "Yes, indeed. William stated that Obastion is reserved for the royal nobles of Sala. Kexluot is ours. We will be operating in the capital from now on, and the arena will be established there. William intends to sell the shops around the arena to us undead. We can only accumulate merit points and wait. Everything from William requires merit points for purchase, had it not been for your arrival. Mr. Hill, we would not have acquired anything worthwhile in over a month. Hill felt a twinge of hesitation. Surely, William did not intend to start selling properties immediately, while it was indeed a matter of expenditure. According to the conventions of this world, shops in the capital were typically first claimed by the royal family, followed by the great nobles, then powerful mages, and finally, the lesser nobles and professionals would continue to divide the remainder. Surely, William would not eliminate the noble district entirely, yet it was not impossible. He would not hesitate to disregard the noble's pride. Perhaps he had decided to operate on a highest bidder basis rather than allowing the highest status to have the first choice. Those nobles unwilling to bow to him could remain in Obastion, gradually fading away with time. The temple district of Obastion could certainly not relocate to Kexlode. Those nobles clinging to their aristocratic glory would not face extinction. After all, the gold mines still existed. The two legendary mages still residing in their grand towers were uncertain of their future as well. The lower-tier mages within the tower would be compelled to follow the king, leaving no one behind. Rebellion was unthinkable, especially since William had established an enormous time-space cathedral in Obastion. William was a man of sharp tactics. No one could doubt that now. Hill mused and gradually felt reassured. He merely needed to inform Fran, who had already arranged for someone to be in Kexlode and could arrive immediately upon notification. Hill had no desire to purchase a shop in the capital. The affairs of Obastion were of no concern to him. If anything significant arose, Fran would inform him. He'll address the bald man, over 100, that merits Adrian's intervention. I will notify him tonight, and he will deliver the goods directly. The bald man hesitated, asking if I arrange for the goods to be ready. Can I pick them up? How long will it take to produce 100 sets? Will Master Fran be simultaneously selling his creations? Hill realized that these fellows were intent on monopolizing the market. Unable to suppress a smile, he replied, Master Fran has no desire for such trifling profits. Once Adrian accepts the order, he will delegate the task to the alchemists in the territory. He will not begin work on others until yours are completed. The bald man laughed with delight. Excellent. They will not find other alchemists. Either they spend merit points or serve as shop assistants themselves. He stood up, politely bidding farewell to Hill before rejoining the other leaders in the store. Hill watched as he animatedly gestured and laughed, while others happily chimed in. Indeed, regardless of the world, the joys and sorrows of these guild leaders were universally relatable, as long as rival factions encountered any misfortune. It was their source of happiness. Suddenly, Suri approached him, saying, Sir, we have received a message you must respond to. Hill cast a puzzled glance at him before turning and ascending the stairs. The communicator in the study was blinking, and Hill stepped forward to press it. William's voice resonated from within. Hello, Baron Polanio. This is William. Today, I received a request from a lady of the undead. She is a jewelry designer from that world. She wishes to utilize your jewelry design scheme. Is this your design? It seems quite familiar. Hill was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by the revelation that he struggled to maintain his composure, and replied, All of these designs belong to my mother. I am not particularly knowledgeable in this area. The voice on the communicator, which brought him relief, murmured, Melanie, Master Fran's daughter? Indeed, the result of indulging in romantic novels, a fine mage forsaking her craft for a foolish noble. Hill, striving to remain calm, inquired, Your Majesty? Ah, it is nothing. As your mother's designs. I shall allocate half the profits to you. The rest will be my commission. Hill pondered for a moment. Please allow me to dedicate everything to you. Your Majesty, this meager income is a gift from the undead in your honor and has no bearing on me. It is not a trifling amount. Did your mother never mention it? These pieces are from my mother's secret stash. She has never worn them. My mother is rather reticent. The ones she has worn, I have kept. Mages generally do not adorn themselves with such styles. They are of no practical use. So, she has never worn them. William murmured, If only she had. Then I could have communicated with her. Nobles from any world are not as depicted in novels. Hill felt profoundly grateful that this conversation was taking place through the communicator. Otherwise, his heart would surely betray him. No need for further discussion. Consider this money a gift for an old friend's child. Old friend? Hill questioned, perplexed. Ah, we exchanged a few words in the past. It is a pity your mother became blinded by love. The consequence of indulging in noble novels, NAV young girls should refrain from reading such stories that a simple mind that takes them to heart is the fate that befell your mother. Educate your children well in the future. William severed the connection, leaving Hill weakly slumping into his chair. What on earth had William done in the past? Why is it that the royal jewelry of the West is so well known? Furthermore, dear affluent lady, would it not suffice for you to simply utilize it? Why must there be a request for copyright? After much contemplation and caution, I ultimately fell victim to a jewelry designer. Hill did not believe that William would trust him. He must have been observed for a considerable duration. The frightening notion is that there exists a deity above. The catastrophic failure left Hill in anguish. Slumped over the table, motionless for an extended period. Truly, greed invites divine retribution. Hill encouraged himself, determined to rally by gritting his teeth and holding firm. He would surely prevail. Hill had been directly cast into the womb of Melanie, whose birth coincided with the second year of William's reincarnation, and no matter how knowledgeable William might be, he could not possibly comprehend the consciousness of a fetus mere months old. Could he? He glanced at his communicator, that wretched William. Misusing divine power. How dare he speak freely on a communicator that had been compromised? His tone subdued, he instructed Stray to contact Lister. Sir, contact my grandfather immediately. Understood, sir. Sensing a sense of urgency, Lister swiftly reached out to Fran. Hill, what trouble has arisen now? Adrian's voice carried through. I have already instructed Giamont to notify the teacher. He will arrive shortly. Fran arrived almost instantaneously. What is the matter? Grandfather, can divine power directly connect to our communicators? William, in Salal, he is practically omnipotent. Fran replied helplessly. How did he suddenly intrude upon your communicator? He represents a deity. Such rudeness is unwarranted. Uncle Adrian, do you recall those dreadful pieces of jewelry belonging to my mother in the warehouse? You mentioned that her mind must be quite deranged. I remember, what of it? Just a pile of useless baubles. The undead are enamored with their appearance and sought permission from William to utilize them in their realm. Do the undead possess gems devoid of elemental power? Adrian remarked astutely. It appears that non-attribute crystals may indeed originate from that world. Fran inquired. They find the jewelry crafted by Melanie appealing. So it seems Melanie only desires aesthetic allure. Hill sensed Fran's confusion and quickly continued. William stated that half of the proceeds from the jewelry designs would be mine, as a gift to the child of an old friend. Do they know each other? Certainly, they must know each other, though their relationship is likely superficial. Melanie enjoys socializing at court. Fran expressed with a hint of sadness. I am unaware of whom she has befriended. As an unmarried prince, William garners considerable attention at court. If Melanie interacted with him frequently, I would surely be informed. They are of similar age and may indeed take notice of one another. After all, Melanie is genuinely beautiful. Adrian added, William claims my mother is naive and ignorant, having read too many chivalric novels. Hill could not help but interject. It is evident that a discerning man, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, does not easily fall for her charms, Fran concluded. At most, he may have merely acknowledged someone from the past. No need for concern. Hill, accept the money. It is unlikely to amount to much. Very well. Grandfather. Hill finally regained his composure. Fortunately, he had embarked on this journey for exploration. Even if he distanced himself from Salal, no one would find it peculiar. Fran remarked, once you depart from Hefesaldo, it is likely that William's reach will not extend that far. The deity above will not idly observe without intervening. However, do remain cautious, as he may still contact you through the divine realm if necessary. He concluded, William claims to be an old friend of your mother, using that as a pretext to connect your communicator. In the future, should he reach out again, he can simply frame it as concern for an old friend's child. Do not fret excessively. You harbor no secrets that would be revealed here. Whatever you know, the deity is surely aware of. Should anything arise, we must continue to communicate without hindrance. Yes, grandfather. Hill responded promptly that it seemed he had not erred. In the eyes of the mages, the appearance of jewelry held little significance and was undoubtedly not valuable. Hill exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he recalled, hastily stating, the undead mentioned that William might prematurely sell the shop. They have already begun saving that I believe William may not leave any space for the high nobility. Grandfather, do keep an eye on the notices he sends. Fran appeared astonished. William truly does not regard the nobility. His mindset has likely synchronized with that of the deities. I understand now. Adrian, please make contact with the people of Crestlot daily. Understood. Teacher. Hill continued. Uncle Adrian, the perfect bald has reserved 100 sets of core shops. Do you have the capacity to accommodate this? Of course. Is it for the purpose of opening a shop? Such a prompt response. However, with so many undead, cannot they sell themselves? Those who come to this world are all professionals. Few would be inclined to sell goods themselves, Hill replied. That is true, although it may seem undignified. There remains a shred of pride among professionals. 100 sets, no problem. The bald one mentioned he would frequently come by to collect goods. The sooner they acquire them, the sooner they can open shop. Understood. I shall arrange for those alchemists who have accompanied us. After severing the communication, Hill vigorously ruffled his hair. How reckless he had been. Moving forward, he must exercise greater caution. Tomorrow he would open the shop for one more day before heading to Crestlot. Staying only a couple of days before making a swift exit. Anxiety often leads to grave missteps. It is best to remain discreet. Shrey, observing Hill's despondency, cautiously inquired. Sir, would you like to review today's earnings? No. Shrey. Hill leaned his forehead against his hand. Tomorrow, let us sell without reservation. When collecting goods, remember to retain the non-attribute crystals. We ought to use those we brought out first. Yes, sir. Shrey tilted his head. Would sir prefer to retire early? Hill shook his head. I shall take a bath and then meditate. Today has been overwhelming. I shall surely struggle to sleep. Fortunately, his shop was equipped with a mid-level magical tower, rendering the deity incapable of observing the interior, the only communicator that could be linked. Hill could not relinquish, he would endure. Either face utter failure or navigate through the chaos unseen. After a night of meditation, Hill awoke the following morning fully composed. Leaning by the window, he watched Cohen soar through the skies. During the day, he intended to observe the undead in the shop. That evening, the Bald One arrived with a group to bid farewell and inquire how Hill planned to depart the following day. Hill smiled. My carriage cannot be stored within a storage ring. I must travel on foot. However, it is swift. Following the path outside the Great Wall, I shall arrive in an hour. The Bald One expressed envy, clicking his tongue. Then we shall reconvene in Crestlot. We too shall use the teleportation array in the coming days. Hill smiled and nodded. A night passed without incident, and Hill rose early the next day to close the shop. The puppet horses were once again harnessed into the shape of a carriage. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as Hill closed his eyes, striving to relax as he awaited the unknown journey to Crestlot. Chapter 63. Arrival at Crestlot. Crestlot is a city devoid of walls. The former border town, aside from the fortified Great Wall imbued with defensive magical arrays, has had all other walls dismantled. Beyond the Great Wall, William constructed the Royal Palace, magical towers, and the Temple of Time and Space. Within the Great Wall lies an expansive residential and commercial area. Hill soared through the air, gazing down at the vast cityscape. He had once imagined William would erect a replica of the capital, yet it was not so. While Crestlot possessed more than mere gold, it leaned more towards a silvery hue. From a distance, Hill observed the royal palace. William did not seem well-versed in Western architecture. His choices appeared quite common, reminiscent of Versailles and Notre Dame de Paris. It was likely he held no affection for the Louvre. Reflecting on the church in his territory, Hill surmised that William had probably only focused on Paris. However, the structure to the left of the palace must house the Royal Guard, modeled after the Château de Fontainebleau. That place harbors the most artifacts from the old summer palace within France, and many Chinese visitors do not perceive its beauty, only feeling sorrow and regret. This building enjoys a far greater reputation in the West than in China. For many who have seen it seldom share their experience upon returning home. Even the most literary-minded individuals would struggle to proclaim a fondness for Fontainebleau. William would undoubtedly hold vivid memories of this palace. No one could understand this sentiment better than Hill, who had stationed his own army within its walls. Knowing that William was not particularly concerned with buildings, Hill felt reassured. His village did not entirely mimic those towns. Those who lacked understanding would not discern the difference. Moreover, Hill extensively utilized the magical flora of this world, with these diverse plants concealing much of the architectural style. Floating in the air, Hill continued to admire the scenery of Crestlot, his heart now at ease. He counted carefully. 7 large magical towers had indeed been constructed, yet many medium-sized magical towers stood nearby. It seemed William intended to form a magical array composed of towers presided over by grand magicians. This militaristic individual had devised a hexagram array, with 7 large magical towers distributed at 6 points, and the center to the right of the palace, the temple of time and space, while imitating Notre Dame de Paris. Also showcased 7 towering spires. Clearly, the defenses were arranged through divine formations. Hill could not help but marvel. The memory of a deity is indeed a treasure, coupled with the divine office of time. Any issue could be resolved by delving into one's own recollections. Yet it perplexed Hill. Why would he still be interested in jewelry? Was his trip to Paris merely an escort for a girlfriend? The city, devoid of walls, felt increasingly familiar to Hill, despite the tallest structures reaching only 5 stories, all of which were Western-style buildings. From the Great Wall, vast urban blocks fan out, separated by towering trees of sweet gum. The sweet gums in this world reach impressive heights of 70 to 80 meters, their leaves interwoven in shades of red, purple, and orange, shimmering brilliantly, red as if intoxicated, resembling flames reaching for the sky. This fervent display of crimson foliage imbues the silvery city of Cataclysm with a touch of warmth. Hill could only recall a line. White clouds and red leaves lock the clear autumn. At dawn, who dyes the frost-laden forest in intoxication? Yet, William might be more inclined to think of a sea of crimson mountains, layers of trees dyed in color. It seemed that Hill and William were indeed polar opposites. Was it a scenario where pastoral tales collided with epic sagas? Hill mused inwardly. Within the city, numerous functional buildings emerged, each complex equipped with 1 or 2 medium-sized magical towers that appeared that William was likely to adopt a zoning approach to urban management. After admiring the scenery for a while, he descended to board a carriage towards the entrance. This was a 3-way fork, with the shortest path leading to Cataclysm, devoid of walls and guards. The road was long and straight. Even if the world had changed, did the remnants of a construction enthusiast's bloodline linger within him? Hill pondered, realizing that although the palace seemed situated at the city's edge, once William swallowed Haifa South, the other side would be perfectly allocated for the people of Haifa. William's palace remained centrally located, and his royal city still occupied the heart of the territory. Truly, William was a man of meticulous planning. The carriage glided into Cataclysm, and outside, 3 spotted guards patrolling the road. Promptly halting to inquire for directions, the guards were exceedingly polite, clarifying that he was there for business, with his own shop, requiring merely an open space. They further inquired about the value of his goods and whether he minded an abundance of undead. Sri smiled. The more undead, the better. My master often conducts business with them. The undead are quite generous. The guard glanced at the unmoving carriage, smiling as he replied, It's wonderful that the mage does not mind the undead's behavior. They can be a bit self-centered, and most are quite shrewd. Yet many find them troublesome and prefer not to engage. If you have no objections, there is ample open space near the undead's arena. That land is reserved for the undead to establish their shops, but before that, it can be used for free stalls. However, many are reluctant to go there due to the undead also conducting business. Sri was quite pleased. This is perfect. My master has received excellent materials from the undead. They traverse many places and possess a wide array of goods. Could you kindly guide me there? The guard happily provided directions to the arena. It's quite grand. You will see it upon arrival. Stalls can be set up all around. You and the mage can find a suitable spot. He'll open the carriage window to express his gratitude to the amiable guard. Amidst the guard's flustered, incoherent reassurances, the carriage proceeded toward the arena. Hill intuitively sensed they were nearing the arena even without SRI's notification. After all, the cacophony of voices was deafening. As the carriage wove through the crowd, Hill gently lifted the curtain, observing the bustling undead transforming the area into a grand market. The city's oppressive aura was formidable, a remnant of the god of time and space's influence. The players seemed unfazed, likely because their bodies were constructed from the divine power of the god of time and space. Yet, Hill felt a sense of confinement. His spiritual power was entirely restrained, and his magical energy was tightly locked within his body. Was this the outcome of the main temple's construction? Indeed, he was still a mage. Hill reflected, if a believer were to enter, they would undoubtedly feel quite comfortable. No matter how much he acknowledged the ideologies of the god of time and space and William's governance, Hill remained a mage who pursued freedom. Acceptance without faith was etched into his soul. He wondered if that perspective would shift at the end of his life. But for now, he felt tremendously content with the prospect of living for 10,000 years. The notion of eternal life and immortality was beyond his current contemplation. Chapter 64. The young master in Cataclysm, Sri finally found a vacant lot suitable for setting up a shop, crammed into a corner around a bend, just enough for his small building. Hill seized the moment to transform the carriage into a shop, for players were transient, and hesitating might invite indifferent players. Hill replaced the booth sofa by the shop window with a circular high platform surrounded by a workbench. He settled into the sofa to read, only responding when Sri called him in for materials that required confirmation at times. In the face of a throng of players, it was better for the tower spirit to remain unperturbed, stable, and diligent. However, as the proprietor, Hill couldn't entirely neglect affairs and had to show his face occasionally. Fortunately, Cohen managed things well, allowing Hill to enjoy his time upstairs. "Sir, the undead have already noticed us. There are many people outside. Should we set a limit?" Sri queried. Hill glanced outside, perplexed to see that over 1,000 had gathered in such a short time. What was going on? Were they truly so idle? Hill, astonished, instructed Sri to allow only 50 people in within half an hour. He also ordered that all the crystal panels on the shop's exterior be illuminated, prominently displaying his purchase prices. Both sides of the entrance were lined with puppets for sale, arranged in the display cases. As one left, another could enter. With a resolute expression, Sri set off to open the shop. Hill quickly picked up his book, hiding behind it to observe. Among the newcomers, he believed he recognized a familiar face. The perfect bald enemy? He recalled that despite the influx of players yesterday, the bald one had prohibited enemy factions from entering the city. Moreover, the ladies of the Black Rose had boasted about Hill's shop for quite some time on their forum. He had no idea how many times his shop had served as a backdrop. The casual players likely knew Hill was coming to Cataclysm today, probably posting it in the world chat and forums, so those people had probably been waiting. Hill envied their communication speed, once one saw it. Everyone was informed. Faction members always moved swiftly and had a strong sense of cohesion. Hill noticed they were a group purchasing alchemical jewelry and miscellaneous items, while another group hurriedly sold their wares. The rogue rabbit, a familiar presence to Hill, glanced at him before seeking out Sri. Hill had previously instructed Sri to record any appointments for the shop's core. The people from Fran would come to collect the orders in the evening. However, he had to clarify that there were already 100 reservations ahead. They likely knew this already, as Hill remembered the bald one often saying that every faction had spies, and both sides were aware of each other. He wondered how they managed to evoke a sense of espionage in a game. Hill was deeply impressed by the bald one's words. Allies may be unaware, but enemies will certainly know. In any case, the shops in Fran and his territory did not prohibit anyone from visiting. The swift would prosper, while the slow would miss out. Nevertheless, Hill could not help but steal glances at the incoming crowd. He wanted to see if Liu Huayu had arrived. Was Liang Hangzhu still around? During their chat a few days ago, the elderly street fighter had confidently asserted that Liang Hangzhu would definitely show up, merely having deleted her old account and changed her name and appearance. She mentioned that Liang Hangzhu had sacrificed greatly for Liu Huayu, losing her reputation and thus had to closely follow him. After all, Lu Taijian knew how to navigate social situations and could charm young ladies. If not careful, she would end up with nothing but emptiness. Recently, their forums had been rife with speculation about which of the new girls around Lu Taijian was Liang Hangzhu. Betting had commenced, and the Black Rose members had joined in, lamenting their hatred for voice changers. While Hill remained composed as he listened, his curiosity was insatiable. He knew he would likely be unable to guess correctly. Yet he still wished to see. However, with such fervor surrounding this matter, Liu Huayu himself must also be aware. Given the crowd, he might not even come by. Hill furrowed his brow, observing the multitude of photographers. The Black Rose members seemed to have been instructed to keep their distance while snapping pictures. The only thing lacking was someone leaning on Hill's isolation barrier. He heard many voices expressing regret at not catching a glimpse of the cat. Others voiced disappointment at Hill's lack of reaction and absence of smiles. Hearing their murmurs about how many adorable creatures there were in the dungeons made Hill feel the urge to explode with frustration. After all, he was a man standing at 186 centimeters. How could they call him adorable? The young master has arrived. A commotion erupted outside, with shouts ringing out that hadn't those asking about the sword come to Hill's shop just a couple of days ago. Hill was somewhat baffled by their sudden appearance. He discreetly peered outside. The young master was guarding the entrance, glaring watchfully at the doorway, causing both the End of Days and Qingqing members to navigate around him. Engaging in a magical brawl was one thing. Rolling on the ground in a melee was something many were reluctant to do. Moreover, the young master was short, a knight with considerable strength. Particularly skilled in the lower lanes, the Bald One had mentioned that he had completely abandoned any sense of shame. After all, the sword-seeking youth faction could not be disbanded, and even with a name change. Everyone knew who he was. The young master had simply decided to embrace the situation. In Kexalut, no one was allowed to engage in violence, so many merely resorted to shouting insults, but the young master actively sought out fights. In the words of the elderly street fighter, he had honed his ability to lie down effectively. Did the young master think that Lu Huayu would come to buy something? The Bald One claimed he just wanted to punch Lu Huayu a few times. Killing someone wouldn't bring satisfaction. He'll notice that the queue outside seemed to have grown even longer, filled with onlookers. The lowly and Shota members of the sword-seeking faction stood in 2 rows outside Hill's shop. The young master seemed prepared for either option, to either strike Lu Huayu or to prevent him from buying anything. Time flew by, and as night fell, despite not seeing Lu Huayu or receiving any particularly special ores or herbs, Hill still felt quite satisfied. The young master truly remained vigil until the closing of the shop at Hill, loudly proclaiming, "I will guard this place at dawn tomorrow." After all, the NPCs only linger for 3 days. Let us see who can endure the longest. The Bald One had long since commented that the young master had indeed engaged in several skirmishes with Lu Huayu in the past. They had already partaken in their share of minor faction wars. Nevertheless, the young master found Lu Huayu's demise to be all too swift. There is a certain satisfaction in delivering a punch, a visceral connection that is absent in the act of killing. Their bodies would bear the marks of bruises, yet these signs would vanish within a day. In this city, where lethal moves are rendered impotent, only the shameless can claim invincibility, and thus the young master feels no fear. Until the moment he fell asleep that night, Hill received no summons from William. After a period of restless tossing, Hill finally comprehended the situation. William's adversary is this world itself, a divine entity from the heavens. Hill is merely a potential compatriot, one who holds no sway in the realm of Solar. Even if Hill is a rather formidable mage, his lack of interest in politics and the divine renders him of little consequence. As long as he has not achieved legendary status, William need not keep a constant watch over him. Henceforth, as long as Hill remains discreet, and given William's overwhelming busyness, he might occasionally take note of Hill's circumstances. But he would never prioritize Hill's well-being above all else. Chapter 65. The confrontation approaches in the early hours of Kexalut. The stars had yet to fully retreat from the sky. The entire city exuded an aura of purity and clarity, although situated at the border and devoid of a magical barrier. Not a whisper of wind stirred. The heavens were high and the clouds sparse. Yet alas, no geese flew southward. The suppression of divine power was overwhelmingly potent, despite the abundance of elemental energy in the air. Hill felt an undeniable discomfort, akin to the sensation of wanting to gasp for breath in the most humid of climates. Even Cohen was reluctant to take flight in this realm saturated with divine energy. Hill's shop could be regarded as a diminutive magical tower. Yet, the omnipresent pressure was unmistakable. One could surmise that only a medium-sized magical tower could withstand such force. That William's propensity for constructing magical towers likely stemmed from this very reason. The mages who followed him to Kexalut could only find solace within the confines of these towers. As generations of mages matured, those accustomed to the pressures of divine power from a young age would eventually thrive in the external world. However, mages raised in such an environment, absorbing vast amounts of divine energy during meditation, would find it impossible to escape the grasp of the temporal divine temple. Consequently, William need not concern himself with the children residing in Kexalut, who might study spells rather than seek entry into the temple. The knights that would eventually emerge from Kexalut would inherently become paladins. Many knights, should their bloodlines be insufficient, might find their attributes transformed into divine power. Yet the greatest advantage lies in the fact that, barring particularly poor aptitude, the new generation of Kexalut would all have the potential to become practitioners. Thus, the sanctuaries of every deity, particularly the central temple, represent the most formidable of places. Before the power of the god of time and space envelopes the entire world, William would not seek trouble within the domain of the god of nobility. However, a year has passed, and the gods of nobility and royal authority have yet to emerge from the abyss. Perhaps their attributes have been tainted to the point of corruption by their devout followers. Over the past year, the Church of Love and the Arts has retracted back to the central temple, with the priests of Hefesaldo following suit. This is the greatest flaw of faith in the divine. Success hinges on the followers, while failure also relies on them. The temple of the god of nobility still holds firm, given its profound foundation, yet it remains uncertain what fate awaits them if their deity remains absent from the divine realm for many years. Although William is distanced from the turmoil, the once arrogant temple of nobility is not devoid of other adversaries. The god of time and space, though glaringly indifferent to the actions of his followers, finds it safest to remain aloof. After all, he is a deity of nature. Once he successfully ascends to the divine throne, the devotion of followers becomes less significant to him than in the past. There have been nature deities who ascended to the divine throne, such as the goddess of springs, yet her elevation to the celestial realm depended heavily on the prayers of her numerous local followers. Therefore, she must return the favor to her followers before she can entirely disregard their supplications. Regrettably, after tens of thousands of years, it appears her debts have only multiplied. Previously, Hill found it perplexing how this came to be. But the recent lament of the earth and nature led him to suspect that the goddess of springs might also be implicated. After all, the goddess of agriculture, rooted in faith, has no need to attend to her followers, relying instead on the altars scattered across the world. Each year, during the early spring festival, she would bless the lands surrounding the altars. At all other times, the altars remain unresponsive. Nevertheless, the divine power of the goddess of agriculture remains formidable. Ranking among the highest of human deities, the god of time and space ascended to his throne through the prayers of players, resembling more of a transactional relationship. Thus, he adorned himself with the mantle of entertainment. He perceives himself as a game developer, with the players' broad faith serving as a form of currency. Hill had overheard players discussing why the game's price was so low, speculating whether it was a strategy to recoup costs through high-volume sales. They failed to grasp that the god of time and space has accepted another form of currency from them, necessitating meticulous calculations of the value of their faith. Moreover, as long as individuals switch from other games for a lower price, it holds significant meaning for the god of time and space. Additionally, their very bodies are crafted from the divine power of the god of time and space, as long as they continue to engage. Their faith serves as payment for the services rendered by him. Therefore, the god of time and space requires no devout followers, and his church is devoid of priests leading prayers for the scattered churches of time and space. They function more as institutions managing teleportation arrays and literacy classes, providing services to the undead. Hill had inquired with Olivia, who revealed that the skills she acquired as a priest included standard healing, pestilence removal, and protective spells, but predominantly skills for survival. Although Olivia's explanations were vague, Hill discerned that there was at least one chaotic teleportation skill and one for melding into shadows, should one find refuge within the church. They could directly hide within the scales before the divine statue. This deity and William share a pragmatic spirit. Indeed, leaning against the window, Hill gazed at the sky, which was beginning to reveal the first light of dawn. Logically, the subterranean realm of Cataclysm, particularly beneath William's palace, should be abundant with spatial elemental minerals. During his time in Obaston, those attuned to elemental energies would easily discern an abundance of metallic elements in that region. Thus, most common knights from Obaston were of the metallic attribute. The nobility, residing in their respective territories, exhibited a diverse array of attributes. The capital of Hefesaldo was constructed upon a bed of fire elemental minerals. With their royal family predominantly aligned with fire attributes, the hereditary nature of noble bloodlines is notoriously stubborn. Even residing atop a metallic mineral bed, the knights of the Solar royal family are evenly split between metallic and fire attributes, with other attributes being exceedingly rare. However, within Cataclysm, Hill sensed an equilibrium of elemental presence, harmonious and compliant, with the divine pressure rendering the elements docile and easily absorbable by the body. Conversely, spatial elements were firmly confined within the mineral bed, not a trace escaping. Were one not a mage, it would be prudent to avoid prolonged residence in this city. Extended meditation could easily lead to the infiltration of divine power, unbeknownst to them. One might unwittingly become a follower of the god of time and space, all while believing it to be their own choice. Leaning against the window, Hill observed the bustling throng of the undead below, their lively chatter filling the air. The fog that had clouded his mind for days began to lift. Revealing clarity. He realized he had been overly preoccupied with William and the undead. It is a common human flaw to overestimate one's significance. What may seem trivial to others becomes of paramount importance when it occurs to oneself. In truth, William's world has little bearing on him. He'll need only continue on his own path. It is wise to remain observant, yet he must not allow it to dictate the course of his life. As for the players, their presence has indeed struck a blow to Hill. Had he not arrived in Cataclysm, he would have continued to envy these players, the inherent elemental bodies they possessed, enabling them to effortlessly wield magic and attain the capabilities of a mage in a short span. Would have been a source of admiration. In contrast to the undead, who were originally high-ranking natives, the realization that they were mere ordinary individuals would have shaken Hill's convictions. Yet, upon arriving in Cataclysm, he finally awakened to the truth. Had he not long known that players were merely tools of the deities? Each fragment of power within Hill belongs solely to him. He meticulously examined his innermost thoughts, questioning why he felt envy. What was it that he truly coveted? As he delved deeper into his psyche, enlightenment dawned upon him. The players continue to reside in their own world while experiencing the splendor of another realm. Even if they remain oblivious to it, treating it as mere entertainment, for Hill, who can never return, the player's ability to frolic joyfully in this world and return home for a warm meal fills him with an unbearable jealousy. Rebirth is indeed a blessing, yet to be reborn and return to one's original world would be the epitome of happiness. Perhaps such thoughts were too greedy, and Hill had deceived himself. Previously, he had been unaware, but now he recognized that he had excessively concerned himself with the affairs of the players and William, despite his assertions to distance himself. It appears that Hill has become the indigenous mage with the most interactions with the players. This is largely due to his identity as a sorcerer, which necessitates frequent social engagement to maintain human thought and behavior patterns. Thus, Fran and Adrian perceive no issues with him. However, a change must occur moving forward. Wait, Hill pondered hesitantly. Yet he cannot forego earning money. He retrieved a ring and counted the resources and crystals that Suri had entrusted to him the previous night. He must not dwell in melancholic reflections. Seizing the opportunity before the shop opens, he would return to his territory. He would hand over the crystals and a portion of the mineral herbs to Lister for processing, while also bringing back some potions crafted in the alchemical workshop. There will always be those too lazy to teleport to Hill's territory to purchase potions. He had sold a significant quantity of ordinary potions just yesterday. The shop has been established, and Hill can indeed take a brief leave. He has a genuine fondness for the teleportation array, yet after departing from Cataclysm, he remains uncertain when he might have the opportunity to construct one again. Initially, his desire to build a church was not solely to repay the temporal deity for their assistance, but also to facilitate the creation of this teleportation array. After all, the village just beyond his valley would have little bearing on Hill's true dominion. Regardless of what transpired there, seizing the moment while Alice was diligently honing her skills, entirely oblivious to Hill's journey, he hastily made his way back to Cataclysm. Upon nearing the arena, he noticed an increase in the crowd. Players seemed to experience time in a peculiar manner, with throngs present regardless of day or night. Fortunately, the stylish robe he had purchased earlier featured a hood, allowing Hill to blend seamlessly into the crowd without drawing attention. Before entering, he caught sight of the young master from the Wanjian Tianxia Guild, who had gathered a group of people to guard the shop's perimeter. Truly, he was a man of his word. After arranging the alchemical goods, Hill instructed Sway to open the shop. Despite the passage of a day, the number of players had not dwindled. The line outside remained extensive. Today, Hill immersed himself in his books, neglecting to observe the players around him. However, he did not overly restrict himself. Should Lu Huayu arrive, he would undoubtedly indulge in the spectacle. After all, it is human nature to seek amusement, and schadenfreude is an instinctive response. Hill had no intentions of attaining saintly virtues. Such inherent flaws need not be suppressed. Regrettably, once again, there was no sign of Mr. Liu, and the young master steadfastly awaited the shop's closure on this final day. Hill sat at his workbench, propping his chin as he gazed at the young master leaning against the wall with his arms crossed at the entrance, accompanied by an even larger entourage. Hill recognized many familiar faces among them, including members of the Black Rose Guild, who stood at the fringes, gesturing and whispering with their allied guild members. Inside Hill's shop, numerous solo players browsed while glancing outside. It seemed they were once again placing bets on the forum. If Lu Huayu were to appear, he would likely face repercussions. If not, he would probably be disparaged as Lu the Eunuch by his adversaries. Clearly, They all anticipated his arrival. After all, the members of the Apocalypse Alliance had not made an appearance today, whereas the Wenjian Guild's allies were all present. Hill made no effort to feign ignorance. He had even moved his sofa closer to the window. William's people were also aware of the situation, and the guards had noticeably increased. Hill recalled that after the establishment of the main Divine Hall, skills could no longer be used, which should prevent any fatalities. So why were the guards still present? Straining to eavesdrop on the conversations among the solo players in his shop, he hoped to glean some information. Eventually, it dawned on him that these guards were there to protect unsuspecting townsfolk from fright and harm. While players could withstand a punch, ordinary citizens could indeed be injured. When players set up stalls, they often left behind everyday items acquired through quests, prompting some townsfolk to rush in and snatch up the bargains. Particularly in Kexluod, many of its citizens were impoverished individuals from other cities seeking a livelihood in the newly established capital. They would not care about the chaos caused by the undead. Hill overheard someone in the shop suggest that they should maintain some restraint. If the NPCs fled out of fear, it would make selling the wares even more difficult. Fortunately, the arena was situated on a circular road, so sealing off both sides would suffice. Observing the guards, Hill stepped into the throng, skillfully identifying ordinary citizens mingling within the crowd. The players manning their stalls quickly gathered their wares, no longer daring to sell. Their stalls lacked any form of protection. Should they be damaged, what would they do? With tensions rising on both sides, no one had the courage to demand compensation. In the shop, many were engaged in lively discussions, while purchases were paramount. The allure of gossip was irresistible. Someone exclaimed that the diminutive members of Wenjian had arrived, along with their allies. Were they planning to have everyone lay down their arms? There weren't that many short individuals in the apocalypse. Were there? Even fewer in Qincheng. Lu Huayu was particularly fond of ethereal beings. There weren't many lowly or Shota types in the guild. Just look at how many women they brought along. Who knows how many ladies would show up in the apocalypse? Was this a setup for a brawl? Following their gestures, Hill spotted the perfect bald head. Are you daft? That's the perfect bald head. Not a woman. Surely it can't be that one behind. The Elder Street Fighter. What a name. How many do you think she can take on? The Black Rose Guild is truly impressive. Just look at the throngs of women following her. Even the mature ladies have all come. Hill glanced up from the elder and nearly choked. It turned out that Kunlv had also shown up. He turned to search for Na Feng, who was quietly standing beneath a tree. Scanning the surroundings, it seemed she was looking for a safe spot. Only when he saw Na Feng helping Kunlv settle into a tree branch did Hill exhale in relief. He had intended to step out and escort the lady inside, in his worldview. He could not bear to witness a pregnant woman being harmed. Was Nanfeng's name not entirely inspired by Kunlv? The most challenging winds of his life had all been stirred by Kunlv.